Chapter 1. Fellow cultivators, before we begin this journey, strengthen this channel's foundation, subscribe and ring the bell so you never miss a new chapter. A single like fuels the furnace. Now, let us begin. Pain. That was the first thing Xiao Lei felt, a splitting, skull-cracking agony that radiated from the base of his skull through every nerve ending in his body. It felt like someone had driven a railroad spike through the back of his head and twisted it for good measure. He gasped, lurching upright in a bed that was definitely not his own. Silk sheets. Carved mahogany bed frame. Paper lanterns hanging from ceiling beams painted with cloud motifs. The air smelled of sandalwood incense and something herbal, medicinal tea, maybe, left on a lacquered side table. What the hell? His voice came out wrong. Too young. Too smooth. His hands, he stared at them, were uncalloused, the fingers long and refined. These were not the hands of a 32-year-old military veteran and martial arts instructor. These were the hands of someone who had never held anything heavier than a calligraphy brush. Memories crashed into him like a tidal wave. Not his memories. Someone else's. A boy named Xiao Lei, eldest son of Xiao Yan, patriarch of the Xiao clan in Wutan City. 19 years old. A doge at the 3rd star, considered steady but unremarkable. Overshadowed by his younger brother's former brilliance and now embarrassed by the same brother's mysterious decline. But underneath those borrowed memories, his own remained intact. Staff Sergeant Chen Wei, honorably discharged, 3 tours overseas, 12 years of mixed martial arts instruction afterward. Dead at 32 because a construction site's scaffolding collapsed onto a school bus, and he'd thrown himself over a 7-year-old girl without thinking. He remembered the impact. The darkness. And then, this. A translucent blue panel materialized in front of his face, hovering like a holographic display. Elder Brother System, activated, host, Xiao Lei, Chen Wei, status, transmigration successful, core directive, protect your family. Grow without limit, guardian points, GP, 0, current cultivation, doge, 3rd star. Xiao Lei stared at the panel. Then he closed his eyes, opened them, and stared at it again. It didn't disappear. A system, he muttered. I'm in a system novel. But it wasn't just any world. The names, Xiao Yan, Xiao Yan, Wutan City, he recognized them all. He'd read this story before, years ago, during a deployment when a buddy had gotten him hooked on translated web novels. Battle Through the Heavens. A sprawling cultivation epic about a young genius who fell from grace and clawed his way back to the top. And the protagonist of that story was his younger brother. Xiao Lei sat on the edge of the bed and pressed his palms against his temples, trying to process the implications. Xiao Yan was 16, had been regressing in cultivation for 3 years because an ancient alchemist named Yao Lao was sealed in a ring that was unknowingly draining his do qi. In the original story, everything worked out. Xiao Yan discovered Yao Lao, trained like a madman, and became a legend. But the original story had no older brother. I shouldn't exist, Xiao Lei said aloud. The system panel pulsed in response, as if amused. Correct. You are an anomaly. Your existence changes the trajectory of this world. Protect your family, and the system will ensure you have the power to do so. He stood slowly, testing his body. Weak. Painfully weak compared to what he was used to. A doge at the 3rd star was barely above a civilian, a martial arts student who could maybe throw a decent punch enhanced with a trickle of do qi. But his mind was sharp, his instincts honed by years of real combat, and the memories of the original Xiao Lei gave him a complete understanding of this world's martial arts foundations. He walked to the window and pushed open the wooden shutters. Wutan City spread out below him, terracotta rooftops, bustling market streets, and beyond the city walls, rolling green hills dotted with forests. The Xiao clan compound occupied an entire district, its grand halls and training courtyards connected by covered walkways. Servants moved between buildings. Young disciples practiced basic forms in the morning courtyard. And somewhere in this compound, a 16-year-old boy was enduring the worst period of his life, mocked by peers who once envied him, pitied by elders who once praised him. Xiao Lei clenched his fist. I don't know why I'm here, he said quietly. But if there's one thing I know how to do, it's protect someone who can't protect themselves yet. The system pulsed. Guardian Protocol, initiated, begin accumulating Guardian points through protective actions. First milestone, 1000 GP, unlock threat radar ability. He took a deep breath, squared his shoulders, and walked out the door. The hallway beyond was wide, paved with polished stone, and lit by cultivator-grade luminous pearls set into wall sconces. Servants moved past with downcast eyes and hurried steps, offering quiet greetings of young Master Lei without slowing. The original Xiao Lei's memories told him this was normal. The eldest son was respected out of obligation, not admiration. That was fine. Xiao Lei didn't need admiration. He needed information, and he needed strength. The system's blue panel still hovered at the edge of his vision, patient and waiting, like a weapon that hadn't been drawn yet. He flexed his hands, feeling the unfamiliar weakness of this body, and made himself a promise. Whatever it took. however long it took. He would become strong enough to stand between his family and every storm this world could throw at them. Time to be an older brother. Chapter 2. The Xiao clan compound was larger than Xiao Lei expected. The original body's memories painted it as familiar territory, but experiencing it through a soldier's eyes was different. He automatically catalogued entry points, sight lines, patrol routes of the guards, and structural weaknesses in the walls. Old habits died hard, even across dimensions. The morning air was crisp, carrying the scent of cooking fires and the rhythmic sounds of disciples training in the courtyards. Xiao Lei walked with purpose, drawing occasional glances from servants who seemed surprised to see the eldest young master up this early. The original Xiao Lei, he gathered from the memories, had been something of a recluse. Steady training, minimal socializing, a vague sense of inadequacy compared to Xiao Yan's once legendary talent. Not lazy, but not driven either. A placeholder son. That ended today. He heard them before he saw them, 2 servant boys, maybe 14, carrying laundry baskets near the eastern courtyard. Their voices carried in the quiet morning. Did you see young Master Yan yesterday? Couldn't even break a training post. 3 years ago he shattered 3 in one strike. Fallen genius, more like fallen joke. My little sister hits harder than him now. They laughed, cruel and careless the way teenagers could be. Xiao Lei stopped walking. Something cold uncoiled in his chest, not anger exactly, but the particular stillness that preceded decisive action. He recognized it from his military days. The calm before you moved. He rounded the corner and stood in their path. The 2 boys froze. The eldest young master rarely interacted with servants, and when he did, it was with polite indifference. But the person standing before them now radiated something they'd never felt from Xiao Lei, a pressure that had nothing to do with cultivation and everything to do with killing intent. It wasn't Do Qi. It was 32 years of real-world combat experience concentrated into a stare that could make grown men reconsider their life choices. Say it again, Xiao Lei said softly. Say what you just said about my brother. I want to make sure I heard correctly. The laundry baskets trembled in their hands. Why, young Master Lei, you were mocking a member of the main family. My family. He took 1 step forward. The boys took 2 steps back. Xiao Yan's cultivation is his business. Not yours. Not anyone's. If I hear his name in your mouths again, I'll personally ensure you spend the next year cleaning the beast stables. With your tongues. He held the stare for 3 heartbeats. Then he turned and walked away. Behind him, 2 laundry baskets hit the ground as the boys scrambled in the opposite direction. A soft chime sounded in his mind. Family member defended from social harm, plus 50 guardian points, current GP, 50, Xiao Lei allowed himself a small smile. 50 points from scaring 2 teenagers. He could work with this. He continued toward the eastern courtyard, where the original memories told him Xiao Yan trained alone every morning. As he approached, he heard the familiar sounds, the thud of fists against practice posts, heavy breathing, the occasional frustrated grunt. He stopped at the courtyard entrance and observed. Xiao Yan was smaller than he'd imagined. 16 years old but lean, almost gaunt, with dark eyes that burned with a mixture of determination and barely contained rage. He was striking a wooden training post with bare fists, his form technically sound but his Do Qi output pitifully weak. Every hit should have dented the wood, instead, his knuckles split and bled. Xiao Yan sensed someone watching and spun around. When he saw Xiao Lei, his expression cycled through surprise, wariness, and finally settled on a defensive blankness. Brother, he said flatly. Come to train? There was a bite to the word brother, not hatred, but the resentment of someone who expected disappointment. The original Xiao Lei had been distant, neither supporting nor mocking Xiao Yan. Just absent. In some ways, that was worse than outright cruelty. Xiao Lei walked into the courtyard and sat down on a stone bench near the training post. He looked at Xiao Yan's bleeding knuckles. Wrap your hands first, he said. Broken knuckles don't build character, they build arthritis. Xiao Yan blinked. What? Your form is solid. Your power output is low, but that's not a technique problem. He met Xiao Yan's eyes directly. Sit down. Let me wrap those for you. I don't need, sit down, Xiao Yan. Something in his tone, the quiet authority of a man who had commanded soldiers, made Xiao Yan obey before he realized what he was doing. He sat on the bench, and Xiao Lei took his hands, examining the split skin with practiced efficiency. He found a clean cloth in his robe and began wrapping the knuckles. The servants talk about you, Xiao Lei said as he worked. I know you hear them. Xiao Yan's jaw tightened. I don't care what they say. Yes, you do. And that's fine. It means you still have pride. He finished wrapping and held Xiao Yan's hands for a moment longer. Then he looked his younger brother in the eye. I don't care if the whole world laughs at you. You're my brother. That means something to me, even if I've been too stupid to show it until now. Xiao Yan stared at him. His eyes were wide, his mouth slightly open, and for a moment the defensive armor cracked and Xiao Lei saw the boy underneath, tired, hurt, desperately lonely, clinging to hope by his fingernails. Why now? Xiao Yan whispered. 3 years of this, and you say this now? Xiao Lei didn't have an answer that would make sense. I literally just arrived in this body yesterday, wasn't going to fly. So he said the truth that lived underneath the circumstances. Because I woke up this morning and realized I'd been wasting time. I won't waste any more. A long moment passed. Xiao Yan pulled his hands back, flexing them inside the wrappings. He didn't smile, he was too raw for that, but something shifted in his eyes. A tiny, fragile flicker of trust. Don't make promises you can't keep, brother. I don't. Xiao Yan stood and returned to the training post. This time, his strikes were slightly sharper. Not stronger, his condition wouldn't allow that yet, but more focused. As if someone believing in him had reminded his body what it was capable of. Bond with Xiao Yan strengthened, bloodline resonance, unlocked, dormant, will activate when Xiao Yan's cultivation recovers, plus 200 guardian points, current GP, 250, Xiao Lei watched his brother train and let the warmth of those points settle into his chest. 250 GP. It wasn't much. But it was a foundation. And foundations were what you built empires on. Chapter 3. Over the next 2 days, Xiao Lei established a new routine that confused the entire Xiao clan household. He woke before dawn, ran the perimeter of the compound 3 times, a habit that bewildered the guards, who had never seen a young master voluntarily exercise beyond cultivation training, then spent 2 hours practicing basic Xiao clan martial forms. His technique was technically sound thanks to the original body's muscle memory, but his power output was embarrassingly low. A doge at the 3rd star was, to put it bluntly, mediocre. In the hierarchy of this world's power, he was a candle in a forest of bonfires. But Xiao Lei had never in either life measured himself against others. He measured himself against yesterday. And every day, yesterday lost. On the 3rd morning, his routine was interrupted by a clan assembly summons. All family members of sufficient rank were required to attend. It was a quarterly resource allocation meeting, and this one promised to be contentious. The main hall of the Xiao clan was an imposing chamber with pillars carved to resemble coiling dragons and a raised dais where the clan patriarch sat. Xiao Zhan occupied the central seat, looking every inch the leader, broad-shouldered, dignified, his cultivation aura steady at Doshi 7 star. But Xiao Lei's trained eye caught what others missed, the slight pallor beneath the tan, the way Xiao Zhan favored his left side, the almost imperceptible tremor in his hands when he gripped the armrests. His father was not well. The original memories held no explanation, but Xiao Lei's instincts, military, medical, parental, told him something was wrong beyond simple aging. 30-odd family members and elders filled the hall. Xiao Yan stood near the back, arms crossed, expression stone. He wore his resentment like armor, and most of the room pretended he didn't exist. Xiao Lei took a position near the front, where the main family heirs were expected to stand. Several elders glanced at him with mild surprise. The eldest young master rarely attended these meetings. The discussion proceeded predictably for the first half hour: trade revenues, training ground allocations, disciple rankings. Then Elder Xiao Song rose. He was a thin man with a sharp face and sharper tongue, head of a powerful branch family faction. He had been jockeying for increased influence for years, and Xiao Yan's decline had given him the leverage he needed. Patriarch, Xiao Song began, his voice carrying the oily smoothness of a practiced politician. I raise a matter of resource efficiency. For 3 years, the main family has allocated Tier 2 cultivation resources to young Master Xiao Yan, spirit crystals, doqi pills, training chamber access. In that same period, his cultivation has regressed from Doge 9 star to Doge 2 star. This represents a significant waste of clan resources. Murmurs rippled through the hall. Xiao Yan's jaw clenched so hard Xiao Lei could see the muscles jumping from 15 feet away. I propose, Xiao Song continued, that these resources be reallocated to more promising disciples. Specifically, no. The single word cut through the murmurs like a blade. Every head turned toward Xiao Lei. He hadn't planned to speak. But the moment Elder Xiao Song opened his mouth to strip resources from Xiao Yan, something inside Xiao Lei, something that was neither the system nor the borrowed memories but purely Chen Wei, the man who threw himself in front of a bus for a stranger's child, refused to stay silent. Xiao Lei stepped forward into the open floor between the audience and the dais. He met Elder Xiao Song's eyes without flinching. Clan Law, Section 12, Article 9, he said calmly. Resource allocation to main family direct heirs is determined by the Patriarch and requires a 3/4 elder vote to override. That vote has not been called. Your proposal is procedurally invalid. Silence. Elder Xiao Song's eye twitched. Furthermore, Xiao Lei continued, the same clan law states that any elder seeking to strip resources from a main family heir must demonstrate that the heir has committed a dereliction of duty, abandoning training, criminal behavior, or betrayal of the clan. Xiao Yan trains every single day. His dedication is beyond question. His regression is a medical anomaly, not a character failing. He paused, letting the words settle. Then he looked around the room at the assembled elders. Are we a clan that abandons its children when they struggle? Or are we a family that stands together? More silence. Xiao Zhan's expression was unreadable, but his grip on the armrest had tightened. Elder Xiao Song recovered quickly. His smile widened, gaining a predatory edge. Fine words from the eldest young master. But words are wind. If you're so confident in Xiao Yan's recovery, perhaps you'd be willing to back that confidence with something tangible. He leaned forward. Stake your own cultivation resources on it. If Xiao Yan hasn't recovered to Doj 7-star within 1 year, your Tier 2 allocation goes to the branch family training program. The murmurs intensified. It was a trap, a political maneuver that forced Xiao Lei to either put up or shut up. The original Xiao Lei would have backed down, unwilling to sacrifice his own advancement for an uncertain bet. But Xiao Lei was not the original. Done, he said, without a moment's hesitation. I accept the terms. The hall erupted in whispers. Elder Xiao Song's smile faltered. He hadn't expected agreement. Xiao Zhan stood from his seat, clearly about to intervene, but Xiao Lei met his father's eyes and gave the slightest shake of his head. Trust me. In the back of the room, Xiao Yan stared at his older brother with an expression that defied easy description. Confusion, gratitude, anger at being spoken about, hope he was terrified to feel, all of it warring behind his dark eyes. Major protective act, staked personal resources to defend family member status, plus 500 guardian points, current GP, 750, milestone approaching, 1000 GP, threat radar on lock. Xiao Lei left the hall before the meeting concluded, his heart hammering. He'd just gambled his cultivation resources on a bet he knew he'd win. Xiao Yan would recover, he was certain of it, thanks to Yao Lao, but the political implications were enormous. He'd drawn a line in the sand. He'd declared himself Xiao Yan's champion. Footsteps behind him. He turned to find Xiao Zhan standing in the corridor, expression stern. My study. Now. Chapter 4. Xiao Zhan's study was a reflection of the man himself, organized, practical, with one wall dedicated to maps of Wutan City and the surrounding regions, and another lined with cultivation manuals. A half-finished cup of medicinal tea sat on the desk, its aroma bitter and complex. The patriarch closed the door and turned to face his eldest son. What was that? Xiao Lei met his father's gaze steadily. A necessary intervention. You staked your resources. Your advancement depends on those resources, Lei. You're already, he stopped himself, but the unspoken word hung in the air. Behind. You're already behind. Already mediocre? Xiao Lei supplied calmly. I know my reputation in the clan, father. The steady but unremarkable eldest son. The one no one worries about because no one expects anything from. Xiao Zhan's expression tightened with something that might have been guilt. That's not, it's fine. I don't need the clan's expectations. What I need is for Xiao Yan to have space to recover without being stripped of his resources and dignity. And you're so certain he'll recover? Xiao Lei chose his next words carefully. He couldn't reveal that he knew about Yao Lao, not yet. But he could offer the truth from a different angle. I've been watching him train, father. Every morning, alone, bleeding knuckles, zero quit. A boy who trains like that doesn't stay down. His regression isn't permanent. I'd stake more than resources on it. I'd stake my life. Something cracked in Xiao Zhan's composure. Not the stern patriarch, not the clan leader, the father. His eyes glistened. 3 years, he said hoarsely. 3 years I've watched him suffer and I couldn't do anything. I'm the patriarch, and I couldn't protect my own son from whispers. Xiao Lei crossed the study and did something the original Xiao Lei had never done. He placed his hand on his father's shoulder and gripped firmly. You protect the whole clan. Let me protect Xiao Yan. That's what big brothers are for. Xiao Zhan stared at his eldest son as if seeing him for the first time. Then he covered Xiao Lei's hand with his own and squeezed. When did you grow up, Lei? Recently, Xiao Lei said, and meant it literally. Bond with Xiao Zhan strengthened, plus 300 guardian points, current GP, 1050, milestone reached, 1000 GP, new ability unlocked, threat radar, passive detection of danger to bonded family members. Current range, 100 meters. Detects killing intent, poison, schemes, and ambushes. The moment threat radar activated, the world shifted. It was like gaining a sixth sense, a subtle awareness that thrummed beneath his normal perception. He could feel Xiao Zhan's presence as a warm golden dot in his awareness. Beyond the walls, 2 more dots glowed faintly, Xiao Yan in the eastern courtyard, and a dimmer signal he identified as a distant cousin he'd briefly met. No threats in range. For now. He left his father's study with a new clarity of purpose. The system was real, the power was real, and every act of protection brought him closer to the strength he needed to shield his family from the storms he knew were coming. Because Xiao Lei remembered the story, he knew what was approaching, the humiliation of the engagement cancellation, the misty cloud sex aggression, the Hall of Souls lurking in the shadows, and enemies that dwarfed anything this small city could imagine. He had maybe 3 years before the really dangerous events began. Time to get to work. Chapter 5. Night training became Xiao Lei's secret weapon. While the clan slept, he slipped out of his quarters and made his way to an abandoned training ground on the compound's western edge. Overgrown with weeds and forgotten since a storage building collapsed nearby, it offered privacy and space, exactly what he needed. He pulled up the system interface and navigated to the Technique Store. Guardian Technique Store, available with current GP, 1050, Iron Bastion Palm, 800 GP, Type, Defensive Combat Art, Description, creates chi barriers from palm strikes. Each barrier can absorb one attack up to 2 ranks above user's level. Stackable up to 3 barriers simultaneously at current rank. Thunder Counter, 1500 GP, Type, Counterattack Art, Description, absorbs and redirects enemy force back at attacker with 150% amplification. Requires precise timing. Locked, insufficient GP, Guardian's Pulse, 500 GP, Type, Emergency Ability, Description, send a burst of protective energy to a bonded family member within range. Temporarily boosts their defense by 30% for 10 seconds. Range equals threat radar range. Xiao Lei studied the options. Iron Bastion Palm was the obvious choice, a defensive technique that could protect both himself and others. Guardian's Pulse was tempting for emergencies, but he needed combat capability first. Purchase, Iron Bastion Palm, 800 GP, confirmed. Remaining GP, 250, imprinting technique, the sensation was extraordinary. Knowledge poured into his muscles, his tendons, his reflexes, not just intellectual understanding but physical mastery. His palms tingled with new pathways of do qi flow. He instinctively raised his right hand and pushed outward. A translucent blue barrier materialized in the air, roughly 3 feet in diameter, shimmering like a soap bubble made of crystal. It held for 2 seconds before dissipating. Weak, he muttered. At Do J3 star, his do qi reserves were laughably shallow. The technique was A grade, but he was powering it with a D grade engine. He spent the next 3 hours practicing. By the end, he could manifest a barrier in 0.8 seconds and hold it for 4 seconds. Not battlefield ready, but survivable in a pinch. As he sat cooling down, sweat soaking through his training clothes, threat radar pinged. Not a danger ping, more of an anomaly notification. From the east, beyond the compound walls. Something was watching the Xiao clan. The signal was faint, right at the edge of his 100-meter range, and it vanished as soon as he focused on it. Xiao Lei's instincts, honed by years of counterinsurgency operations, locked onto the anomaly. Someone had been surveilling the compound and had either withdrawn or masked their presence the moment he detected them. Coincidence? He didn't believe in those. Not in a world where the Hall of Souls existed and his family's destiny intersected with cosmic-level threats. He memorized the direction, due east, toward the back mountains beyond the city, and filed it for later investigation. For now, he was too weak to pursue unknown threats. He sat in the darkness of the abandoned training ground for a long time after the ping faded, replaying the sensation. It hadn't felt like a doshi or even a dodoshi. It had felt vast. Like standing at the edge of an ocean and sensing something enormous moving beneath the surface. In his previous life, that feeling had a name, strategic level threat. The kind of threat that individuals didn't fight, the kind that required infrastructure, alliances, and preparation measured in months or years. He had none of those things. Yet. But he was a patient man. Patience and preparation had kept him alive through 3 combat deployments. They would keep his family alive through whatever was lurking to the east. He stood, stretched muscles that ached from 3 hours of practice, and walked back to his quarters through the sleeping compound. Tomorrow, he would train harder. The day after, harder still. The race had begun, and he didn't even know who he was racing against. But not for long. Chapter 6. 2 weeks passed. Xiao Lei trained relentlessly, improved his Iron Bastion Palm, and slowly accumulated GP through daily protective acts, walking Xiao Yan home from training to discourage bullying disciples, checking Xiao Zhan's tea for tampering, a habit that earned him strange looks but felt necessary, mediating a dispute between branch family cousins that was escalating toward violence. Small acts. 50 GP here, 30 there. His total crept toward 700. Then the day arrived that he'd been dreading. Nalan Yenren came to the Xiao clan. The entire compound buzzed with the news before she even arrived. Nalan Yenren, daughter of the Nalan family, one of the Jiama Empire's 3 great clans. She'd been betrothed to Xiao Yan since childhood, an arrangement between patriarchs. But in the 3 years since Xiao Yan's decline, the Nalan family had grown embarrassed by the connection. Now, with Nalan Yenren accepted as a disciple of the Misty Cloud Sect, the gap between them was a canyon. She had come to break the engagement. Xiao Lei stood in the main hall alongside the rest of the assembled clan, watching the doors. He'd positioned himself near the front, 3 steps to Xiao Yan's left. His brother's face was a mask of forced indifference, but his hands were trembling at his sides. The doors opened. Nalan Yenren entered like a painting come to life, ethereal beauty, flowing white robes embroidered with cloud patterns, a sword at her hip that spoke of real martial skill. She was maybe 17, carrying herself with the confidence of someone who had been told she was special every day of her life and had no reason to doubt it. Behind her walked an older woman in misty cloud sect elder robes, Yun Ling, her master. A doshi at the 8th star, far beyond anyone in the Xiao clan except perhaps Xiao Yan himself. The hall fell silent. Nalan Yanren's gaze swept the room and found Xiao Yan. Something flickered in her expression, guilt? Relief? Xiao Lei couldn't tell. She stepped forward and spoke in a clear, carrying voice. Patriarch Xiao Yan. I, Nalan Yanren, have come to formally request the dissolution of my engagement to Xiao Yan. The circumstances that bound our families have changed. I believe it is in both parties' interest too, no. For the second time in a month, Xiao Lei's voice cut through a hall full of people. But this time, he didn't stand still. He walked forward until he stood between Nalan Yanren and the dais where his father sat. Nalan Yanren's eyes widened. She studied his face with genuine confusion. And you are? Xiao Lei. Eldest son of Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's older brother. A ripple of whispers. Nalan Yanren's brow furrowed. I wasn't aware Xiao Yan had an older brother. Most people aren't. That's about to change. He kept his voice calm, his posture relaxed but immovable. You want to dissolve the engagement. That's your right. But you'll do it with respect for my brother's dignity, or you'll answer to me. Respect? Nalan Yanren's expression hardened. I've come in person, to the Xiao clan's own hall, to publicly humiliate a 16-year-old boy whose only crime is going through a difficult period. Yes, I noticed the public spectacle. He gestured at the packed hall. If you truly cared about dignity, you would have sent a private letter. This is a performance. Nalan Yanren opened her mouth, then closed it. Her cheeks colored, he'd struck a nerve because he was right, and she knew it. Behind her, Yun Ling's eyes narrowed. The elder stepped forward, and the temperature in the hall dropped. Young man, Yun Ling said coolly, you presume to lecture a disciple of the Misty Cloud sect? Chapter 7. Do-Chi pressure erupted from Yun Ling like an invisible wave. Do-Chi at the 8th star, a cultivation realm that put her leagues beyond anyone under 40 in the Xiao clan. The weaker clan members staggered. Xiao Yan's face paled. Even Xiao Yan leaned forward, ready to intervene. The pressure hit Xiao Lei like a wall of concrete. His knees buckled. His vision blurred. Every instinct screamed at him to submit, to bow before a superior force. At Do-J 3 star, he should have been flattened. But something ignited in his chest. The system blazed to life. Threat detected, family members under pressure-based intimidation, guardian mode, active, temporary boost, +2 full star levels for 60 seconds, warning, significant backlash after duration expires. Power flooded his meridians, raw, scalding, intoxicating. His Do-Chi surged from Do-J 3 star to Do-J 9 star in an instant. Not a real breakthrough, but a temporary ascension that filled every cell with blazing energy. Xiao Lei straightened. His aura exploded outward, meeting Yun Ling's pressure and holding it. The hall gasped as the two forces collided, visible distortions rippled through the air like heat waves. Yun Ling's eyes widened fractionally. A Do-J matching a Do-Shi's pressure? Impossible. Yet here he stood. I'm not lecturing anyone, Xiao Lei said through gritted teeth, the effort of maintaining the boost audible in his strained voice. I'm negotiating. There's a difference. He turned his gaze to Nalan Yanren, who was staring at him with genuine shock. Here's my proposal. The engagement stands for now. Give Xiao Yan 3 years. At the end of those 3 years, if he can defeat you in single combat, the engagement is renewed and the Nalan family publicly apologizes for today's spectacle. Nalan Yanren's eyes flashed. And if he can't? Then the engagement is dissolved cleanly, with no dishonor to either side. Both families walk away whole. Silence stretched through the hall. Yun Ling glanced at Nalan Yanren, who was doing rapid mental calculations. 3 years. Nalan Yanren was training under a Misty Cloud elder, she'd advance rapidly. The idea that a fallen genius like Xiao Yan could catch up seemed laughable. 3 years, Nalan Yanren said slowly. I accept. She turned to leave, pausing at the door. Over her shoulder, she looked at Xiao Lei with an expression that mingled respect and curiosity. I look forward to seeing if your brother matches your courage. Then she was gone. The moment the doors closed, the timer ran out. Xiao Lei felt the guardian mode boost drain from him like water from a shattered glass. The backlash hit, his Do-Chi meridian screamed, his vision tunneled, and he stumbled forward, catching himself on the edge of the dais. Xiao Yan was at his side instantly, grabbing his arm. Lei. I'm fine, Xiao Lei lied, tasting copper. Just need to sit down. In the back of the hall, Xiao Yan stood rooted in place, staring at his brother with an expression that had finally settled into something identifiable. Hope. Chapter 8. Xiao Yan study, again. But this time, the patriarch's expression wasn't stern, it was bewildered. Explain, Xiao Yan said, pouring tea with slightly unsteady hands. Your cultivation was Doj 3rd star at last month's assessment. What I felt in that hall was at least 9th star, possibly beyond. How? Xiao Lei accepted the tea and bought time with a sip. He'd prepared for this question. Secret training, he said. I've been pushing myself harder than anyone knows, father, training at night, experimenting with pressure techniques. I learned to compress and release my do qi in bursts. It's not sustainable, but in a moment of need, I can spike my output temporarily. It was a plausible lie wrapped around an impossible truth. Xiao Yan studied his son's face, searching for deception. What he found instead was something that hadn't been there a month ago: steel. A core of absolute resolve that transformed his eldest son from a background character to someone who commanded attention. You've changed, Lei, Xiao Yan said quietly. I don't understand how or why, but you've changed. I woke up. Xiao Yan set down his tea. His hand trembled again, that persistent tremor Xiao Lei had noticed before. I should have been the one to stand against that woman's pressure. I'm the patriarch. It's my responsibility too, father. Xiao Lei leaned forward. You protect the clan. Every day, you carry the weight of 500 people on your shoulders. Let me carry the weight of one. Let me carry Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's eyes glistened for the second time in Xiao Lei's brief tenure as his son. The patriarch blinked hard, mastered himself, and nodded. I don't know what happened to my quiet, steady eldest son, he murmured. But I think I prefer the version sitting in front of me. Bond with Xiao Yan strengthened, plus 300 guardian points, current GP, 1,350. After leaving the study, Xiao Lei found a secluded spot and assessed his situation honestly. The guardian mode boost had been spectacular but terrifying. 60 seconds of Doj 9-star power, followed by a backlash that left him shaking for an hour. And Yun Ling had only been releasing partial pressure. If she'd attacked seriously, his barrier would have shattered. He was still Doj 3-star in reality. That had to change. He opened the system interface and navigated to Cultivation Advancement. Cultivation Breakthrough, current, Doj, 3-star, advanced to Doj, 5-star, 300 GP, advanced to Doj, 7-star, 600 GP, after advancing to 5-star, he had 1,350 GP. Enough for both. Advanced to Doj, 5-star, 300 GP, confirmed. Breakthrough in progress, the sensation was like drinking liquid fire. Do Qi flooded his meridians, expanding channels that had been narrow as thread into pathways as wide as fingers. His muscles tightened, his bones hummed, and his perception sharpened. When it passed, he felt, for the first time in this body, genuinely strong. Not strong enough. But closer. Advanced to Doj, 7-star, 600 GP, confirmed. Breakthrough in progress, this one hurt. Double the intensity, Do Qi searing through channels that weren't ready for the expansion. He bit down on his sleeve to muffle the grunt of pain. When it passed, he was panting, drenched in sweat, but his core blazed with power that would have been impossible a month ago. Current cultivation, Doj, 7-star, current GP, 450, 3 days of intensive training followed, consolidating the breakthroughs. By the end, his body had accepted the new power level fully. He could hold Iron Bastion palm barriers for 8 seconds now, manifest them in half a second, and stack 2 simultaneously. He wasn't ready for the coming storms. But he was no longer helpless. Chapter 9. The clan noticed. Whispers spread like wildfire through the Xiao compound. The eldest young master, the steady but unremarkable Xiao Lei, had jumped from Doj 3-star to 7-star in less than a week. In a world where each star could take months of grinding cultivation, this was extraordinary. Most attributed it to hidden pills or secret medicines. A few of the more perceptive elders suspected he'd been hiding his true level. Only Xiao Lei knew the truth, and the truth was too strange for anyone to guess. He was crossing the southern courtyard when a voice stopped him. Hold it. He turned. Xiao Yu stood blocking the pathway, arms crossed, her expression a mixture of suspicion and challenge. She was tall for her age, 18, lean and athletic, with sharp features and intelligent eyes that missed nothing. A sword hung at her hip, not decorative but well worn, the sheath scratched from regular use. Xiao Yu was a branch family daughter, technically Xiao Lei's cousin, though the relationship was distant. In the Xiao clan's hierarchy, branch family members were respected but never quite equal to the main line. Xiao Yu had spent her entire life fighting that inequality with raw talent, reaching Doj 8-star through discipline and stubbornness. And right now, she was looking at Xiao Lei like he was a puzzle she intended to solve by force if necessary. Doj 7-star, she said flatly. 2 weeks ago you were 3rd. Explain. Good morning to you too, cousin. Don't deflect. No one improves this fast without pills, forbidden techniques, or outright cheating. She took a step closer. Her Do Qi flickered around her like a heat mirage, she was unconsciously leaking combat intent. Which is it? Xiao Lei studied her. In the original story, Xiao Yu had been a minor character, a childhood companion for Xiao Yan, someone who appeared in early arcs and faded. But the woman standing before him was no minor character. She was fire wrapped in ice, a blade pretending to be a person. "Maybe I'm just a late bloomer," he said. Her eyes narrowed. "No one blooms this late. First time for everything." She held his gaze for a long moment, then her lips twitched, not quite a smile, but the ghost of one. "I don't believe you. But I'll find out the truth eventually." She turned to leave, then paused. "Whatever it is, don't let it destroy you. The clan needs you. More than you probably realize." She walked away, sword swaying at her hip, leaving Xiao Lei with the distinct impression that underestimating Xiao Yu would be a serious mistake. He also noticed, and his military instincts registered this with alarm, that she'd said the clan needs you, not Xiao Yan needs you. She saw the bigger picture. Branch family daughter or not, she was thinking at the strategic level. That evening, Xiao Lei sat in his quarters and reflected on the encounter. In the original story, Xiao Yu had been defined primarily by her relationship to Xiao Yan, a childhood companion, a sometimes rival, a footnote in someone else's epic. But the woman he'd met today wasn't a footnote. She was a chapter waiting to be written. And she was observant. Dangerously so. If anyone in the clan was going to figure out the truth about his sudden transformation, it would be her. He'd need to decide how much to share, and when. For now, keeping her at arm's length was the safer play. But something in the way she'd held his gaze, fearless, analytical, with just a sliver of warmth beneath the ice, told him that keeping Xiao Yu at arm's length was not a strategy that would work for long. Valuable. And potentially, dangerous. But for now, she was family. Chapter 10. The threat radar saved Xiao Yan's life on a Tuesday afternoon. Xiao Lei was reviewing Iron Bastion palm variations in his quarters when the radar screamed, not the subtle ping of surveillance, not the low hum of distant intent, but a full-spectrum alarm that felt like a knife dragging across the inside of his skull. Critical threat detected, target, Xiao Yan, threat level, 3x Doshi class hostiles, location, Back Mountain Training Ground, 2.3 kilometers northeast, time to engagement, imminent. Xiao Lei didn't think. He moved. Military training overrode everything else. He was out the window before his conscious mind finished processing the alert, sprinting across rooftops with Do Chi enhanced speed. At Do J 7-star, he could move roughly 3 times faster than an ordinary human, not fast enough, but he pushed harder, burning Chi reserves he couldn't afford to spend. The back mountain was a forested slope behind the Xiao clan compound, used by disciples for wilderness training. Xiao Yan often trained there alone, using the isolation to practice without the compound's prying eyes. Today, that isolation had become a trap. Xiao Lei heard the combat before he saw it, the clash of Do Chi, the splintering of trees, and Xiao Yan's defiant shout echoing through the forest. He burst through the tree line into a clearing and took in the scene in a heartbeat. 3 men. Black masks, dark clothing, no clan insignia, professionals. Their Do Chi signatures registered as Do Shi, one at the 4th star, one at the 5th, one at the 6th. Combined, they outclassed everyone in the Xiao clan except Xiao Zhan himself. Xiao Yan was backed against a boulder, blood streaming from a gash on his forehead. His stance was defiant but his body was trembling. At Do J 2-star, he was a rabbit cornered by wolves. He hadn't given up, though. His fists were raised, his teeth bared. The 6th-star assassin was pulling back for a finishing blow. "Hey!" All 4 heads turned. Xiao Lei launched himself forward, Iron Bastion palm blazing. He manifested a barrier between the 6th-star's fist and Xiao Yan's body. The punch hit the barrier, impact like a thunderclap, and the barrier shattered, but it absorbed enough force to send the assassin stumbling backward. "Another Xiao brat?" The 5th-star assassin sneered. "Kill them both. The client's paying by the head." Xiao Lei positioned himself in front of Xiao Yan. Do J 7-star versus 3 Do Shis. The math was impossible. He did it anyway. The 4th star came first, testing strike, a probing jab aimed at Xiao Lei's throat. He deflected with a military-style parry that surprised the assassin with its efficiency and countered with a palm strike to the solar plexus. Iron Bastion palm didn't just create barriers, it could concentrate defensive chi into a striking surface, hitting with the weight of a wall. The 4th star doubled over, winded. The 5th and 6th attacked simultaneously. Xiao Lei managed one barrier that blocked the 5th star's sword strike, but the 6th star's kick caught him in the ribs. He felt bones crack. Pain exploded across his left side. He spun with the impact instead of fighting it, converting the force into momentum, and hammered a double palm strike into the 5th star's chest. Not enough to injure seriously, but enough to create distance. "Brother, run!" Xiao Yan shouted. "Shut up and stay behind me." Xiao Lei snapped, and Xiao Yan, shocked by the authority in that voice, obeyed. The 6th star recovered and attacked again. This time, Xiao Lei couldn't block. The man's fist connected with his jaw, snapping his head sideways. Stars exploded across his vision. He tasted blood. A follow-up kick sent him sliding across the dirt. But he got up. He always got up. Combat alert, host sustained significant damage while protecting family member, guardian points accumulating in real time, current GP mid-combat, plus 800 and rising. The fourth star had recovered and all three were circling now, wary. Xiao Lei was outmatched, outgunned, and bleeding from his mouth and a cut over his ear. But he stood in front of his brother with his palms raised and his eyes flat and cold. He'd been outnumbered before. In Fallujah, in Helmand province, in a back alley in Saigon during shore leave when 3 drunk Marines decided to test the instructor. You didn't survive those situations by being stronger. You survived by being more willing to bleed. You want him? Xiao Lei said quietly. Come through me. They came. The next 4 minutes were the longest of his life. He couldn't match them in cultivation, so he matched them in brutality. Every martial arts technique he'd learned across 2 lifetimes came into play. Joint locks that didn't exist in this world, pressure point strikes that targeted nerve clusters cultivators never bothered to protect, footwork that minimized his profile and maximized their interference with each other. He took devastating hits. A sword cut across his back that exposed muscle. A do chi blast to his left shoulder that dislocated it. A knee to his stomach that nearly made him black out. But he gave back. Iron bastion palm barriers deployed at point-blank range, shattering against enemies' faces like fragmentation grenades. Counterstrikes that redirected their own force back at them. And the sheer, bewildering refusal to fall. The fourth star went down first, a palm strike to the temple that Xiao Lei landed by sacrificing his guard and taking a slash across his forearm. The fifth star followed when Xiao Lei caught his sword arm in a joint lock and broke it at the elbow with a technique no cultivator in this world had ever seen. The sixth star, alone now, looked at the bloody, swaying wreck of a Do J7 star who had just dismantled 2 Doshi fighters and, for the first time, showed fear. What are you? He whispered. I'm a big brother, Xiao Lei said, and drove his palm into the man's chest with every remaining ounce of chi he possessed. The barrier technique activated inside the man's body, a flat plane of crystallized chi that expanded against internal organs. The sixth star assassin screamed, vomited blood, and collapsed. The forest went quiet. Even the birds had stopped singing. The clearing looked like a war zone, shattered trees, torn earth, 3 unconscious assassins scattered like broken dolls. The air reeked of blood and ozone from discharged do chi. Xiao Yan hadn't moved from behind the boulder. He stood there with his fists still raised, frozen between the instinct to help and the reality that he'd have been killed in seconds if he'd tried. Tears of frustration and something fiercer streaked his cheeks, and he didn't bother wiping them. Silence fell over the clearing. Xiao Lei stood there, swaying, blood dripping from a dozen wounds. His left arm hung useless at his side. One eye was swelling shut. His ribs ground against each other with every breath. Then his legs gave out. He dropped to his knees, then fell forward. The last thing he registered before darkness took him was Xiao Yan's voice, raw with anguish, screaming his name. Major Protective Act, defeated 3 Doshi class enemies while sustaining life-threatening injuries to protect family member, plus 3,000 Guardian points, achievement unlocked, First Blood Guardian, bonus, healing factor LV1, accelerated wound recovery, minor wounds, hours, major wounds, days, current GP, 4,250, Chapter 11. Xiao Lei woke to the smell of medicinal salve and the sound of rain pattering against a window. He was back in his room, lying in his own bed, bandaged from neck to waist like a mummy. His left arm was splinted and strapped to his chest. The pain was a distant throb, dulled by some herbal painkiller that left a sweet, cloying taste in the back of his throat. He turned his head and found Xiao Yan sitting in a chair beside the bed. The boy looked like he hadn't slept. Dark circles under his eyes, dried blood still on his collar that might have been his own or his brother's. He was staring at Xiao Lei with an intensity that could have melted steel. You're awake, Xiao Yan said. His voice was rough. How long? 2 days. Father had every healer in the clan working on you. You had 4 broken ribs, a dislocated shoulder, a fractured jaw, and enough cuts too. His voice broke. He mastered it. You almost died. But I didn't. You fought 3 doshis. You're a doj. I'm aware. Why? The word came out as something between a demand and a plea. Why would you do that? You could have called the guards. You could have, and they would have arrived to find your body. Xiao Lei met his brother's eyes. I got there in time. That's what matters. Xiao Yan stood abruptly, the chair scraping back. He walked to the window, presenting his back. His shoulders trembled. You bled for me, he said to the rain. In front of my eyes, you bled for me. And I couldn't do anything. I just stood there and watched my brother get torn apart because I'm too weak to stop. Xiao Yan fell silent. You're not weak. You're suppressed. There's a difference, and deep down, you know it. Xiao Lei paused, choosing his next words with care. I think you have a path to power that no one else understands yet. Something hidden. Something that will make all of this temporary. Xiao Yan turned slowly. His eyes were wet but sharp. How do you know that? Because I know you. And because people don't train every day with bleeding knuckles and zero progress unless some part of them knows the dam is about to break. A long silence. The rain intensified outside. Xiao Yan walked back to the chair and sat down. When he spoke, it was barely above a whisper. I have a way to get stronger. I can't tell you what it is yet, but it's real. Give me those 3 years. I'll make them count. Xiao Lei nodded, even though it hurt. I know you will. And I'll make sure no one interrupts you. Xiao Yan reached out and gripped his brother's uninjured hand. The grip was fierce, almost painfully tight, the grip of someone holding onto the first lifeline they'd been thrown in 3 years. Thank you, brother. Bond with Xiao Yan, Level 3, Brotherhood, Bloodline Resonance, Active, 15% Mutual Cultivation Boost when within 50 meters, plus 500 GP, current GP, 4,750. After Xiao Yan left, Xiao Lei assessed his body. The healing factor was working, he could feel the accelerated cell regeneration. Bones knitting faster than any natural process. Give it 3 days and he'd be mobile. A week and he'd be combat ready. He used the time productively. 4,750 GP was a war chest. Advanced to Doshi, 1 star, 1,000 GP, confirmed. The breakthrough rocked his bed frame. His Do Chi reserves doubled, then tripled, as his meridian network expanded into the Doshi configuration. The pain was exquisite, every channel in his body widened, every cell restructured to accommodate the higher energy density. When it passed, he lay gasping, but stronger. Genuinely, fundamentally stronger. Doshi. The first meaningful rank. At this level, he could stand against most threats in Wutan City without relying on system boosts. But most wasn't all. And the threats coming weren't from Wutan City. Current cultivation, Doshi, 1 star, current GP, 3,750, he had more to spend, but he forced himself to save. Breakthroughs without consolidation led to unstable foundations. He'd advance more once his body fully healed and adapted. For now, he closed his eyes and listened to the rain. 3 assassins. Doshi level. Someone wanted Xiao Yan dead. The question was who, and the answer would shape everything that came next. Chapter 12. Recovery took 5 days instead of the projected week, thanks to the healing factor. Xiao Lei was back on his feet by the 6th morning, testing his body in the abandoned training ground with careful intensity. Everything worked. Better than before, actually. Doshi 1 star was a quantum leap from Doji. His iron bastion palm barriers were denser, faster to manifest, and could absorb Doshi level strikes without shattering. His physical speed and strength had increased proportionally. He spent the first week back on his feet doing 2 things, training and investigating. The training was straightforward. Consolidating his Doshi 1 star foundation, refining iron bastion palm, and beginning to develop his own combat style, a blend of modern martial arts principles and Do Chi techniques that no native cultivator would expect. The investigation was harder. The 3 assassins had been wearing generic black, carrying no identification, using no clan-specific techniques. Professional work. But Xiao Lei had stripped them of their weapons before Xiao Yan called the guards, and one detail nagged him. The 4th star assassin's sword had a maker's mark on the tang, hidden beneath the grip wrapping. A crescent moon over a flame. Xiao Lei spent 2 days cross-referencing that mark with the original body's memories and the clan's commercial records. The crescent flame mark belonged to a blacksmith in Wutan City's market district who exclusively served the Xiao Lei clan. The Xiao Lei clan. One of the 3 great clans of Wutan City, alongside the Xiao and the Ao Ba. They'd been commercial rivals with the Xiao clan for generations, competing for control of the city's auction house and trade routes. In the original story, they were early arc antagonists, dangerous locally but insignificant in the broader world. But they'd crossed a line. Hiring assassins to kill a main family heir was an act of shadow war, punishable by the city lord if proven. The key word was proven. Over the next month, Xiao Lei applied every intelligence-gathering technique he'd learned in military service. He tailed Xiao Lei clan messengers. He bribed a tavern keeper frequented by their mercenary contacts. He analyzed their financial records through the auction house's public transaction logs, identifying suspicious payments that aligned with the assassination timeline. He compiled everything into a dossier, methodical and airtight, that would have impressed his old commanding officer. Each page was cross-referenced. Each conclusion was supported by at least 2 independent sources. The evidence chain was unbroken from Xiao Lei Bai's personal seal on a payment receipt to the crescent flame maker's mark on the assassin's blade. It was, in a word, devastating. The kind of intelligence package that didn't just prove guilt, it proved premeditation, scope, and ongoing criminal enterprise. Meanwhile, the GP trickled in from daily protection, intercepting a shipment of poisoned wine intended for the Xiao clan's ancestral hall banquet, traced back to a disgruntled servant paid by a Xiao Lei intermediary. Plus 200 GP, identifying and reporting a spy in the Xiao clan's servant quarters, a cook's assistant who had been reporting guard rotations. Plus 150 GP, defeating a group of mercenaries scouting the Xiao clan's northern trade caravan route, 4 fighters, none above Do J9 star, dispatched efficiently and quietly. Plus 300 GP, each act was invisible to the clan at large. Xiao Lei operated like a one-man counterintelligence agency, and the system rewarded him consistently. By the end of the month, he'd accumulated enough GP to advance further. Advance to Doshi, 3 star, 600 GP, confirmed, the advancement was smoother this time. His body had adapted to the process, and each breakthrough felt less like being torn apart and more like stretching a muscle that had been cramped. Doshi 3 star. Solid. Reliable. Still not enough for what was coming, but enough for today. Current GP, 2100, threat radar range, 200 meters, the expanded radar immediately picked up something interesting. Xiao Yu, following him at a distance. She'd been doing it for 3 days now, he realized, just outside his old detection range. Clever girl. She'd calculated his awareness radius and stayed beyond it. But the upgrade had just extended his reach. And tonight, she was within range. Chapter 13. Xiao Lei let Xiao Yu follow him to the northern trade route, where he intercepted a small band of highway robbers targeting a Xiao clan supply wagon. 5 men, the strongest a Do J8 star. At his current level, it was barely a workout. He dealt with them efficiently, iron bastion palm to block, precise strikes to disable, no kills. The wagon guards, who had been cowering, stared at him with open-mouthed gratitude. He sent them on their way and turned around. Xiao Yu was standing at the edge of the tree line, arms crossed, looking at him like a scientist who'd just confirmed a hypothesis. How long have you known I was following you? She asked. 3 days. And you didn't confront me? I wanted you to see. He walked toward her. You deserve the truth, or at least as much of it as I can give. They sat on a fallen log as the night forest hummed around them. Xiao Lei told her a modified version of the truth, that he'd had awakening, a sudden expansion of his cultivation potential, and that he'd been using his new abilities to protect the clan from threats they didn't know existed. You're fighting a shadow war, Xiao Yu said. Not a question. Yes. Alone. Until now. She looked at him sharply. What do you mean, until now? I mean I could use help. Someone I trust, who can fight, who won't panic, and who cares about this clan as much as I do. He met her eyes. That's you, Xiao Yu. Something shifted in her expression. The perpetual guard she wore, the armor of a branch family daughter who'd spent her life proving she belonged, cracked just enough to show the person underneath. Not softness exactly, but warmth. I've been training with the sword since I was 8, she said quietly. But no one in this clan has ever asked me to use it for something that matters. I'm asking. She studied him for a long moment. Then she extended her hand. Partners? He took it. Partners. New protectee registered, Xiao Yu, bond established, level 1, alliance, plus 100 guardian points, current GP, 2200, they began training together the next morning. Xiao Yu was, he discovered, significantly more skilled than her Do J8 star rank suggested. Her sword work was precise and creative, and she had an instinct for reading opponents that reminded him of the best soldiers he'd served with. What she lacked was raw power and combat experience against serious opponents. He could help with both. He put her through drills that no cultivation trainer in this world would recognize, urban combat scenarios, ambush responses, fighting from disadvantageous positions, protecting a civilian, represented by a training dummy, while engaging multiple opponents. She adapted frighteningly fast. Within 2 weeks, she was a fundamentally different fighter. Same cultivation, same techniques, but with the tactical awareness and battle instincts to use them at twice their normal effectiveness. Her sword work, already technically precise, gained a lethal efficiency it had lacked before. She learned to read terrain, to use obstacles as allies, to transition from defense to offense in the space between heartbeats. More importantly, she learned to fight for someone other than herself. Xiao Lei drilled the concept relentlessly. In real combat, your positioning should always account for the people you're protecting. Every stance had a defensive component. Every attack created space for an ally. It went against everything she'd been taught. Branch family fighters trained to survive alone, because no one was coming to back them up. Learning to fight as part of a unit, to trust someone at her back, required her to unlearn years of self-reliance. But she did it. Because Xiao Lei had proven, repeatedly and at great personal cost, that he was worth trusting at her back. Where did you learn to fight like this? She asked one evening, breathing hard after a particularly brutal sparring session. This isn't any Xiao clan style I've ever seen. I had unusual teachers, he said. Which was true enough. Chapter 14. The investigation into the Xiao Lei clan's assassination attempt reached its conclusion on a cold morning when Xiao Lei sat in his quarters and reviewed the completed dossier for the final time. The evidence was damning. Financial records showing payments from Xiao Lei Bai, the clan's patriarch, to a mercenary broker. The broker's connection to the 3 assassins, established through witness testimony from the bribed tavern keeper. The blacksmith's maker's mark linking the weapons to Xiao Lei suppliers. And the poisoned wine and spy, both traceable to Xiao Lei intermediaries through a paper trail that would withstand any scrutiny. It wasn't just the assassination attempt. The Xiao Lei clan had been waging economic warfare against the Xiao clan for years, undercutting their auction house prices through smuggled goods, bribing trade officials to delay Xiao shipments, and funding the very bandit groups that plagued Xiao trade routes. Xiao Lei bound the dossier in a leather folder and requested a meeting with his father. Xiao Yan read the documents in silence. With each page, his expression darkened. By the end, his hands were shaking, not with his mysterious ailment, but with rage. How long? The patriarch whispered. How long have they been doing this? At least 5 years, based on the financial trail. The assassination attempt was an escalation. They saw Xiao Yan's decline as an opportunity to strike while the main family was distracted. Xiao Yan set the dossier down and pressed his palms flat against the desk, as if grounding himself. And you gathered all of this alone? With some help from Xiao Yu. The patriarch looked up sharply. The branch family girl? She's more than a branch family girl, father. She's one of the most capable fighters our generation has. Xiao Yan held his gaze, then nodded slowly. Call an elder meeting. Tomorrow morning. Every elder, main and branch. Yes, father. And Lei, Xiao Yan's voice stopped him at the threshold. The patriarch leaned back in his chair, studying his eldest son with an expression that held equal parts pride and bewilderment. The branch family elders will resist. They'll see this as a main family power play, using the Xiao Lei situation to consolidate control. You'll need to present the evidence carefully. I've already drafted the presentation sequence, Xiao Lei said. Financial damage first, numbers they can feel in their own households. Then the assassination evidence. And finally the trade route intelligence, showing that the Xiao Lei campaign was designed to bleed every branch of the Xiao clan, not just the main line. Xiao Yan stared at him. You've been planning this for some time. Since the night the assassins came. The Xiao Lei clan didn't act on impulse, father. They planned for years. We need to be equally deliberate in our response. Deliberate. Xiao Yan turned the word over. Your brother fights with fire and instinct. You fight with patience and information. This clan is fortunate to have both. He paused, and something softer crossed his weathered face. Your mother would have been proud, Lei. She was always the strategist in this family. I was the sword. She was the hand that chose where it fell. The mention of his mother, their mother, sent an unexpected tremor through Xiao Lei's chest. The original body's memory stirred, fragments of warmth and the faint scent of lotus, and for a moment he was not a transmigrated soldier but a son grieving a parent he had never truly known. He swallowed. I'll make sure the meeting room is prepared. As he reached the door, Xiao Yan spoke once more. Lei. Who taught you to think like this? This isn't cultivation training. This is military intelligence. Xiao Lei paused at the door. Unusual teachers, he said again. And left. Chapter 15. The elder meeting was the largest in 3 years. 12 elders, representing both main and branch family factions, assembled in the Great Hall. Xiao Yan presided from the dais with Xiao Lei standing to his right, a position that raised eyebrows. Traditionally, only the heir apparent stood at the patriarch's right hand. Xiao Lei presented the dossier. He spoke clearly and without emotion, laying out each piece of evidence with the precision of a prosecuting attorney. The elders listened in increasingly stunned silence. When he finished, the room erupted. This is an act of war. We should march on the Xiao Lei compound tonight. Burn them out. Every last, Xiao Lei raised his hand. The room, surprisingly, quieted. A month ago, no one would have listened to the eldest young master. Now, after the engagement confrontation, the assassin fight, and this intelligence bombshell, he commanded a different kind of respect. Open warfare is what they want, he said. If we attack the Xiao Lei compound, we become the aggressors in the city lord's eyes. We lose the moral ground and potentially face sanctions that hurt us more than them. Elder Xiao Song leaned forward. Then what do you propose? It was the same elder who'd challenged him over Xiao Yan's resources. But his tone was different now, not hostile, but genuinely curious. Xiao Lei had earned that, grudgingly, through results, a strategic response. 3 prongs. He produced a second document, a battle plan he'd prepared the night before. First, present the dossier to the city lord and formally charge the Xiao Lei clan with attempted murder and economic sabotage. This puts them on the defensive legally and publicly. Second, use our auction house contacts to cut their supply lines. They rely on 3 major suppliers from the Stone Desert City region. We approach those suppliers with better terms and exclusive contracts. Third, approach the Aoba clan with an alliance proposal. They've been neutral, but they've also been losing market share to the Xiao Lei's illegal tactics. Give them a reason to choose our side. Silence. Then, slowly, Elder Xiao Song began to nod. This is remarkably thorough, the elder admitted, each word seeming to cost him something. I've underestimated you, young Master Lei. I'd rather you overestimated the threat, Xiao Lei replied. The plan was adopted unanimously. As the elders filed out, several stopped to nod at Xiao Lei or offer quiet words of approval. The political landscape within the clan was shifting. The eldest young master was no longer a background character. Xiao Lei used the aftermath to advance further. The GP from the meeting, protecting the clan through strategic planning, wasn't flashy, but it was steady. Clan protection through strategic planning, plus 200 GP, current cultivation, Doshi, 4-star, advanced quietly during consolidation training, current GP, 2400, the plan was working. The Xiao Lei clan was about to face consequences. Xiao Yan was training hard. The clan was stronger. But the threat radar's eastern anomaly still pinged occasionally, always at the edge of range, always vanishing before he could lock onto it. Something bigger was watching. Something that didn't care about petty clan politics. And it was getting closer. Chapter 16. 3 weeks after the elder meeting, the strategic plan bore fruit. The city lord, presented with Xiao Lei's dossier, officially sanctioned the Xiao Lei clan and placed their trade licenses under review. The Xiao Lei patriarch, Xiao Lei Bai, was furious but unable to retaliate openly. The evidence was too comprehensive, the political damage too severe. The Aoba clan, as Xiao Lei predicted, saw opportunity in the Xiao Lei's disgrace and quietly aligned with the Xiao clan on key commercial fronts. The supply line disruption was already costing the Xiao Lei clan significant revenue. Xiao Lei should have felt satisfaction. Instead, he felt the hollow restlessness that came from winning a battle while knowing the war had barely started. The Xiao Lei clan was a local threat, a city-scale problem with a city-scale solution. But the system on his wrist tracked dangers measured on continental scales, and every quiet morning in Wutan City felt like the calm before a storm he could hear but not yet see. He spent the quiet evenings training with Xiao Yu in the courtyard behind the eastern wing. Their sessions had evolved from instructor and student into something closer to equal partnership. She challenged him now, found gaps in his guard, pressed advantages that his military training had not accounted for. Her sword work had a fluidity that his more rigid combat style struggled to match, and the process of adapting to her attacks was making him a better fighter. "You're improving," she told him one evening, pulling a practice strike an inch from his throat. "You say that like it surprises you." "It does. Most main family heirs peak early and coast on talent. You actually work." She lowered the practice sword and gave him a look that was half assessment, half something warmer. "It's unusual, because behind the scenes, Xiao Yan's story was progressing exactly as he remembered. His brother was training in secret with Yao Lao. Xiao Lei could feel the ancient presence through his threat radar, a vast, deep signature emanating from Xiao Yan's location whenever the boy trained alone. Yao Lao's partial awakening registered as something between a protector and a force of nature. Xiao Lei didn't interfere. This was Xiao Yan's path, the core journey that would transform him from a fallen genius into one of the most powerful cultivators in existence. Interfering would be like trying to redirect a river. Even if you succeeded, you'd destroy the ecosystem downstream. Instead, he focused on a new and more immediate threat. His threat radar had been pinging with increasing frequency, not the eastern anomaly, but something closer. A Doshi 7-star presence that appeared in Wutan City 3 days ago, moving between the market district and the area near the Xiao Lei compound. A mercenary, based on movement patterns. And from the way the presence lingered near Xiao clan routes, this wasn't a social visit. Cross-referencing with the intelligence network he'd built, Xiao Lei identified the mercenary, Yi. A notorious sword for hire from the Stone Desert City region, known for assassination contracts and problem removal. His arrival in Wutan City coincided with the Xiao Lei clan's financial sanctions. Xiao Lei Bai was making a desperate move. Unable to attack the Xiao clan openly, he'd hired a professional killer. And the target, based on Yi's surveillance patterns, was Xiao Zhan. Kill the patriarch. Throw the clan into succession chaos. Reverse the sanctions while the Xiao clan was too fractured to fight back. It was a reasonable strategy, Xiao Lei admitted. If you were a reasonable kind of monster. He had 2 days before the upcoming trade fair, a public event where the city's clan leaders gathered under a temporary truce for commerce and negotiation. It was the perfect venue for an assassination, crowded, chaotic, with multiple escape routes. Xiao Lei began preparing. Chapter 17. The trade fair transformed Wutan City's central plaza into a maze of silk pavilions and merchant stalls. Clan banners fluttered from every pole, Xiao, Xiao Lei, Ao Ba, and dozens of minor families. The air smelled of roasting meat, exotic spices, and the ozone tang of demonstration-grade Do Chi techniques being performed by young disciples competing for attention. Xiao Zhan walked through the fair with the confidence of a clan patriarch at the height of his influence. His sanctions against the Xiao Lei had elevated his standing, and merchants and minor clan leaders approached with smiles and bows. 3 Xiao clan guards flanked him, competent but ordinary. Xiao Lei was the 4th guard, dressed in plain Xiao clan training robes, his cultivation suppressed to look like a Do J 6-star. Nobody gave him a second glance. He'd told his father he wanted to observe the fair from the ground level. Xiao Zhan, accustomed to his son's new eccentricities, had agreed. The truth was, Xiao Lei's threat radar was cranked to maximum sensitivity, scanning every signature in the plaza. 300 people, give or take. Most registered as neutral, civilians, low-level cultivators, merchants. 20 or so pinged as elevated, clan warriors, guards, the occasional wandering cultivator. And one signature burned like a red star, GEE, positioned on the second floor of a tea house overlooking the plaza, exactly where Xiao Lei had predicted he'd set up. The afternoon crawled by. Xiao Yan attended demonstrations, sampled merchant wares, and held court with visiting dignitaries. The Xiao Lei patriarch was conspicuously absent, indisposed, according to official channels. Then, during the evening banquet, an open-air feast on the plaza's central stage, the red star began to move. Gee descended from the tea house, weaving through the crowd with practiced ease. He wore merchant's clothing and carried no visible weapon. But Xiao Lei's radar tracked the killing intent like a beacon, concentrated, precise, aimed squarely at Xiao Zhan's position at the head table. 20 meters. 15. 10. Gee's hand moved inside his robe, reaching for something, a concealed blade, a Do Chi technique catalyst, something lethal and fast. Xiao Lei was already in motion. He stepped between Gee and the head table just as the mercenary drew a slender dagger wreathed in Do Chi fire. The blade lanced toward Xiao Zhan's unprotected back. Iron bastion palm. The barrier materialized, denser, wider, and more stable than ever before. Gee's dagger struck it and stopped dead, the fire technique dissipating against the crystalline surface. The sound was a sharp crack that silenced the banquet. Every head turned. Gee's eyes widened behind his merchant's disguise. He'd expected no resistance, the Xiao clan's guards were too far away, and the patriarch's eldest son was supposed to be an unremarkable doge. Xiao Lei didn't give him time to recalculate. He'd spent the last 2 days preparing for this moment, and part of that preparation had been an investment. Purchase, Thunder Counter, 1500 GP, remaining GP after purchase, 900, Thunder Counter, a technique that absorbed incoming force and redirected it back at the attacker with 150% amplification. The timing window was narrow, a fraction of a second, but Xiao Lei had been training precise timing since he was 19 years old in his first life. Gee struck again, this time with a full-power Doshi 7-star palm technique. Xiao Lei's hands rose to meet it, not blocking, but receiving. The force channeled through his palms, into his meridians, through the thunder counter framework, and exploded back outward. Gee's own attack hit him in the chest at 150% its original power. The mercenary flew backward, crashing through a banquet table and sending platters of food scattering across the stage. Porcelain shattered. Wine jugs exploded in crimson sprays. A centerpiece of crystallized spirit fruit disintegrated into glittering dust. The crowd screamed. Guards drew weapons. Clan leaders leapt to their feet. Gee rolled, coughing blood, and tried to rise. His hands formed the opening stance of a second technique, a desperation move, something fast and lethal. Xiao Lei read the telegraph in the man's shoulders and reacted before the technique could form. He closed the distance in 2 steps, not with Do Chi speed but with trained footwork, angling to the mercenary's blind side, and drove his knee into Gee's floating rib. Something cracked, the technique died in Gee's hands as agony disrupted his concentration. Xiao Lei planted his foot on the man's wrist and aimed his palm at the exposed throat. His own chest was heaving, his meridians burning from channeling Thunder Counter for the first time in live combat. But his hand was steady. Don't. Gee looked up at him, blood trickling from his mouth, and something in Xiao Lei's eyes, the flat, cold assessment of a man who had killed before and would again if necessary, convinced him that moving would be the last thing he ever did. The plaza erupted in chaos. Guards converged. The city lord's personal retainers surrounded the scene. Xiao Zhan was on his feet, pale but unharmed, staring at his son. Xiao Lei pulled Gee's dagger from the ground and held it up for the crowd to see. Then, with the calm precision of a man who'd planned every detail, he spoke. This man is Gee, a contracted assassin from Stone Desert City. He was hired to murder Patriarch Xiao Zhan during this public fair. His employer, he pulled a folded document from his robe, the final piece of his intelligence dossier, is Xiao Lei Bai. He handed the document to the city lord's retainer. The silence that followed was deafening. Protecting clan head from assassination attempt in public venue, plus 2,000 guardian points, bond with Xiao Zhan, level 4, unshakable, current GP, 2,900, chapter 18. The fallout was swift and decisive. The city lord, presented with irrefutable evidence of an assassination attempt at a public fair, a violation of every convention that held Wutan City's fragile peace together, came down on the Xiao Lei clan like a hammer. Their trade licenses were revoked. Their patriarch was summoned for formal questioning. Their compound was placed under surveillance. Within a week, the Xiao Lei clan went from one of Wutan City's 3 great powers to a disgraced house scrambling to survive. They weren't destroyed, that would come later, or not at all, depending on how events unfolded, but they were declawed. Xiao Lei used the accumulated GP to advance. Advance to Doshi, 5-star, 800 GP, confirmed, current GP, 2100. The breakthrough settled into his body like an old friend. Each star felt more natural than the last, as if the system was designed to build on itself, a foundation growing more stable with each layer. The evening after the advancement, Xiao Yu found him in the abandoned training ground. She carried 2 items, a jar of medicinal salve and a cloth bundle that smelled of food. Sit, she ordered, gesturing to the stone bench. He sat. She knelt beside him and began applying salve to the bruises on his forearms, remnants of the fight with Ge that the healing factor hadn't fully resolved. You planned all of that, she said as she worked. The positioning, the counter technique, the document ready in your pocket. You knew exactly what would happen. I prepared for the most likely scenario. You're not normal, Xiao Lei, she said it without accusation, more like someone stating a mathematical fact. You fight like you've done it 1,000 times. You think like a general. You anticipate threats before they materialize. And you've advanced in cultivation faster than anyone I've ever heard of. Is this the part where you demand answers? No. She finished with the salve, capped the jar, and opened the cloth bundle, revealing steamed buns still warm from the kitchen. This is the part where I feed you, because you forgot to eat again. He took a bun. It was good, pork and scallion, his apparent favorite based on the original body's taste memories. They ate in companionable silence, shoulder to shoulder on the bench, watching the night sky through the gap in the training ground's ruined roof. Thank you, he said after a while. For the food? For being here. For not needing me to explain everything. For trusting me despite having every reason not to. Xiao Yu was quiet for a moment. Then, softly, you're the first person in this clan who looked at me and saw a fighter, not a branch family obligation. That buys a lot of trust. She leaned slightly closer. Not quite touching, but close enough that he could feel the warmth of her shoulder near his. You always protect everyone else, she murmured. Who protects you? The question hung in the night air. Xiao Lei didn't have an answer, because the truth, no one, I've never let anyone, was too honest for comfort. He ate another bun instead. But the question stayed with him long after Xiao Yu said goodnight and disappeared into the compound, her sword swaying at her hip, her silhouette framed against the lantern-lit walkway like a painting he'd remember for a very long time. Chapter 19. 3 days later, Xiao Lei was walking the city's eastern market when he felt it. Not a threat radar ping, this was something different. Something beyond the system's detection framework. A presence so vast and deep that his entire sensory apparatus simply recoiled. Like trying to stare directly at the sun with your soul, he stopped walking. The market bustled around him, vendors hawking, children running, a street performer juggling fire, but the noise faded to a distant hum as every instinct he possessed locked onto the source. She was standing 30 feet away, examining a stall of silk fabrics with the casual disinterest of someone accustomed to far finer things. White robes, immaculately cut, flowing like water. A veil of translucent silk concealed the lower half of her face. Her hair was black as midnight, gathered in a style that suggested rank without being ostentatious. And her aura, masked, deliberately suppressed, but bleeding through at the edges like sunlight around an eclipse, was staggering. Do Wang level. At minimum. Possibly higher. In a city where the strongest fighter was Xiao Yan at Doshi 7-star, this woman was a dragon among field mice. She was examining a bolt of cloud-patterned silk with slender fingers. One of those fingers traced the cloud motif absently, almost nostalgically. Then she glanced up. Their eyes met. Xiao Lei's breath caught. The eyes above the veil were extraordinary, clear, intelligent, carrying the weight of responsibility and something sadder beneath it. Loneliness, maybe. Or conflict. She studied him for exactly 3 seconds. In those 3 seconds, he felt her attention pass through him like a wave, assessing his cultivation, Doshi 5-star, pathetic compared to her, his physical state, healthy, combat conditioned, and something else. Something that made her brows draw together in fleeting puzzlement. His energy. The Guardian system's signature. She'd sensed it. Then the moment broke. She turned away, purchased the silk with a gold coin that left the vendor speechless, and walked into the crowd. Within seconds, her suppressed aura vanished, and she was gone. Xiao Lei stood in the market with his heart hammering and a question burning in his mind. He didn't know who she was. Not yet. But the original body's memories of Jiama Empire politics offered a possibility. The Misty Cloud sex master, Yun, was known to travel incognito, and she favored white robes with cloud motifs. If that was Yun, the woman who would eventually become one of the most important figures in Xiao Yan's story, the conflicted sect leader caught between loyalty and conscience, then her presence in Wutan City was significant. And the fact that she'd noticed his guardian energy was significant in a different, more personal way. He filed the encounter away and continued his patrol, but his steps were slower than before, his attention split between scanning the market and replaying those 3 seconds of eye contact. She'd sensed his guardian energy. That meant she was perceptive enough to detect the system's signature through his active suppression. Either her cultivation was even higher than he'd estimated, or she possessed some kind of sensory ability beyond the norm. Either way, the Misty Cloud Sect's master was now aware that something unusual existed in Wutan City. Whether that awareness would translate into interest, investigation, or threat remained to be seen. He purchased supplies at the market, medicinal herbs for Xiao Zhan's ongoing health regimen, weapon oil for Xiao Yu's sword, and a set of reinforced training gloves for himself, and returned to the compound. Normal activities. Normal day. Except nothing felt normal after looking into those eyes. That night, lying in bed staring at the ceiling, he found himself thinking about her. Not the tactical implications. Not the strategic risk. Her. The loneliness beneath the authority. The weariness of someone carrying a burden they hadn't chosen. He recognized it because he wore the same expression every time he looked in a mirror. He told himself it was tactical analysis. He didn't believe himself. Chapter 20. 3 months since transmigration, Xiao Lei stood on the Xiao clan compound's eastern wall at dawn, watching the sun paint the hills gold and green. The morning was cool, quiet, pregnant with the kind of stillness that preceded change. Behind him, in the compound, life moved at the pace of progress. He could feel them through the threat radar, each bonded family member a warm point of light in his awareness. Xiao Zhan in his study, steady and strong, his aura healthier than it had been in months. Xiao Yu in the southern training court, already working through her morning forms, her sword cutting precise arcs through the dawn air. And Xiao Yan, in his private courtyard, training with an intensity that had shifted from desperate to purposeful. Xiao Yan trained every morning with renewed intensity, his cultivation no longer declining. In fact, the threat radar registered subtle fluctuations that suggested his Do Qi was beginning to stabilize. Yao Lao's training was working. The dam was cracking. Xiao Lei could feel the faintest tremors of something vast stirring within his brother's ring, the ancient alchemist, slowly awakening, slowly beginning to teach. Xiao Zhan had improved too. The mysterious poisoning, which Xiao Lei had traced and neutralized weeks ago, was no longer sapping his cultivation. His color was better, his movements more fluid. He'd even resumed morning cultivation sessions, something he'd abandoned 6 months ago. Xiao Yu trained beside Xiao Lei every day now. She'd broken through to Do J9 star and was pushing toward Do Shi, a major threshold that would cement her status as one of the clan's elite young fighters. Their partnership had become the compound's worst-kept secret, though the nature of it remained a subject of furious debate among the servants. The Xiao Lei clan was hobbled. The trade routes were secure. The clan's internal politics had stabilized with the elder faction grudgingly supporting Xiao Lei's leadership on security matters. By any objective measure, things were good. But Xiao Lei's threat radar told a different story. The pings had been increasing for weeks, not from Wutan City or the surrounding area, but from beyond. Distant signals, faint and intermittent, like radio chatter from an approaching army. They came from the east, from the north, from directions that pointed toward places far beyond the Jia Ma Empire's borders. And they were getting stronger. Xiao Lei didn't know exactly what was coming. His knowledge of the original story gave him broad strokes, the Misty Cloud Sect's aggression, the Hall of Souls, the ancient conspiracies, but his presence as a variable had already changed the timeline. Events that should have taken years might accelerate, threats that had focused exclusively on Xiao Yan might now target the anomalous elder brother as well. He opened the system interface. Status report, host, Xiao Lei, cultivation, Do Shi, 5-star, guardian points, 2100, threat radar range, 200 meters, bonded family members, 4, Xiao Yan, Xiao Zhan, Xiao Yu, distant cousin, guardian techniques, Iron Bastion Palm, mastered, thunder counter, intermediate, special abilities, healing factor LV1, threat radar, guardian mode, emergency, ARC1 complete, guardian rating, B+, total GP earned this arc, 12,450, next milestone, 20,000 GP, unlock guardian domain ability, guardian domain. Creates a zone around the host where bonded allies receive stat boosts and enemies receive suppression. Radius and power scale with cultivation. He closed the interface and stared at the sunrise. 20,000 GP to unlock Guardian Domain. A technique that could protect multiple people simultaneously. In a world where the threats were escalating from clan level to empire level to continent level, that kind of ability wasn't just useful, it was necessary. But GP came from protection. And protection meant danger. Which meant the road ahead would be paid for in blood and sacrifice, the same currency it had always demanded. He gripped the wall's stone parapet until the rough surface bit into his palms. 3 months. In 3 months he'd gone from a confused transmigrator in a stranger's body to a Do Shi 5-star fighter with a growing network of alliances, a counterintelligence operation, and a younger brother who was finally beginning to believe in himself again. It wasn't enough. The threats on the horizon dwarfed everything he'd faced so far. Nalan Yanren's engagement cancellation was a slap compared to the hammer blow of the Misty Cloud Sect's full power. The Xiao Lei clan's machinations were a child's game compared to the Hall of Souls' 1,000-year conspiracy. And somewhere out there, Forces existed that could unmake entire empires with a gesture. But despair was a luxury he couldn't afford. He'd been outgunned before, in a sandstorm outside Fallujah, pinned down with 2 wounded Marines and a jammed rifle. He'd survived that by refusing to accept the math. He'd survived this the same way. "I'll protect all of them," he said to the dawn. "No matter what comes. No matter the cost." The system pulsed, not with a notification, but with something that felt almost like agreement. As if the elder brother system, whatever cosmic intelligence had created it, had heard his vow and filed it under promises will hold you to. Somewhere far below, in the compound courtyard, Xiao Yan was beginning his morning training. The rhythmic thud of his strikes carried up to the wall, stronger today than yesterday, and tomorrow they'd be stronger still. Behind Xiao Lei, Xiao Yu approached with 2 cups of tea, having learned his dawn routine. She handed him one without a word and stood beside him, watching the sunrise, their shoulders almost touching. The peace was real. But it was temporary. Because somewhere to the east, in a fortress shrouded in perpetual shadow, a figure in dark robes received a report delivered by Soulfire Messenger Bird. The figure unrolled the parchment and read it by the light of captured souls. The Xiao clan of Wutan City has produced an anomaly. An elder brother with no prior record of existence. His cultivation has advanced abnormally. He possesses defensive abilities inconsistent with known techniques. His energy signature contains an unidentified component. The figure set down the parchment and steepled its fingers. "An elder brother who shouldn't exist," it murmured. "How very interesting." The fortress was thousands of miles away. The figure's cultivation was beyond anything Xiao Lei could currently comprehend. And the organization it served, the Hall of Souls, had been collecting powerful souls and eliminating threats to its agenda for centuries. A new name had just been added to its list of interests. And the shadows were beginning to move. Chapter 21. 6 months had passed since Xiao Lei opened his eyes in a stranger's body, and the world had shifted beneath his feet in ways both expected and entirely unpredictable. Wutan City was secure as a small pond could be when the ocean was rising. The Xiao Lei clan licked its wounds in silence. The Aoba clan maintained its quiet alliance with the Xiao family. Trade routes hummed with commerce. Disciples trained without fear. But Xiao Lei had long since learned that security was an illusion maintained by constant vigilance, and his threat radar never stopped pinging. The invitation arrived on a crisp morning, carried by a messenger hawk bearing the golden seal of the Jiama Empire's Alchemist Guild. Xiao Lei broke the wax and read the elegant calligraphy within. Esteemed Xiao Lei of the Xiao clan. Your reputation as a cultivator of uncommon tactical acumen has reached the guild's attention. We extend an invitation to participate in the regional alchemist evaluation at the imperial capital. Candidates demonstrating aptitude in alchemical sciences will be granted provisional guild membership and access to Tier 3 resources. Xiao Lei read it twice, his mind already calculating angles. The Alchemist Guild was one of the Jiama Empire's most powerful institutions. Their resources, connections, and political influence dwarfed any single clan. Provisional membership would give him access to cultivation materials that were simply unavailable in Wutan City. More importantly, the capital was where the real power players congregated. To protect his family from threats that originated beyond the Empire's borders, he needed to build alliances at the highest levels. The guild was the door. He brought the invitation to Xiao Zhan's study. His father read it with raised eyebrows. You've never shown interest in alchemy before, Lei. I've been studying privately. My analytical approach is unconventional, but effective. This wasn't entirely a lie. In his previous life, Chen Wei had studied chemistry and biochemistry at the university level, a requirement for understanding field medicine and, more practically, explosive ordnance. The principles of molecular interaction, catalysis, and thermodynamics translated surprisingly well into this world's pill refinement concepts. He wasn't a genius alchemist, but he could apply scientific reasoning where native alchemists relied on intuition and tradition. Xiao Zhan nodded slowly. The capital is 3 days' travel. You'll need an escort. Xiao Yu has already volunteered. His father's expression shifted, a flicker of knowing amusement that made Xiao Lei immediately regret mentioning her name. Has she now? It's tactical, father. She's the best fighter I trust outside of you. Of course. Tactical. Xiao Zhan's lips twitched. Be safe, both of you. And Lei, the capital isn't Wutan City. The clans there play games that make our local politics look like children squabbling over sweets. I know. That's why I'm going. Chapter 22. The road to the Jiama Empire's capital wound through hill country thick with forests, crossing rivers on stone bridges built during an era when cultivators shaped the landscape with their bare hands. It was beautiful country, green, wild, and apparently lawless. They encountered the bandit on the second day. Xiao Lei's threat radar had been tracking the presence for an hour, a single signature, powerful, moving parallel to their path through the tree line. Doshi 8-star. Too strong for an ordinary bandit, too deliberate in its tracking to be coincidental. We're being followed, Xiao Lei murmured to Xiao Yu, who rode beside him on a chestnut gelding. Single hostile, Doshi 8-star, 200 meters to our left in the trees. Xiao Yu's hand drifted to her sword hilt. Bandit or assassin? Does it matter? Changes whether I aim for limbs or center mass. Despite the situation, Xiao Lei almost smiled. Xiao Yu had developed a dry combat humor over their months of training together, a coping mechanism that good soldiers shared across any world. The bandit struck at a narrow section of road where the forest pressed close on both sides. He dropped from the canopy with a battle cry, a massive man wielding a spiked mace wreathed in fire element Do Qi. His opening strike targeted Xiao Yu, the seemingly weaker of the two. Bad choice. Xiao Yu's sword cleared its sheath in a silver arc, deflecting the mace with a technique that redirected rather than blocked. The clash of metal rang through the forest. She followed with a slash that opened a line across the bandit's forearm, first blood drawn before he'd finished his landing. Xiao Lei moved simultaneously, flanking right. Iron Bastion palm created a barrier at the bandit's back, cutting off retreat. The man was boxed, a Doshi 8-star pressed between two fighters who operated as a single unit. The bandit was good. His mace work was brutal and efficient, and his fire element Do Qi made every strike a superheated threat. But he was used to fighting terrified merchants and lone travelers, not a coordinated tactical pair who drilled 2-on-1 scenarios until the movements were muscle memory. Xiao Yu engaged from the front, her sword work keeping him busy. Xiao Lei pressured from behind, using barriers to disrupt his footing and thunder counter to punish any committed attacks. The bandit grew increasingly frantic, his strikes becoming wilder as he realized he was outmaneuvered. Then Xiao Yu took a hit. The mace caught the flat of her blade and drove it back into her shoulder. She stumbled, gasping, and the bandit lunged for the kill. Xiao Lei's system blazed. Family member under direct threat, Guardian combat boost, +1 star for 30 seconds, he surged forward, Do Qi erupting from Doshi 5-star to the equivalent of 6-star. His palm caught the mace mid-swing, Iron Bastion palm absorbing the fire element while his other hand drove a thunder counter into the bandit's exposed ribs. The man's own force returned to him amplified, cracking his floating ribs with an audible snap. The bandit went down hard. Xiao Lei followed up with 2 precise strikes that disabled his arms, then a final palm to the temple that put him to sleep. In the aftermath, breathing hard, he turned to Xiao Yu. "Show me your shoulder." "It's fine, show me." She pulled down the collar of her traveling robe. The bruise was ugly, deep purple spreading across her deltoid, but the bone was intact. Xiao Lei applied a medicinal salve from his pack with careful fingers, and she watched his face while he worked. "Your eyes glowed," she said quietly. He paused. "What?" "During the fight. When he was about to hit me. Your eyes glowed blue for a second. Like there was lightning behind them." Xiao Lei resumed applying the salve, keeping his expression neutral. The Guardian boosts visual signature. He hadn't known it was visible externally. "Trick of the light," he said. "It wasn't." "Then it's something I can't explain yet. When I can, you'll be the first to know." She studied him for a long moment, then nodded. Not satisfied, but willing to wait. That was Xiao Yu. She demanded the truth, but she'd grant you time to find the words. They left the bandit tied to a tree with a note pinned to his chest for the next patrol to find, and continued toward the capital. The rest of the day's ride passed in companionable silence, but Xiao Lei noticed Xiao Yu glancing at him periodically, quick, assessing looks that she thought he couldn't see. She was piecing things together. The impossible cultivation speed. The fighting techniques from no known tradition. The mysterious abilities that defied explanation. And now, glowing eyes. Xiao Yu was too intelligent to be fooled indefinitely. The question wasn't whether she'd figure out that something supernatural was happening, it was whether she'd accept it when she did. That evening, they camped beside a river crossing. Xiao Yu caught fish with her bare hands, a skill she'd learned growing up in the branch family's more rustic quarters, and Xiao Lei built a fire. They ate in comfortable silence as stars emerged above the forest canopy. "I trust you," Xiao Yu said suddenly, not looking at him. She was staring at the fire, her profile cast in amber and shadow. "Whatever it is. I trust you." It was the most generous thing anyone had said to him in either life. Protecting Xiao Yu in combat. Plus 300 GP, deepening trust bond with Xiao Yu. Plus 200 GP, current GP, 2600, cultivation consolidated, Doshi, 6-star, natural advancement during travel, Chapter 23. The imperial capital of the Jiama Empire made Wutan City look like a farming village. Sprawling across a river valley, the city was a marvel of cultivator engineering, walls rising 60 feet high, embedded with defensive formations that hummed with ambient Do Qi. Buildings of white stone and dark timber crowded together in concentric rings, each ring representing a higher tier of wealth and influence. At the center, visible from every point in the city, stood the Imperial Palace and the Alchemist Guild headquarters, a tower of dark jade that pierced the sky like a needle. Xiao Lei and Xiao Yu entered through the eastern gate, their travel documents checked by guards whose cultivation registered as Doshi 5-star, the same level as Xiao Lei himself. In Wutan City, that would make them elite fighters. Here, they were gate guards. "We're not in Wutan City anymore," Xiao Yu muttered, echoing his thoughts. No. We're not. They found lodging at a mid-tier inn near the guild district and spent the evening gathering intelligence. Xiao Lei registered for the next day's alchemist evaluation while Xiao Yu scouted the surrounding area, mapping escape routes and potential ambush points out of sheer habit. The registration clerk barely glanced at him. Name, clan affiliation, current alchemist tier? Xiao Lei. Xiao clan of Wutan City. No current tier, first evaluation. The clerk's eyebrow twitched. Self-taught? At your age? The tone carried the faintest condescension. In the capital, clan-trained alchemists began studying at 12, not 19. Self-taught with unusual methods. Well, the evaluation is tomorrow morning. Third floor testing hall. Don't be late, and don't blow anything up. As he turned to leave, a voice cut across the registration hall. Xiao clan? From Wutan City? Xiao Lei turned. A young woman stood near the entrance, arms folded, her expression hovering between contempt and curiosity. She was perhaps 20, tall and graceful, with the refined bearing of old money and serious training. A pendant at her throat bore the Nalan family crest, the coiling serpent over a crescent moon. She was not Nalan Yanran. Where Yanran was ethereal and idealistic, this woman radiated the cold precision of a drawn blade. Her cultivation aura registered as Do Shi, a full major realm above Xiao Lei, and she wore that power like armor, her Do Chi signature tightly controlled but unmistakably potent. Nalan Shuang, she introduced herself without warmth. Nalan Yanran's eldest cousin. I handle the family's competitive and martial affairs. Her gaze swept over Xiao Lei from head to toe, assessing and dismissing in a single motion. And you must be the brother who made our family a spectacle 6 months ago. The way she said brother carried enough venom to poison a river. Xiao Lei met her gaze without flinching and saw, beneath the hostility, something he recognized, a woman who had spent her life fighting for respect within a family that valued her only for her utility. Not so different from Xiao Yu, in some ways. I'm the brother who protected mine, he corrected mildly. If your family found that humiliating, perhaps the problem isn't with me. Nalan Shuang's jaw tightened. For a moment, her Do Chi flickered, a whisper of pressure that made the registration clerk's writing hand freeze. Then she mastered it. We'll see how that protection serves you in the capital, she said, and turned away with the precision of a military about-face. Xiao Lei watched her go, filing away details. Her footwork was excellent, trained, disciplined, with the particular economy of motion that marked a serious duelist. If they crossed swords, or palms, she would be a formidable opponent. But formidable opponents were the only kind worth having. Chapter 24. The alchemist evaluation took place in a cavernous testing hall filled with individual refinement stations, each one equipped with a pill furnace, reagent shelves, and a monitoring array that recorded every step of the process. 60 candidates sat at their stations, ranging from nervous teenagers to confident adults. Xiao Lei was somewhere in the middle by age, but his calm stood out like a lighthouse. Guildmaster Fa Ma observed from an elevated gallery. He was an elderly man with white hair and keen eyes that missed nothing, a Tier 6 alchemist whose reputation extended across the continent. Beside him sat a panel of Tier 4 and 5 evaluators, taking notes. The test was straightforward in concept and brutal in execution. Refine a chi gathering pill, Tier 2, within 1 hour, using only the provided reagents. Quality and efficiency would be graded. 1 attempt. No retries. Xiao Lei examined his reagents with a chemist's eye. Spirit grass, dawn flower, rock salt crystals, and fire essence oil. Standard components for a chi gathering pill. He knew the recipe from Xiao Zhan's Cultivation manual library, which the original body had access to but never bothered studying. Most alchemists would follow the traditional method: heat the furnace, add reagents in sequence, use Do Chi manipulation to balance the elemental interactions, and hope for the best. Xiao Lei took a different approach. He spent the first 15 minutes not touching the furnace at all. Instead, he measured reagent quantities precisely, using the weighted scales at his station to achieve ratios calculated from first principles. Spirit grass at 3.2 parts. Dawn flower at 1.7 parts. Rock salt at 0.8 parts. Fire essence at exactly 0.3 parts. Several nearby candidates glanced at him with confusion. Measuring by weight? In alchemy? Everyone knew you went by feel, by Do Chi resonance, by the intuition of experienced hands. Xiao Lei ignored them and began refinement. His technique was mechanical by alchemist standards, precise temperature control rather than intuitive flame manipulation, timed intervals rather than sensory judgment, and a final compression step that used Iron Bastion Palm's barrier principles to create uniform pressure inside the furnace. It shouldn't have worked. Traditional alchemy was an art, not a science. But when his furnace pinged and he withdrew the pill, it was flawless. A perfect sphere of compressed Do Chi, glowing with an inner light that indicated top-grade quality. The monitoring array displayed his metrics: purity 94%, efficiency 91%, time 38 minutes. The hall fell silent. Several evaluators leaned forward. Guildmaster Fa Ma's eyebrows rose nearly to his hairline. Interesting, the old man murmured. Nalan Shuang, seated 3 stations away with her own perfectly refined pill, stared at Xiao Lei's result with narrowed eyes. Her pill was excellent, 92% purity, but his had edged her out through sheer methodical precision. After the evaluation, Fa Ma summoned Xiao Lei to his office. Your technique is unlike anything I've seen in 40 years of teaching alchemy, the guildmaster said, pouring tea from a pot that probably cost more than the entire Xiao clan compound. No Do-Chi resonance manipulation. No traditional flame patterns. You treated the refinement like a mathematical equation. Because it is one, Xiao Lei said. Pill refinement is fundamentally a chemical reaction governed by temperature, pressure, reagent ratios, and energy input. The variables can be controlled precisely if you understand the underlying principles. Fa Ma stared at him for a long moment. Then he laughed, a genuine, delighted sound that took years off his aged face. Revolutionary. Utterly revolutionary. Would you consider an apprenticeship, young man? Outside the office, Nalan Shuang was waiting in the corridor. Her arms were crossed, and her expression had graduated from contempt to something colder. You're the one who humiliated our family at the engagement ceremony, she said flatly. Xiao Lei met her gaze without flinching. I protected my brother. If your family finds that humiliating, perhaps look inward. Her jaw tightened. Do-Chi flickered around her, Do-Chi pressure that made the air heavy. Watch your tongue, Xiao. The capital isn't your little backwater city. No. It's a bigger stage. Which means more people are watching. Do you really want to start something in the Alchemist Guild headquarters? A beat of silence. Then Nalan Shuang turned on her heel and walked away, her footsteps sharp enough to crack stone. Xiao Lei let out a slow breath. Making enemies in the capital was inevitable, but he'd need to manage the Nalan situation carefully. Not all members of that family were his adversaries, but convincing them of that would take time. Chapter 25. On his 3rd day in the capital, Xiao Lei stumbled into a situation that changed everything. He was exploring the merchant district, specifically the rare herbs quarter, where cultivators and alchemists haggled over ingredients that could mean the difference between breakthrough and stagnation, when a commotion erupted ahead. A squad of fighters in white robes bearing the Misty Cloud Sect emblem had cornered a middle-aged merchant and his family against a shopfront. The squad leader, a severe-looking man at Doshi 9-star, was reading from a scroll while 2 subordinates held the merchant's arms. By authority of the Misty Cloud Sect's security mandate, this establishment is hereby seized pending investigation of smuggling charges. All inventory is confiscated. Resistance will be met with appropriate force. The merchant's wife was sobbing. Their daughter, maybe 12, clutched her mother's skirt with white-knuckled hands. A crowd had gathered but no one intervened. Challenging the Misty Cloud Sect in this empire was tantamount to challenging the weather. Xiao Lei's threat radar registered the squad's combat levels, nothing he couldn't handle individually. But engaging Misty Cloud Sect personnel publicly would paint a target on the Xiao clan. That a figure emerged from the crowd. She wore a traveling cloak with the hood drawn up, but her movements were unmistakable, the fluid grace of someone whose cultivation existed on an entirely different plane. She walked directly into the space between the squad and the merchant, and her voice carried the absolute authority of someone accustomed to being obeyed. Stand down. The squad leader faltered. This is authorized sect business. Who? I said stand down. She lowered her hood. Even with the veil covering the lower half of her face, the squad leader went pale as curdled milk. He snapped to attention, and his subordinates released the merchant so fast the man stumbled. Sect Master Yun. We didn't realize, clearly. Her voice was ice. I reviewed the smuggling allegations against this establishment this morning. They were fabricated by a competing merchant who bribed Elder Zhao to issue the warrant. The charges are dismissed. Return to the sect hall and inform Elder Zhao that I require his presence for disciplinary review. The squad vanished so quickly they might have been an illusion. The merchant family, bewildered and tearful, offered stammering thanks before being ushered inside by their neighbors. Yun stood alone in the suddenly empty street, and Xiao Lei saw the exhaustion behind her composure. The slump of her shoulders. The way she pressed her fingers against her temple as if fighting a headache. This was a woman fighting corruption in her own organization, surrounded by subordinates she couldn't fully trust, carrying the weight of a sect on her shoulders while its own elders undermined her authority. Then someone in the crowd recognized her despite the veil. The sect master. The Misty Cloud Sect master is here, she tensed. Exposure in the capital's merchant district, without an official escort, would generate questions she couldn't afford to answer. Her eyes darted for an exit. Xiao Lei moved. He stepped forward, deliberately knocking over a fruit vendor's cart. Apples, oranges, and star fruits cascaded across the cobblestones in a spectacular avalanche of color. The crowd's attention snapped toward the crash, shouting vendor, rolling fruit, chaos, and in the 3 seconds of distraction, Yun slipped down a side alley and vanished. Xiao Lei apologized profusely to the vendor, paid triple for the damaged fruit, and retreated with a bag of oranges he didn't particularly want. But as he turned into the side alley himself, following a hunch, he found her waiting. Leaning against a wall, arms folded, veil lowered to reveal a face that could have launched a civilization. Her eyes met his. Recognition. She remembered Wutan City. The strange young man whose energy signature had caught her attention. "You again," she said. Her voice was low, musical, carrying the weight of authority even in two simple words. Up close, without the bustle of a market between them, her presence was overwhelming, not because of her cultivation, though that alone would have buckled most fighters' knees, but because of something intangible. A gravity. As if she existed at the center of a storm that was temporarily calm. "Me again," he confirmed. Chapter 26. They walked together through the capital's quieter streets as twilight settled over the rooftops. Yun had replaced her hood and Xiao Lei walked a half step behind, close enough to talk, far enough for propriety. "Why did you help me?" she asked after several minutes of silence. "You were trying to do the right thing. That's enough reason." She glanced at him. Most people would weigh the political risk before intervening on behalf of a Misty Cloud sect master. I didn't intervene on behalf of a sect master. I knocked over a fruit cart because a person needed help. Something shifted in her expression, the walls she maintained dropping by a fraction. Not enough to see behind them clearly, but enough to know they existed. They found a tea house on a side street too small for the capital's power brokers to frequent. The owner was a cheerful old woman who clearly had no idea who her customers were, and that anonymity was itself a luxury. Over tea that was slightly too bitter and perfectly adequate, Yun talked. She talked about the Misty Cloud sect, its history as a force for balance in the Jiama Empire, and its slow corruption under her master Yun Shan's increasingly authoritarian leadership. She talked about elders who took bribes, disciples who abused their authority, and an organizational culture that valued power over principle. Yun Shan wasn't always like this, she said, cupping her tea as if drawing warmth from it. When I was a child, he was noble. A true cultivator. But something changed in the last decade. He became paranoid. Secretive. He meets with people I'm not allowed to see, in rooms I'm not allowed to enter. Shadowy figures, Xiao Lei said carefully. People who hide their faces and speak in riddles about souls? Yun's head snapped up. Her eyes locked onto his with an intensity that made the air between them hum. How do you know that? I've been investigating threats to my family. The same shadow organization, they call themselves the Hall of Souls, has been active in the Jiama Empire for years. They collect powerful cultivators' souls and manipulate political structures to serve their agenda. You're saying my master is working with these people? I'm saying he's meeting with them. Whether he's their partner or their pawn remains to be seen. Yun set down her tea. Her hands were steady, but her eyes betrayed turmoil, the specific kind of anguish that comes from hearing a terrible suspicion confirmed by an outside source. I've been trying to investigate from inside the sect, she said quietly. But Yun Shan's loyalists outnumber mine. Every time I get close to the truth, doors close. People go silent. Then investigate from outside. I have contacts in the Alchemist Guild and intelligence gathering experience. We can work together. She studied him across the table. Why would you help me? The Misty Cloud sect and the Xiao clan aren't exactly allies. Because your fight and mine are the same fight. The Hall of Souls threatens both of us. And he paused, choosing honesty. Because I think the Misty Cloud sect led by someone who actually cares about justice is better for my family than a sect led by a man who's selling his soul to shadows. The corner of her mouth curved, the ghost of a smile that transformed her stern beauty into something warmer. You're unusual, Xiao Lei. I've been told. They talked until the tea house owner began pointedly sweeping around their table, and then walked together through streets that had emptied as the city prepared for night. At the intersection where their paths diverged, they faced each other in the lamplight. I'm returning to the sect tomorrow, Yun said. But I'll establish a secure communication channel. When I have intelligence to share, I'll send word. And when the time comes to act against the Hall of Souls, then I'll need someone I trust at my side. Her eyes held his. I don't trust easily, Xiao Lei. But you've earned it twice now. She turned to leave. After 3 steps, she paused without turning back. The energy I sensed in you, in Wutan City and again today. It feels like protection. Like you carry a shield in your very soul, he said nothing. She nodded to herself, as if filing away a piece of a puzzle, and walked away into the night. Bond with Yun established, level 1, trust, plus 500 GP, current GP, 2900, chapter 27. Xiao Yu was awake when he returned to the inn, sitting cross-legged on her bed with her sword across her knees, cleaning the blade with methodical strokes. She didn't look up when he entered. You were gone 5 hours, she said. In an unfamiliar city. Without telling me where you were going. I encountered a situation that required, you encountered that woman. Now she looked up. Her eyes were flat and hard, not angry, exactly, but wounded in a way she was trying very hard to hide behind professionalism. The servants at the tea house near the guild district are gossips. Word travels fast when a handsome young man has evening tea with a veiled beauty. Xiao Lei sat down on his bed and met her gaze directly. Her name is Yun. She's the sect master of the Misty Cloud sect. She's a potential strategic ally against the Hall of Souls. And yes, we had tea. Just tea? Just tea. And intelligence sharing. She's fighting the same enemy we are, Xiao Yu. Her master is in bed with the Hall of Souls, and she's trying to save her sect from being used as a weapon against the Empire. Xiao Yu resumed cleaning her sword, but the strokes were harder now. She's very beautiful. That wasn't a question, and Xiao Lei was smart enough not to treat it like one. He remained silent. After a moment, Xiao Yu stood abruptly. I'm going to train. Don't wait up. It's midnight. Then I'll have the training yard to myself. She left, sword in hand, and Xiao Lei heard the distant sounds of blade work start up 5 minutes later. Fast, aggressive strikes that echoed off the inn's courtyard walls, the kind of training that was less about improvement and more about burning off emotions too hot to hold. He considered following her. Decided against it. Some fires needed to burn themselves out. Instead, he sat on his bed and thought about the strange geography of his situation. In his old life, relationships had been clean and simple, or rather, he had kept them clean and simple by never letting them get complicated. Soldiers on deployment learned to compartmentalize. Emotions went in one box, mission priorities went in another, and the two boxes never touched. But this was not a deployment. This was a life, a new life in a world where the people around him were not assets or liabilities but human beings with their own fears, loyalties, and unspoken hopes. Xiao Yu was not a subordinate who happened to be female. She was a woman who had chosen to stand beside him when standing beside him was dangerous, thankless, and politically damaging to her position in the Branch family. She deserved honesty. And the honest truth was that he did not know what he felt, only that the thought of her being hurt made his chest constrict in a way no amount of military discipline could override. The system offered no guidance. The elder brother system had categories for protection, mentorship, and alliance. It did not have a category for whatever was building between him and the woman in the courtyard who was trying to murder a training dummy at midnight because another woman had served him tea. But the next morning, when he found her asleep against a courtyard wall, exhaustion having finally won out over stubbornness, he carried her back to her room and laid her on the bed, covering her with a blanket. When he set her down, she stirred briefly, her hand catching his sleeve. You don't need to prove anything to me, he said softly. You already have, she murmured something unintelligible and fell back into deep sleep. He sat beside the bed for 10 minutes, watching her breathe, feeling something in his chest that the elder brother system had no metric for. Chapter 28. The capital's morning market was in full swing when Xiao Lei's threat radar erupted. Not a local threat. This was something the system had never done before, a long-range alert, crimson and screaming, originating from hundreds of kilometers away. From Wutan City. From Xiao Yan. Critical threat detected, remote, target, Xiao Yan, threat classification, Doshi assassination attempt, distance, 460 kilometers, status, engaged, family member under active attack. Xiao Lei's blood went cold. He was days away from Wutan City. Even at top speed, even burning every ounce of do chi he had, he couldn't get there in time. No, he whispered. No, 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 the system's interface flickered, and a new option appeared, one he hadn't seen before, pulsing with urgency. Emergency ability available, long-range Guardian Pulse, cost, 1000 GP, effect, send a burst of protective energy to a bonded family member within 500 kilometers. Creates a temporary barrier lasting 15 seconds. 1 use, current GP, 2900, activate? Y/N, yes. Without hesitation, without thought, without anything but the primal need to protect. Activating long-range Guardian Pulse, target, Xiao Yan, 460 kilometers northeast, channeling. The sensation was unlike anything he'd experienced. Energy drained from his core, not do chi exactly, but something deeper, something tied to the bond between brothers. It tore through him like lightning through a rod, burning its way out along an invisible thread that connected him to Xiao Yan across hundreds of kilometers. He staggered, grabbing a market stall's pole for support. His vision blurred. His heartbeat thundered in his ears. Then, distantly, through the fading echo of the pulse, he felt it, the barrier materializing around Xiao Yan at the exact moment a blade was descending toward his throat. The blade hit the barrier and shattered. Xiao Lei gasped, sagging against the stall. A merchant asked if he was all right. He waved the man off, focusing on the fading connection. The threat radar was still active at extreme range, and through it he sensed a secondary presence engaging the assassin, vast, ancient, terrifyingly powerful. Yao Lao. The old alchemist had awakened in response to the direct threat, and whatever remained of the assassin was about to wish he'd chosen a different profession. The threat signature vanished. Extinguished like a candle in a hurricane. Xiao Yan was safe. Xiao Lei slid to the ground, back against the market stall, shaking with adrenaline and relief. Sweat soaked his robes. His do chi reserves were halved. Long-range Guardian Pulse, successful, Family member survived assassination attempt with system assistance, plus 1,500 GP, current GP, 3,400. He sat there for 5 minutes, ignoring concerned looks from passers-by, until his heart rate returned to something approaching normal. The after effects of the guardian pulse lingered, a hollow feeling in his core, like a well that had been drained to the bedrock. His Do Qi reserves were halved, his body shaking with the kind of exhaustion that went deeper than physical fatigue. But his brother was alive. That was the only metric that mattered. He pulled himself up and walked back to the inn on legs that felt like they were made of water. The capital streets blurred around him, merchants calling out their wares, children chasing each other between stalls, a juggler performing for coins outside a tea house. Normal life. Oblivious life. None of these people knew that 400 kilometers away, an assassination attempt had just been thwarted by a burst of energy that shouldn't have been possible. Xiao Lei made it to the inn's entrance, nodded to the doorman, climbed the stairs by leaning heavily on the banister, and collapsed face first onto his bed. His last thought before unconsciousness took him was a vague wish that he'd taken his boots off first. Xiao Yu found him collapsed on his bed 20 minutes later. What happened? She was beside him instantly, checking his pulse, his temperature, the dilation of his pupils. You look like you fought a Do Huang. Xiao Yan was in danger, he managed. Back home. I reached out. Helped. From here? That's 400, she stopped. Stared at him. How? He closed his eyes. Unusual methods. She pulled a blanket over him and sat beside the bed, exactly as he'd done for her that morning. She didn't ask more questions. Some things were beyond words. This was one of them. Chapter 29. 3 days later, a messenger hawk arrived from Wutan City. Xiao Zhan's handwriting, hurried but steady, lay, Xiao Yan was attacked by a lone assassin at the back mountain, Jia Lai clan's last hired blade. Your brother reports that a miracle barrier appeared at the critical moment, saving his life. The assassin was subsequently dealt with by unknown means. Xiao Yan is unharmed. He says to tell you, I felt you there, brother. All is well. Come home when your business is done. Xiao Lei read the letter 3 times, then folded it carefully and placed it in his breast pocket. Over his heart. With the crisis resolved, he turned his attention to the opportunities the capital offered. Guildmaster Fa Ma's apprenticeship offer was too valuable to decline, even provisionally. The old man's knowledge of alchemy was encyclopedic, and his connections spanned the continent. Training under Fa Ma was revelatory. The Guildmaster didn't just teach pill refinement, he taught the philosophy behind it. The interplay of elemental energies, the resonance between alchemist and materials, the art of reading a furnace's mood as it processed reagents. Xiao Lei absorbed it all through his scientific lens, translating Fa Ma's intuitive concepts into systematic frameworks. Where Fa Ma said feel the fire's hunger, Xiao Lei calculated heat flux coefficients. Where Fa Ma said listen to the spirit grass sing, Xiao Lei analyzed molecular vibration patterns through Do Qi resonance. The synthesis of ancient art and modern science produced results that astounded them both. Within 2 weeks, Xiao Lei passed the Tier 2 evaluation formally and began work on Tier 3 refinement. He could feel his alchemy knowledge enhancing his combat capabilities as well. Understanding of energy manipulation at a molecular level improved his Iron Bastion palm barriers and thunder counter efficiency. Meanwhile, steady GP accumulation from his protective routines, checking Xiao Yu's food for tampering at every meal, maintaining awareness patrols around the inn, sending periodic guardian pulses to check on Xiao Yan from afar, pushed his cultivation forward. His days settled into a rhythm, mornings studying alchemy under Fa Ma, afternoons training with Xiao Yu in the inn's private courtyard, evenings reviewing intelligence reports and mapping the capital's political landscape. It was exhausting and exactly the kind of structured grind that his military background had prepared him for. Fa Ma proved to be a fascinating mentor. The old man's mind was razor sharp behind his genial exterior, and he quickly identified Xiao Lei's analytical approach as genuinely revolutionary. You know, Fa Ma said one afternoon, watching Xiao Lei refine a Tier 3 energy recovery pill using his weight ratio method, in 40 years of teaching, I've had prodigies who could outperform you in raw talent. But I've never had a student who understood why a reaction works, not just how to make it happen. Understanding the why is how you innovate, Xiao Lei replied, carefully monitoring the furnace temperature. If you only know how, you can repeat what others have done. If you know why, you can do what no one has imagined. You sound like a philosopher. I sound like someone who's been in situations where innovation was the difference between living and dying. Fa Ma studied him with those keen, ancient eyes. You carry scars that don't match your age, young man. Not physical ones, the kind that live behind the eyes. Xiao Lei said nothing. The pill emerged from the furnace at 91% purity, a solid Tier 3 result. He set it aside and began preparing the next batch. Some scars were best left unexplained. His evenings were spent with Xiao Yu, training in the inn's private courtyard. The capital's ambient Do Qi was denser than Wutan City's, something about the concentration of powerful cultivators and the ancient formations embedded in the city's foundations, and both of them advanced faster simply by being here. Xiao Yu had broken through to Doshi 1 star during one of their sessions, and the joy on her face, unguarded, radiant, free of the defensive composure she usually wore, had been worth more than any GP reward. She'd hugged him impulsively, then pulled back, flustered, and spent the next 20 minutes pretending it hadn't happened while he pretended not to notice. Their dynamic was evolving in ways neither of them fully acknowledged. Training together had created a physical awareness, the way her breathing changed before a strike, the tension in his shoulders when he was about to deploy a barrier, the unconscious adjustments they made to compensate for each other's blind spots. It was the kind of intimacy that combat partners developed, the kind that existed below words, in the language of shared movement and mutual trust. Whether it was something more than partnership, Xiao Lei deliberately chose not to examine. Not because the answer frightened him, but because the answer would complicate things in ways he couldn't afford right now. There were enemies to fight, a family to protect, and a timeline counting down toward catastrophe. Romance was a luxury. Trust was a necessity. And he had one of those in abundance. Cultivation advanced, Doshi, 7 star, current GP, 3700, Chapter 30. A tournament was announced. Not some local sparring contest, but the GMA Empire's Young Generation competition, a biannual event that drew the most talented cultivators under 25 from across the empire. The stakes were significant: prestige, political capital, and for the winner, a dough crystal that contained concentrated cultivation energy worth more than most families' annual income. The announcement plastered every wall in the capital within hours. Street criers bellowed the details at every intersection. Betting parlors opened odds sheets before the ink was dry on the official registration scrolls. The capital buzzed with anticipation. This was the Empire's premier martial event, the proving ground where future leaders announced themselves to the world. Xiao Lei studied the registration requirements and entry conditions with a tactician's eye. The tournament structure was single elimination with cultivation tier brackets. Lower-ranked fighters could opt into higher brackets but not vice versa. There was no weapons restriction, no technique limitation, and the only rules were no killing and obey the referee's stoppage. In other words, anything goes, stop when someone breaks. He registered immediately. So did Xiao Yu, though her initial bracket placed her in a different section of the draw. The contestant roster read like a who's who of the Empire's rising talent. Nalan Shuang, representing the Nalan family. Mu Zhan, a prodigy from the Mu clan. And a last-minute entry that caught Xiao Lei's attention, Yun Fei, a direct disciple of the Misty Cloud Sect, Doshi 3 star, representing a sect whose master had personal reasons to see the Xiao name humiliated. The tournament would take place in the capital's Grand Arena, a coliseum that seated 10,000 and used formation arrays to protect spectators from combat overflow. Xiao Lei had seen its kind before in his previous life, in a different context. The Roman Colosseum, Madison Square Garden, the Octagon at Vegas. Different worlds, same human hunger to watch warriors clash. In the VIP gallery reserved for sect leaders and clan patriarchs, Yun would be watching. She'd sent a brief note: "I'll be there, fight well." Xiao Yu, who'd intercepted the note at the inn's front desk before Xiao Lei could get to it, had handed it to him with an expression that could have frozen the sun. "Love letter?" she asked, her voice carrying the particular deadpan that Xiao Lei had learned to recognize as danger. Strategic communication. From a strategic partner who tells you to fight well with a little pressed flour in the seal wax. Xiao Lei looked at the note. There was, indeed, a tiny pressed cloud flower in the wax seal. He hadn't noticed. "I'm going to train," Xiao Yu said with brittle cheer, and the inn's courtyard received another night of aggressive swordwork that left gouges in the flagstones deep enough to plant seeds in. Xiao Lei stood at his window, watching her train by moonlight. Each stroke of her sword was precise, furious, and heartbreakingly beautiful. She was the finest natural fighter he'd ever encountered in either life, raw talent refined by discipline, tempered by adversity, and sharpened by a stubbornness that could wear down mountains. She deserved better than to be the second name on someone's list. He knew that. She knew that. And yet here they were, entangled in something neither of them had chosen and neither could walk away from. Chapter 31. The tournament opened with ceremony and spectacle, fireworks of compressed qi, a parade of contestants, and speeches from the city lord and guildmaster Fa Ma that Xiao Lei didn't hear because he was too busy analyzing his first-round opponent. Tong Hao. Doshi 9 star. Fourth son of a minor clan from the western provinces. His fighting record showed a preference for heavy strikes and brute force approaches, a brawler, not a technician. The arena floor was a 100-meter circle of reinforced stone, surrounded by shimmering barrier arrays. When Xiao Lei stepped onto it, the roar of 10,000 spectators hit him like a physical force. He'd fought in front of audiences before, his MMA career had included regional championships with significant crowds. But nothing compared to this. The energy in the air was electric, amplified by thousands of Do-Chi signatures resonating with excitement. Tong Hao was big, 6'2", heavily muscled, with a jaw like a brick and hands like shovels. He grinned when he saw Xiao Lei. "You're the Xiao kid?" "Expected someone bigger." Xiao Lei said nothing. He settled into his stance, feet shoulder width, weight centered, hands open and ready. The stance of a man who didn't need to look dangerous to be dangerous. The referee signaled. Begin. Tong Hao charged. He was fast for his size, covering the distance in 3 steps, and his opening strike was a massive overhead palm that cratered the stone where Xiao Lei had been standing a quarter second earlier. Xiao Lei sidestepped, using minimal movement to avoid maximum force. The crowd gasped, they'd expected a block. No one expected the counter. Iron Bastion palm created a barrier at ankle height, and Tong Hao's forward momentum carried him into it. He tripped, stumbled, and Xiao Lei's palm drove into his exposed kidney. Not hard enough to injure permanently. Hard enough to make a point. Tong Hao spun with surprising agility, launching a back fist that Xiao Lei deflected with a second barrier. The barrier absorbed the strike and Xiao Lei flowed around it, using the momentary visual obstruction to reposition. When the barrier dissipated, he was behind Tong Hao, palm aimed at the base of his skull. Yield. Tong Hao's eyes went wide. He hadn't even tracked the movement. After a moment of rigid silence, he lowered his fists. I yield. The crowd erupted. In the VIP gallery, Xiao Yu was on her feet, cheering. A few seats to the left, Yun watched with an expression that was carefully neutral but betrayed by the slight upward curve of her lips. Family honor defended in public competition. Plus 200 GP, current GP, 3,900, Xiao Yu had also advanced to the second round in her bracket, defeating a Doshi 7-star swordswoman from the Aoba clan. She'd won cleanly, her improved tactical fighting turning a skill contest into a methodical dismantling. The Aoba fighter had yielded after Xiao Yu executed a disarm technique that no one in the arena had seen before, a move Xiao Lei had taught her from a Japanese sword school that existed in his old world. Pride warmed his chest. She was becoming exactly what he'd known she could be. 1 down. 4 rounds to go. Chapter 32. Round 2 paired Xiao Lei against Yunfei, the Misty Cloud Sect disciple. Where Tong Hao had been a brawler, Yunfei was an artist. Dadoshi 3-star, a full major realm above Xiao Lei, with wind element techniques that turned the air itself into a weapon. He was lean, quick, and fought with the arrogant precision of someone trained by the best sect in the empire. The fight started badly. Yunfei opened with a wind blade barrage, compressed air slashes that moved faster than Xiao Lei could dodge. Iron Bastion palm blocked 2, but a third slipped through and opened a cut across his forearm. First blood to the Misty Cloud, Xiao Lei adapted. Wind techniques had a weakness that most fighters never exploited because they lacked the knowledge to identify it. Wind element Do Chi was vulnerable to grounding. Electrical grounding. And Thunder Counter's energy signature, while not truly electrical, operated on similar principles. He stopped dodging and started receiving. Each wind blade that hit his barriers was channeled through the Thunder Counter framework, its energy converted and earthed. The wind techniques lost coherence mid-flight, dissolving into harmless breezes. Yunfei's eyes widened. That's not possible. No barrier technique can neutralize wind element, it can if you understand the physics, Xiao Lei said, and close the distance. In close quarters, Yunfei's wind techniques were less effective, the blades needed space to form. Xiao Lei pressed the advantage, using his superior hand-to-hand skills to keep the fight at grappling range. Barrier techniques at point-blank range disrupted Yunfei's footwork. Thunder Counter punished every committed strike. The fight lasted 8 minutes, 8 minutes that felt like 8 hours. Yunfei was talented, arrogant, and increasingly desperate as his wind techniques failed to create separation. He tried Wind Walk, a mobility technique that turned his body semi-intangible, but Xiao Lei's barriers created physical walls that disrupted the technique's flow, forcing him back to solid form. By the end, Yunfei was bleeding from his nose and favoring his right leg where a barrier trap had caught his ankle. Xiao Lei was bleeding from 3 minor cuts where wind blades had slipped through his defense, and breathing hard enough that each breath hurt his bruised ribs. But his eyes were steady. Yunfei overextended on a desperation wind spear, a powerful technique that required both hands and a full second charge time. Xiao Lei saw the telegraph, stepped inside the technique's range, and delivered a thunder counter palm strike to the solar plexus that used the wind spear's own building energy against its creator. Yunfei flew backward, hit the arena barrier, and slid to the ground. He tried to rise, failed, and raised one hand in surrender. The crowd went silent, then erupted. A Doshi had just defeated a Dadoshi in straight combat. Not with tricks or cheats, but with superior tactics and an innovative fighting style no one had ever seen. In the VIP gallery, Yun's carefully neutral expression had cracked. She was leaning forward, lips parted, eyes bright with an emotion that transcended mere approval. Major combat victory against higher-ranked opponent. Plus 500 GP, current GP, 4,400, Chapter 33. The semifinals matched Xiao Lei against Mu Zhan of the Mu clan. Mu Zhan was the real thing, Dadoshi 5-star, 2 full sub-realms above Yunfei, with earth element techniques that transformed the arena floor into a weapon. He was calm, experienced, and had watched Xiao Lei's previous fights with analytical eyes. He knew what was coming and had prepared for it. The fight was brutal from the first second. Mu Zhan didn't rely on ranged attacks like Yunfei. He fought at midrange, using earth pillars and stone walls to control the arena's geography while launching devastating physical strikes enhanced by his element. Every punch hit like a boulder. Every kick cracked stone. Xiao Lei's barriers held, barely. But each successive impact weakened them, and Mu Zhan was too smart to overextend. He pressed methodically, grinding Xiao Lei down with superior power and efficient technique. 5 minutes in, Xiao Lei was bleeding from his lip and his left shoulder was numb from a glancing stone pillar strike. His GP reserves couldn't help, the system enhanced protection, not raw combat power in a fair fight. But then Mu Zhan raised a stone wall to block Xiao Lei's line of sight and launched a flanking earth spear aimed at his blind spot. The attack would have ended the fight, maybe ended his life. The system blazed. Guardian's resolve: when fighting to protect family honor, pain tolerance and reaction speed increased by 50%, the world slowed. Not literally, his perception accelerated. The earth spear, which should have been invisible until impact, revealed itself through micro-vibrations in the arena floor that his enhanced senses detected. He twisted, the spear grazing his ribs instead of piercing his liver, and threw himself forward. Through the wall. Iron Bastion palm created a wedge-shaped barrier that hit the stone wall like a battering ram, shattering it. Mu Zhan was right behind it, mid-step, off balance for a fraction of a second. Thunder counter. Xiao Lei caught Mu Zhan's follow-up punch in the palm of his hand and redirected every ounce of earth-enhanced force back through the man's own arm. The amplified energy shattered Mu Zhan's right gauntlet and sent shockwaves up to his shoulder. Mu Zhan screamed, the first sound he'd made all fight. He staggered backward, right arm hanging useless, face twisted in pain and disbelief. Xiao Lei stepped forward, raised his palm, and waited. The arena was utterly silent. 10,000 people held their breath. In the VIP gallery, Fa Ma had risen from his seat, hands gripping the railing. Yun Yun's composure had shattered entirely. She was on her feet, one hand pressed to her chest, her eyes wide. The moment stretched. Blood dripped from both fighters onto the cracked arena floor. Mu Zhan flexed his right hand, the gauntlet was destroyed, the arm beneath swelling rapidly. He tried to lift it. Failed. He tried again. Failed again. He met Xiao Lei's eyes, warrior to warrior, no malice, no ego, just the honest acknowledgement of someone who'd been outfought by a lesser-ranked opponent through sheer tactical brilliance and an iron will. I yield, Mu Zhan said. Then, quieter, well fought, Xiao. I've never been beaten by someone 2 sub-realms below me. I won't forget this. Neither will I, Xiao Lei replied, because it was true. This fight had pushed him to a place he hadn't visited since his military days, the razor edge between victory and oblivion where everything you were got reduced to the next second, the next breath, the next choice. Xiao Lei collapsed the moment the referee confirmed the result. His legs simply gave out, and he hit the arena floor on his knees, gasping. The Guardian's resolve faded like a tide going out, and in its wake came the accumulated damage, every hit he'd absorbed, every micro-tear in his muscles, every strained tendon and bruised bone. It all crashed into him simultaneously, a wall of pain that turned his vision white. The crowd's roar seemed to come from underwater. He could see faces, thousands of them, but they blurred and swam. The stone floor was cold against his palms. His blood made tiny crimson pools that reflected the arena's luminous formations. He tried to stand. His body refused. The fundamental contract between will and flesh had been renegotiated, and flesh was no longer taking orders. Xiao Yu vaulted the spectator barrier and ran onto the arena floor, her sword forgotten, her composure forgotten, everything forgotten except her partner crumpled on the stone. She caught him before he fell face first and held him up. You impossible, stubborn, reckless, her voice broke. She didn't finish the sentence. She didn't need to. Chapter 34. The finals were postponed 24 hours to allow Xiao Lei to recover. He spent those hours in a private medical room at the arena, being tended by guild healers who applied Tier 4 regeneration salves and clucked disapprovingly at the catalogue of injuries he'd accumulated. 2 cracked ribs, severe muscle contusions across the left torso, mild Do Qi channel inflammation, and approximately 30% depletion of core reserves, the chief healer reported. You should not fight tomorrow. What's the alternative? Withdrawal. There's no shame in, I'll fight. The healer sighed the sigh of a medical professional who'd heard that answer from 1,000 stubborn fighters and knew arguing was pointless. He applied another round of regeneration salves, prescribed a foul-tasting recovery tonic, and left with strict instructions that Xiao Lei was not to move for 6 hours. Xiao Lei waited until the door closed, then immediately began circulating his Do Qi through his damaged meridians. The system's healing factor was already working. He could feel it knitting torn muscle fiber, dissolving blood clots, flushing lactic acid from overworked tissues. It wasn't fast enough to heal completely by morning, but it would bring him to fighting condition. Barely. Xiao Yu stayed for the first hour, helping apply salves and making him drink an herbal concoction that tasted like liquid despair. Then she left to rest, touching his hand briefly as she went. The touch lingered after she was gone, warm pressure on his fingers, carrying everything she didn't say. Near midnight, a soft knock came at the door. Xiao Lei sensed the visitor before it opened, a vast, controlled presence that his threat radar registered as allied with a warmth that went beyond the tactical. Yun. She entered without ceremony, closing the door behind her. She'd changed from her formal sect master robes into simple traveling clothes, and without the veil, her face was fully visible for the first time since the tea house. High cheekbones. A mouth that naturally curved toward seriousness. Eyes that carried decades of responsibility despite belonging to someone barely older than him. She was beautiful. He'd known this intellectually. Seeing it directly, in the lamplight of a quiet room, was different. I brought medicine, she said, producing a small jade vial. Northern Cloud Dew. Tier 5 recovery elixir. It's the best I have. That's worth more than most houses. So is the person I'm giving it to. She sat on the edge of his bed and unstoppered the vial. The liquid inside glowed with a soft blue light. She applied it to his cracked ribs with fingertips that were surprisingly gentle for someone who could shatter mountains. You fight like you have something precious to protect, she said as she worked. I do. Your brother? My brother. My father. My cousin. My clan. He paused. And, increasingly, people beyond my clan. Her fingers stilled on his ribs. Am I in that category? He met her eyes. Honesty wasn't a strategy here, it was the only language he could speak with her. Yes, she resumed applying the medicine. Her touch was slightly less steady than before. I've been a sect master since I was 16, she said quietly. Yun Shan appointed me because I was talented and idealistic enough to serve as a figurehead while he held real power. In 9 years, no one, has ever looked at me and seen a person instead of a title. I see a woman fighting a war she didn't start, against an enemy she can't publicly name, for people who don't know she's protecting them. He caught her hand. That's not a title. That's a hero. Her composure fractured. Not dramatically, Yun was too controlled for that. But her eyes glistened, and the breath she drew was uneven, and for a moment the Misty Cloud Sect Master was just a lonely young woman holding a stranger's hand in a lamplight room. Whatever happens tomorrow, she said, fight for yourself. Not your family, not your honor. For yourself. You deserve that. She left the vial on his bedside table, squeezed his hand once, and departed as quietly as she'd arrived. Xiao Lei lay in the darkness, feeling the northern cloud dew knitting his ribs back together, and thought about 2 women, one who fought beside him and one who fought her own wars alone. He was in trouble. He knew it. But it was the kind of trouble he couldn't bring himself to regret. Bond with Yun strengthened. Level 2, Alliance/Affection, plus 500 GP, current GP, 5,400, Chapter 35, Finals Day. The grand arena was packed beyond capacity. Xiao Lei stood on one side of the arena floor, his injuries reduced to a dull ache by Yun's medicine. His opponent stood opposite. Nalan Shuang. Dadoshi 7-star. The gap between them was a canyon. 4 full sub-realms of difference, each one representing a multiplicative increase in power. On paper, this was a mismatch so extreme it bordered on farce. Nalan Shuang knew it too. She stood with perfect posture, her ice phoenix sword at her hip, her expression carrying the calm certainty of someone who had already decided the outcome. This is personal, she said, loud enough for only Xiao Lei to hear. You humiliated my cousin. You embarrassed my family. I'm going to show the world that the Xiao clan's eldest is nothing but a parlor trick. Xiao Lei rolled his neck, loosening the tension. Then stop talking and show me. The referee signaled. Begin. Nalan Shuang was a storm. Her ice phoenix sword unleashed techniques that combined ice element do chi with swordwork of devastating precision. Phoenix Cry, a thrust that froze the air in its path, creating a cone of lethal ice shards. Winter's Descent, an overhead slash that brought a curtain of frost crashing down like a collapsing glacier. Freezing Domain, an area technique that dropped the arena temperature by 30 degrees in seconds. Xiao Lei's barriers held against Phoenix Cry but cracked under Winter's Descent. The freezing domain slowed his movements, ice forming on his clothes and hair. He was losing ground from the first exchange, driven backward across the arena by relentless attacks from a superior fighter. The crowd fell quiet. This wasn't a match. It was an execution. Nalan Shuang pressed harder. A slash opened a cut across Xiao Lei's chest. A follow-up thrust punched through a weakened barrier and slammed into his stomach, folding him over. Ice crept up his legs, trying to root him in place. He dropped to one knee. Blood dripped from his chin. The arena blurred. Nalan Shuang raised her sword for the finishing blow. Yield, she said. It wasn't cruel, her voice carried genuine advice. You fought well. There's no shame. Xiao Lei thought about Xiao Yan. About a 16-year-old boy standing in a clan hall, watching his engagement dissolved, his pride shattered, his future mocked. And then he thought about what would happen if the Nalan family's champion defeated the Xiaos in front of 10,000 people. The political fallout. The renewed whispers. The way it would echo back to Wutan City, back to Xiao Yan's ears, confirming every doubt he was fighting to overcome. The system responded to his thoughts like a living thing. Elder brother's vow, partial activation, condition met, family member's reputation under existential threat, temporary ascension, +1 full rank, duration, 3 minutes, warning, severe backlash after duration expires. Potential cultivation damage, power flooded him. It was different from Guardian mode, deeper, hotter, more dangerous. His Do Chi didn't just surge, it transformed, gaining a texture and density that belonged to a realm he hadn't earned. The Doshi 1-star equivalent. Still below Nalan Shuang, but close enough to fight. The ice shattered. Xiao Lei rose, his eyes blazing blue, his aura erupting in a shockwave that rippled across the arena floor. 10,000 spectators gasped as one. Not yet, he said. He attacked. Not defensively, not tactically, but with everything he had. Iron Bastion palm barriers deployed offensively, barrier-shaped projectiles that forced Nalan Shuang to dodge rather than press. Thunder counter-turned her Ice Phoenix techniques against her, reflecting cold energy that frosted her own blade. She fought back with everything she had. Ice and steel clashed against barrier and thunder. The arena floor cracked under the pressure. Barrier arrays flickered as they absorbed overflow energy. The VIP gallery trembled. 2 minutes burned through like seconds. Nalan Shuang's composure was cracking. She hadn't expected this. No one had expected this. A Doshi 7-star matching a Doshi 7-star was not possible. And yet here he was, bleeding and burning and refusing to fall. In the final 30 seconds, Xiao Lei saw his opening. Nalan Shuang committed to her strongest technique, Phoenix Rebirth, a full power ice and sword combination that channeled everything she had into a single devastating strike. It was overwhelming. And it was committed. Once started, it couldn't be redirected. Xiao Lei stepped into the technique. The ice tore at him, the sword grazed his shoulder, the cold burned like fire. But his palm found her chest, not the sword, not the ice, but the person behind them. Thunder counter. At point-blank range. Channeling not just her Phoenix Rebirth's force, but every ounce of his remaining vow-enhanced power. The explosion of energy threw them both backward. Xiao Lei hit the arena barrier and crumpled. Nalan Shuang hit the opposite barrier and slid to the ground, her Ice Phoenix sword flying from her nerveless fingers. The arena held its breath. Xiao Lei couldn't move. His body was finished, the vow's duration had expired, and the backlash was hitting like a freight train. Every cell screamed. His vision was tunneling to a point of light. But he was conscious. And across the arena, Nalan Shuang was not. Winner, Xiao Lei of the Xiao clan. The arena erupted. 10,000 voices became one voice, and that voice was thunder. It shook the formation barriers. It rattled the VIP gallery. It echoed off the capital's walls and carried into the streets beyond, where thousands more who hadn't secured seats were following the action through real-time reporting crystals. In the VIP gallery, Fa Ma was on his feet, applauding with a vigor that belied his age. Beside him, a council of Alchemist Guild elders stared at the arena floor with expressions ranging from disbelief to genuine awe. Yun Yun stood motionless, her hands gripping the gallery railing so tightly that the wood creaked. Her eyes were bright, not with tears exactly, but with the luminous intensity of someone watching the impossible happen and refusing to look away. Xiao Yu had her hands pressed to her mouth. She wasn't cheering. She was crying, silently, fiercely, the tears of someone who'd watched the person they cared about most walk into a furnace and come out holding a star. Xiao Lei managed one breath. 2. Then the darkness took him, and he fell into it with the faintest smile on his blood-streaked face. The crowd's roar followed him down into unconsciousness. It sounded like the world calling his name. Chapter 36. He woke to arguing, feminine voices, sharp and tense, cutting through the fog of unconsciousness like dueling swords.
Should be resting, not hovering over him like I brought the medicine that healed his ribs last night, which is more than, I've been fighting beside him for months.
Where were you when he, stop? Xiao Lei's voice came out as a croak, but it was enough. Both voices fell silent instantly. He opened his eyes. His private recovery room had gained 2 occupants, Xiao Yu on his left, Yun Yun on his right. They were standing on opposite sides of his bed, radiating hostility toward each other with the intensity of rival nations. How long? He asked. 2 days, Xiao Yu said. You've been unconscious for 2 days. The tournament, you won, Yun Yun said. The Do Crystal Prize has been delivered to your quarters. The entire capital is talking about the Xiao clan's eldest son who defeated a Doshi 7-star at Doshi rank. He processed this. Then he looked between them, Xiao Yu in her training robes, arms crossed, face flushed with emotion she was barely containing, Yun Yun in her traveling cloak, hands clasped, composed but with telltale redness around her eyes that suggested sleep had been scarce. You've both been here the whole time? Yes, they said simultaneously, then looked at each other with mirrored irritation. Xiao Lei decided that discretion was the better part of valor and changed the subject. The Do Crystal, I need to use it immediately. My cultivation needs stabilization after the vow backlash. The Do crystal was a fist-sized gem of compressed cultivation energy, glowing with internal light that pulsed in rhythm with the world's ambient Do Qi. Combined with his GP reserves, it represented a massive power boost. Over the next 3 hours, while his two watchers maintained a tense truce on opposite sides of the room, Xiao Lei absorbed the Do crystal's energy and channeled his accumulated GP. Do crystal absorbed, plus 2000 GP equivalent cultivation energy, GP investment, advanced to Do Shi, 1 star, 2500 GP, confirmed. The breakthrough shattered the ceiling of the Do Shi realm. His meridians expanded dramatically, his Do Qi reserves tripled, and his physical capabilities underwent a fundamental upgrade. Do Shi, a realm where he could face most threats in the Jiama Empire without needing system boosts. Current cultivation, Do Shi, 1 star, remaining GP, 2900, he spent another day consolidating, then advanced again as bank GP processed through his stabilized channels. Advanced to Do Shi, 3 star, 1000 GP, current cultivation. Do Shi, 3 star, current GP, 1900. When he stood from his meditation, the room felt different. Not physically, the dimensions hadn't changed. But his perception of it had expanded. He could feel the Do Qi flows in the walls, sense the protective formations in the building's foundations, detect the faint signatures of people moving through the corridors. Do Shi. A real cultivator at last. Xiao Yu and Yun Yun had both noticed his transformation. They entered the room separately, Xiao Yu first, drawn by the cultivation shockwave, and Yun Yun moments later, claiming she'd sensed the disturbance from across the city. Do Shi, Xiao Yu said, circling him slowly, her analytical eyes measuring the changes in his aura. Your energy signature has fundamentally shifted. It's denser. More structured. She paused. And there's something underneath it. Something that doesn't feel like normal Do Qi. The guardian energy, Yun Yun murmured from the doorway. I felt it before. It's stronger now. The two women exchanged glances, the first time they'd looked at each other without outright hostility. Scientific curiosity, it seemed, transcended romantic rivalry. I have questions, Xiao Yu said. So do I, Yun Yun added. And I have answers, Xiao Lei replied. But not today. When the time is right, I'll tell you both everything, I promise. It was the first promise he'd made that applied to both of them simultaneously. Somehow, that felt significant. Chapter 37. Nalan Shuang found him the next morning in the arena's recovery wing, where he was collecting his belongings to return to the inn. He'd expected hostility. What he got was something more complex. She stood in the doorway, one arm in a sling from his thunder counter. The bruising was severe enough to require healing time even with alchemist-grade medicine. Her expression was composed but not cold. You fight like a cornered beast, she said. It's admirable. Xiao Lei paused his packing. I fight like someone with people to protect. So I've noticed. She entered the room uninvited and sat on the edge of a chair. My uncle, the family patriarch, won't take this loss lightly. You've now publicly defeated 2 Nalan family members. First the engagement confrontation, now me. His pride won't allow it to stand unanswered. Is this a threat? It's a warning. From someone who respects you enough to give one. She met his eyes directly. I entered that arena expecting to destroy you. I left it understanding that the Xiao clan has produced something unexpected. I don't know what you are, Xiao Lei. But you're not what you appear. Few people are. True. She stood, wincing slightly as the movement jarred her injured arm. The Nalan family isn't monolithic. Not all of us agree with the patriarch's approach. Some of us believe that strength should be respected, not resented. She left without another word, her footsteps echoing in the corridor with the precise rhythm of someone trained to move with economy and purpose. Xiao Lei watched her go and filed the encounter under potential future ally. The Nalan family was a piece on the board, a piece that could move in multiple directions depending on how the game played out. Xiao Yu appeared in the doorway moments after Nalan Shuang departed, her expression the studied neutrality of someone who had been listening from the hallway. Another woman with a warning and a meaningful look, she said. You're collecting them. I'm collecting allies. There's a difference. Is there? But the sharpness faded quickly, replaced by genuine tactical consideration. She leaned against the doorframe and crossed her arms. She's right about the patriarch, though. Nalan Jia has connections to the Imperial Court, the Alchemist Guild's upper echelons, and at least 3 Do Huang level fighters under his direct command. If he decides to move against us, it won't be a street brawl. You know more about the Nalan family structure than I expected. I've been running intelligence on every major family in the Jiama Empire since you taught me that information is a weapon. The Nalans were second on the list after the Hall of Souls. She held up a thin leather notebook. Want to see my files? He did. And what she had compiled was impressive, a detailed breakdown of the Nalan family's military assets, political alliances, economic dependencies, and internal fault lines. Branch families that chafed under the patriarch's control. Business partnerships that could be disrupted. Key individuals who might be persuaded to neutrality, if not alliance. You're wasted as a sword fighter, Xiao Lei said. I'm excellent as a sword fighter. I'm also excellent at this. She tucked the notebook away. Stop looking surprised. You trained me to think strategically. Did you expect me to only apply it when you were watching? But Nalan Shuang's warning was concerning. The Nalan Patriarch wasn't a Wu-Tan city merchant playing at power, he was one of the 3 most powerful men in the Jiama Empire, with resources and reach that dwarfed anything Xiao Lei had faced so far. If the Patriarch decided to retaliate, it wouldn't come as a clumsy assassination attempt on a forest road. It would come as something surgical, deniable, and devastating. He needed to build defenses. Not just martial defenses, political ones. The Alchemist Guild apprenticeship was a start. The Mu clan, through Mu Zhan's respectful defeat, was another. Even Nalan Shuang's grudging admiration could become a tool if wielded correctly. In his old life, this kind of multi-front strategic planning had been above his pay grade. He'd been a ground-level operator, not a general. But war had a way of promoting people beyond their comfort zone, and cultivation politics, he was discovering, were just war conducted through different channels. The system seemed to agree with this assessment: strategic alliance network expanding, current allies, Alchemist Guild, Fa Ma, Mu Clan, passive, Misty Cloud Sect, Yun Yun, active, Nalan Shuang, potential, Guardian recommendation, consolidate existing alliances before pursuing new ones, warning, Nalan Patriarch response probability, high. Xiao Lei closed the system display and stared at the ceiling of the inn room, his mind running scenarios the way his old commanding officer had taught him. Best case, worst case, most likely case. For each scenario, a response. For each response, a contingency. The mental exercise was calming in its rigor, a framework of logic imposed on the chaos of a world where people could throw fire with their hands and ancient clans settled disputes by destroying mountains. Chapter 38. The evening before Yun Yun's departure for the Misty Cloud Sect, she asked him to walk. They walked through the capital's lantern district, where enchanted lights in every color floated above the streets, casting warm pools of illumination that mixed and shifted with the breeze. Street musicians played on corners. Couples strolled hand in hand. The air smelled of roasting chestnuts and jasmine. It was, Xiao Lei realized, almost painfully romantic. And from the slight color in Yun Yun's cheeks, she'd chosen this route deliberately. My master has been meeting with Hall of Souls representatives more frequently, she said, keeping her voice low despite the ambient noise. I've confirmed 3 meetings in the last month. Whatever arrangement they have, it's accelerating. What does he want from them? Power. Yun Shan was once the strongest cultivator in the Jiama Empire, but his advancement has stalled at Do Huang 3-star for years. The Hall of Souls has techniques that can push past natural limits, at a cost. What cost? I don't know yet. But people in the sect have been disappearing. Cultivators at the Doshi and Doshi level. The official reports say they've been sent on extended missions. But I've checked the mission logs. Those missions don't exist. Xiao Lei's jaw tightened. If Yun Shan was feeding his own disciples to the Hall of Souls in exchange for power, the situation was even worse than he'd estimated. I'll investigate from my end, he said. The Alchemist Guild has intelligence networks that might catch things the sect structure would miss. I'll share whatever I find. They walked in silence for a while. The lanterns cast shifting colors across Yun Yun's face: amber, rose, violet, blue. She was watching the lights with an expression that made her look younger, softer, like a girl who hadn't yet been forced to carry a sect on her shoulders. When I was a child, she said, before Yun Shan chose me as his successor, I used to sneak out of the sect and walk through the nearest town's festival markets. Just to feel normal. To be no one. She paused. I haven't felt like no one in a very long time. Is that a good thing? Tonight it is. Their hands brushed as they walked. Neither pulled away. At the intersection where the lantern district met the quieter residential streets, Yun Yun stopped and faced him. The shifting lights played across her features. Her eyes were very dark and very serious. When this is all over, she said, I'd like to walk like this again. Xiao Lei felt something in his chest, not the system, not the GP notification, but something older and simpler. The undeniable pull of a soul recognizing its match. So would I. She nodded once, turned, and walked away into the night. He watched until the darkness swallowed her, then turned toward the inn. The walk back was quiet and full. The streets of the capital, usually so foreign, felt almost like home with the memory of her fingers interlaced with his. He didn't know what they were: allies, friends, something more? Labels seemed inadequate for 2 people who'd found each other in the spaces between duty and desire. What he knew was this: Yun Yun was worth fighting for. Not as a possession or a prize, but as a person who deserved the chance to be more than her title. If protecting that chance meant making enemies of the Misty Cloud Sect's corrupted leadership, then so be it. His list of enemies was already long enough that a few more barely registered. Chapter 39. They left the capital the next morning, Xiao Lei and Xiao Yu on horseback, traveling light. The journey home should have been uneventful. It wasn't. They were ambushed on the second night, camped in a clearing beside a stream. 3 figures emerged from the darkness without warning, no threat radar ping, which meant they'd used some kind of detection masking technique. Advanced. Professional. Expensive. Dadoshi level. All 3. Xiao Lei rolled out of his bedroll a heartbeat before a blade bisected the space where his head had been. Military instincts, he'd been sleeping with his boots on and his barriers preformed. The barrier around his campsite exploded outward, buying 2 seconds of confusion. You. Up. Xiao Yu was already moving. She'd slept with her sword, and it cleared the sheath in the same motion as her rise from the ground. The firelight caught the blade and cast dancing shadows as she fell into a fighting stance. 3 attackers. 2 men, 1 woman. Black clothing with a silver serpent emblem on their cuffs, the Nalan family's covert operations division. Nalan Shuang's warning about the patriarch hadn't been idle talk. Kill the boy, the lead assassin barked. Leave the girl, she's not worth the political complication. How considerate, Xiao Yu said, and attacked. The fight was chaos. 3 Dadoshis against 2 fighters, 1 at Dadoshi 3-star, 1 at Doshi 9-star. Xiao Yu had broken through during their time in the capital, the intensive training and dense ambient Do-chi pushing her past the threshold she'd been approaching for months. She was now a genuine Do-shi, and the pride Xiao Lei felt in her accomplishment was matched only by the terror of watching her face 3 opponents who could kill her with a careless backhand. The math was catastrophic. 3 mid-tier Do-shis against 1 low-tier Do-shi and 1 fresh Do-shi. In raw numbers, they shouldn't have survived the first 30 seconds. But numbers were one thing. Reality was another. And in reality, Xiao Lei and Xiao Yu fought as one. Their months of shared training, shared meals, shared silences, shared danger, all of it condensed into a combat synchronization that transcended mere teamwork. Months of training together had built something between them that transcended teamwork. They moved in synchronized patterns. When he created barriers, she struck through the gaps. When she engaged an opponent's blade, he flanked with thunder counter. They read each other's intentions through shifts in weight and breathing, no words needed. The first assassin fell when Xiao Yu's sword found his knee and Xiao Lei's barrier pinned his weapon arm simultaneously. The man collapsed, and Xiao Yu's pommel strike to the temple ended his participation. The remaining 2 escalated. The woman used a poison mist technique that filled the clearing with green fog. Xiao Lei's iron bastion palm created a sealed barrier around himself and Xiao Yu, keeping the poison out. Inside the barrier, they were safe. Outside, the assassins couldn't reach them. Stalemate, for exactly 3 seconds. Then the lead assassin shattered the barrier with a concentrated Dadoshi 6-star palm strike that Xiao Lei's 3-star barrier simply couldn't withstand. The poison mist rushed in. Xiao Lei threw himself over Xiao Yu, covering her face with his sleeve while holding his own breath. His healing factor could manage toxin exposure, her body couldn't. He took a lungful of poison to protect her. The system registered it. Sustained toxic damage while protecting family member. Plus 800 GP, healing factor LV1, neutralizing toxin. 40% processed, fighting while poisoned was a new experience. His vision swam. His muscles cramped. But the healing factor worked faster than the poison could spread, buying him minutes he shouldn't have had. He and Xiao Yu fought the remaining 2 assassins in a running battle through the forest. She covered their retreat while he laid barrier traps. 1 assassin triggered a trap and took a thunder counter to the chest, his own force reflected back through 3 stacked barriers, magnified to devastating effect. The final assassin, the lead, the strongest, faced them both. Xiao Yu lunged in with a combination that forced his guard up. Xiao Lei flanked, barriers disrupting his footing. Together, they pressed him until an opening appeared. Xiao Yu's sword found his shoulder. Xiao Lei's palm found his stomach. The double impact dropped him, and he stayed down. Silence. Just the sound of the stream and their ragged breathing. Xiao Yu turned to Xiao Lei. Blood streamed from a cut above her eye. Her robes were torn. Her sword arm trembled with fatigue. But her eyes burned with a fierce light that made the campfire look dim. You covered me, she said. When the poison came. You took it instead of me. You would have done the same. Yes. But I want to hear you acknowledge that you did it. He looked at her, blood-streaked, exhausted, beautiful in the way that warriors were beautiful when the mask came down and all that remained was the essential self. I did it. I'd do it again. Something shifted between them. A boundary crossed, or perhaps a boundary acknowledged to have been crossed long ago. Xiao Yu stepped forward. She went up on her toes and pressed her lips to his cheek, a kiss that landed half on his jaw, warm and deliberate and trembling with everything she'd been holding back for months. Who protects you? She whispered, echoing her question from the compound wall what felt like a lifetime ago. I do. Whether you like it or not. She pulled back, sheathed her sword, and walked to the stream to wash the blood from her face without looking back. Xiao Lei stood in the ruined campsite, surrounded by unconscious assassins and dissipating poison mist, and touched the spot on his jaw where her lips had been. The system was silent. Some moments were beyond metrics. He stood in the ruined campsite for a long time, listening to the splash of water as she washed, the distant call of night birds, the crackle of the dying fire. 3 unconscious assassins lay bound at his feet. Poison mist dissipated into the forest canopy. Stars wheeled overhead, indifferent to the violence and tenderness that had unfolded beneath them. In his old life, moments like this had been impossible. The military didn't allow for softness. The martial arts world rewarded detachment. And death, his death, saving that child, had been the ultimate expression of a life lived for others without ever letting anyone live for him. But here, in this impossible second chance, a woman with a sword and a fierce heart had kissed his jaw and declared herself his protector. Not because he was weak. Not because she pitied him. But because she loved him with the stubborn, unbreakable determination of someone who'd decided that love was a hill worth dying on. He didn't know if he deserved it. He suspected he didn't. But he was learning, slowly and painfully, that some gifts weren't about deserving. They were about accepting. He touched his jaw one more time, then turned to check the prisoner's bindings. There was still work to do. There was always work to do. Chapter 40. They reached Wutan City on the 4th day, road-worn, battle-scarred, and carrying 3 bound assassins on a pack horse. The city guards nearly drew weapons before recognizing the Xiao clan insignia. The compound erupted with their arrival. Servants rushed to take horses. Healers converged on Xiao Yu's injuries. Xiao Yan met them at the main gate, his face a map of relief and concern. But Xiao Lei's attention went to the figure standing behind his father. Xiao Yan had changed, not physically, he was still lean, still intense. But his aura was different. Where months ago it had been a guttering candle, it now burned with a steady flame. His cultivation signature registered as Do J7 star, a massive improvement from the 2-star he'd been at when Xiao Lei first arrived. Yao Lao's training was working. The protagonist was rising. Brother. Xiao Yan stepped forward. His voice was steadier, his eyes clearer. The bitter edge was gone, replaced by something that looked like confidence finding its feet. Welcome home. Xiao Lei gripped his brother's forearm in a warrior's clasp. The strength in Xiao Yan's grip was real now, not the trembling weakness of months ago, but genuine power flowing through trained channels. His eyes were brighter. His posture straighter. Even his voice carried a new depth. You've been busy, Xiao Lei said, unable to keep the pride from his voice. So have you. Xiao Yan's eyes took in the bandages, the bruises, the bound assassins being unloaded from the pack horse. I heard about the tournament. The entire empire is talking about you. The merchants who passed through last week couldn't stop telling the story, the Xiao clan's eldest son defeating a Dadoshi 7-star Nalon warrior at the Grand Arena. Good. Let them talk. It keeps their eyes on me and off you. Xiao Yan's expression flickered, understanding dawning. His jaw tightened, and for a moment the old bitterness flashed in his eyes. But it was different now. Not the bitterness of a boy who felt abandoned, the bitterness of a young man who realized that his brother had been bleeding for him all along, while he was too wrapped up in his own pain to notice. You did it on purpose, Xiao Yan said slowly, each word weighted with dawning comprehension. The tournament. The public spectacle. Making enemies of the Nalon family. Drawing the attention of the entire empire. You made yourself the biggest target in the Jiama Empire so I could train in peace. Xiao Lei neither confirmed nor denied. How's your training? The real training? Xiao Yan glanced around, ensuring no one was close enough to hear. Good. Better than good. I can't tell you everything yet, but I have a teacher. He's the real thing. And he says I have potential he hasn't seen in a century. I know you do. Xiao Yan studied his brother's face. You know more than you let on, don't you? I know that my little brother is going to shake this world to its foundations. And I know that my job is to make sure he gets the chance. They stood there in the compound courtyard, 2 brothers, the weight of fate and family pressing down on both of them. Xiao Yan broke first, a smile, genuine and warm, that transformed his sharp features. I won't waste the 3 years you bought me, brother. I swear it. I know you won't. That night, after the healers had finished with him, after the political briefings with Xiao Zhan, after Xiao Yu had been seen to and sent to rest, Xiao Lei stood on the compound wall in the darkness and opened his threat radar to maximum range. The familiar signals were there, Xiao Yan, Xiao Zhan, Xiao Yu, all safe and warm within the compound's walls. The distant anomaly to the east pinged, as it always did, but fainter now, as if the watcher was being more careful. And there was something new. Something far to the east, beyond the anomaly, beyond the empire's borders. A Do Wang-level presence, immense and cold, moving slowly but deliberately toward the Jiama Empire. Warning, extreme threat detected, classification, Han Clan Scout, estimated power, Do Wang, minimum, estimated arrival, 3 months, recommendation, accelerate cultivation. Build alliances. Prepare, Xiao Lei's hands tightened on the stone parapet until his knuckles went white. A Do Wang. A realm that made Do Shis look like children. Coming here, To the Jiama Empire, to investigate the anomaly that was Xiao Lei. 3 months. Not enough time. Never enough time, but it was what he had. He looked out over the sleeping city, the terracotta rooftops, the quiet streets, the walls that offered an illusion of safety. Somewhere in this city, his brother was sleeping peacefully for the first time in years, dreaming of a future he was finally allowed to believe in. Somewhere, his father was resting easier, his health improving, his clan secure. Somewhere, a fierce young woman with a sword was sleeping with a smile on her face, knowing she'd proven her worth in the fire. And somewhere far to the east, in a fortress that existed in permanent shadow, a young man with hollow eyes and a soul as cold as void opened a scroll bearing Xiao Lei's description. He read it by the light of captured souls, his lips curving into a smile that held no warmth. An elder brother who shouldn't exist, Han Feng murmured. How very interesting. The Hall of Souls will want to know about this. He rolled the scroll and sealed it with black fire, then released it into the air. It vanished, racing toward a destination so dark that even the night was afraid of it. The shadows were closing in. And Xiao Lei had 3 months to become strong enough to face them. He turned away from the wall and walked back toward his quarters. There was training to do, intelligence to gather, alliances to forge, and a family to protect. The same mission as always, but with higher stakes and a shorter clock. In his room, he sat cross-legged on the floor and opened the system interface one final time for the night. Status report, host, Xiao Lei, Cultivation, Dadoshi, 3-star, Guardian points, 1,900, threat radar range, 400 meters, bonded family members, 4, Xiao Yan, Brotherhood LV3, Xiao Zhan, LV4, Xiao Yu, LV2, Yun Yun, LV2, Guardian Techniques, Iron Bastion Palm, Mastered, Thunder Counter, Advanced, Guardian Pulse, Intermediate, Special Abilities, Healing Factor LV1, Threat Radar, Guardian Mode, Emergency, Elder Brother's Vow, Partial, Next Milestone, 20,000 GP, Guardian Domain. He closed the interface and began his nightly meditation. Tomorrow, the work continued. 3 months until the Do Wang arrived. 3 months to evolve from a Dadoshi into something that could face a king-level threat. The numbers didn't add up. They never did. But Xiao Lei had never let math stop him from fighting for the people he loved. He closed his eyes and cultivated until dawn, drawing in the ambient do chi of the sleeping compound, letting it circulate through his expanded meridians while the threat radar hummed its quiet vigil in the background. Somewhere out there, across forests and mountains and the dark spaces between cities, something powerful and malevolent was moving toward everything he loved. He couldn't see it clearly yet, he couldn't measure it precisely. But he could feel it, the weight of an approaching storm, pressing against the horizon like a hand against a windowpane. When it arrived, he would be ready. Or he would die trying. There was no third option. There never had been. Chapter 41. 3 months had passed since the tournament, and Xiao Lei had used every second of them. His cultivation stood at Dadoshi 5-star, advanced through a combination of GP accumulation and relentless traditional training that would have killed a lesser man. His body had adapted to the punishing regimen he'd imposed: 4 hours of cultivation meditation before dawn, 2 hours of combat drills, alchemy study under Fa Ma via correspondence, intelligence gathering, and the invisible guardian work that earned him the GP to keep advancing. The Xiao clan compound had transformed in his absence during the tournament. Returning to Wutan City with the prestige of his grand arena victory had shifted the political landscape entirely. Branch family members who'd once looked at the main line with resentment now trained alongside main family disciples. Elder Xiao Song, once his fiercest critic, now consulted him on defensive strategies. The clan was unified for the first time in a generation. But unity wouldn't stop what was coming. Xiao Lei's threat radar had been tracking the approaching presence for weeks. The Do Wang level signature moved steadily closer, pausing occasionally in towns and cities along its route, gathering intelligence, Xiao Lei suspected, about the anomaly in Wutan City. Han Feng. The Han clan scout. A name Xiao Lei had pulled from fragments of his original world knowledge and confirmed through Yun Yun's intelligence network. A young genius of the ancient Han clan, one of the most powerful organizations on the continent, with ties to the Hall of Souls that went back centuries. The intelligence Yun Yun had provided painted a concerning picture. Han Feng was not merely a scout, he was a prodigy in his own right, a soul cultivation specialist who combined raw power with the refined cruelty of someone raised in an organization that treated other people's spirits as fuel. He had been sent to investigate reports of unusual cultivation activity in the Jiama Empire, reports that, Xiao Lei was grimly certain, pointed directly at himself. The system's assessment was blunt: incoming threat, Han Feng, Do Wang 2-star, soul cultivation techniques detected, your current level is insufficient for direct confrontation, recommended strategy, avoidance or asymmetric engagement, avoidance or asymmetry. The system was telling him, in its clinical way, that he could not win a straight fight. Xiao Lei accepted this without ego. Acceptance of tactical reality was not weakness, it was the first step toward finding an alternative. And he was now less than 2 weeks away. Xiao Yan, meanwhile, had undergone his own transformation. The younger brother was now Doshi 3-star, a staggering leap from the Doj 2-star he'd been when Xiao Lei first arrived. Yao Lao's training had restructured his cultivation from the foundation up, and the results were nothing short of miraculous. He was already away on his first solo mission, a minor bounty hunt in the forests east of Wutan City that would test his skills in real combat. Xiao Lei let him go. The urge to follow, to hover, to shield was overwhelming. He had spent the first hour after Xiao Yan's departure pacing the compound walls, his threat radar extended to maximum range, tracking his brother's signature as it moved through the forest canopy. The signature was steady. Confident. Moving with the controlled economy of a cultivator who knew his own limits and trusted his training. Xiao Yu had found him on the wall and said nothing. She simply sat beside him, her sword across her knees, watching the forest with him until Xiao Yan's signature passed beyond even the enhanced radar's range. Then she had placed one hand briefly on his shoulder and gone back to her own duties, a gesture that said everything and demanded nothing. But Xiao Yan needed to grow on his own terms, and hovering would only delay the inevitable day when the younger brother surpassed the elder. That was the goal, after all. Not for Xiao Lei to be the strongest forever, but to hold the line until his brother could hold it himself. Chapter 42. Han Feng arrived in Wutan City on a Tuesday, disguised as a traveling silk merchant named Feng Yu. His cover was excellent. He moved through the market district with the easy confidence of a man who'd spent years in commerce, haggling with vendors, sampling tea at public houses, and asking the innocuous questions that merchants always asked: which families held influence, where the best trade goods were, who controlled the auction house. No one suspected him. His cultivation was perfectly suppressed, reading as a mundane mortal to anyone scanning him casually. But Xiao Lei's threat radar didn't rely on casual scans. The system penetrated suppression techniques with an accuracy that bordered on unfair, detecting the truth beneath the disguise, Dodoshi 9-star. Possibly higher, the reading flickered at the edges, suggesting a concealment technique that even the system couldn't fully pierce. Xiao Lei tracked him from a distance, never approaching, never allowing his own threat radar scans to linger long enough for Han Feng to notice. Military surveillance doctrine: observe, record, do not engage. Know your enemy before he knows you know he exists. Over 3 days, he mapped Han Feng's movement patterns. The spy visited every major clan's commercial district. He spent unusual amounts of time near the Xiao clan compound walls, circling them, testing the defensive formations with probes so subtle that only Xiao Lei's enhanced awareness detected them. He also visited the site of the assassin ambush in the back mountains, the clearing where Xiao Lei had fought 3 Doshi fighters to protect Xiao Yan. The ground still bore scars from the battle. Han Feng examined them with the methodical interest of a forensics investigator. Xiao Lei watched from a concealed position 300 meters away, his aura suppressed to nothing, barely breathing. Han Feng knelt beside a crater left by an iron bastion palm barrier impact. He ran his fingers across the fractured earth, and something in his expression shifted, the merchant mask slipping for a moment to reveal the predator underneath. Barrier technique, he murmured. But not any technique in the guild records. The energy signature is protective in nature. As if the technique itself was designed to shield rather than destroy. He stood, brushed dirt from his merchant's robes, and looked toward the Xiao clan compound with hollow, calculating eyes. Interesting, he said to no one. His voice was flat, clinical, devoid of the warmth that genuine curiosity carried. This was the voice of someone cataloging specimens, efficient, detached, and fundamentally inhuman. He pulled a small dark orb from his sleeve, a soulfire recording device, and spoke into it. Day 4 in the target zone. The anomaly's fighting technique leaves residual energy signatures consistent with a previously unrecorded defensive art. The barriers are not pure Do-Chi constructs, they carry an additional layer of energy that resonates at frequencies associated with protective intent. This is not a bloodline ability or a clan technique. It is something external, possibly systemic in origin. Recommend priority elevation to alpha classification. The orb absorbed his words and went dark. He tucked it away and vanished into the forest with the casual ease of someone stepping through a curtain. Xiao Lei's jaw clenched so hard his teeth ached. The cat-and-mouse game had entered a new phase. Han Feng knew something unusual was happening. He just didn't know the source yet. Chapter 43. Xiao Lei decided to change the game. He stood at the window of his quarters on a cold morning, watching the compound stir to life below, and made a decision that had been crystallizing for weeks. He'd been reactive for too long, defending, preparing, waiting for threats to materialize, responding to each crisis as it emerged rather than shaping the battlefield in advance. Every military strategist he'd ever studied, Sun Tzu, Clausewitz, the nameless instructors at the NCO Academy who'd hammered tactical doctrine into his skull, would have told him the same thing: defense alone loses wars. It was time to go on the offensive. Not against Han Feng directly, that confrontation would come when it came, but against the strategic landscape. He needed allies powerful enough to make even the Han clan think twice. His first target was unexpected: Hai Badong. The former Do Huang existed in this world's lore as a cautionary tale, a once great fighter sealed in ice by Queen Medusa during a confrontation decades ago, his power reduced to a fraction of its peak. In the original story, Xiao Yan eventually freed him. But eventually was a luxury Xiao Lei couldn't afford. Finding Hai Badong took 3 days of investigation. The ice seal was hidden in a cave system in the Stone Desert, 2 days' ride from Wutan City. Xiao Lei went alone. This mission required discretion that a companion would compromise. The cave was exactly as the old records described, a natural formation deep in the desert's rocky badlands, accessible only through a narrow fissure that opened into a vast underground chamber. At the chamber center, a block of crystalline ice the size of a small house contained a human figure, frozen mid-stride, his expression locked in a mixture of fury and desperation. Hai Badong. Even frozen, his cultivation aura seeped through the ice like heat through thin glass. The residual power registered as Do Ling 5-star, diminished from his original Do Huang peak, but still formidable. Xiao Lei examined the ice seal with every analytical tool at his disposal. His alchemy training under Fa Ma helped. The seal was fundamentally an alchemical construct, using the interaction between ice element Do Qi and a preservation formation to maintain indefinite stasis. The system offered a shortcut. Ability available: seal analysis, 500 GP, description, analyze and partially break seals up to 2 ranks above user's level. 1 use per seal, purchase, seal analysis, 500 GP, remaining GP, 1400, knowledge flooded in. The seal structure became transparent, layer upon layer of interlocking ice formations, each one reinforcing the others. Breaking it fully was beyond him, but partial disruption was possible. If he targeted the outermost layers while reinforcing the preservation formation at the core, he could release Hai Badong without shattering the containment catastrophically. It took 4 hours. 4 hours of precise Do Qi manipulation, guided by seal analysis and his alchemy-trained understanding of energy interactions. His palms ached. His meridians burned. Sweat dripped from his chin and froze before it hit the cave floor. Finally, with a sound like breaking glass amplified 1,000-fold, the outermost layer shattered. The ice column cracked, fragmented, and collapsed in a cascade of crystalline shards. Hai Badong fell to the cave floor, gasping, his body convulsing as decades of stasis released their grip. He was an older man, perhaps 50 in appearance, with a strong jaw, silver-streaked hair, and eyes that burned with residual power even through the disorientation. What? He coughed violently, ice crystals falling from his hair and robes. Who? Xiao Lei knelt beside him and offered a water flask. My name is Xiao Lei, of the Xiao clan. I've partially broken your seal. You're at roughly Do Ling 5-star, about half your original power. The rest of the seal will need time and proper alchemy to dissolve. Hai Badong took the water, drank greedily, and stared at Xiao Lei with sharp, assessing eyes. Even diminished and disoriented, the former Do Huang's intelligence was formidable. Why? He asked simply. Because the Jiama Empire is about to face threats that require every powerful fighter we can muster. The Hall of Souls is active. The Hun clan has sent a scout. And I need allies who've seen real power and aren't afraid of it. Hai Badong processed this. Then he laughed, a rough, disbelieving sound. A boy who breaks ancient seals and speaks of the Hall of Souls like he's discussing the weather. Who are you, really? Someone who protects his family. Will you help? The old warrior studied him for a long moment. Then he took the water flask, raised it in a sardonic toast, and drank. You freed me. That buys a conversation. Let's have it above ground. I've had enough of caves. They emerged from the cave system into desert sunlight that made both of them squint. Hai Badong stretched, joints popping like gunfire after decades of immobility, and took a long, deep breath of dry desert air. Do you have any idea, he said conversationally, how maddening it is to be conscious inside a block of ice for 30 years? You can't move, can't speak, can't cultivate. But you can think. 30 years of nothing but thinking. What did you think about? Revenge, mostly. For the first decade. He settled himself on a flat rock and accepted the water flask again. Then acceptance. Then boredom. Then I started composing poetry in my head. I got up to about 8,000 verses before I ran out of rhyming schemes. Despite the gravity of the situation, Xiao Lei found himself liking the old warrior. Hai Badong had the irreverent humor of a man who'd stared into the abyss so long that the abyss had started telling jokes. They built a fire as night fell, and Xiao Lei laid out the strategic situation with the same thoroughness he'd used in military briefings. Hai Badong listened without interruption, asking sharp questions at precisely the right moments. His decades of experience in Jiama Empire politics, even filtered through 30 years of ice, provided context that no amount of investigation could replicate. By dawn, they had the foundation of an alliance. Hai Badong would rebuild his strength while serving as Xiao Lei's intelligence operative in the wider region. In exchange, Xiao Lei would use his alchemy connections to obtain the reagents needed to fully dissolve the ice seal's residual effects and restore Hai Badong to his original Do Huang power. One last thing, Hai Badong said as they parted ways. That energy in you, The protective one. It reminds me of something I read about in an ancient text, decades ago, something called the guardian lineage. I couldn't find much about it, but the text claimed it was a power specifically designed to protect against a sovereign of the void. I thought it was mythology at the time. Xiao Lei filed that information away with a chill. The Void Sovereign. He didn't know that name yet, but his instincts told him he would. Powerful ally gained for family protection. Plus 1000 GP, current GP, 2400, Chapter 44. Hai Badong proved to be exactly the asset Xiao Lei needed, experienced, pragmatic, and carrying decades of intelligence about the Jiama Empire's power structures that no amount of investigation could replicate. Over 3 days, camped in the desert before returning to Wutan City, Hai Badong shared everything he knew about the Hall of Souls. Before his sealing, he'd encountered their agents twice, shadowy figures who collected powerful souls and manipulated kingdoms from the shadows. They've been operating in the Jiama Empire for at least 50 years that I know of, Hai Badong said, roasting a desert hare over their campfire with the ease of a man accustomed to fieldwork. Their primary targets are alchemists, particularly high-tier ones. The souls of alchemists contain unique energy signatures that the Hall of Souls considers valuable. Xiao Lei's blood went cold. Yao Lao. The ancient alchemist sealed in Xiao Yan's ring was exactly the kind of target the Hall of Souls would kill for. They've been more active recently, Hai Badong continued. In the years before I was sealed, I noticed an increase in disappearances, cultivators at the Doshi and Doshi level vanishing without explanation. The pattern pointed toward soul collection, but I could never prove it. It's accelerating, Xiao Lei confirmed. He told Hai Badong about Yun Shan's meetings with Hall of Souls representatives, the Misty Cloud Sect's corruption, and the disappearing disciples. The old warrior listened with the focused attention of someone who'd spent decades navigating the Empire's power structures and recognized the pattern Xiao Lei was describing. Hai Badong's expression darkened steadily as the briefing continued, his face settling into the grim mask of a veteran who'd seen civilizations fall to exactly this kind of rot. Yun Shan. That ambitious fool. He was always reaching for power beyond his grasp. If he's dealing with the Hall of Souls, he's already lost, he just doesn't know it yet. Before they parted, Hai Badong to find a safe location to begin restoring his cultivation, Xiao Lei to return to Wutan City, the old warrior offered a piece of advice. The boy you're protecting, your brother. If the Hall of Souls discovers what's in his ring, they won't send scouts. They'll send armies. Prepare accordingly. Xiao Lei coded a warning message to Yun using the secure channel she'd established. The message was brief: Hall of Souls targeting high-level alchemist souls. Your missing disciples may be victims. Investigate internal Sect soul collection practices. Be careful. The response came 2 days later, delivered by a Misty Cloud Sect messenger hawk that had been redirected through 3 different handlers to avoid detection. Confirmed. Found evidence of soul extraction and restricted wing. Yun Shan's involvement now certain. Am gathering loyal supporters. Need time. Trust you. The 2 words at the end, trust you, carried more weight than any strategic briefing. Chapter 45. Xiao Yu reached Doshi 5-star on a clear autumn morning, the breakthrough announced by a pulse of sword intent that rattled every window in the compound's eastern wing. Xiao Lei found her in the training courtyard, standing in the center of a pattern of cuts she'd carved into the stone floor, perfect arcs radiating outward from her position like the petals of a lethal flower. Her sword hummed with resonant energy, and her eyes glowed with the satisfaction of someone who'd been fighting toward a goal for years and finally reached it. He'd been instrumental in that growth. Not just through the training drills and tactical education, but through something subtler, a sword technique he'd purchased with GP and gifted to her months ago. Flowing Silver Moon, a mid-tier sword art that complemented her natural style, had provided the framework for her breakthrough. Doshi 5-star, she said, sheathing her sword with a decisive click. I could barely feel Do-Chi 2 years ago. Now I can cut through barriers. Show me. She demonstrated, a single slash that bisected a training dummy reinforced with Do-Chi hardened wood. The cut was clean, effortless, and carried a sharpness that went beyond physical blade work. Sword intent. The beginning of a true swordsman's path. Impressive, he said, and meant it completely. She cleaned her blade and sat beside him on the courtyard bench. The silence between them was comfortable, the kind that came from knowing someone well enough that words were optional. I know about her, Xiao Yu said suddenly. Xiao Lei's stomach tightened. About who? The woman from the tournament. Yun. She turned to face him, her expression not angry but raw, like a wound that had been cleaned and bandaged but not yet healed. I've known since the capital. The way you looked when she entered the arena. The way your energy shifted when she was near. I'm not blind, Xiao Lei, he said nothing. There was nothing to say that wouldn't be either dishonest or hurtful, and he refused to be either with her. I'm not asking you to choose, she continued, her voice steady despite the effort it clearly cost. I'm telling you I won't give up. I've fought for everything I've ever had, my cultivation, my respect in this clan, my place at your side. I'll fight for this too. Her eyes held his. No tears. No dramatics. Just the iron-willed determination that made Xiao Yu who she was. "You're irreplaceable to me," Xiao Lei said. The words came out before his tactical mind could filter them, and they were true in a way that transcended the careful boundaries he'd been trying to maintain. "Good." She stood, sheathed her sword, and walked toward the training hall. At the doorway, she paused. "Because I plan to be standing beside you when all of this is over. Whatever this turns out to be." She disappeared inside, and Xiao Lei sat alone on the bench, staring at the pattern of cuts she'd carved into the stone. Every line was perfect. Every arc was precise. A warrior's precision applied to stone, and by extension, to life. He was in trouble with two women. And the worst part was, neither situation felt like trouble. Both felt like something far more dangerous. Both felt like home. He sheathed those feelings carefully, not suppressing them, but placing them in the part of his heart that he guarded most fiercely. There would be time for hearts later. Right now, the world needed his head. He reviewed the intelligence reports that had accumulated during his courtship. Strategic discussions. With both women. The picture they painted was concerning. Trade disruptions along the western routes, minor enough to look coincidental, but patterned enough to suggest deliberate sabotage. A guild shipment of rare reagents that Fa Ma had sent to the Xiao clan had gone missing in transit. And 3 separate informants had reported unusual activity in the Misty Cloud Sect's lower ranks, a recruitment drive that was building the Sect's military strength beyond what its current mandate justified. The pieces were moving on the board, and Xiao Lei, for all his strategic insight, couldn't shake the feeling that he was seeing only half the game. Chapter 46. Han Feng made his move on a moonless night. A Xiao clan outpost 15 kilometers east of Wutan City, a small trading post manned by 12 clan members, 6 of them fighters at the Doge level, went silent. No messages, no distress signals, no returning merchants. Just silence. Xiao Lei's threat radar detected the disturbance as an absence rather than a presence, the bonded signatures of distant clan members flickering with distress, then going muted. Not dead. Suppressed. Captive. He mobilized immediately. Xiao Yu and Hai Badong, who had established a base camp near Wutan City, responded to his summons within the hour. They rode hard through the night, arriving at the outpost before dawn. The scene was clinical. The trading post had been taken without a fight, no blood, no damage, no signs of combat. The 12 clan members were bound and unconscious in the storage cellar, their do-chi sealed by a sophisticated restraining technique that Xiao Lei recognized from his system's database as Hall of Souls design. Han Feng hadn't come to kill. He'd come to extract information. The clan members were unharmed but dazed when revived. The oldest, a middle-aged trader named Xiao Ping, reported what he remembered. A man in dark robes. He appeared out of nowhere, like a shadow gaining form. He asked questions about the main family. About you specifically, young master. He wanted to know about your cultivation history, your techniques, your fighting style. When we couldn't answer in detail, Xiao Ping's voice faltered. He did something to our minds. I felt him. Rifling through my memories like pages in a book. Soul probing. A Hall of Souls technique that extracted information directly from the target's consciousness. It was invasive, violating, and at higher levels, potentially lethal. Xiao Lei's jaw clenched until the muscles ached. Han Feng had attacked his family. Not the clan, his family. People under his protection. People the system recognized as part of his extended guardian network. Family members assaulted. Threat response, active, plus 500 GP for emergency protection response, current GP, 2,900, he knows we're looking for him, Hai Badong said grimly, examining the restraining seals with experienced eyes. These seals are Hall of Souls standard issue. Efficient, temporary, designed to leave no evidence. He's testing us, Xiao Lei replied. Probing our defenses, mapping our response patterns. Classic intelligence gathering protocol. Xiao Yu's hand rested on her sword hilt, her expression carved from stone. Then let's stop being predictable. Xiao Lei agreed. It was time to confront the spy, but on his terms, not Han Feng's. He laid a trap. The military doctrine of counterintelligence was clear. Once an enemy's pattern was identified, the pattern became a weapon. Han Feng was operating on a standard intelligence gathering protocol: probe defenses, extract information from soft targets, map the enemy's response capabilities, and identify high-value targets. The next logical step after attacking a peripheral outpost was to probe a strategic asset. Using the outpost attack as bait, he predicted Han Feng's next target, the Xiao clan's herb storage facility 3 kilometers south of the compound, where rare cultivation resources were kept. It was lightly guarded, strategically valuable, and isolated enough for Han Feng to operate without witnesses. He was right. 2 nights later, Han Feng materialized from the shadows inside the herb storage like smoke gaining form. His true appearance was now visible, a young man in his mid-20s with hollow cheeks, dark eyes that seemed to absorb light, and a cultivation aura that finally registered at its true level. Dadoshi 9-star. Borderline Do Ling. Stronger than Xiao Lei by a significant margin. And he walked directly into the trap. Xiao Lei's barrier sealed the storage facility's exits. Xiao Yu flanked from the east. Haibadong, at Do Ling 5-star, blocked the west. 3 directions of attack, no retreat, and a combined force that would challenge even a Do Ling fighter. Hello, Feng Yu, Xiao Lei said, stepping from the shadows. Or should I say Hun Feng? The Merchants Guild doesn't have any record of a silk trader by that name. Han Feng's hollow eyes swept the trap with cold assessment. No surprise. No fear. Just calculation. The anomaly speaks, Han Feng said. I was wondering when you'd show yourself. You've been watching my family. Touching their minds. That stops now. Han Feng smiled. It was the most unsettling expression Xiao Lei had ever seen, a smile that contained no emotion whatsoever. You're different from the reports. They said you were a doshi. You're clearly beyond that now. His aura erupted. Not the suppressed merchant's facade, but the full, unmasked power of a Dodoshi 9-star with soul-based combat techniques. The temperature in the storage facility dropped. The air thickened with a miasma of dark energy that made the skin crawl. Soul attacks. The Hall of Soul's signature technique, direct assault on the target's consciousness, bypassing physical defenses entirely. Xiao Lei felt the attack hit his mind like a battering ram against a fortress wall. His vision blurred. His thoughts scattered. For a terrible moment, he felt Hun Feng's consciousness pressing against his own, trying to breach, trying to read, trying to extract. The system reacted. Soul attack detected, Guardian protocol, soul defense active, your guardian nature provides inherent resistance to soul-based attacks. Resistance, 80%, the battering ram hit a wall it couldn't break. Xiao Lei's consciousness snapped back into focus, the Guardian protocol's protection wrapping around his mind like armor made of purpose. He was a protector. His will was forged in the fire of sacrifice and tempered by every person he'd ever shielded. Han Feng's soul attack broke against that will like waves against a cliff. Impossible, Han Feng whispered. No Dodoshi should resist soul penetration at that. Xiao Lei didn't let him finish. He launched forward, Iron Bastion palm blazing, Guardian Domain instinct making every barrier placement precise enough to disrupt Han Feng's technique chains. Haibadong attacked from the west, experienced, powerful, his ice techniques cutting through the dark miasma. Xiao Yu came from the east, her sword singing with the flowing silver moon technique, targeting Han Feng's movement lines. 3-on-1. Even at Dodoshi 9-star with soul techniques, Han Feng was outmaneuvered. He fought with terrifying efficiency, every move economical, every soul pulse calculated to disrupt and disorient. But the combined pressure was too much. A barrier trapped his right arm. Xiao Yu's blade scored a line across his back. Haibadong's ice sealed his feet for a critical second. Han Feng made a decision. His hand slashed across his own palm, drawing blood that ignited with black fire. A soul escape technique, burning his own life force to create a momentary dimensional tear. This isn't over, anomaly, he said as the tear opened behind him. The Hall of Souls knows about you now. And when we come back, we won't send scouts. He vanished through the tear, which closed with a sound like a dying scream. The dimensional rip left behind a lingering coldness that frosted the storage facility's shelves, turning herbs brittle and pills cloudy. The temperature didn't recover for hours. Xiao Yu lowered her sword, her breath coming in ragged gasps. Haibadong released his ice technique and leaned against a wall, his aged face drawn with exertion. They'd won, driven off a Dodoshi 9-star spy with soul techniques, and it felt hollow, because Han Feng hadn't pressed his bloody palm against Xiao Lei's chest in the chaos of retreat. It was deliberate. A calculated parting strike, delivered with surgical precision. A mark. Cold and invasive, sinking through his robes and into his skin. A soul trace, a tracking beacon that would allow the Hall of Souls to locate him anywhere in the world. Xiao Lei stared at the fading mark on his chest, feeling its invasive cold spread through his meridians like ink in water. That's not good, Haibadong said, his expression grave. A soul trace. They can track you now. And through you, everyone around you. Everyone. His father. His brother. Xiao Yu. The entire clan. The trap had worked, they'd driven Han Feng out. But the spy had left a parting gift that turned the victory to ash. Chapter 47. Removing the soul trace became Xiao Lei's singular focus. The mark pulsed beneath his skin, a cold spot over his heart that throbbed in rhythm with a distant, malevolent intelligence. He could feel it transmitting his location, his cultivation level, his emotional state. A violation that went deeper than physical, it touched his soul. Haibadong examined it and shook his head. This is high-level Hall of Souls work. Tier 4 purification alchemy, minimum, to dissolve it. I know the theory but I can't refine that tier. And Fa Ma is tier 6 but he's in the capital. I can't travel there with this thing broadcasting my position to every Hall of Souls operative on the continent. Then you need someone closer. Someone with the alchemy skill to refine a purification solution. Xiao Lei knew who that someone was. He'd been avoiding this conversation for months, respecting the boundary between his knowledge and his brother's secrets. But the soul trace changed everything. He found Xiao Yan in the eastern courtyard, practicing a flame technique that Yao Lao had taught him. The younger brother had grown impressively, Doshi 3-star now, his movements fluid and confident, fire element Do Qi wreathing his fists in controlled spirals. "We need to talk," Xiao Lei said. "About what's in your ring." Xiao Yan went still. The flames around his fists guttered and died. His eyes hardened with protective instinct, the fierce, cornered look of someone guarding a secret that meant life and death. "I don't know what you, Xiao Yan." Xiao Lei's voice was gentle but unyielding. "I know about the old man. I've known for a while. I can feel his presence, ancient, powerful, sealed in the ring on your finger. He's been training you. Teaching you alchemy and combat techniques that no one in the Xiao clan could possibly know." Silence. Xiao Yan's hand closed around the ring involuntarily. His jaw worked as emotions cycled across his face, fear, anger, betrayal, and finally, a reluctant trust that had been building for months. "How long have you known?" "Since before the tournament. My abilities let me sense powerful presences. His is hard to miss." "And you didn't tell anyone?" "Why would I? He's protecting you. That makes him family." The word family hit Xiao Yan like a physical blow. His eyes glistened. He took a breath, steadied himself, and held up his ring. "His name is Yao Lao. Yao Chen. He was a Tier 9 alchemist, one of the most powerful in history. The Hall of Souls betrayed him, destroyed his body, and he sealed himself in this ring to survive." A spectral form materialized beside Xiao Yan, slowly, cautiously, like a deep-sea creature rising to the surface. First a shimmer in the air, then an outline, then features emerging from translucence. An elderly man with kind eyes set in a face that carried the particular gentleness of someone who'd seen everything the world had to offer and chosen compassion over cynicism. His cultivation pressure, even in this diminished, spiritual state, made the courtyard stones hum and the air itself feel denser. Yao Lao. Yao Chen, once the youngest Tier 9 alchemist in history, betrayed by his own apprentice, his physical body destroyed by the Hall of Souls, surviving only as a soul sealed in a ring. The man who would, in the original story, help Xiao Yan rise from nothing to become one of the most powerful cultivators in existence. And he was looking at Xiao Lei with an intensity that bordered on surgical, his ancient eyes narrowing as they probed the energy signature that no one else in this world could explain. "So," the old alchemist said, his spectral voice carrying the warmth of crackling fire and the weight of centuries. "The mysterious elder brother. I've been curious about you for some time." Chapter 48. The conversation with Yao Lao was the most important of Xiao Lei's second life. They met in Xiao Yan's private quarters, wards drawn tight to prevent eavesdropping. Xiao Yan sat between them, watching the exchange like a spectator at a high-stakes negotiation. Yao Lao manifested more fully, his spectral form gaining definition, his features becoming clear. An old man with laugh lines and sharp eyes, wearing alchemist's robes that flickered between solid and translucent. His aura, even in this diminished state, was oceanic. "I've scanned you," Yao Lao said without preamble. "Several times, while you weren't aware. Your soul contains something I've never encountered, an energy signature that feels protective in nature. Not a cultivation technique. Not a bloodline ability. Something external. Something attached to your very being. The system." Yao Lao had detected the system. "Can you identify it?" Xiao Lei asked carefully. "No. And that disturbs me. I've studied soul constructs for 2 centuries. I know every major soul technique, every bloodline manifestation, every spiritual artifact in the recorded world. What's inside you doesn't match any of them." He paused. "It's not malicious. I'm certain of that. The energy is inherently protective, it resonates with guardianship, sacrifice, and familial bonds. Whatever it is, it's trying to make you stronger so you can protect others. That's exactly what it does." Yao Lao's eyebrows rose. "You know what it is?" "I know what it does. How it works. What it wants from me. I can't explain the how or why, not yet. What I can tell you is that my only goal is to protect this family. Your apprentice is my brother. His safety is my highest priority." Yao Lao studied him for a long, penetrating moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. "I believe you. Whatever you carry, it's made you into something rare, a cultivator whose power literally depends on protecting others. I've never seen a more elegant failsafe." A faint smile. "Very well. You said you needed my help?" Xiao Lei pulled open his robe to reveal the soul trace mark, a circle of dark energy pulsing over his heart. Yao Lao's expression turned grave immediately. "Hall of Souls soul trace. Grade 4. Broadcasting range, continental." He leaned closer, his spectral form passing through the table. "This needs to be removed within a week, or the trace will root into your soul permanently. I can guide the purification, but I'll need Xiao Yan as a conduit for my alchemy. My spiritual form can't directly manipulate physical reagents. Whatever you need." The next 3 days were an intense collaboration. Yao Lao directed. Xiao Yan served as the physical conduit, channeling Yao Lao's alchemical knowledge through his own hands. Xiao Lei provided reagents purchased with GP and his alchemy-trained understanding of the reaction requirements. On the third day, the purification solution was complete, a luminous golden liquid that hummed with cleansing energy. Xiao Yan applied it to the soul trace mark while Yao Lao guided the energy penetration. The removal was agonizing. Xiao Lei bit down on a leather strap as the purification energy burned through his meridians, dissolving the soul trace one layer at a time. It felt like being scrubbed with steel wool from the inside, a deep, invasive cleansing that reached into parts of his being he hadn't known existed. The soul trace fought back. It was a living construct, designed by the Hall of Souls to resist removal, and it writhed through his meridians like a parasite being dragged from its host. Xiao Yan's hands trembled as he channeled Yao Lao's alchemy, his face pale with concentration. The boy wasn't just serving as a conduit, he was actively fighting the trace's resistance, his own fire element Do Qi burning pathways for the purification solution to follow. Hold steady, Yao Lao commanded, his spectral hands overlapping Xiao Yan's, guiding the energy with centuries of experience. The final layer is the deepest. If we miss any fragment, it will regenerate. The final extraction felt like something being ripped from his chest, a cold, dark worm of foreign energy that screamed as the purification solution dissolved it. Xiao Lei's back arched, his teeth driving through the leather strap, his vision going white with pain. Then silence. Warmth. The invasive cold that had been his constant companion for days vanished like a candle being snuffed. When it was done, the mark was gone. His chest was clear. The invasive cold vanished like a nightmare fading in morning light. Soul trace removed. Bond with Yao Lao, cautious alliance. Plus 300 GP, current GP, 3200, thank you, Xiao Lei said, his voice raw. Yao Lao nodded. Consider us even for the partial truth. I trust you're protecting something important with your secrets. When you're ready to share them fully, I'll be here. Then, because he was apparently a man who couldn't resist dropping bombs, also, the Hall of Souls is closer than you think. I've detected at least 3 operatives in the GMA Empire, beyond your Hunfeng. This is a coordinated operation, not a solo scout mission. The room went cold. Not from a soul technique, from the implications. 3 operatives meant this wasn't a scouting operation. It was an infrastructure deployment. The Hall of Souls was building a network in the GMA Empire, preparing for a sustained campaign, and the Xiao clan was ground zero. Xiao Yan's hand tightened on his ring. They're coming for Yao Lao. They're coming for all of us, Xiao Lei corrected. Yao Lao is the primary target, but the anomaly, me, has been flagged as a secondary priority. And from what I've seen of the Hall of Souls operational doctrine, they don't distinguish between targets and collateral damage. Yao Lao's spectral form flickered with an emotion that might have been guilt. This is my fault. If I hadn't sealed myself in this ring, if I hadn't come to the Xiao clan, then my brother would have been a fallen genius with no future, and I wouldn't have the best strategic mind in the empire advising me, Xiao Lei interrupted firmly. You're not the problem, Yao Lao. The Hall of Souls is the problem. And problems have solutions. Chapter 49. The revelation about multiple Hall of Souls operatives changed the strategic equation entirely. Xiao Lei convened a war council, the first of what would become many. Attendees, Xiao Yan, Yao Lao, Spectral, Hai Badong, and Xiao Yu. 5 people in a sealed room, planning against an enemy that outnumbered, outpowered, and out-resourced them by orders of magnitude. Yao Lao laid out the intelligence. The Hall of Souls operates through a cell structure. Local cells report to regional commanders, who report to the central authority. Hunfeng was the scout for a regional cell that covers the GMA Empire. The 3 operatives I've detected are likely sleeper agents, embedded in local institutions, waiting for activation orders. Where? Xiao Lei asked. One in the Alchemist Guild, probably mid-tier, hidden among the administrative staff. One in the Imperial Guard. And one, Yao Lao's expression darkened. In the Misty Cloud Sect. Yun Shan. They already knew about that one. But confirmation from Yao Lao added weight. Xiao Lei divided the tasks. I'll coordinate overall defense and handle the Alchemist Guild operative through Fa Ma. Xiao Yan focuses on cultivation, you're our biggest long-term asset, and every breakthrough you achieve makes the whole alliance stronger. Hai Badong, you're our heavy hitter and intelligence gatherer for the wider region. Xiao Yu, you're my field partner. Wherever I go, you go. Xiao Yu's expression didn't change, but something in her eyes warmed. Being designated his constant partner wasn't just tactical, it was a statement of trust that went beyond strategy. And me? Yao Lao asked. You're the most valuable mind in this room. Strategic counsel, alchemy support, and keeping Xiao Yan alive while he cultivates. If the Hall of Souls discovers you're here, everything accelerates. Your secrecy is our greatest advantage. The old alchemist smiled, a genuine, warm expression that made his spectral form briefly more solid. You think like a general, boy. Where did a small city clan heir learn to command? Unusual teachers, Xiao Lei said, for what felt like the 100th time. The phrase had become his catch-all deflection, deployed so frequently that even he was getting tired of it. But the truth, I'm a transmigrator from another world with a supernatural system that powers up when I protect people, wasn't exactly casual conversation material. Someday he'd tell them. All of them. When the immediate threats were handled and the bonds between them were strong enough to survive the revelation. Someday. Today was not that day. The Xiao Brotherhood Alliance was formally born. 3 fighters, 1 alchemist spirit, and 1 strategist, arrayed against an ancient conspiracy with continental reach. The odds were terrible. 5 people and a ghost against an ancient organization with continental reach, a corrupted sect with thousands of warriors, and threats that existed at power levels that made their strongest alliance member look like a child with a stick. But Xiao Lei had learned something in 2 lifetimes of fighting impossible battles: the odds only mattered if you accepted them. And he had never, in either life, been willing to accept that the people he loved were going to lose. We're going to win, he said, not because the math supported it, but because surrender was a language he'd never learned to speak. Xiao Yu drew her sword and laid it across the table. Together. Xiao Yan placed his fist beside it. Fire flickered around his knuckles. Together. Hai Badong added his hand, ice crystallizing along his fingers. Yao Lao's spectral form solidified enough to rest translucent fingers on the table. Xiao Zhan was last. The patriarch placed his trembling hand atop the others and pressed down, his grip still carrying the echo of the warrior he'd once been. Together, they set as one. And in that moment, in that sealed room in a small compound in a frontier city, the foundation was laid for something that would shake the world. Chapter 50. The GP milestone arrived without fanfare, on a quiet evening when Xiao Lei was meditating in the abandoned training ground that had become his sanctuary. Milestone reached, 20,000 GP, cumulative, new ability unlocked, Guardian Domain, creates a 30-meter radius zone centered on the user. Within the domain, bonded allies receive 20% boost to all stats, hostile entities receive 20% suppression to all stats. Domain scales with cultivation rank and number of active bonds. Duration, concentration dependent, he activated it immediately. The sensation was like exhaling a breath he'd been holding since transmigration. Energy flowed from his core outward in concentric waves, filling the training ground with a golden luminescence that was visible only to those sensitive to protective energy. The air itself changed, warmer, denser, safer. As if the domain was declaring to the universe that this space was protected, and anything that wished harm to those within would find the very physics of the environment working against them. He held it for 30 seconds, testing the energy drain. Significant but manageable at Dadoshi 5-star. He could maintain it in combat for approximately 10 minutes before exhaustion forced deactivation. He walked around the training ground slowly, feeling the domain's edges, the precise point where its influence began and ended, like the boundary between warm and cold water in a lake. Within the domain, even the grass seemed greener. The air was cleaner. The ambient do-chi flowed more smoothly, as if the domain was telling the very laws of nature to cooperate. It was, he realized, an extension of himself. Not just a technique but a manifestation of his soul's deepest purpose, the will to protect made physical. Every person he'd shielded, every blow he'd absorbed, every sacrifice he'd made had contributed to this moment. The Guardian Domain was the culmination of everything he'd been in both lives. The next morning, he tested it in a live scenario. Xiao Yu sparred with him inside the domain and reported the effects immediately. Something's different, she said, mid-swing. I feel faster. Stronger. Like the air itself is pushing me forward. She landed a combination that was noticeably sharper than her usual output. What did you do? New technique, he said. It works best when I'm protecting someone. She paused her attack, sword lowered, and looked at him with an expression that mixed wonder and something deeper. You literally get stronger by protecting people? Yes. That's the most you thing I've ever heard. He couldn't argue with that. They tested the domain extensively over the next week. Key findings: the ally boost scaled with bond strength. Xiao Yu, with a level 2 bond, received 18% enhancement, while Xiao Yan, at Brotherhood level 3, received the full 20%. The hostile suppression worked regardless of bond, affecting any entity whose intent was harmful to those within the domain. Against bandits, Xiao Lei and Xiao Yu intercepted a group of 12 targeting a clan caravan. The domain's effect was devastating. The bandits moved sluggishly, their techniques losing coherence, their coordination falling apart as the suppression effect disrupted their do-chi flows. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu fought with enhanced speed and precision, her sword work elevated to a level that the bandits simply couldn't match. One particularly bold bandit, a do-chi 6-star, tried to power through the domain's suppression with raw force. The domain responded by increasing the suppression proportionally, like an immune system attacking an invading pathogen. The bandit's full power strike arrived with the force of a do-chi 3-star, and Xiao Yu cut through it like paper. The fight that should have been a challenge became a rout. 12 bandits, defeated in under 3 minutes, with 0 injuries on the defending side. Xiao Yu was grinning as they tied the last bandit to a tree. I could get used to fighting in that field of yours. That's the idea. In a real battle, with multiple allies inside the domain, the combined boost would be multiplicative. Everyone fights better, which earns more GP, which strengthens the domain, which makes everyone fight even better. A positive feedback loop, she said, understanding immediately. Your power doesn't just protect us, it makes us stronger. The more people you shield, the more powerful the shield becomes. Exactly. She sheathed her sword and looked at him with an expression that combined tactical admiration with something warmer. You were literally designed to be in the middle of a fight, surrounded by people you love. He hadn't thought of it quite that way. But she was right. Guardian domain field tested. Plus 300 GP, current cultivation, Dadoshi, 7-star, advanced during domain training, current GP, 3,500, Xiao Lei broke through to Dadoshi 9-star that evening, the combined GP and cultivation resources pushing him to the cusp of Doling. 2 more stars and he'd enter the spirit realm, a threshold that separated regional fighters from true powerhouses. Chapter 51, Yun's message arrived at midnight, carried by a hawk so exhausted it collapsed after delivering the scroll. The bird had flown without rest for 2 days, pushed by the urgency of its sender. The message was brief and raw, stripped of the careful formality of their previous communications. Lei, Yun Shan has made it official. He's formally allied with the Hall of Souls. Contract signed. Soul sacrifices agreed to. My sect is being sold from the inside. He's stripped me of real authority, I retain the title but all decisions go through him now. I'm being watched. My loyalists are being reassigned to remote postings. I need to see you. Border clearing, north face of Cloud Mountain, 3 days. Come alone. Why Xiao Lei read it 3 times. The pressed cloud flower in the seal was crumpled this time, damaged by the hawk's desperate flight. A small detail that spoke volumes about the haste with which the message was sent. He went. Alone, as requested, despite Xiao Yu's furious objections. You're walking into the territory of a man who commands a sect of thousands, who's allied with an organization that harvests souls, and who personally tried to kill your brother 3 chapters ago, Xiao Yu said, blocking his doorway with her sword and her body. And you're going alone because a woman asked you to. She's not just a woman. She's the sect master of the Misty Cloud sect and our most important intelligence asset. She's also someone you're in love with, which clouds your judgment. The directness hit him like a thunder counter to the chest. Not because it was wrong, but because it was right, and hearing it spoken aloud made it real in a way that internal acknowledgement couldn't. My judgment isn't clouded, he said carefully. My priorities are clear. Yun has information we need, and she's asking for help. If our positions were reversed, if you were the one sending that message, I'd go just as fast. Something shifted in Xiao Yu's expression. The anger didn't disappear, but it was joined by something softer, the recognition that he was telling the truth, and that the truth included her. Come back alive, she said, stepping aside. That's an order. Since when do you give me orders? Since you started making decisions with your heart instead of your head. She had a point. He didn't argue it. The border clearing was a high meadow on the northern approach to Cloud Mountain, where the Misty Cloud sect's territory met unclaimed wilderness. Alpine flowers bloomed in defiance of the approaching winter. The air was thin, cold, and tasted of snow. Yun was already there. She sat on a boulder overlooking the valley below, her white robe stark against the gray stone. Without her sect master's regalia, the ceremonial hairpins, the authority pendant, the layered formal robes, she looked younger. More vulnerable. Human. She turned when he approached. Her eyes were red-rimmed, though no tears currently fell. Her composure was intact, but just barely, like a dam with cracks in its face, holding back an ocean by willpower alone. Thank you for coming, she said. He sat beside her on the boulder. Close enough to touch. Far enough for pride. Tell me everything. She told him. Yun Shan's complete betrayal, the alliance with the Hall of Souls formalized in a blood contract that bound the sect to provide cultivation resources, a euphemism for human souls, in exchange for techniques that enhanced Yun Shan's personal power. The disappearing disciples, confirmed dead, their souls extracted and delivered to the Hall. Yun's own position, she was kept as a figurehead because the sect's public legitimacy depended on her, but her authority had been gutted. I've been trying to fight from inside, she said, her voice fracturing at the edges. But every move I make, he counters. Every ally I cultivate, he reassigns. He's been doing this for years, Lei. Years before I became sect master. The corruption is in the foundations. Xiao Lei listened without interrupting. When she finished, she was trembling, not with cold but with the particular kind of exhaustion that came from carrying an impossible burden alone for too long. You're not alone anymore, he said. You can't fight Yun Shan. He's Do Huang. I can't fight him today. But I can investigate from outside the sect. I can build a coalition that's strong enough to challenge him politically, and when the time comes, militarily. And I can give you something you haven't had in years. What? Someone who believes you're doing the right thing. The dam broke. Not dramatically, Yun was too disciplined for that. But her composure crumbled enough that tears slid down her cheeks, silent and fierce, the tears of someone who'd been strong for so long that weakness felt like a foreign language. Xiao Lei put his arm around her. She resisted for exactly 1 second, pride, habit, the ingrained isolation of command, and then she leaned into him. Her head rested against his shoulder. Her breathing steadied. They sat like that as the sun moved behind the mountains and the meadow flowers closed for the night. Two people on a boulder at the edge of the world, holding each other up against the weight of everything trying to push them down. When this is over, she whispered, I'm going to rebuild the sect. Make it what it was always supposed to be. I know you will. Will you help? I'm already helping. She lifted her head and looked at him. Their faces were close, inches apart. Her eyes were still wet, still fierce, still carrying the burden of 100 impossible decisions. They kissed. Not the desperate collision of passion, but the gentle, deliberate contact of two people who'd been circling each other long enough to know exactly what they wanted. Her lips were cool from the mountain air. His hand found the curve of her jaw and held it like something precious. When they separated, she smiled, a real smile, unguarded and luminous, that he knew he'd remember for the rest of however many lives he was given. Stay safe, she said. Stay brave. She rose, straightened her robes, and walked back toward Cloud Mountain. At the tree line, she paused and looked back. Xiao Lei? Yes? Your energy, the guardian energy, it feels like being held. Did you know that? He hadn't known. But he understood. Chapter 52. His return from the mountain was ambushed. 3 Misty Cloud Sect elders, Yun Shan's loyalists, Do Ling level fighters, intercepted him on the mountain path. They wore full sect regalia and carried weapons, and their expressions bore the cold efficiency of men following orders they didn't question. Xiao Lei of the Xiao clan, the lead elder announced. Sect founder Yun Shan sends his regards. He wishes to test the strength of the man who has captured our sect master's attention. A test. Not an assassination. Yun Shan was too politically savvy for that. But a beating? A humiliation? Absolutely. Xiao Lei activated Guardian Domain. The golden energy expanded in a sphere around him, its edges shimmering against the mountain air. The 3 elders felt it immediately, the suppression effect pressing against their auras, reducing their power output by 20%. Their confident expressions flickered. Interesting technique, the lead elder said, adjusting his stance. But suppression alone won't save you against 3 Do Ling fighters. They attacked in formation, a triangular assault pattern designed to overwhelm a single defender with simultaneous strikes from 3 angles. Disciplined, practiced, lethal. Xiao Lei's military training took over. He didn't try to fight all 3, he controlled space. Barriers from Iron Bastion Palm created walls that funneled the elders' attacks into predictable lanes. Thunder counter-punished anyone who committed too heavily to a single strike. And the Guardian Domain's suppression meant their overwhelming force was merely significant. He held them for 4 minutes. 4 minutes that felt like 4 lifetimes, each second purchased with blood and will and the absolute refusal to fall. The first minute was controlled chaos. The 3 elders attacked in rotation, one engaging while 2 flanked, cycling every 15 seconds. It was a drill they'd practiced 1,000 times, and against most opponents it would have ended the fight before it began. But Xiao Lei's military training included counter-ambush protocols for exactly this scenario, and his barriers created choke points that disrupted their rotation pattern. The second minute was adaptation. The elders realized their standard tactics weren't working and shifted to coordinated pressure, all 3 attacking simultaneously from different angles. Xiao Lei's Guardian Domain suppressed their power by 20%, turning overwhelming force into merely devastating force. He blocked 2 strikes and ate the third, a staff blow to his shoulder that numbed his left arm. The third minute was attrition. Xiao Lei was taking damage faster than his healing factor could repair it. Bruises layered on bruises. A cut across his ribs. A knee strike that cracked a rib he'd broken at the tournament and barely healed. But every hit he absorbed earned GP, and the GP fed his domain, and the domain kept him fighting. The 4th minute was pure stubbornness. Both sides were tiring, but Xiao Lei was tiring faster. His barriers were thinning. His thunder counter timing was slipping. One of the elders landed a clean palm strike to his sternum that nearly stopped his heart. He held them for 4 minutes. 4 minutes of pure defensive mastery that would have been impossible without the domain. He took hits, a staff strike to his shoulder, a palm blast to his hip, a sweeping kick that nearly took his legs, but he never went down. Every hit he absorbed earned GP. Every barrier he deployed earned experience. Every second he survived proved that the weak Dadoshi 7-star from Wutan City was something else entirely. Then Yun arrived. She appeared at the top of the path like an avenging angel, her white robes billowing in the mountain wind, her cultivation aura at full Do Huang 1-star output. The pressure alone staggered the 3 elders. Stand. Down. Her voice carried the authority of a sect master who was done being ignored. The elders hesitated. They had Yun Shan's orders. But Yun Yun was physically present and radiating enough power to reduce all three of them to ash. They stood down. "Return to the sect," Yun Yun commanded, "and tell Yun Shan that if he sends his dogs after my allies again, he'll find that this sect master still has teeth." They retreated, vanishing up the mountain path with the hurried steps of men who just realized they were on the wrong side of a power struggle. Xiao Lei leaned against a tree, breathing hard. "Nice timing. I never actually left." She'd been watching from concealment, ready to intervene if necessary. "I wanted to see how you'd handle them." "And? 4 minutes against 3 Do Ling fighters at your level." She gave him an appraising look. "Impressive. Stupid, but impressive. Story of my life." Chapter 53. He returned to Wutan City the next day, battered but resolute. The encounter with Yun Shan's elders confirmed what he'd already suspected. The Misty Cloud sect was actively hostile to the Xiao clan now, regardless of Yun Yun's position. Open conflict was no longer a possibility, it was an inevitability. But first, a more personal concern demanded attention. Xiao Yan was declining. The patriarch had been improving steadily since Xiao Lei neutralized the poisoning months ago. But recently, the tremors had returned, worse than before. Xiao Yan tried to hide them, conducting clan business with his hands clasped behind his back so no one could see them shake. But Xiao Lei's threat radar tracked his father's vital energy, and the readings were troubling. The original poisoning had done more damage than the surface treatment had addressed. Something was wrong at the foundational level of Xiao Yan's cultivation. His meridians were degrading, slowly but irreversibly, like a building whose foundations had been cracked by an earthquake that everyone thought was over. Xiao Lei spent 500 GP on a diagnostic technique that confirmed the worst. Without intervention, Xiao Yan's cultivation would fail completely within a year. He'd become a mortal, a former patriarch with no power, vulnerable to every enemy the Xiao clan had ever made. That was not acceptable. Xiao Yan was the foundation upon which the Xiao clan rested. Without him, politically, emotionally, symbolically, the clan would fracture. And beyond strategy, beyond politics, beyond the cold calculus of war. Xiao Yan was his father. The man who'd accepted him without question, who'd looked at his transformed eldest son with bewildered pride and trusted him anyway. The man whose eyes glistened when Xiao Lei called him father with genuine warmth. Some things were worth protecting not because they were strategically important, but because they were precious. And Xiao Yan was precious. He spent 800 GP on a healing technique specifically designed for meridian restoration. It wouldn't cure his father, the damage was too deep for his current abilities, but it would slow the degradation, buying time. The healing sessions took place in Xiao Yan's private quarters, behind locked doors. The patriarch sat shirtless while Xiao Lei channeled restorative energy into his damaged meridians, his palms glowing with the warm golden light of the guardian system. "This feels different from normal healing," Xiao Yan murmured during the third session. "Warmer. As if it's coming from a place of care." "It is." Xiao Yan was quiet for a moment. Then, "You've become the pillar I always hoped you'd be, Lei. I don't say that often enough." Bond with Xiao Yan, maximum, unshakable, guardian aura permanently enhanced, plus 2000 GP, current GP, 4200. The GP surge from the emotional breakthrough was massive. Xiao Lei channeled it immediately into his cultivation, pushing through to Doshi 9 star and touching the edge of Do Ling. Not yet. Not quite. But the threshold was close enough to taste, like standing at the edge of a cliff, looking down at a valley of power that would transform everything he was capable of. Do Ling. The spirit realm. Where cultivation stopped being about physical enhancement and became something transcendent, the integration of body, mind, and spirit into a unified engine of power. Fighters at the Do Ling level could shape the elements, project their will across distances, and survive attacks that would obliterate anyone below them. He needed that power. The threats he was facing demanded it. And the people he was protecting deserved to be shielded by someone who could stand against the worst this world had to offer. Soon. But not recklessly. A foundation built on sand would collapse under the weight of battle. He would break through when his body, his mind, and his bonds were all aligned. Until then, he trained. Every day, every night, pushing the limits of what Doshi 9 star could achieve, preparing his meridians for the transformation to come. Chapter 54. Word arrived that Xiao Yan was preparing to confront Nalan Yanren. The 3-year deadline for the engagement challenge was approaching, and his brother intended to honor it. Xiao Yan was now Doshi 5 star, dramatically improved from the Do J 2 star he'd been, but still facing a Nalan Yanren who'd trained under Misty Cloud sect masters for the same period. The fight would test everything Yao Lao had taught him. Xiao Lei debated whether to intervene. His every instinct screamed to go, to stand behind his brother, to shield him if things went wrong. But he also knew, from the original story and from watching Xiao Yan grow, that this fight was more than a martial contest. It was a declaration of identity. A reclamation of pride. Something Xiao Yan needed to do alone. He compromised. He'd go, not to fight, but to watch. To be there if catastrophe struck, invisible but present. The elder brother's eternal position, close enough to catch, far enough to let them fly. The system seemed to understand. A notification appeared as he made his decision. Passive Guardian protocol activated, observation mode, monitoring family member during critical milestone, direct intervention restricted unless lethal threat detected, GP generation, passive, scaled to emotional investment, emotional investment. The system had a metric for that now. Xiao Lei wasn't sure whether to be impressed or disturbed that a cosmic guardian framework had learned to quantify how much he cared about his brother's fight. Xiao Yu, of course, insisted on accompanying him. "You're not going to the Misty Cloud Sect's territory alone," she said flatly, her sword already strapped to her back. "Not after what happened last time. Last time worked out. Last time, Yun had to rescue you from 3 Douling elders. She didn't rescue me. She intervened. There's a difference. The difference is about 4 broken ribs. Let's go." They traveled to Misty Cloud Mountain by a concealed route, staying below the Sect's detection perimeter. Xiao Lei's threat radar guided them through blind spots in the patrol formations, and they found a hidden vantage point overlooking the main challenge arena, a vast open platform at the mountain's summit where the Misty Cloud Sect held formal duels. The arena was packed. Sect disciples lined the perimeter in rows of white cloud-patterned robes, their faces carrying the smug certainty of people watching a foregone conclusion. Elders occupied elevated seats of carved jade, their expressions ranging from bored superiority to cautious interest. The mountain wind carried the scent of pine and incense, and the spiritual energy at this altitude was dense enough to taste, sharp, clean, charged with the accumulated cultivation of generations of Misty Cloud practitioners. Xiao Lei's threat radar mapped every significant power signature in the arena. Yun Shan's presence dominated from the Sect Master's pavilion, a vast, dark weight that pressed against Xiao Lei's senses like a stormfront approaching. 12 Do Ling and Do Wang level elders surrounded the arena's perimeter, and in the crowd, mixed among the disciples, 4 signatures that didn't belong to the sect, observers from other powers, here to witness the spectacle. And at the center of the platform, 2 figures faced each other. Xiao Yan and Nalan Yanren. 3 years. 3 years of mockery, suffering, secret training, and impossible growth. 3 years that had transformed a broken boy into the young man standing in that arena, shoulders back, chin up, fire in his eyes and in his fists. Xiao Lei's throat tightened. Not with worry, with pride so fierce it burned. Beside him, Xiao Yu's hand found his and squeezed. No words. Just the shared understanding of 2 people watching someone they both love step into the fire. Chapter 55. From their concealed position among the pine trees overlooking the arena, Xiao Lei and Xiao Yu watched the fight unfold. Nalan Yanren had grown. 3 years under Misty Cloud tutelage had transformed her from a talented girl into a formidable fighter, Doshi 7-star, with wind techniques that turned the mountain air into a weapon. She fought with precision, elegance, and the confidence of someone who believed victory was her birthright. Xiao Yan had grown more. He wasn't elegant. He wasn't precise. What he was relentless. He attacked with fire element techniques that Yao Lao had refined to devastating effect, each strike carrying the accumulated fury and determination of 3 years of mockery, 3 years of doubt, 3 years of bleeding knuckles and solitary training. The fight lasted 20 minutes. 20 minutes of fire against wind, fury against elegance, a fallen genius against the establishment that had discarded him. When it ended, Nalan Yanren was on her knees, her wind barrier shattered, her robe singed. Xiao Yan stood over her, his fist wreathed in dying flames, his breathing ragged but his eyes clear. Victory. Clean, decisive, earned through 3 years of blood and will. The arena erupted. Not with cheers, the Misty Cloud Sect disciples were too stunned for that, but with the particular silence that follows the impossible. A fallen genius, 3 years removed from relevance, had just defeated one of the Sect's most promising disciples in her own arena. Nalan Yanren looked up at Xiao Yan from her knees. Her expression held no anger, only the startled clarity of someone seeing the truth for the first time. She'd underestimated him. They all had. And the boy who'd been mocked as trash had just proven that trash was a label applied by people too blind to see diamonds in the dirt. Xiao Lei watched from his hidden perch, his chest burning with a pride so fierce it felt like a physical force. His brother had done it. Not because of the system, not because of Xiao Lei's protection, but because of his own talent, his own will, and the training of an ancient alchemist who'd seen something worth cultivating in a fallen genius. Family member achieved major milestone without direct intervention, passive guardian bonus, plus 1000 GP, bond with Xiao Yan, level 4, unbreakable brotherhood. The system notification appeared silently. Family member achieved major milestone without direct intervention, passive guardian bonus, plus 1000 GP, bond with Xiao Yan, level 4, unbreakable brotherhood. Xiao Yu squeezed his arm. He did it, she whispered, her eyes bright. There were actual tears on her cheeks. Xiao Yu, who had not cried when she was stabbed through the shoulder in the grand arena, who had not cried when the branch family elders dismissed her accomplishments, was crying because a boy she had once looked down on had just proven every doubter in the world wrong. He did. Xiao Lei's voice was rough. The pride was a physical thing, a warmth in his chest that spread outward through his meridians, not do qi but something older and more fundamental. The pride of a brother. The relief of a guardian who had spent 3 years building walls and fighting shadows so that this moment could happen. Below them, Xiao Yan stood breathing hard, his fists still wreathed in dying embers, his chest heaving. He looked small against the backdrop of the vast arena and the towering mountain behind it, small but immovable, like a stone that had refused to be worn away by the river. For a moment, everything was perfect. The sun shone on misty Cloud Mountain. Xiao Yan stood victorious. The crowd murmured with shock and reluctant admiration. Then Yun Shan descended from the Sect Master's pavilion, and everything went wrong. Chapter 56. The old man's fury was incandescent. Yun Shan dropped from the elevated platform with the casual grace of someone who'd been a Do Huang for decades, and his cultivation pressure preceded him like a tsunami. Do Huang, the Emperor Realm. A power level that dwarfed everything on this mountain except Yun Yun herself, and even she was 2 stars below him. Unacceptable, Yun Shan snarled, stalking toward the center of the arena where Xiao Yan stood over the defeated Nalan Yanren. My disciple, defeated by a Xiao clan whelp? In my sect's own arena? His killing intent spiked. It wasn't a threat, it was a decision. Yun Shan raised his palm, Do Huang power gathering into a strike that would reduce Xiao Yan to a red mist. Xiao Lei didn't think. He exploded from concealment, guardian domain activating at maximum output, every barrier technique in his arsenal deploying simultaneously. He landed between Yun Shan and Xiao Yan, his feet cracking the arena stone, his golden domain energy clashing against the Do Huang's crushing pressure. The collision of energy shook the mountain. You dare attack my brother? The words erupted from a place deeper than conscious thought, from the soul of a man who died once protecting a stranger's child and would die 100 times more protecting his own blood. His voice carried across the entire arena, amplified by the guardian domain's protective resonance. Every eye turned to him, the eldest son of the Xiao clan, standing defiantly before a Do Huang with nothing but barriers and will. Yun Shan's casual palm strike hit Xiao Lei's layered defenses. Iron Bastion palm, guardian domain suppression, thunder counter primed for the redirect, everything he had, deployed in a fraction of a second. The strike shattered his outermost barriers like glass. The second layer cracked. The third held, barely, the guardian domain's 20% suppression reducing the Do Huang's power just enough to make the difference between obliteration and survival. Xiao Lei slid backward 3 meters, his feet carving furrows in stone. His arms screamed with pain. Blood trickled from his nose. But he stood. Yun Shan's eyes narrowed. Not at the resistance, at the energy. The golden, protective energy that had no business existing in any technique he knew. What are you? The old man whispered. Your worst nightmare if you touch my family again. The words were absurd. He was a Dadoshi facing a Do Huang, the equivalent of a candle threatening a forest fire. But the guardian domain's golden light blazed around him with an intensity that made absurdity irrelevant. He was standing on will, not power. And will, in that moment, was the stronger force. Behind him, Xiao Yan rose to his feet. The younger brother's fire do qi ignited around his fists, not a challenge, but a declaration. The Xiao brothers stood together, side by side for the first time in open combat, their combined auras pushing back against Yun Shan's pressure like 2 flames refusing to be extinguished by a hurricane. The audience saw it, every Misty Cloud disciple, every elder, every visiting dignitary who'd come to witness the challenge match, they all saw the eldest son of the Xiao clan standing against a Do Huang, bleeding but unbowed, shielding his brother with barriers that had no business holding against power that vast. It was the kind of moment that became legend. The kind of moment that people talked about for generations, growing larger with each retelling until the truth became myth and the myth became something that inspired young cultivators to stand against impossible odds. Xiao Lei didn't care about legend. He cared about the boy behind him. That was enough. Chapter 57. The standoff lasted an eternity compressed into seconds. Then Yun Yun appeared. She descended from the Sect Master's pavilion with deliberate grace, her white robes flowing like water, her cultivation aura expanding to fill the arena. Do Huang 1 star against Do Huang 3 star, outmatched by 2 stars, but her presence changed the equation entirely. She placed herself between Yun Shan and the Xiao brothers, facing her master with an expression that carried the weight of every betrayal she'd uncovered. Enough, master. You defend these outsiders? Against your own sect? I defend the innocent against the guilty. That is what the Misty Cloud sect was founded to do. You've forgotten that. The tension in the arena was suffocating. Sect disciples shifted nervously. Elders exchanged glances. The crowd could feel the rupture, the moment when master and disciple ceased to be allies and became adversaries. Yun Shan's expression cycled through rage, calculation, and finally settled on cold pragmatism. He couldn't attack Yun Yun publicly, she was still the legitimate sect master, and killing her in front of the entire sect would destroy the organization he was trying to control. This isn't over, he said, his voice carrying to every corner of the arena. The Xiao clan has made an enemy of the Misty Cloud sect today. He turned and walked away, his Do Huang pressure dissipating like a storm breaking. But the damage was done, the threat was public, witnessed by hundreds, irreversible. Xiao Lei grabbed Xiao Yan's arm. We're leaving. Now. Xiao Yu flanked them, sword drawn, eyes scanning for anyone stupid enough to follow a Yun Shan order in the current chaos. They descended the mountain by the hidden route, moving fast, not stopping until they were miles away from the Sect's territory. Behind them, Yun Yun remained at the arena, standing where she'd stood against her master, her expression carved from marble and her heart breaking beneath it. Xiao Lei looked back once. He couldn't see her, but he felt her through the bond, a bright, fierce point of light on his threat radar, surrounded by shadows. She was alone in that sect, surrounded by enemies who called themselves allies and a master who had become a monster. She was the strongest, bravest, most isolated person he'd ever known. And there was nothing he could do for her right now except survive, grow stronger, and be ready when the time came. He turned away and ran. Xiao Yu was waiting at the agreed rendezvous point, sword drawn, expression tight with worry. When she saw him, bruised, bleeding, but intact, some of the tension drained from her shoulders. She's still in there? Xiao Yu asked. She's still in there. Fighting alone. Not alone. Not anymore. Xiao Yu studied him for a moment. Then she nodded, a short, decisive acknowledgement that contained more understanding than any words could have conveyed. Whatever she felt about Yun Yun, Xiao Yu recognized a fellow warrior trapped behind enemy lines. And warriors didn't abandon each other. Let's go home, she said. We have a war to prepare for. He'd see Yun Yun again. He had to. The alternative was unthinkable. Chapter 58. The aftermath of Misty Cloud Mountain was a cascade of consequences. Xiao Lei broke through to Dadoshi 9-star within days, the massive GP from the confrontation, protecting Xiao Yan from a Do Huang, standing against Yun Shan publicly, defending family honor, flooding his meridian system with enough energy to shatter the last barriers before Do Ling. He stood at the edge. One more push. One more breakthrough. But he forced himself to prepare first. Do Ling was a qualitative transformation, not just a quantitative one. The spirit realm restructured the body's relationship with Do Qi fundamentally, and rushing the process could cause permanent damage. While he consolidated, the political fallout intensified. Yun Shan's threat against the Xiao clan was public knowledge now, spreading through the Jia Ma Empire like wildfire. The implications were enormous. The Misty Cloud sect was the empire's strongest martial force, and if they moved against the Xiao clan, few would dare intervene. Few, but not none. Hai Badong returned from his intelligence-gathering circuit with reinforcements, contacts in the Mu clan who remembered their alliance from the tournament. Mu John himself sent a message: the Mu clan stands with those who stand against tyranny. You have our support. The Aoba clan of Wutan City, seeing which way the wind was blowing, formalized their alliance with the Xiao family. Better to be on the side of the underdog who'd proven he could fight than the side of the bully everyone secretly feared. Xiao Yan reached Doshi 7-star. The younger brother was growing at a pace that defied logic, Yao Lao's training and his own innate talent combining into a cultivation trajectory that pointed toward the stars. Xiao Yu hit Doshi 7-star as well, her flowing silver moon sword art reaching a new level of lethality. She'd begun developing her own techniques, adaptations that combined Xiao Lei's tactical principles with her natural swordsmanship, creating a style that was uniquely hers. The Xiao clan was mobilizing. Xiao Zhan, despite his declining health, rallied the clan elders and began reinforcing the compound's defensive formations. Even Elder Xiao Song committed branch family resources to the defense. War was coming. Everyone could feel it in the charged air, in the way conversations fell silent when someone mentioned the Misty Cloud sect, in the way the market vendors checked the western sky before opening their stalls each morning. The only questions were when and how. Xiao Lei spent his evenings on the compound wall, watching the sunset paint the western mountains in shades of blood and gold. Sometimes Xiao Yu stood beside him, shoulder to shoulder, their silence heavier than any conversation. Sometimes he was alone, his threat radar stretched to maximum range, probing the darkness for the signals of approaching enemies. One evening, Xiao Yan joined him. You're worried, the younger brother said. Not a question. Always. About the Misty Cloud sect? About everything. The sect. The Hall of Souls. Father's health. Whether I'm doing enough. He paused. Whether I'll be strong enough when it matters. Xiao Yan leaned against the wall beside him. You know what I've learned from Yao Lao? The most important thing, beyond all the techniques and alchemy? What? That strength isn't about power levels. It's about knowing what you're willing to sacrifice. You know that better than anyone alive, brother. You've been sacrificing for us since the day you woke up different. Xiao Lei looked at his brother, really looked at him. Not the protagonist of a story he'd read in another life, but a young man of extraordinary will and growing power, who'd been forged in humiliation and emerged as steel. When did you get wise? Xiao Lei asked. I had a good teacher. Xiao Yan grinned, a flash of the confident, charismatic man he was becoming. And a better brother. Chapter 59. In the shadows, other forces moved. Han Feng, driven from Wutan City but far from eliminated, had been watching the Misty Cloud confrontation from a distance. His soul-sensing techniques allowed him to observe from miles away, and what he saw had exceeded his expectations. He composed a report, encoding it in Soulfire script that could only be read by Hall of Souls operatives. Subject: the Xiao Clan Anomaly, updated assessment. The anomaly known as Xiao Lei continues to exceed all projections. His cultivation has reached a Doshi 9-star, an advancement rate unprecedented in recorded history for someone who was J 3-star less than 1 year ago. His power is tied to protection. This has been confirmed through direct observation. His techniques, his combat instincts, and his very cultivation advancement appear to scale with the degree to which he is protecting others. When defending family members, his effective combat power exceeds his actual cultivation by at least one full major realm. Recommendation: do not target the anomaly directly. Instead, target his family to force impossible choices. His power depends on his bonds, sever those bonds, and his power should collapse. Secondary note: Yao Chen, Hall Target Number 1, has been confirmed in the possession of Xiao Yan, the anomaly's younger brother. This represents a convergence of two high-priority targets in one location. Conclusion: the Jiama Empire operation should be escalated from surveillance to active intervention. Resources requested: minimum 3 Do Wang level operatives and full Hall of Souls support infrastructure. The report was sent by Soulfire Messenger, vanishing into the ether to be received by the nearest regional Hall of Souls commander. In a fortress built into the side of a dead volcano, thousands of miles to the east, the commander read it by the light of captured souls and began mobilizing resources. The machine of the Hall of Souls was vast, ancient, and patient. It had destroyed kingdoms that opposed it, consumed cultivators who defied it, erased entire bloodlines that threatened its interests. And now its attention had settled on a small clan in a frontier city, a mysterious elder brother, and an ancient alchemist sealed in a boy's ring. The machine began to turn. Meanwhile, in the Alchemist Guild headquarters, Fang Qiu, the hidden operative who'd been embedded in the guild for years, read the intelligence reports crossing his desk with growing interest. He'd always known that the guild's alliance with the Xiao clan would become a vulnerability eventually. Now, with the Misty Cloud sect actively hostile and the Hall of Souls escalating operations, it was time to act. He began sabotaging from within. Subtle moves, a delayed shipment of reagents that Xiao Lei had ordered, a lost intelligence report about Hall of Souls movements, a rumor whispered in the right ears about the Xiao clan's unusual cultivation methods. Small cuts. The kind that bled slowly but never stopped. Fang Qiu was a master of this kind of warfare, the quiet, invisible erosion of trust and infrastructure that was far more devastating than open attack. He'd brought down 3 regional alliances for the Hall of Souls using exactly these methods, and none of his targets had ever identified him as the source. The Xiao clan would be his finest work. If everything went according to plan, they'd tear themselves apart long before the Hall's warriors ever needed to draw their weapons. Chapter 60. The War Council convened in the Xiao clan's Great Hall, the same room where Xiao Lei had first defended his brother against Elder Xiao Song's resource stripping. The irony wasn't lost on him. Attendees: Xiao Lei, Xiao Yan, Xiao Zhan, presiding despite his condition, Xiao Yu, Hai Badong, and Yao Lao, manifesting as a spectral presence visible only to those in the room through a concealment technique. 6 people. The core of an alliance that was about to face a continental-level threat. Xiao Lei presented the strategic assessment. Yun Shan will attack. It's not a question of if, it's when. His alliance with the Hall of Souls gives him resources beyond what the Misty Cloud sect could muster alone, and his ego won't tolerate the humiliation of the public confrontation. He unrolled a map of the Jiama Empire, marked with the positions of known allies and threats. But Yun Shan is also constrained. Attacking the Xiao clan openly, without provocation, will turn the Empire's political establishment against him. He needs a pretext. Our job is to deny him one while building alliances strong enough to deter the attack entirely. He laid out the plan. 3 prongs, as always. First, diplomacy. The Mu clan is already with us. The Aoba clan is committed. I'll approach the Nalan moderates. Nalan Shuang has influence, and she's pragmatic enough to see that Yun Shan's ambitions threaten everyone. If we can get the Nalan patriarch to remain neutral instead of siding with the Misty Cloud, that's a strategic victory. Second, intelligence. Fa Ma is investigating the Hall of Souls operative in the Alchemist Guild. Yun Yun is gathering loyalists within the Misty Cloud sect. We need eyes on Yun Shan's movements and advance warning of any military mobilization. Third, strength. Xiao Yan continues cultivating at maximum speed. Hai Badong works on restoring his Do Huang level power. Xiao Yu and I train together to refine our team combat capabilities. And he paused. Every eye in the room was on him. I break through to Do Ling. He stood, walked to the center of the hall, and sat cross-legged on the stone floor. The accumulated GP, built through months of protection, sacrifice, and bond building, blazed in his system like a furnace waiting to be released. GP Reserve, 8,700, breakthrough to Do Ling, 1 star, 3,000 GP, confirmed. The breakthrough was a hurricane contained in a human body. Do Qi erupted from Xiao Lei in waves that rattled the hall's pillars and set the banner arrays fluttering. His meridian system underwent a fundamental restructuring, channels widening, energy density increasing by orders of magnitude, his very cells reconfiguring to accommodate the spirit realm's demands. The pain was transcendent. Beyond physical, beyond spiritual, it touched the deepest level of his being, the place where the system lived, the place where his old soul and his new body had fused together. It tore him apart and rebuilt him, stronger, faster, more connected to the protective energy that defined his existence. When it passed, he opened his eyes. The world was different. Clearer. More detailed. He could feel the Do Qi flows in the hall's formations, sense the heartbeats of everyone in the room, perceive the faintest flicker of threat from miles away. Do Ling. The spirit realm. But he wasn't done. Breakthrough to Do Ling, 3 star, 2000 GP, confirmed, another surge. Another transformation. The Guardian domain expanded instinctively, its radius jumping from 30 meters to 50. The golden energy flowed through the hall, touching every person present, boosting their spirits and sharpening their perceptions. Xiao Yan gasped. I can feel it. Brother, your energy. It's like standing in sunlight. Xiao Zhan bowed his head, overwhelmed. My son. Xiao Yu watched with gleaming eyes, her hand on her sword hilt, a fierce pride burning in her expression that she didn't try to hide. Hai Badong whistled low. Do Ling 3 star. In one session. From Dadoshi 9 star. I've seen a lot of impossible things in my life, but that one goes near the top. Current cultivation, Do Ling, 3 star, current GP, 3,700, Guardian domain range, 50 meters, threat radar range, 800 meters, Xiao Lei stood, the new power settling into his body like water finding its level. He looked around the room at the people who depended on him, his brother, his father, his partner, his allies. We have work to do, he said. Let's begin. As the War Council resumed, his threat radar pinged with a new, urgent warning. Not from the east, from the west. From Misty Cloud Mountain. A message from Yun Yun, arriving via emergency communication crystal. He's coming tonight. Xiao Lei looked up at the others. Change of plans. We're out of time. Through the hall's high windows, the twilight sky over the western mountains had turned an unnatural shade of purple. Clouds were gathering over Misty Cloud Mountain, not weather clouds, but formations of concentrated Do Qi, swirling with killing intent visible to the naked eye. Yun Shan wasn't waiting for a pretext. The storm was here. Xiao Lei's hand found Xiao Yu's beneath the council table. She gripped it tight, not with fear, but with the coiled readiness of a blade about to be drawn. On his other side, Xiao Yan's flame Do Qi flared in response to the killing intent radiating from the west. Hai Badong's ice crackled around his fists. Yao Lao's spectral form sharpened, his ancient eyes burning with a fury that transcended death. And Xiao Zhan, diminished, trembling, mortal bound, rose from his patriarch's seat and drew himself to his full height. Then we fight, the old man said, his voice steady despite everything. We fight, and we protect what is ours. Xiao Lei looked at his father. At his brother. At his partner and his allies and the people he'd sworn to shield against every storm this world could throw at them. He stood. The Guardian domain erupted around him, filling the great hall with golden light. Yes, he said. We fight. Chapter 61. The storm broke at dawn. Xiao Lei stood on the Xiao clan's eastern wall and watched the misty cloud sect's forces pour through the mountain passes like a river of white and silver. Hundreds of cultivators in sect robes, organized in military formations, their combined Do Qi signatures creating an oppressive pressure front that made the air itself feel heavy. Leading them was Yun Shan himself, his Do Huang aura visible as a distortion in the sky above the vanguard, a sphere of compressed power that warped light and made reality bend at the edges. Behind him, a dozen Do Ling and Dadoshi elders provided the command structure, with hundreds of Doshi-level disciples filling out the ranks. It was the largest military mobilization the Jia Ma Empire had seen in decades. The dust cloud raised by their advance stretched across the horizon like a brown curtain, and the collective pressure of hundreds of cultivators moving in formation created a subsonic vibration that Xiao Lei felt through the soles of his boots, a tremor in the earth itself, as if the world was flinching from what was coming. And it was pointed directly at the Xiao clan compound. Xiao Lei had prepared for this. Not with the desperation of a cornered animal, but with the systematic thoroughness of a military commander who'd known the siege was coming and used every available day to prepare the ground. The compound's defensive formations had been reinforced, new barrier arrays powered by Do crystals that Hai Badong had procured from the Stone Desert black market. Evacuation routes for noncombatants, the elderly, the children, the servants, had been established and tested 3 times. Medical stations were set up in the compound's inner chambers, stocked with pills and salves that Xiao Lei had refined under Fa Ma's remote guidance. And at the center of it all, anchoring the defense like a lighthouse in a hurricane, was the Guardian Domain. Xiao Lei activated it at full power. Golden light erupted from his position on the wall, expanding outward in a sphere that encompassed the entire compound, 50 meters in every direction, covering every building, every courtyard, every person within the Xiao clan's walls. Every defender inside the domain felt it immediately, a surge of strength, a sharpening of reflexes, a warmth in the chest that whispered you are not alone. The enemy would feel it too. The suppression effect would weaken anyone who entered the domain with hostile intent, reducing their effective power by 20%. Against an army of Doshi-level fighters, that was the difference between their techniques being overwhelming and merely dangerous. Xiao Lei turned from the wall and addressed his people. The compound's defenders, 150 fighters, ranging from Doji youngsters to Doshi elders, stood in ranks below him. Among them, Xiao Yu, sword drawn, her expression set in stone, Xiao Yan, fire flickering around his fists, his eyes burning with the particular fury of a young man who'd had enough of being pushed around, Hai Badong, his ice aura crackling, the veteran warrior's presence lending confidence to the ranks, and Xiao Zhan, diminished but standing tall, the patriarch's sword at his hip for the first time in months. They outnumber us 3-1, Xiao Lei said, his voice carrying across the compound with the projection techniques he'd learned in a different life, addressing different soldiers. They outpower us at the command level. Their leader is a Do Huang backed by the Hall of Souls. He paused. Every eye was on him. But they're fighting for ambition. We're fighting for family. And in my experience, family wins. The cheer that followed was raw, fierce, and entirely genuine. It rose from 150 throats and echoed off the compound walls, not the polished battle cry of a professional army, but something more primal and more powerful. The sound of people who'd chosen to fight not because they were ordered to, but because what stood behind them was worth dying for. Xiao Lei saw it in their faces as the cheer faded. The fear hadn't vanished, but it had been transformed. Alchemized by his words and his presence into something that looked a lot like resolve. They weren't fearless. They were frightened people who'd decided that their fear mattered less than their love. And that, in Xiao Lei's experience, was the most dangerous kind of soldier there was. He'd given them the speech they needed. Now he needed to give them the victory. Defensive positions. Formation Alpha. Xiao Yu, take the northern wall with the branch family fighters. Hai Badong, you're our mobile reserve, engage any Do Ling level threats that breach the perimeter. Xiao Yan, with me, center front. He looked at his father. Father, hold the inner gates. Protect the noncombatants. You're our last line. Xiao Zhan nodded, his hand steady on his sword despite the tremors. Some duties transcended physical condition. The misty cloud forces reached the compound walls, and the battle began. Chapter 62. The northern wall erupted in violence first. Xiao Yu's section faced a concentrated assault from 40 misty cloud disciples, led by a Do Ling elder wielding a wind element staff. The elder's whirlwind technique slammed against the compound's barrier formations, cracking them like glass under a hammer. Behind the wind barrage, Doshi fighters scaled the wall using Do Chi enhanced jumps. Xiao Yu met them at the top. Her blade sang through the morning air, a high, clean note that cut through the chaos of battle like a bell through thunder. The first disciple to crest the wall met her sword edge first, his wind-enhanced leap carrying him directly into a horizontal slash that opened his shoulder to the bone. He tumbled backward, screaming, and collided with the fighter behind him on the ladder. Xiao Yu didn't pause. She flowed from the slash into a spinning cut that caught a second attacker mid-vault, then pivoted to drive her pommel into the jaw of a third who'd landed behind her. 3 fighters down in as many heartbeats, the branch family warriors on the wall watched with wide eyes as their commander demonstrated why she'd been the Xiao clan's premier combat talent before Xiao Lei's transmigration. Don't watch, fight. She barked, and the spell broke. The branch family warriors surged forward, engaging the climbing disciples with the fierce coordination of people defending their home. The Do Ling elder on the ground raised his staff and channeled a tornado technique at the wall section where Xiao Yu's forces were thickest. The wind column was 20 meters tall, rotating with enough force to tear stone from mortar. It slammed into the barrier formation protecting that wall section, and the defensive array cracked, golden light fragmenting like stained glass under a sledgehammer. Xiao Yu felt the barrier fail and made an instant tactical decision. Rather than retreating from the breach, she jumped down from the wall, landing in a crouch in the courtyard below, and charged directly at the elder. Her blade trailed Azure Do Chi, a technique Xiao Lei had helped her develop, channeling her wind element affinity through steel rather than projecting it from her hands. The elder's eyes widened. He'd expected the wall's defenders to pull back when the barrier fell. Instead, the commander was coming to him. Their techniques clashed, his staff tornado against her blade wind. The courtyard became a maelstrom of cutting air, dust spiraling upward in twin columns. Xiao Yu was outranked, Doshi 9 star against Do Ling 1 star, but she had something the elder didn't, the Guardian Domain's boost pulsing through her veins, and the absolute refusal to give a single inch of ground that belonged to her family. Her sword was a silver blur in the dawn light. Flowing silver moon technique flowed into her custom variations, adapted from the tactical principles Xiao Lei had taught her, each strike designed not just to kill or disable but to control space. She fought from the wall's narrow walkway, using the limited terrain to negate the enemy's numerical advantage. Only 3 fighters could face her at once, and 3 fighters were not enough. Beside her, the branch family warriors fought with unexpected coordination. Months of integrated training under Xiao Lei's tactical doctrine had transformed them from individual fighters into a cohesive unit. They covered each other's flanks, rotated positions when wounded, and communicated through hand signals that Xiao Lei had adapted from military SOPs. Nalan Shuang's forces arrived 30 minutes into the assault, not as enemies, but as reinforcements. The moderate Nalan faction, true to Nalan Shuang's word, had sent a contingent of 30 fighters to support the Xiao defense. They hit the Misty Cloud's northern flank like a hammer, disrupting the assault formation and buying Xiao Yu's section breathing room. But the Douling Elder was still pressing. His whirlwind technique was dismantling the wall's barrier formation one section at a time, and without the formation's support, the wall itself would crumble. Xiao Lei felt Xiao Yu's threat radar signature spike, combat stress, elevated heart rate, the particular pattern that indicated she was in serious danger. He was too far away on the central front to reach her physically. Guardian Pulse. Activate Guardian Pulse, 500 GP, target, Xiao Yu, range, 50 meters, within Guardian Domain, effect, 30% defense boost for 30 seconds, the pulse reached her in a heartbeat. Xiao Yu gasped as the protective energy wrapped around her like invisible armor, and in that critical moment, the Douling Elder's staff strike, which should have shattered her guard, glanced off the enhanced defense. She counterattacked. Flowing Silver Moon's culminating technique, Crescent Eclipse, a full rotation slash that channeled every ounce of her Do Qi into a single arc of silver light. The slash caught the Elder across the chest, cutting through his robes and the Do Qi beneath. The Elder staggered back, bleeding, his whirlwind technique collapsing. Without his pressure, the northern assault faltered. Protecting Xiao Yu in battle. Plus 1,500 GP, current GP, 5,200, Chapter 63. The central front was where the battle would be decided. And the central front was where Yun Shan came. He descended from the sky like a descending god, Do Huang 3-star, his pressure preceding him in a visible shockwave that cracked the compound's courtyard stones and sent lesser fighters to their knees. His robes billowed in the displacement air, and his eyes burned with the particular madness of a man who'd sold his soul for power and was collecting the debt. The central defenders broke. Not from cowardice, from physics. Do Huang pressure was a force multiplier that turned courage into irrelevance. You could be the bravest fighter in the world and still crumble when the weight of a Do Huang's killing intent landed on your shoulders like a mountain. All except 2. Xiao Lei activated Elder Brother's Vow at full power. Elder Brother's Vow, full activation, condition, family members face mortal danger from overwhelming threat, temporary ascension, plus 2 full ranks, duration, 5 minutes, warning, severe backlash. Potential permanent cultivation damage. Possible death, his cultivation erupted from Do Ling 3-star to the equivalent of Do Wang 1-star. The transformation was agonizing, every meridian stretched beyond its design limits, every cell overcharged with energy that burned from the inside. His eyes blazed blue-white. His guardian domain expanded explosively, pushing from 50 meters to 100, its golden light intensifying until the courtyard gleamed like noon in the middle of dawn. He stood alone before Yun Shan. You again? The old man's lip curled. The anomaly. Still standing between me and what I want. Always. Yun Shan attacked. Not with a technique, with raw force. A Do Huang palm strike that carried the weight of decades of cultivation, compressed into a single point of impact. Xiao Lei caught it on stacked barriers, 3 layers of iron bastion palm, reinforced by the Guardian Domain's protective energy, backed by the Vow's temporary ascension. The impact shattered the first barrier instantly. The second cracked. The third held, trembling, bowing inward like a windshield hit by a bullet but refusing to break. The shockwave blew out every window in the courtyard. Stone tiles exploded upward. 2 support pillars cracked. But Xiao Lei stood. He counterattacked, thunder counter-channeling Yun Shan's own force back at him with 150% amplification. The old man was forced to dodge his own reflected energy, creating a momentary opening. Xiao Lei pressed it with everything he had, barrier projectiles and palm strikes and the full weight of the Guardian Domain's suppression. It wasn't enough. Not close to enough. Yun Shan was a Do Huang, and even with the Vow's boost, Xiao Lei was only a Do Wang equivalent. The gap was narrower, but it still existed. He fought anyway. He fought because Xiao Yan was behind him, fighting his own battles against Misty Cloud Elders. He fought because Xiao Yu was on the northern wall, trusting him to hold the center. He fought because his father was guarding the inner gates, sword in hand despite a body that was failing. He fought because every second he held Yun Shan's attention was a second the old monster wasn't killing someone he loved. He fought for 4 minutes. 4 minutes of the most intense combat of either life, his body screaming, his barriers shattering and reforming, his domain straining against the Do Huang's pressure like a wall against a tsunami. Yun Shan landed hits. A palm strike to Xiao Lei's right arm that numbed it completely. A Do Chi blast to his chest that cracked 3 ribs. A knee to his stomach that folded him in half. Each hit would have killed a normal fighter. Xiao Lei's healing factor and guardian energy kept him alive, but the damage was accumulating faster than either could repair. At the 4-minute mark, the vow began to fail. His power flickered, the temporary ascension dissolving like ice in flame. He was going to lose. Chapter 64. And then Yun Yun arrived. She came from the sky, not from the misty cloud formation, but from beyond it, descending on a column of wind that scattered the clouds. She'd broken through the Sect's own ranks, fighting her way out of the organization she'd led for 9 years, burning bridges that could never be rebuilt. She hit the battlefield at Do Huang 1 star, 2 stars below Yun Shan, but wielding techniques she'd refined specifically for this confrontation. Her wind element Do Chi interposed between Yun Shan's attack and Xiao Lei's failing defense, a wall of compressed air that redirected the old man's force like a river around a stone. Yun Yun. Yun Shan's face contorted with fury. You betray your own sect? I betray the man who betrayed it first. Her voice was ice and fire, carrying a pain that only someone who'd loved their mentor could understand. She turned to Xiao Lei, her eyes sweeping his battered body with desperate assessment. Can you fight? I can fight beside you. They stood together. Do Huang against Do Huang, with a battered Do Ling serving as the bridge between them. The guardian domain wrapped around Yun Yun, recognizing her as a bonded ally, and the 20% boost elevated her effective power significantly. Fighting alongside bonded ally, Yun Yun, resonance, 30% mutual boost, plus 3000 GP, the boost was staggering. Yun Yun's wind techniques gained precision and force. Xiao Lei's guardian domain strengthened in response to her presence, creating a feedback loop that pushed both of them beyond their individual limits. They fought Yun Shan as a pair, Yun Yun attacking with the wind while Xiao Lei defended with barriers and countered with reflected force. It was an imperfect collaboration, unrehearsed and desperate, but it worked because both of them understood at a fundamental level what the other needed. She needed someone to shield. He needed someone to strike. Together, they were more than the sum of their parts. Yun Shan felt it. The old man's attacks became more frantic as the combined defense held against his assault. Every time he pressed, Xiao Lei's barriers redirected and Yun Yun counterattacked. Every time he targeted one, the other covered. For 3 minutes they fought as a pair, and the battlefield witnessed something extraordinary, a combat partnership that transcended mere coordination. Xiao Lei's barriers didn't just protect Yun Yun, they anticipated where she needed space and created it before she moved. Yun Yun's wind techniques didn't just attack Yun Shan, they disrupted air currents in patterns that maximized the guardian domain's suppression effect. They were two instruments playing a single piece of music, and the music was violence made beautiful. Yun Shan felt it, the erosion of his advantage, and his expression shifted from confident fury to something colder. Something calculating. He was a Do Huang who'd ruled the Jia Ma Empire's martial world for decades, and he recognized when a battle's momentum was shifting against him. The tide wasn't turning, Yun Shan was still stronger than both of them combined, but the advantage was eroding. And the old man knew that time was working against him. The longer the battle lasted, the more likely reinforcements would arrive. Chapter 65. The reinforcements arrived before Yun Shan could break through. Hai Badong crashed into the battlefield from the east, having defeated his Do Ling opponent on the northern flank and rushed to the center. At Do Ling 5 star, he was significantly weaker than Yun Shan, but his ice techniques provided a critical third angle of attack. Yun Shan couldn't focus on all 3 opponents simultaneously without leaving himself open. Then the Mu clan contingent arrived, 30 fighters led by Mu John himself, who had marched through the night after receiving Xiao Lei's emergency message. They hit the Misty Cloud rear guard, disrupting their formation and cutting the supply line between Yun Shan and his reserves, and then Xiao Yan appeared. The younger brother had been fighting his own battles elsewhere in the compound, cutting through Misty Cloud disciples with the fire techniques Yao Lao had taught him. Now, having cleared his section, he burst into the central courtyard with Yao Lao's spectral form hovering behind him like a translucent guardian angel. Yao Lao manifested fully, burning soul energy he couldn't afford to spend, and unleashed a technique that drew gasps from every cultivator on the battlefield. A Tier 8 alchemical combat art, Soul Flame Suppression. The technique targeted Yun Shan's Do Chi directly, disrupting the flow patterns that sustained his Do Huang level output. Yun Shan felt his power falter. For the first time in the battle, fear flickered in his eyes. He was facing 4 opponents, a Do Huang, a Do Ling, a veteran ice fighter, and a spectral alchemist whose reputation he finally recognized. Yao Chen, Yun Shan whispered. You're alive. Alive enough, Yao Lao replied, his spectral form flickering with the strain of manifesting. And very, very angry. The combined force pressed Yun Shan. He fought like the cornered predator he was, vicious, unpredictable, willing to sacrifice defense for devastating counterattacks. But the pressure was relentless. Xiao Lei's barriers channeled the combat, Yun Yun's wind techniques cut off escape routes, Hai Badong's ice sealed his movements, and Yao Lao's soul technique eroded his power base. Yun Shan made a decision. He couldn't win here, not against these odds, not with his rear guard shattered. But he could leave a mark. He gathered every ounce of his Do Huang power into a single technique, a forbidden art he'd been given by the Hall of Souls. Dark energy exploded from his body, mixing with his natural Do Qi, creating a hybrid attack that targeted not just bodies but souls. The blast caught the entire courtyard. Yun Yun's wind barriers redirected most of the force skyward, but the shockwave that reached the ground demolished 3 buildings and collapsed a section of the compound wall. In the chaos, Yun Shan retreated. His forces, seeing their commander withdraw, broke ranks and followed. The Misty Cloud Sect army streamed back toward the mountain passes, leaving behind wounded and prisoners. The battle of the Xiao clan compound was over. From first clash to final retreat, it had lasted 4 hours that felt like 4 days, 4 hours that would be discussed and analyzed and debated across the Jiama Empire for years to come. The Xiao clan had faced the Misty Cloud Sect's full military strength and survived. Not just survived, repelled. A frontier family with 150 fighters had turned back an army of hundreds led by a Do Huang. The story would grow in the telling. By the time it reached the continental capitals, Xiao Lei would be described as a Do Huang himself, and the battle would involve thousands on each side. That was how legends worked, reality was never dramatic enough. But the cost was written in rubble and blood, and no legend could beautify that. One wing of the compound was destroyed. 17 defenders were wounded, 3 critically. The barrier formations were shattered beyond immediate repair. And Xiao Lei lay in the courtyard center, his body broken by the elder brother's vows, backlash compounded by Yun Shan's final attack. His ribs were shattered. His right arm was fractured in 2 places. Internal bleeding darkened his abdomen. And his cultivation, pushed beyond every safe limit, had destabilized to the point where his Do Qi channels were literally fraying. He was dying. The elder brother system, which had always been a quiet presence, efficient, analytical, impersonal, displayed something new. Something that looked almost like concern. Host critical, vital systems failing, cardiovascular, respiratory, meridian integrity, healing factor LV1, active, insufficient for damage level, emergency protocol, channeling all available GP to physiological repair, GP expenditure, 4,800, automatic, estimated survival probability without intervention, 12%, estimated survival probability with GP allocation, 78%, allocating. He felt the energy flow into him, not the warm, purposeful flow of a breakthrough, but the desperate, clinical flow of emergency medicine. The system was spending GP it couldn't afford, using emergency protocols it had never triggered before, doing everything in its computational power to keep its host alive. Because if the host died, the mission failed. And the mission, protect your family, was everything. Chapter 66. They carried him to the medical station in the compound's inner chamber, the same room where non-combatants had sheltered during the battle. Women and children pressed against the walls as the defenders brought in their fallen commander, and the silence that followed was the loudest sound Xiao Lei had ever not heard. Yun Yun was at his side before the medics arrived. She'd followed the stretcher with the fierce, possessive energy of a wolf guarding its injured mate, and anyone who tried to move her was met with a Do Huang glare that could have peeled paint. She worked on his wounds with hands that trembled despite her best efforts to steady them. Rare medicines appeared from her personal stores: Northern Cloud Dew, 7-star recovery paste, a translucent elixir she called Heaven's Tear that cost more than some clan's annual revenue. "Stay with me," she whispered as she worked, her voice cracking. "Xiao Lei. Stay with me." On his other side, Xiao Yu appeared. She'd fought her way through the northern wall's aftermath to reach the medical station, her sword arm hanging useless from a dislocated shoulder she hadn't bothered to set. She didn't speak. She took Xiao Lei's uninjured hand and held it with a grip that could have crushed stone, and the tears she didn't shed burned hotter than the ones she did. The 2 women worked in silence, side by side, tending to the man they both loved with a cooperation that transcended rivalry. Yun Yun applied the medicines while Xiao Yu channeled Do Qi into stabilization techniques she'd learned from the Xiao clan's medical archives. Neither acknowledged the other's presence explicitly, but neither interfered with the other's work. Xiao Zhan stood in the doorway, his hand on the frame to steady himself. He watched his eldest son's battered body with an expression that no father should ever have to wear. Xiao Yan sat in the corner, his head in his hands, his fire Do Qi guttered to nothing. The boy who'd defeated Nalan Yanran hours ago looked like a child again, small, helpless, watching his brother pay a price that should have been divided among many. The healing factor fought to save him. The system's emergency protocols engaged, channeling every available GP into physiological repair. Cells regenerated. Bones began to knit. The internal bleeding slowed, then stopped. By midnight, the crisis passed. Xiao Lei's breathing stabilized. His Do Chi channel stopped fraying. The color returned to his face, slowly, like dawn arriving after the longest night. When he opened his eyes, both women were asleep. Yun slumped in a chair on his right, Xiao Yu curled on the floor on his left, still holding his hand. He looked between them and felt something that the system had no metric for, no point value, no breakthrough threshold. Gratitude. Pure and simple and overwhelming. And beneath it, a resolve that went deeper than bone. He would not let this happen again. Not to them, not to himself. The next time he faced a Do Huang, he wouldn't be buying time, he'd be fighting to win. The next time someone he loved was in danger, he wouldn't be the one carried out on a stretcher afterward, he'd be strong enough. Or he'd die getting there. Those were the only acceptable outcomes. Chapter 67. Recovery took 8 days. The healing factor, now at level 1 with the massive GP input from the battle, accelerated the process dramatically. Broken bones that should have taken weeks healed in days. Internal injuries that should have required months of convalescence resolved in a week. By the 8th day, Xiao Lei was on his feet, tentative, sore, but functional. His cultivation had stabilized as well. The elder brother's vow's backlash had been severe, but instead of permanently damaging his foundation, the system had used the crisis as a catalyst for consolidation. His Do Ling 3-star foundation was now denser, more stable, and more resilient than before, like steel tempered in a forge. The near-death experience had, paradoxically, made him stronger. And the GP from the battle was astronomical. Battle summary: Xiao Clan Compound Defense, Protective Acts, 47, Family Members Shielded, 12, Life-Threatening Situations Survived, 3, Alliance Members Supported, 28, Total GP Earned, 14,800, Current GP, 20,000 GP. Combined with the accelerated recovery and the battle-tempered foundation, it was enough. Advanced to Do Ling, 5-star, 4,000 GP, confirmed, the breakthrough came smoothly, his body recognized the path, having been forced to it temporarily by the vow. It was like retracing familiar steps rather than blazing new trails. His domain expanded to 60 meters. His threat radar reached a full kilometer. Current cultivation, Do Ling, 5-star, current GP, 16,000, Guardian domain range, 60 meters, he spent the recovery period not just healing but planning. The Misty Cloud Sect's attack had failed, but it had exposed vulnerabilities in the Xiao clan's defense that needed addressing. And Yun Shan, defeated but not destroyed, would come again, probably with Hall of Souls support. The next time, they needed to be ready for something worse. Xiao Lei used the recovery period productively, not just healing his body but analyzing every moment of the battle for lessons. He mapped the engagement on paper, noting where the defenses held and where they broke, which tactical decisions were correct and which nearly got people killed. The analysis revealed an uncomfortable truth: they'd survived through a combination of preparation, alliance support, and sheer luck. If Yun hadn't defected at the critical moment, if the Mu clan reinforcements had arrived an hour later, if Yao Lao's manifestation had failed, any of those variables turning the other way would have meant annihilation. They couldn't rely on luck again. The next battle needed to be won through overwhelming force, not desperate heroics. He shared this analysis with the alliance leadership, sparing no one's ego, including his own. The compound's defenses would be rebuilt stronger. The alliance's communication network would be expanded. And most importantly, the alliance needed more Do Huang level fighters. 3, minimum, to match what the Misty Cloud and Hall of Souls could field. Currently they had 1, Yun. Hai Badong was close to recovering his original Do Huang power. That left them 1 short. Xiao Lei looked at his own cultivation status and made a calculation that was equal parts ambition and desperation. He needed to reach Do Wang, the King Realm, as quickly as possible. And from Do Wang, he needed to keep climbing. Chapter 68. The brothers sat on the ruined compound wall 3 days after the battle, watching the workers repair the damage below. The autumn air carried the scent of sawdust and mortar, the practical smell of rebuilding. Xiao Yan had reached a Do Shi 1-star, a breakthrough triggered by the battle's intensity. His fire Do Chi burned hotter and more controlled than ever, and his combat instincts had sharpened dramatically from the live engagement. "You almost died for us," Xiao Yan said, breaking a long silence. His voice was steady, but his jaw was tight. "That's what big brothers do." "No. That's what idiots do." The younger brother turned to face him, his dark eyes burning. "You're not invincible, Lei. I know you feel like you have to carry everything, protect everyone, be the wall between us and the world. But you can't do it alone. Not anymore." Xiao Lei opened his mouth to deflect, his standard operating procedure when emotional vulnerability got too close. But something in Xiao Yan's expression stopped him. This wasn't the bitter teenager he'd met 6 months ago. This was a young man who'd fought his own battles, won his own victories, and was now standing before his brother not as someone who needed protection but as someone offering it. "Next time," Xiao Yan said, "let me stand beside you. Not behind you." The words hit Xiao Lei in a place the system couldn't reach. He felt something shift, not in his cultivation or his GP reserves, but in the deepest foundation of his identity. The part of him that had been Chen Wei, the soldier who died alone, and Xiao Lei, the brother who lived for others. The part that believed protecting meant standing in front, always in front, bearing every blow so others didn't have to. Maybe protection didn't always mean being the shield. Maybe sometimes it meant trusting others to be strong enough to fight beside you. Okay, he said quietly. Beside me. They sat in silence after that, watching the sun track across the sky while workers below hammered and sawed, the compound slowly knitting itself back together like a body healing from a wound. The metaphor wasn't lost on either of them. They were all healing, all rebuilding, all finding new shapes to fill the spaces where the old ones had broken. Xiao Lei studied his younger brother's profile, the strong jaw, the focused eyes, the set of his shoulders that spoke of a confidence earned through fire rather than given by birth. This was a different Xiao Yan from the one who'd raged against Nalan Yanren's cancellation. This Xiao Yan had fought beside men and women willing to die for him, and had discovered that the willingness ran both ways. In the original story, the one Xiao Lei carried in fragmented memories from another world, Xiao Yan had walked much of this road alone. A solitary hero, burning through enemies with raw talent and Yao Lao's guidance. But here, in this altered version, the younger brother had something the original never had at this stage: family that stood with him. A brother who bled for him. A clan that rallied instead of crumbled. The butterfly effect of Xiao Lei's existence had changed the trajectory not just of events, but of character. Xiao Yan was becoming something different, not weaker, not stronger in simple terms, but more complete. A fighter who understood that strength wasn't just power but the willingness to be vulnerable with the people you trusted. Xiao Yan extended his fist. Xiao Lei bumped it with his own. Bond with Xiao Yan, maximum, unbreakable brotherhood, bloodline resonance, 40% mutual boost, new joint technique available, Twin Dragon Strike, plus 2000 GP, Chapter 69. Political fallout from the battle reshaped the Jia Ma Empire's power landscape. Yun Shan's unprovoked attack on the Xiao clan was the biggest political scandal in a generation. The Jia Ma royal family, previously content to let the clans and sects manage themselves, dispatched an envoy to formally condemn the Misty Cloud sect's aggression. The envoy carried an imperial decree: any further military action by the Misty Cloud sect against civilian targets would be treated as treason against the crown. The decree didn't have teeth. The royal family lacked the military strength to enforce it against a Do Huang, but it had symbolic power. The Misty Cloud sect, already damaged by the failed attack and the public defection of its sect master, was now politically isolated. Xiao Lei leveraged the moment masterfully. The Mu clan formalized their alliance with the Xiao clan in a public ceremony that drew representatives from a dozen minor clans. Mu Zhan, who'd fought in the battle and earned the respect of the Xiao defenders, stood as the Mu clan's ambassador. The moderate Nalan faction, led by Nalan Shuang, whose fighters had shed blood defending the Xiao compound, broke formally with the patriarch's isolationist stance. She arrived at the alliance ceremony with 30 of the Nalan family's best fighters and a signed letter of mutual defense. "My uncle is furious," she told Xiao Lei privately after the ceremony. "But he can't act against me without splitting the family. And he knows that a split right now, with the Misty Cloud sect in chaos and the Hall of Souls lurking, would be suicidal." "You've played this well," Xiao Lei replied. "I learned from watching you." A pause. "You fight like a cornered beast, but you think like a king. It's a confusing combination. I've been told." He smiled, a rare, genuine expression that softened the soldier's hardness of his features. "But for the record, the fighting like a cornered beast part keeps me alive. The thinking like a king part tells me where the corners are." Nalan Shuang almost smiled back. "Almost. The Nalan patriarch has grudgingly accepted the alliance. He's a pragmatist beneath the pride. He sees the Hall of Souls as a bigger threat than the Xiao clan. For now, our interests align. And when this is over, then we'll see. Maybe the Nalan family finds a new direction. Maybe the old rivalries return." She met his eyes. "Or maybe a confusing beast king convinces us all to be better than we were." She left with her contingent, and Xiao Lei watched them go with the measured satisfaction of a strategist who just secured a critical flank. The Nalan moderate faction's support removed one of the biggest threats to the alliance's rear, the possibility of a Nalan attack while they were engaged with the Misty Cloud. That evening, he sat in the war room alone and updated the alliance's strategic board, a physical map of the Jia Ma Empire covered with colored markers representing allied forces, enemy positions, and neutral powers. The board had started as a simple sketch, now it consumed an entire wall, layered with intelligence from a dozen sources. Red markers clustered around the Misty Cloud mountain range, Yun Shan's remaining forces, diminished but still dangerous. Black markers dotted the Empire's periphery, confirmed and suspected Hall of Souls operatives, their network partially exposed by Xiao Lei's counterintelligence work but far from dismantled. Blue markers showed the Alliance's disposition, the Xiao compound at the center, the Mu clan to the east, the Nalan moderates to the north, the Alchemist Guild in the capital. The picture was encouraging in isolation. The alliance was growing. Resources were accumulating. Fighters were training and improving. The political landscape had shifted dramatically in their favor. But Xiao Lei had learned, in desert sand half a world and one lifetime away, that favorable pictures could change in a heartbeat. That the enemy got a vote. That the moment you felt safe was the moment you were most vulnerable. He stared at the black markers on the board's edge, the Hall of Soul's known positions, and thought about the vast darkness beyond them. The Hall's continental resources dwarfed anything in the Jiama Empire. What they'd seen so far was a reconnaissance in force, not the main assault. When the full weight of the Hall of Souls fell on them, every alliance and every preparation would be tested to destruction. One less enemy. One more ally. The math was improving. But the math that mattered, the raw cultivation gap between his alliance and the Hall of Souls' continental resources, remained dauntingly unfavorable. Chapter 70. The next blow came from a direction Xiao Lei hadn't anticipated. A message arrived from the Alchemist Guild headquarters via Emergency Hawk, Guildmaster Fa Ma poisoned during council meeting. Status critical. Suspect internal sabotage. Request immediate assistance. Xiao Lei was on the road within the hour, Xiao Yu at his side. They reached the capital in 2 days of hard riding, pushing their mounts to the limit. Fa Ma was unconscious in the guild's medical wing, his ancient face gray and drawn. The poison was sophisticated, a slow-acting compound that attacked the meridians while mimicking natural cultivation fatigue. If Xiao Lei hadn't spent months studying under Fa Ma and understanding his baseline condition, he might have accepted the guild healer's initial diagnosis of overwork. But Xiao Lei's threat radar detected the poison immediately, an anomalous energy signature nested within Fa Ma's Do-Chi pathways, subtle enough to evade standard medical scans. This isn't fatigue, Xiao Lei told the senior healer. This is void cicada powder, a rare poison that's virtually undetectable through conventional means. I've read about it in Fa Ma's own restricted toxicology texts. The senior healer was skeptical until Xiao Lei demonstrated, using his alchemy training to isolate the poison compound and present it in crystallized form. The evidence was undeniable. Fa Ma had been deliberately poisoned. The investigation was swift. Xiao Lei's counterintelligence instincts kicked in immediately, and he began systematically reviewing everyone who'd had access to Fa Ma in the 24 hours before the poisoning. Physical access, preparation of food and drink, proximity during the council meeting. The trail led to a mid-ranking guild administrator named Fang Qiu. Fang Qiu was the picture of institutional loyalty, 20 years of service, impeccable records, trusted with sensitive information and logistics. He was also, Xiao Lei discovered through a combination of threat radar analysis and old-fashioned detective work, a Hall of Souls operative who'd been embedded in the guild for over a decade. The confrontation happened in Fang Qiu's office. Xiao Lei arrived with Xiao Yu and 2 guild enforcers, presenting the evidence of the poisoning and the connection to the Hall of Souls. Fang Qiu didn't deny it. He didn't even look surprised. "You're more perceptive than I expected," the spy said calmly, reaching for a hidden panel in his desk. "I'd hoped to finish my work before the anomaly noticed." The hidden panel released a smoke bomb, a Do-Chi-infused concealment technique that filled the office with impenetrable fog. In the chaos, Fang Qiu activated a soul escape technique similar to Han Feng's dimensional tier. Xiao Lei's threat radar tracked him through the fog. He lunged, barrier fist leading, but Fang Qiu was already halfway through the tier. "The hall sends its regards," Fang Qiu said as he vanished. "And a message: you can't protect everyone, anomaly. Not forever." The tier closed. Fang Qiu was gone. But his cover was blown, and the intelligence he'd been feeding to the Hall of Souls would cease flowing. Small victories. They added up. Xiao Lei spent the remainder of that evening dismantling Fang Qiu's network. The spy's office yielded encoded correspondence, letters written in a cipher that combined alchemical notation with an older script that Xiao Lei recognized from his studies of the ancient period. He sat at Fang Qiu's desk until dawn, cross-referencing the encoded documents with guild personnel files, mapping a web of compromised communications that stretched back over a decade. The scope of the infiltration was staggering. Fang Qiu hadn't just been feeding intelligence, he'd been subtly steering guild policy, redirecting research grants away from soul defense techniques, burying promising studies on anti-soul extraction barriers, and ensuring that the guild's most talented defensive alchemists were assigned to dead-end projects. It was sabotage at the institutional level, so subtle that it looked like normal bureaucratic dysfunction. Xiao Yu worked alongside him, organizing the decoded documents into categories: intelligence reports, policy manipulations, and, most disturbing, a list of young alchemists whose souls had been flagged as high-value targets for future collection. 3 names on that list had already died in accidental laboratory explosions over the past 5 years. He wasn't just a spy, Xiao Yu said quietly, her face pale in the lamplight. He was running a farming operation. Growing talented souls and marking them for harvest. The horror of it settled into Xiao Lei's bones like cold water. This was what they were fighting, not just an enemy that wanted power or territory, but an organization that viewed people as crops. That cultivated talent the way a farmer cultivated wheat, patiently, deliberately, with the harvest always in mind. He compiled his findings into a report and presented it to the guild's emergency council the next morning. The council's reaction was a mixture of outrage and terror: outrage at the betrayal, terror at the implication that other institutions might be similarly compromised. We need to assume that every major organization in the Jiama Empire has at least one Hall of Souls operative embedded within it, Xiao Lei told the council. Fang Qiu's methods were systematic and patient. This isn't the work of a lone agent, it's an institutional strategy. The guild appointed Xiao Lei as their liaison for counterintelligence operations, a role that carried significant political weight and access to resources that would prove invaluable in the months ahead. Chapter 71. Fa Ma recovered over the following week, thanks to a purification pill that Xiao Lei refined using a combination of his scientific method and Yao Lao's remote guidance through Xiao Yan's ring. The pill was Tier 4 quality, the highest Xiao Lei had ever achieved, and it neutralized the void cicada powder completely. The guild master woke on the third day, looked at Xiao Lei sitting beside his bed, and said the last thing anyone expected. "I'm naming you my successor." Xiao Lei blinked. "I'm 19. You're the most brilliant alchemist I've met in 40 years, you just saved my life, and you've exposed a Hall of Souls operative who'd been stealing guild secrets for a decade." Fa Ma's voice was weak but his eyes were sharp. "Age is irrelevant. Competence is everything." Fa Ma held up a hand when Xiao Lei tried to protest. "I'm not dying, boy, just old and recently poisoned. But I need someone I trust to run the guild's field operations while I recover. Someone who can make decisions at the speed of combat, who understands the Hall of Souls tactics, and who has the personal integrity to resist the kind of corruption that Fang Qiu represented." He paused, his ancient eyes gleaming with a particular sharpness that made him the most respected alchemist on the continent. "Also, I'd like to live long enough to see you reach Tier 5 alchemy. You might actually revolutionize the field if you survive the next year." The appointment was formalized within the week, not as guild master, but as Fa Ma's designated representative for the Jiama Empire region. It gave Xiao Lei access to the guild's full intelligence network, its cultivation resources, and its political clout. He used the resources immediately. Advanced cultivation materials, rare herbs, and Tier 4 Do Qi pills flowed to the Xiao clan through guild channels. Xiao Lei's own cultivation surged. Advanced to Do Ling, 7-star, 4000 GP, current cultivation, Do Ling, 7-star, current GP, 12,000. The advancement felt natural, his foundation solid, his power growing at a rate that would have been impossible without the system's support. 7 stars in the spirit realm. Strong enough to fight Do Ling opponents without system boosts. Strong enough to challenge lower tier Do Wangs with the Guardian domain support. Getting closer. But not close enough. The distance between Do Ling's 7-star and the Do Huang realm that his enemies operated in was still vast, a gap measured not just in raw power but in the qualitative transformation that separated kings from emperors. At Do Wang level and above, fighters could manipulate entire environments, project attacks across hundreds of meters, and sustain combat for hours without exhaustion. He needed Do Wang. He needed it soon. And to get there, he needed more GP, more acts of protection, more bonds strengthened, more sacrifices made. The system's cruel elegance was that it couldn't be gamed. You couldn't fake protection. You couldn't simulate sacrifice. The only way to earn GP was to genuinely risk yourself for others. Which meant the road to strength ran directly through the fire. The Hall of Souls infiltration of the alchemist world had been broader than Fang Qiu alone. The exposure triggered a continent-wide audit that uncovered 3 more operatives in other guild branches. The Hall's intelligence network in the Jiama Empire was being systematically dismantled. But dismantling a network was like pulling weeds, you could clear the surface, but the roots went deep. Chapter 72. Yun Yun arrived at the Xiao clan compound on a night of cold rain, cloaked in grey and exhausted to the bone. She'd been stripped of her sect master title by Yun Shan's remaining loyalists, a formal vote conducted while she was absent, with the evidence of her treason, fighting alongside the Xiao clan, presented to elders who were too afraid of Yun Shan to dissent. The few elders who'd objected had been silenced, reassigned, imprisoned, or simply disappeared. 12 loyal fighters had followed her out. 12, out of a sect of thousands. They stood behind her in the rain like ghosts, their white robes stained with the dirt of a forced march through mountain passes, their faces carrying the particular devastation of people who'd lost not just a home but a purpose. She was a fugitive from her own sect. A woman without a home, without an organization, without the identity that had defined her since childhood. The title sect master had been her armor for 9 years. Without it, she stood in the rain as simply Yun Yun, a powerful cultivator with nowhere to go and nothing to protect except the tattered remains of her principles. She stood in the compound courtyard, rain streaming down her face, mixing with tears she'd never have shed in daylight, and Xiao Lei met her at the gate. He didn't speak immediately. He simply stood there, in the rain, letting her see that she didn't have to carry this alone. "I'll bring danger to your family," she said. It was both a warning and a question. "You are my family now," he replied. And meant it with every fiber of his being. He brought her inside, gave her his own quarters, he'd sleep in the training ground, as he often did, and ensured she had everything she needed: dry clothes, warm food, medical attention for the minor injuries she'd sustained during her escape from the sect. Her 12 followers were quartered in the Eastern Wing, the section least damaged by the battle, recently repaired and still smelling of fresh timber and lacquer. They were good fighters, all of them, the cream of the Misty Cloud's younger generation, people who'd followed their sect master not out of obligation but out of genuine loyalty to the woman rather than the title. Xiao Lei made sure each was given a room, a meal, and the assurance that they were guests, not prisoners. Over the next days, Yun began integrating into the compound's rhythm. She trained with the Alliance fighters, her Do Huang techniques providing an education in high-level combat that the younger cultivators had never experienced firsthand. She didn't teach formally, that implied a structure she wasn't ready to rebuild, but she sparred generously, adjusting her power level to challenge partners without overwhelming them. Xiao Lei watched her move through the compound like a transplanted tree slowly extending roots into unfamiliar soil. She was cautious, almost apologetic in the way she occupied space, the body language of someone who'd been cast out and wasn't sure of her welcome. The rain-soaked woman who'd stood at the gate with tears on her face was slowly giving way to something harder, more deliberate, as the initial shock of exile settled into the practical reality of rebuilding. She was, Xiao Lei realized, doing exactly what he'd done when he first transmigrated, taking stock of her resources, evaluating her position, and deciding what could be saved from the wreckage. She'd lost her sect, her title, her political power, and most of her followers. But she'd kept her cultivation, her principles, her combat skills, and, perhaps most importantly, her capacity to choose. Every choice she'd made since the compound battle had been her own, not dictated by duty or politics. That freedom, earned through terrible cost, was something she was still learning to wield. Xiao Yu watched the exchange from the corridor. She didn't interrupt. She didn't leave. She simply watched, her expression cycling through emotions too complex to name, and when Yun was settled and Xiao Lei emerged from his quarters, she was waiting. "She's staying," Xiao Yu said. "Not a question. She has nowhere else to go." "I know." A pause. "I'll prepare the guest room. She shouldn't be in your quarters, it'll cause talk, and she has enough problems without clan gossip." It was the most generous thing Xiao Yu could have done, and they both knew it. Offering hospitality to a romantic rival required a particular kind of strength, the kind that valued the bigger picture over personal pain. "Thank you," Xiao Lei said. "Don't thank me. Just don't make me regret it." She paused. "And for what it's worth, she looks like she's been through hell. Whatever I feel about the situation, no one deserves to lose everything they've built because they chose to do the right thing." It was, Xiao Lei realized, the first time Xiao Yu had acknowledged Yun as a person rather than a rival. A small shift, but tectonic in its implications. She disappeared down the corridor, her sword swaying at her hip, her shoulders carrying a weight that had nothing to do with combat. Chapter 73, The Love Triangle demanded resolution, or at least acknowledgement. Xiao Lei found Xiao Yu in the southern training courtyard at midnight, 3 days after Yun's arrival. She was working through sword forms with a ferocity that suggested she was fighting something that couldn't be cut. He sat on the bench and waited. She knew he was there. She always knew. When she finally stopped, her breathing ragged, her sword tip resting on the stone, she spoke without turning. "I'm not going to pretend this doesn't hurt. I know. And I'm not going to pretend it changes what I feel. I know that too." She turned. In the moonlight, her face was luminous, sweat gleamed, fierce, painfully beautiful in the way that real things were always more beautiful than perfect ones. "I need you to be honest with me, Xiao Lei." For once, no deflection, no strategic ambiguity, no unusual teachers. Honest. He owed her that. He owed her more than that, but honesty was where it had to start. "You're irreplaceable to me. You've been with me since the beginning, when I was weak, when I was bleeding, when I had nothing to offer but a promise that I'd try. You didn't follow me because I was strong. You followed me because you believed in what I was trying to do." He took a breath. "What I feel for you isn't nothing. It's not a consolation prize or a secondary attachment. It's real, and it's been real since the night you asked who protects me." She absorbed this. Her expression didn't change, but something shifted in her eyes, a light that hadn't been there before, or maybe one that had always been there and was finally being seen. "And Yun?" she asked. "Is also real. In a different way, for different reasons, but just as genuine." He didn't look away. "I won't insult you by pretending otherwise." Xiao Yu was quiet for a long time. The wind stirred the compound's plum trees, and somewhere a night bird called across the darkness. Then she did something he didn't expect. She laughed. Not bitterly. Not with resignation. But with the genuine, relieved laughter of someone who'd been carrying a secret fear and had just learned that the truth, while complicated, wasn't the worst thing she'd imagined. "I've been so afraid you'd say you felt nothing," she whispered. "That I was just a training partner. A convenience. Never. Not once." She sheathed her sword, crossed the courtyard, and stood before him. Close. Very close. Her hand found his cheek, and her thumb traced the line of his jaw, the same jaw she'd kissed on a forest road what felt like a lifetime ago. "I'm not giving up," she said. "But I'm not going to make you choose, either. Not now. Not during a war." She leaned forward and pressed her forehead against his. "Just don't shut me out. That's all I ask." "Never," he said again. And this time, it was a vow as deep and binding as any the system could enforce. Chapter 74. With the emotional fires banked, not extinguished, but controlled, Xiao Lei turned his attention back to the strategic imperative, getting stronger. His GP reserve stood at 12,000. The system's technique store had expanded significantly as his cultivation grew, offering abilities that would have been incomprehensible at lower levels. He invested heavily. Advanced to Do Ling, 9-star, 4,000 GP, advanced to Do Wang, 1-star, 6,000 GP, total cost, 10,000 GP, remaining GP, 2,000, the double breakthrough hit like a tidal wave. Do Ling 9-star was intense, the peak of the spirit realm, every meridian singing with power, his perception extending far beyond the physical senses. He could feel the Do Qi currents in the air, trace the energy flows beneath the earth, sense the cultivation signatures of every person within a kilometer. The breakthrough happened in the compound's reinforced meditation chamber, a room built with formation arrays specifically designed to contain cultivation energy surges, and even so, the walls cracked and the air inside the chamber became so charged with Do Qi that it shimmered like heat haze. He held at Do Ling 9-star for 20 minutes, consolidating the foundation, making sure every meridian was stable before pushing higher. Rushing breakthroughs was how cultivators crippled themselves, pushing past checkpoints before their bodies were ready, accumulating foundation damage that compounded with every subsequent advancement. Xiao Lei had seen it happen to others, and the scientist in him, the part that understood systems and stress tolerances, insisted on methodical progression even when the soldier in him wanted to rush. When the foundation was solid, he released the second wave. But Do Wang, the king realm, was something else entirely. The transition from spirit to king wasn't just quantitative. It was qualitative. A threshold crossed, a metamorphosis completed. His Do Qi underwent a fundamental transformation, becoming denser, more volatile, more responsive to his will. His physical body upgraded, muscles compressing to steel cable density, bones hardening until they could withstand impacts that would shatter rock. The energy that flowed through his meridians changed color, from the pale gold of a Do Ling to the deep, rich amber of a Do Wang, carrying a weight and authority that lesser cultivators would feel as instinctive pressure. He could feel the difference in how the world responded to him. At Do Ling, the ambient Do Qi had been something he drew upon, an external resource. At Do Wang, the relationship reversed. He was a source, a center of gravity that Do Qi flowed toward naturally. The air around him hummed with it. Plants within his guardian domain's range grew slightly faster, their cellular processes energized by his passive output. Small animals that wandered into the domain became calmer, healthier, as if his protective intent affected them at the biological level. And his guardian domain evolved. The golden energy that had always been a sphere of influence became something closer to a kingdom. Its range expanded to 100 meters, its effects intensified, and a new feature emerged: the domain could now detect and counter specific attack types, automatically adjusting its defensive parameters to maximize protection against the most immediate threat. Current cultivation: Do Wang, 1-star, guardian domain range, 100 meters, threat radar range, 2 kilometers, new ability unlocked, Guardian's Eye, see through illusions and disguises that threaten family. Permanent passive, Guardian's Eye activated immediately, layering an additional perception filter over his normal vision. The world gained depth, he could see through minor concealment techniques, detect soul-based disguises, and identify hostile intent even when it was suppressed beneath friendly facades. He tested it by walking through the compound, and the results were sobering. 3 servants who'd always registered as neutral now showed the faintest traces of external influence, not full operatives, but people who'd been subtly manipulated by soul techniques to report on clan activities. Minor threats, but threats nonetheless. He dealt with them quietly, purification techniques that dissolved the soul influence without harming the servants, who had no idea they'd been compromised. The process was delicate, the soul influence was woven into their subconscious like thread into fabric, and removing it required surgical precision to avoid damaging their minds. Afterward, the servants reported feeling clearer, as if a fog they hadn't known existed had been lifted. None of them understood what had happened, and Xiao Lei didn't explain. Some protections worked best when the protected never knew they'd been in danger. He also scanned the compound more broadly, identifying 3 weak points in the defensive formations that the Hall of Souls operatives might have compromised during their period of influence. He repaired them personally, weaving his guardian energy into the formation matrices to create an additional layer of protection that would resist soul-based infiltration. It was tedious, invisible work. No one would ever know it had been done. No battles would be fought over it, no glory earned, no stories told. But 3 families would sleep safely tonight because Xiao Lei had spent 4 hours crawling through formation arrays and purifying energy channels. That was enough. Do Wang. The King Realm. At this level, he could face most Do Huang threats with the Guardian Domain support, and hold his own against lower-tier Do Huangs without system boosts. He walked to the compound's central pavilion after finishing the purification work and sat on the stone bench where Xiao Yan used to hold court in better days. The night air was crisp with the approaching winter, carrying the scent of the compound's jasmine bushes, stubborn plants that refused to die even after the battle had torn up half the garden. From this vantage point, he could see the entire compound. The repaired walls, still slightly mismatched where new stone met old. The training grounds where Alliance fighters drilled daily. The eastern wing where Yun Yun's followers had settled. The back garden where Xiao Yan trained each morning, his fire techniques painting the dawn sky with orange and gold. His family. His responsibility. His reason for every breakthrough, every battle, every sleepless night spent studying formations and grinding GP. The system had given him the tools. The people around him had given him the purpose. And the gap between what he could protect and what needed protecting was finally, slowly, beginning to close. Not fast enough. Never fast enough. But faster than yesterday. And that trajectory, maintained over time, was how impossible wars were won, not in a single decisive battle, but in the steady accumulation of small advantages that eventually tipped the scales. The gap between him and Yun Shan had narrowed from impossible to merely terrible. Progress. Inch by bloody inch, fight by fight, GP by GP, he was climbing toward the level of power that this world demanded of its defenders. The gap between where he was and where he needed to be still stretched wide enough to swallow continents, but it was narrower than it had been a month ago, and narrower than it would be tomorrow. In his old life, there had been a saying among the instructors, the only easy day was yesterday. It had been printed on a plaque in the training facility, weathered and worn from decades of hands touching it for luck. He didn't need luck. He needed time, GP, and one more miracle. Miracles, he'd found, had a way of appearing when you'd done enough work to earn them. He trained for another hour in the moonlight, his barriers flickering and flashing around him like a constellation of golden stars, each one stronger than the last, each one a promise written in light to the people sleeping behind the compound walls. I'll protect you. Whatever it takes. However far I have to climb. I'll protect you. The moon was setting by the time he finished. He walked back to the compound, paused at the gate, and looked up at the stars one last time. Somewhere out there, across vast distances measured in cultivation ranks and impossible odds, the real enemy waited. Not Yun Shan. Not the Hall of Souls. Something older, something that had been sleeping for millennia and was beginning to stir. He could feel it, the faintest tremor in the threat radar, like a bass note too low to hear but felt in the bones. Something beneath the surface of the world. Something that his guardian energy recognized and recoiled from. He didn't know its name yet. But names were just labels. What mattered was the fight. And the fight, as always, was everything. Chapter 75. Han Feng returned with reinforcements. Not alone this time, he brought a squad of Hall of Souls fighters, 7 in total, all at the Dadoshi level or above. Their target was specific and terrifying, Yao Lao. The attack came at the back mountain, where Xiao Yan trained with Yao Lao every morning. Han Feng's intelligence was good, he knew the location, the schedule, and the fact that Yao Lao's spiritual form was weakened after the manifestation during the compound battle. Xiao Yan fought like a demon. Dadoshi 3-star now, his fire techniques were devastating, and he took down 2 Hall fighters before the numbers overwhelmed him. Yao Lao manifested to defend his apprentice, but his soul energy was depleted, each manifestation cost him, and he'd spent heavily during the compound battle. Han Feng targeted Yao Lao directly with soul extraction techniques. The old alchemist's spiritual form flickered, damaged, vulnerable. Xiao Lei arrived at full speed, guardian domain blazing. The battlefield transformed. The domain's suppression effect hit the Hall fighters like a wall of resistance, reducing their power and disrupting their soul techniques. Xiao Lei engaged Han Feng directly, Do Wang 1-star with Guardian Boost versus Dadoshi 9-star with Soul Techniques. This time, the fight was different. At Do Wang, the entire nature of Xiao Lei's combat capability had transformed. His barriers were no longer just defensive, they were weapons. He could create barrier walls that crushed opponents between them. He could project barrier blades that cut as effectively as swords. And his thunder counter, channeled through a Do Wang level core, could redirect enough force to knock a Dadoshi off their feet. Han Feng realized too late that the anomaly had evolved beyond his capacity to handle. The spy fought desperately, soul techniques clashing against guardian energy in a contest between corruption and protection. But the guardian domain was specifically designed to resist soul attacks, and at Do Wang level, that resistance was absolute. Xiao Lei drove Han Feng back, barrier fists hammering the spy's defenses until they cracked. A final thunder counter caught one of Han Feng's soul blasts and redirected it into 2 of his own allies, dropping them. The remaining Hall fighters scattered. Han Feng escaped, again, using his dimensional tier technique. But this time, he left behind 3 unconscious operatives and one of Xiao Yan's protective talismans, which he'd managed to destroy during the fight. The loss of the talisman was significant. Yao Lao's concealment relied partly on those artifacts. Without it, his presence in the ring was slightly more detectable to soul-sensitive searchers. The Hall of Souls would eventually notice the gap in the concealment, and when they did, they'd know exactly where to look. It was a strategic wound, not immediately lethal, but bleeding steadily toward a future crisis. But the attack had been repelled. Yao Lao was safe. Xiao Yan was unharmed. The Hall of Souls had learned, again, that attacking the Xiao Brotherhood alliance came with a cost they couldn't easily afford. Xiao Lei reviewed the battlefield afterward, cataloging techniques, analyzing the Hall fighters' combat patterns, and noting vulnerabilities that could be exploited in future engagements. Intelligence gathered during combat was the highest quality intelligence there was. Tactics revealed under pressure couldn't be faked. Protecting Yao Lao and Xiao Yan from Hall of Souls assault. Plus 5,000 GP, current GP, 7,000, Chapter 76. Yao Lao was badly weakened. The failed soul extraction had damaged his spiritual foundation, and he retreated deep into the ring to recover. His spectral form became intermittent, flickers of consciousness rather than the sustained presence that Xiao Yan had come to depend on. Xiao Yan took it hard. Harder than the engagement humiliation, harder than the years of decline, harder than any blow a physical opponent had ever landed. Because Yao Lao wasn't just a teacher, he was the person who'd believed in Xiao Yan when no one else did. The person who'd seen a fallen genius and said no, this one rises. The person who'd given meaning to 3 years of suffering by revealing that the suffering had a purpose. And now that person was fading, retreating, weakening, because Xiao Yan hadn't been strong enough to protect him. "I'm too weak," the younger brother said, his voice raw with frustration, pacing the courtyard like a caged tiger. "I couldn't protect my own teacher. He almost died because I wasn't strong enough to fight them off alone." Xiao Lei recognized the spiral. He'd lived it, the suffocating feeling of inadequacy when someone you've sworn to protect gets hurt on your watch. In his old life, he'd lost a squad member to an Eid and spent 6 months in that spiral before climbing out. "Then get stronger," he said simply. "I'll hold the line until you can." Xiao Yan stopped pacing. He looked at his brother with eyes that burned with a fire that went deeper than Do Qi, the fire of absolute determination. "I will," he said. "I swear it." It wasn't an empty promise. Xiao Lei had heard empty promises before, in this life and the last, and they had a particular hollowness to them, like drums with no resonance. What Xiao Yan said carried weight. It carried the same gravity that Xiao Lei's own oath had carried on the day the system activated, a vow made not from confidence but from the refusal to accept any alternative. That night, after Xiao Yan had retreated to the training grounds and the compound had settled into the uneasy quiet that followed combat, Xiao Lei visited the ring. He sat cross-legged beside it, extending his guardian energy gently into the artifact's boundaries, feeling for Yao Lao's spiritual signature. It was there, faint, flickering, but persistent. The old alchemist's soul was healing itself, drawing on reserves that had been built over centuries of existence. But the process was slow, and the damage from the failed soul extraction had left scars that might never fully mend. "Hang on, old man," Xiao Lei murmured. "Your student needs you. And your student's brother won't let you disappear." There was no response. But the spiritual signature seemed to pulse slightly, as if acknowledging the words. Guardian energy applied to allied soul recovery. Minor stabilization effect, no GP cost, voluntary protective act, non-combat. The system notification was clinical, but the implication warmed something in Xiao Lei's chest. His guardian energy could help with soul healing. Not dramatically, he wasn't a soul specialist, but the protective aspect of his power recognized Yao Lao as someone under the umbrella of his protection, and it responded accordingly. He made it a nightly ritual. Every evening, after training and strategy sessions and the 1,000 small tasks of alliance leadership, he sat with the ring and poured guardian energy into it. A slow drip of healing that wouldn't cure Yao Lao but might keep him from fading further. Xiao Yan noticed. He said nothing, but his eyes when he looked at his brother carried a gratitude that words couldn't hold. He doubled his training intensity. Without Yao Lao's active guidance, he fell back on the foundations the old alchemist had built and pushed them further through sheer will. Within 2 weeks, he broke through to Dodoshi 5-star. Meanwhile, Xiao Lei received intelligence from multiple sources about another piece on the board, Medusa, the queen of the snake people. Her kind inhabited the remote deserts south of the Jiama Empire, maintaining an uneasy isolation from human civilization. But the Hall of Souls expansion was threatening her territory as well. Soul collectors didn't discriminate between human and snake people victims. An enemy of his enemy might be a friend. And a Do Huang 5-star friend would dramatically shift the balance of power. The diplomatic mission was risky. The snake people had killed humans on sight for centuries, their distrust earned through generations of exploitation and broken treaties. But Xiao Lei had something no previous human diplomat had offered, genuine evidence of a mutual threat, combined with the personal integrity to back his words with action. He briefed the alliance on his plan. Reactions were mixed. "You want to ally with snake people?" Elder Xiao Song's face conveyed decades of ingrained prejudice. They're monsters, they're people with different biology and a legitimate grievance against humanity. And their queen is stronger than any fighter on our side except possibly Yao Lao at his peak. Xiao Lei's tone brooked no argument. We need every ally we can get. Prejudice is a luxury we can't afford. Xiao Yu supported him. He's right. I've studied the Snake people's military history. Their guerrilla tactics alone would be invaluable against a larger force. Yun nodded silently. As a former Sect master, she understood the value of unconventional alliances. The decision was made. Xiao Lei would go to the Snake people alone. Chapter 77. The Snake people's territory began where the habitable desert ended and the wasteland began, a vast stretch of barren land where the temperature shifted between scorching and freezing with no transition, where venomous beasts roamed in packs, and where the Do-Chi density was so low that cultivators below Do-Chi found their techniques weakened to uselessness. Xiao Lei went alone. This was a diplomatic mission, and bringing fighters would send the wrong message to a civilization that viewed humans primarily as threats. He left his weapons at the border. His barriers and counter techniques were inherent abilities, impossible to disarm, but the gesture of traveling unarmed through hostile territory was universal. The Snake people's sentries found him within an hour, lean, skilled warriors who moved through the desert like liquid, their cultivation averaging Do-Chi 5-star. They surrounded him, weapons drawn, their snake-like eyes evaluating him with the cold assessment of apex predators. I request an audience with Queen Medusa, Xiao Lei said in the common tongue. I come bearing information about a mutual threat. They brought him to their capital, an underground city carved from living rock, illuminated by bioluminescent fungi and crystal formations that channeled ambient Do-Chi into habitable light. It was beautiful in a way that human cities could never replicate, organic, flowing, as if the city had grown rather than been built. Queen Medusa received him in her throne room, and Xiao Lei understood immediately why she was feared across the continent. She was power incarnate. Do Huang 5-star, stronger than Yun Shan, with a serpentine grace that made every movement simultaneously beautiful and lethal. Her eyes were gold with vertical pupils, her features a blend of human beauty and reptilian otherness that was arresting rather than repulsive. She wore her authority like a second skin, and the killing intent that radiated from her presence nearly buckled Xiao Lei's knees. A human, she said, her voice carrying the sibilant undertones of her people. Unarmed. In my throne room, either very brave or very stupid. Hopefully the former, Your Majesty. We'll see. She leaned forward on her throne. Speak. And know that if I find your words wasteful, you won't leave this room alive. He spoke. He told her about the Hall of Souls, their expansion, their soul collection practices, their disregard for any life that served their purposes. He told her about their confirmed presence in the Jiama Empire and their infiltration of every major institution. And he told her the truth she already suspected but had never confirmed, that the Hall of Souls had been operating in Snake People territory, collecting her subjects' souls under the cover of natural desert deaths. Medusa's expression didn't change during his recitation. But the temperature in the throne room dropped by 10 degrees, and the killing intent that filled the air became thick enough to chew. You bring evidence? She asked. He produced it, 3 soul collection devices he'd confiscated from the Hall operatives captured during the compound battle, each containing the unmistakable spiritual signature of Snake People victims. Medusa examined them. When she looked up, her gold eyes burned with a fury that transcended species. A non-aggression pact, she said. Between my people and your alliance. And intelligence sharing on the Hall of Souls movements in both territories. Agreed. I can also provide alchemical support, medicines and pills refined for Snake People physiology. I have access to the Alchemist Guild's resources. Something shifted in her predatory gaze, not softness, but a recalibration. She was seeing him not as a human but as something rarer, a leader who offered mutual benefit rather than demanding submission. You remind me of someone I haven't met yet, she said cryptically, her vertical pupils narrowing. Very well, human. We have an accord. She provided rare Snake Realm herbs in exchange, ingredients that could accelerate Yao Lao's recovery. The alliance was sealed not with ceremony but with mutual interest, the strongest foundation any alliance could have. Formed major alliance for family protection. Plus 5,000 GP, current GP, 12,000, advanced to Do Wang, 3-star, 6,000 GP, current cultivation, Do Wang, 3-star, current GP, 6,000, Chapter 78. The alliance network was solidifying. Xiao Lei took stock as autumn faded into winter, the first snows dusting the mountains around Wutan City. Allies, the Xiao clan, the Mu clan, the moderate Nalan faction, the Alchemist Guild, the Snake People, Hai Badong, and Yun Yun's remnant Misty Cloud loyalists, a dozen fighters who defected with her. Enemies, Yun Shan's corrupted Misty Cloud sect, the Hall of Souls, the lurking Hun clan, and whatever pieces on the board he hadn't identified yet. The balance was unfavorable. But it was less unfavorable than it had been 6 months ago, and the trajectory was improving. He convened a full alliance war council at the Xiao clan compound, the first meeting that included representatives from every allied faction. The room was crowded, tense, and crackling with the combined Do Qi of fighters who'd been enemies not long ago. Yun provided inside intelligence on Yun Shan's forces, troop strengths, deployment patterns, the Hall of Souls' known positions within the Sect structure. Her information was detailed, current, and delivered with the particular bitterness of someone betraying an organization they'd once loved. Xiao Yu presented tactical maps she'd developed from months of patrol data and Xiao Lei's threat radar intelligence. The maps showed the Jia Empire's strategic terrain with military precision, choke points, supply routes, defensive positions, and the most likely avenues of approach for a Misty Cloud assault. Xiao Yan announced his cultivation, Dadoshi 7-star. He was close to Do Ling, tantalizingly close, and his combat effectiveness with fire techniques exceeded his raw cultivation level by a significant margin. The War Council adopted Xiao Lei's strategy, a layered defense anchored by the Xiao clan compound but extending across the region through the alliance network. If the Misty Cloud attacked again, they wouldn't face a single clan, they'd face a coalition. The council also addressed logistics, supply chains, medical resources, communication networks, evacuation protocols for civilians. Xiao Lei drew on his military training to establish a command structure that could function even if the leadership was separated or incapacitated. Every fighter knew the chain of command. Every squad had a designated leader and a backup. It wasn't glamorous work. It wasn't the kind of preparation that appeared in cultivation novels. No one wrote epic stories about supply chain management or contingency planning. But wars were won by logistics as much as by combat power, and Xiao Lei had learned that lesson in blood and sand 10,000 miles in one lifetime ago. Nalan Shuang proved surprisingly adept at logistics. Her training in the Nalan family's commercial operations translated directly into military supply management, and she organized the alliance's resource distribution with an efficiency that impressed even Xiao Lei. "You're wasted as a fighter," he told her. "You should be commanding armies." "I intend to," she replied. "After this war. If we survive it." There was no if in Xiao Lei's vocabulary. Only how. Chapter 79. All the pieces were moving. The board was set. The countdown to the final confrontation was measured in weeks, not months. Xiao Lei spent those weeks in constant motion, strengthening alliances, training fighters, refining battle plans, and advancing his own cultivation through the steady GP accumulation of a man protecting an entire region. He trained the alliance's fighters personally, drawing on both his military experience and his cultivation knowledge to develop a hybrid combat doctrine that human armies had never used before. The doctrine combined traditional Do Qi techniques with squad-based tactics, coordinated attacks where weaker fighters combined their output to challenge opponents above their individual level. It was brutally efficient, turning a squad of 5 Do Qi into the functional equivalent of a single Do Qi. The training grounds became a crucible. Every morning at dawn, the alliance fighters assembled for drills that pushed their bodies and techniques to the breaking point. Xiao Lei ran the sessions with the intensity of a drill sergeant who knew that every minute of preparation translated directly into survival on the battlefield. He also spent time with the alliance's non-combatants, the families, the healers, the craftsmen who maintained the compound's infrastructure. These were the people who would suffer most if the defense failed, and their morale was as important as the fighters' readiness. He walked the compound daily, asking questions, listening to concerns, remembering names and faces with the same attention he gave to battle strategy. It earned him something that no cultivation technique could provide: loyalty. Not the transactional loyalty of people following orders, but the deep loyalty of people who believed their leader cared about them as individuals. The kind of loyalty that made soldiers hold positions they should have abandoned and civilians endure hardships they could have fled. Hai Badong's cultivation was recovering. With the Snake Realm herbs and Xiao Lei's alchemical support, the old warrior was approaching Do Huang 1-star, his original power level. When he reached it, the alliance would gain its first Do Huang level fighter besides Yun. Medusa sent occasional messages through Snake People runners, intelligence on Hall of Souls movements in the southern regions. The Soul Collectors were retreating from Snake People territory, redirecting their resources northward. Toward the Jia Empire. Toward the Xiao clan. Fang Qiu, the exposed guild operative, had not been recaptured. His escape and the subsequent dismantling of the Hall's guild network had sent shockwaves through the intelligence community. The Hall of Souls was regrouping, consolidating, preparing for something large. And Yun Shan was accumulating power. Reports from Yun's loyalist contacts indicated that the old man was consuming pills and techniques provided by the Hall, forbidden methods that traded long-term health for short-term power boosts. He was pushing beyond his natural Do Huang 3-star ceiling, reaching for heights that would cost him years of lifespan. Desperate power was dangerous power. A Yun Shan who'd sacrificed his future for a higher ceiling was more lethal than a patient one. The forbidden pills were eating him from the inside, burning through his lifespan like accelerant through dry wood, but the fire they produced was real and devastating. Reports estimated he'd pushed to Do Huang 4-star, possibly higher, at the cost of decades he'd never lived to see. It was the calculation of a man who'd decided that revenge and vindication mattered more than survival, and that kind of enemy was the most dangerous kind there was. The clock was ticking. And in the shadows between the powers, something even darker stirred, something that the Hall of Souls itself served, something ancient and patient and hungry. But that threat was still below the horizon. For now, the visible enemies were dangerous enough. Xiao Lei stood on the compound wall one evening, threat radar sweeping the darkness, and felt the familiar weight of responsibility settle onto his shoulders like a cloak he could never remove. Somewhere out there, in all that darkness, forces were gathering that would test everything he'd built. He wasn't ready. Not yet. But he was closer than he'd been yesterday. And tomorrow, he'd be closer still. That was the only math that mattered. Chapter 80. The night before everything changed, Xiao Lei stood on the hilltop overlooking the Jiama Empire's landscape, rolling hills, dark forests, distant mountains silhouetted against a sky thick with stars. The air was cold and clean, carrying the scent of pine and the distant mineral tang of snow. Yun found him there. She'd taken to walking the compound perimeter in the evenings, restless in her exile, burning energy she couldn't direct at the enemies she wanted to fight. Tonight, she'd followed his Do Chi signature to the hilltop. They stood in silence for a while, shoulder to shoulder, watching the stars wheel overhead. Two cultivators at the peak of their respective arcs, standing on the edge of a precipice they both knew was coming. "I'm afraid," she said softly. Not the kind of admission a Do Huang made lightly. Of what? Of losing. Not the battle, of losing the people I've come to care about. You. Your brother. Even Xiao Yu, who hates me. A pause. I've spent my whole life being responsible for others. But I've never had people I was afraid to lose. That's the cost of connection, Xiao Lei said. The more people you love, the more you stand to lose. But the more people you love, the more you have to fight for. She turned to face him. The starlight caught her features, the high cheekbones, the serious mouth, the eyes that carried worlds of complexity behind their dark surface. Is it worth it? She asked. All this pain, all this danger, all this impossible fighting against forces that should crush us. Is it worth it? He didn't answer with words. He stepped forward, cupped her face in his hands, and kissed her. Not the gentle contact of their first kiss on the mountain meadow, this was deeper, fiercer, carrying the weight of every fight they'd survived and every fight yet to come. When they separated, her eyes were bright and her composure was in ruins. Yes, he said, it's worth it. She pressed her forehead to his chest, and he held her, and for a moment the war and the enemies and the impossible odds fell away, and there was nothing but two people holding each other against the dark. Then, across the camp, Xiao Yu appeared on the compound wall. She'd been watching from a distance, not following, just present. Her silhouette was sharp against the lantern light, her hand resting on her sword, her posture speaking volumes about feelings she'd chosen to channel into steel rather than tears. She turned away and drew her sword. The sound of blade work carried across the distance, precise, controlled, carrying the particular music of someone who'd decided that if she couldn't have what she wanted, she'd become something the world couldn't ignore. Xiao Lei watched her over Yun's shoulder, his heart splitting along fault lines that no system could repair. Two women. Both irreplaceable. Both hurting. And a man caught between them who would die for either without hesitation but couldn't give either one what they fully deserved. Not yet. Maybe not ever. But the trying, the honest, painful, imperfect trying, was all he could offer. Dawn was 3 hours away. When it arrived, so did the apocalypse. Xiao Lei's threat radar erupted with warnings, not from one direction but from three. East, north, south. Multiple armies converging on the Jiama Empire simultaneously, led by Do Huang-level entities whose signatures blazed like dark suns against the threat radar's awareness. The Hall of Souls wasn't supporting Yun Shan's assault. The Hall of Souls was launching its own invasion, using Yun Shan as the local vanguard for a continental operation. Critical threat, multiple Do Huang-level entities detected, approaching from 3 vectors, estimated force, 3 armies, 500 plus fighters total, command level, Do Huang X3, Do Wang X7, Do Ling X20+, Guardian Protocol, maximum alert, recommendation, evolve or perish. The system's recommendation was stark. Evolve or perish. Grow or die. Become something greater than a Do Wang 3-star, or watch everything he'd built burn. Xiao Lei looked at the approaching dawn, at the 3-pronged invasion force descending on the empire, at the sleeping compound behind him where everyone he loved rested in fragile, temporary peace. Then he closed his eyes, opened his system interface, and began spending every GP he had. GP reserve, 6,000, available advancement, Do Wang 5-star, 3,000 GP, confirmed, power surged through him. His domain expanded. His barriers hardened. His thunder counter resonated with energy that crackled audibly in the pre-dawn air. But it wasn't enough. Not for what was coming. Available advancement, Do Wang 7-star, 3,000 GP, warning, rapid advancement risks foundation instability, override? Y/N, yes. The second breakthrough hit like an earthquake centered in his own body. His meridian screamed in protest, His cells restructured at a rate that bordered on dangerous, and his guardian domain expanded so violently that it shattered 3 defensive formation nodes in the compound wall. But when the storm passed, when the energy settled, when the system recalibrated and his body accepted its new limits, Xiao Lei stood on the hilltop at Do Wang 7-star with a guardian domain spanning 150 meters and a threat radar that could detect threats across an entire city. Not enough for a Do Zun. Not enough for the ancient powers that lurked at the edges of the world. But enough, perhaps, to survive what was coming. Enough to buy time. Enough to protect the people who mattered until someone stronger could finish the job. And if no one stronger appeared, well, he'd been the underdog before. Being underestimated was its own kind of advantage. The dawn broke crimson over the Jiama Empire. 3 armies converged from 3 directions. The Hall of Souls invasion had begun. And the Guardian stood ready to meet it. The final battle was coming, and the man who shouldn't exist was about to prove why existence had chosen him. Chapter 81. War came to the Jiama Empire like a hammer falling on glass. 3 armies. 3 directions. 3 Do Huang commanders whose combined pressure warped the sky itself, turning dawn into something bruised and threatening. Xiao Lei stood at the center of the Allied command tent, his threat radar painting a 3-dimensional picture of annihilation in his mind's eye, red signatures flooding in from the north, east, and south like blood seeping through cracked stone. The War Council assembled in minutes. Xiao Yan, fire crackling around his fists, his eyes hard with the look of a young man who'd grown tired of being the one people fought over. Yun, her Do Huang aura rippling with barely contained fury, the wind element she commanded making the tent canvas snap and billow. Xiao Yu, sword across her knees, her expression carved from something harder than steel. Hai Badong, ice crystals forming on his beard, the old warrior's calm a counterweight to the room's tension. Medusa's representative, a snake people commander with scales like polished jade, standing rigid in the corner, her vertical pupils tracking every speaker, and at the head of it all, the man who shouldn't exist, running calculations in a mind trained for exactly this kind of impossible situation. 3 armies means 3 fronts, Xiao Lei said, his voice the calm center of a building storm. He'd unrolled Xiao Yu's tactical maps across the table, weighted with cultivation stones at the corners. They're expecting us to consolidate, pull everyone to the clan compound and wait for the hammer to fall. That's what a clan does. That's what they're prepared for. He traced 3 lines on the map. We're not a clan anymore. We're an alliance. And alliances fight differently. The Northern Army approaches through the Qingshan Pass, he continued, tapping the map. It's the narrowest approach, a choke point if we hold it right. The Southern Army is coming through Snake People territory, which means Medusa's forces will engage first whether we plan for it or not. The Central Force, that's Yun Shan's Misty Cloud Vanguard backed by Hall of Souls elites. That's the tip of the spear, and it's pointed directly at us. How do you want to split? Hai Badong asked, his voice carrying the gravity of a man who'd fought continental wars before most people in the room were born. We don't split evenly. We play to our strengths. Xiao Lei looked around the room, meeting each pair of eyes. Xiao Yu, you take the northern front with Nalan Shuang and the branch family fighters. Hold the pass. Don't try to win, just don't let them through. Xiao Yu's hand tightened on her sword. Understood. Medusa's forces handle the south with Hai Badong as liaison. Snake People guerrilla tactics against a conventional army in jungle terrain, that's their home ground advantage. Bleed them, slow them, make every step cost. The Snake People commander nodded, a sharp dip of her scaled chin. Central front, that's where the real fight is. Yun Shan will be there, and he'll have Hall of Souls backing. That's me, Yun, and Xiao Yan. He looked at his brother. You ready? Xiao Yan's flames burned hotter. I've been ready since they first touched our family. Xiao Lei almost smiled. Almost. Then let's show them what the Xiao brothers do to people who threaten our home. The council broke. Orders flew. Messengers raced to allied positions. The machinery of war, built from months of careful alliance building and diplomatic groundwork, began to turn. And at the center of it all, Xiao Lei's guardian domain hummed with golden light, encompassing the entire compound, a sphere of protection that whispered to every allied fighter within its reach, you are not alone. You are not abandoned. The guardian is here. The 3 armies converged. The Battle of Jiama had begun. Chapter 82. The northern pass was a knife cut through granite mountains, 30 meters wide at its narrowest point, flanked by sheer cliffs that turned the passage into a kill zone for anyone defending from above. Xiao Yu had positioned her forces perfectly. She'd placed archers and formation specialists on the cliff edges, their elevated positions turning the pass into a gauntlet. The branch family's younger fighters, Dojie and Doshi level, mostly, held the cliff positions where their lower cultivation mattered less than their positioning. The heavier fighters, Doshi and above, held the pass floor itself, arranged in rotating defensive lines that could cycle fresh fighters forward while the exhausted fell back to recover. Nalan Shuang stood beside her at the command position, the moderate Nalon faction's contribution to the alliance, 40 fighters and a woman whose tactical mind was nearly the equal of Xiao Lei's own. "They're coming," Nalon Shuang said, her eyes fixed on the dust cloud building at the northern mouth of the pass. "Estimates say 200 fighters." Led by a Do Huang 2-star, Xiao Yu drew her sword. The blade sang as it cleared the scabbard, a sound she'd made her own over months of relentless training, a note that carried something of her soul in its vibration. Dadoshi 3-star. That was her current level. Against a Do Huang commander, she was outmatched by an ocean. But she didn't need to fight the commander. She needed to hold the pass. "Formation iron wall," she ordered. "Nobody breaks through. Nobody. We hold until the central front resolves." The Hall of Soul's northern army poured into the pass like white water through a canyon. Doshi-level fighters led the charge, their combined Do-Chi technique slamming against the defensive formations with concussive force. Behind them, Do-Ling officers directed the assault, probing for weaknesses in the defensive line. Xiao Yu met the first wave personally. Her sword work had evolved beyond recognition from the academy-trained style she'd started with. Months of training under Xiao Lei's tactical guidance, combined with her own fierce determination, had forged something new, a style that blended defensive positioning with explosive counterstrikes, each movement flowing into the next like water finding cracks in stone. She cut through the first attacker's guard, reversed her blade, blocked a thrust from the second, sidestepped the third's hammer strike and took his arm at the elbow. Blood sprayed across the pass stones. She was already moving, already flowing to the next threat, her sword describing arcs of controlled violence that turned the narrow pass into a killing field. "Hold the line," she shouted, her voice carrying over the clash of steel and the roar of Do-Chi techniques. "They can't flank us here. Make them pay for every step." A Do-Ling officer pushed through the front ranks, a woman with soul-dark eyes and a whip made of condensed dark chi. "Hall of Souls, not Misty Cloud." The whip cracked toward Xiao Yu's face. Xiao Yu ducked, felt the whip's energy sear the air above her head, and lunged. Her sword pierced the Do-Ling officer's shoulder, twisted, and withdrew. The woman staggered. Xiao Yu pressed the advantage, her blade singing a killing melody that drove the officer back 3 steps, 4, 5, the officer's whip caught Xiao Yu's ankle. Pulled. Xiao Yu hit the ground, rolled, and came up into a crouch just as the whip descended for a finishing blow. Golden light pulsed through the pass. The Guardian pulse hit Xiao Yu like a wave of warm sunlight. Her reflexes sharpened. Her muscles surged with borrowed strength. She rolled sideways, came up swinging, and took the Do-Ling officer's head with a cut so clean that the body remained standing for a full second before it realized it was dead. Xiao Lei's protection, even across the battlefield, even fighting his own war on the central front, he was watching over her. Guarding her. Being the brother she'd chosen to follow into hell. Xiao Yu wiped blood from her face and turned to the next wave. "Is that all you have?" She roared at the approaching army. "The Xiao clan doesn't break. We don't bend. Come and find out why." Nalon Shuang, fighting beside her, allowed herself a tight smile. "She's magnificent," the Nalon woman murmured, cutting down a Do-Chi with efficient precision. No wonder he trusts her with a front. The northern pass held. The line did not break. Chapter 83. 2,000 kilometers south, the jungle burned. Medusa fought like a force of nature, her serpentine cultivation techniques turning the dense foliage into a weapon. Vines lashed out at Hall of Souls fighters, roots erupted from the ground to entangle ankles, and the jungle itself seemed to recoil from the Hall's dark chi while surging toward their enemies with predatory intent. Hai Badong watched from the command ridge, ice crystals forming a tactical display in the air before him, a trick he'd learned decades ago for tracking battlefield movements. "Their left flank is extending," he muttered, his ice construct map updating in real time as Snake People scouts reported in. "They're trying to circumvent the jungle entirely. Going for the coastal route." The Snake People commander beside him, the same jade-scaled woman from the War Council, hissed something in the serpentine tongue. 3 squads of Snake People warriors melted into the undergrowth, heading to intercept. This was their territory. Every vine, every shadow, every pool of water was a potential ambush point. The Hall of Souls Southern Army had marched in expecting to crush a primitive frontier force. What they found was a guerrilla nightmare. Supply lines vanished. Forward scouts never reported back. Entire platoons walked into trap formations that erupted with venomous chi, sickening fighters and disrupting their cultivation circulation. And whenever the Hall's forces concentrated enough to push through, Medusa appeared. She was terrifying. Do Huang 5-star at full power, her half-transformed state gave her the speed of a striking serpent and the durability of scaled armor. She tore through Do-Ling officers like they were children, her killing intent so focused that weaker fighters simply collapsed from the pressure before she reached them. Hai Badong engaged their Do Huang commander directly, a gaunt man with hollow eyes and the distinctive soul flame of a Hall of Souls senior member. Ice met dark fire in explosions that leveled 100-meter swaths of jungle. "You're strong for a relic," the Hall commander sneered, his hands weaving patterns that summoned chains of soulfire. "But the Hall remembers when you were a king. Now you're a servant to children." I serve no one, Hai Badong replied, his ice domain expanding until frost coated every surface within 50 meters. I fight beside them. There's a difference. You wouldn't understand it. The ice veteran's power had recovered substantially, Do Huang 1-star again, approaching his original peak. Combined with decades of combat experience and a fighting style honed across wars that this Hall of Souls puppy had never dreamed of, he was more than a match. Their battle raged through the jungle canopy, freezing trees into brittle crystal pillars that shattered under the shockwaves, melting in patches where soulfire overcame ice. Below them, the ground war continued, snake people guerrillas picking apart the hall's formation with the patient efficiency of predators who knew their hunting ground intimately. The southern front held. And the jungle ate the invaders alive. Chapter 84. The central front was where empires went to die. Xiao Lei stood in the eye of the storm, his Do Wang 7-star power blazing with golden guardian light, his domain stretched to its maximum 150-meter radius. Within that sphere, every allied fighter moved faster, hit harder, and endured more. Outside it, the enemy pressed in with the weight of an avalanche. Yun Shan led from the front because that was the only way a Do Huang fought, with overwhelming personal power that turned individual combat into a force of nature. His wind techniques tore furrows in the earth, scattered defensive formations, and sent allied fighters tumbling like leaves in a hurricane. But he wasn't Do Huang 3-star. Not anymore. The moment Yun Shan descended from the sky and his true aura unfolded, Xiao Lei felt the bottom drop out of his stomach. Do Huang 5-star, he breathed, his threat radar screaming warnings that painted the old man's silhouette in blazing crimson. He's been hiding his true level. The forbidden pills. The Hall of Souls' dark techniques. Yun Shan had burned through decades of lifespan to push 2 full stars beyond his natural ceiling. His hair had gone completely white, his face had aged 20 years in the months since their last confrontation, and his eyes carried the feverish brightness of a man who'd mortgaged his future for power he could use right now. It made him more dangerous, not less. A man with nothing to lose fought with a clarity that bordered on madness. Xiao Lei. Yun Shan's voice boomed across the battlefield, amplified by wind element Do Qi until it hit like a physical force. Come face me, boy. Or do you hide behind the golden cage of yours? Xiao Lei stepped forward. The guardian domain moved with him, a walking fortress of protective energy. Yun appeared at his side, her own wind aura swirling counterpoint to her former masters. Do Huang 1-star against Do Huang 5-star, the gap was enormous, but her techniques matched his in style, and she knew his patterns better than anyone alive. Together, she said. It wasn't a question. Together, Xiao Lei confirmed. They attacked. Yun opened with a wind barrage, a technique she'd learned from Yun Shan himself, turned against the man who'd taught it to her. Compressed air blades screamed toward the old man from 3 angles, each one carrying Do Huang level force. Yun Shan deflected them almost contemptuously, but the deflection took his attention for a fraction of a second. That fraction was all Xiao Lei needed. He activated Elder Brother's Vow, the emergency technique that temporarily pushed his power beyond its natural limits by burning through guardian points like fuel through an engine. His Do Wang 7-star base surged, climbed, and for 10 seconds, 10 precious seconds, he touched Do Huang 1-star equivalent power. His fist connected with Yun Shan's hastily raised guard. The impact sent shockwaves radiating outward that shattered stone and flattened grass in a 50-meter circle. Yun Shan skidded backward, his expression shifting from contempt to surprise. You've grown, the old man admitted, shaking out his arm. The casual acknowledgement carried more weight than any praise. This was a Do Huang 5-star recognizing that a Do Wang had genuinely rattled him. You have no idea, Xiao Lei replied, and pressed the attack. Chapter 85. The battle at the central front became the kind of story that would be told for generations, assuming anyone survived to tell it. Xiao Lei and Yun fought Yun Shan in a coordinated dance of destruction that tore up the landscape like gods had decided to redecorate. Yun's wind techniques complemented Xiao Lei's guardian domain, her attacks pushing Yun Shan toward the domain center where the suppression effect was strongest, while Xiao Lei's barriers deflected the old man's counterstrikes before they could reach the allied fighters behind them. But Yun Shan was Do Huang 5-star, and the gap between 5-star and 1-star was not a gap you bridged with teamwork alone. It was a chasm. And Yun Shan had been fighting longer than either of them had been alive. His techniques evolved mid-battle. Wind became razor. Razor became storm. Storm became a localized hurricane that ripped the guardian domain's outer layer apart and sent Xiao Lei sliding backward on heels that carved furrows in the stone. You fight well for children, Yun Shan said, hovering above the devastation with the casual superiority of a man who'd never once doubted that the sky was his natural domain. But the Misty Cloud Sect didn't survive 3 centuries by losing to upstarts. Xiao Yan arrived like a comet. He'd been fighting through the secondary lines, Misty Cloud Do Lings and Do Shi officers who'd tried to bog him down with numbers. He'd burned through them all. Literally. Yao Lao's fire techniques had turned the younger Xiao brother into a walking inferno, and the path he'd carved through the enemy line was marked by scorched earth and groaning bodies. He launched himself at Yun Shan without hesitation, without announcement, without anything except the raw fury of a young man who remembered being attacked by this same old bastard on what should have been his day of triumph. You attacked me once, Xiao Yan snarled, flames roaring around both fists. Let's see you try it when I'm not 17 and alone. Yun Shan deflected the first strike. The second. The third got through his guard and scorched his right sleeve. His eyes narrowed. You've grown too, boy. Your teacher's ghost trains you well. Something in Xiao Yan's aura shifted. Yao Lao's spectral power overlaid his own, a technique they'd been perfecting in secret, master and student combining their cultivation into a unified strike that exceeded what either could produce alone. The combined attack forced Yun Shan to actually retreat. Not a tactical repositioning, not a contemptuous drift to a better angle, an actual retreat, his wind barrier flickering under the impact. And then Xiao Yan broke through. Right there, right in the middle of the battle, with fire and wind and golden light tearing the world apart around him, Xiao Yan's cultivation shattered through the ceiling of Doshi 9 star and erupted into Doshi 1 star. The breakthrough sent a shockwave of flame-aspected Do Chi radiating outward, scorching the earth in a perfect circle. Doshi, Yun Shan murmured, and for the first time, something like concern flickered across his aged features. Not of the boy in front of him, of the man Xiao Yan would become. You Xiao brothers are like weeds. Cut 1, 2 more grow. Xiao Lei, Yun, and a newly broken through Xiao Yan pressed the attack together. 3 against 1. Guardian domain suppressing Yun Shan's power. Wind techniques disrupting his flight patterns. Fire burning through his defenses. They pushed him back. Step by step. Meter by meter. The old man who'd ruled the Jiama Empire's skies for decades was being forced to give ground. And then Yun Shan smiled. It was the smile of a man who'd been holding back. Who'd been measuring his opponents, cataloging their techniques, mapping their patterns. A strategist's smile. He reached into his robes and crushed a black pill between his teeth. The power that erupted from Yun Shan made the previous fight feel like a warm-up. His aura exploded outward, white wind becoming dark storm, his cultivation soaring from Do Huang 5 star to Do Huang 7 star as the Hall of Souls forbidden technique ate through his remaining lifespan like fire through paper. His hair crumbled to ash. His skin pulled taut over bones that seemed to sharpen. His eyes blazed with the terrible light of a star burning its last reserves, incandescent and doomed and utterly, terrifyingly powerful. Now, Yun Shan whispered, his voice carrying the weight of borrowed godhood, let me show you what the Misty Cloud Sect's founding technique looks like at full power. The strike came faster than sight. It was aimed at Xiao Yan. Of course it was aimed at Xiao Yan. The Hall of Souls wanted the boy, wanted Yao Lao's ring, wanted the bloodline, wanted to snuff out the threat before it could grow. Yun Shan was their weapon, and weapons struck where they were pointed. Xiao Lei moved without thinking. Not with technique. Not with strategy. Not with the calculated precision of a military commander making optimal decisions. He moved with the instinct that had defined him in 2 lifetimes, the instinct to put his body between danger and the people he loved. He threw himself in front of Xiao Yan. The attack hit him like a mountain falling. Yun Shan's wind technique, concentrated into a lance of compressed air moving at speeds that made sound itself lag behind, pierced through the guardian domain like it was tissue paper, shattered the barrier he threw up with both hands, and struck him center mass. Xiao Lei felt ribs break. Felt organs shift. Felt the Do Chi in his meridian scramble and short circuit as power 5 realms above his own tore through his body's defenses. He flew backward 50 meters and hit the ground hard enough to crater it. Blood sprayed from his mouth, his nose, his ears. His vision went white, then red, then spotted with darkness. But Xiao Yan was untouched. The system's notifications cascaded through his failing consciousness like emergency broadcasts. Critical damage sustained while protecting family member, emergency GP award, plus 10,000, elder brother's vow, deepening, new threshold reached, warning, host vital signs critical. Healing factor engaged. The last thing Xiao Lei heard before darkness took him was Xiao Yan screaming his name. Chapter 86. Xiao Yan screamed, and the world answered. His fire erupted, not the controlled techniques Yao Lao had taught him, but something raw, primal, grief-fed. A pillar of flame that shot skyward and turned the clouds orange. Every fighter on the battlefield, allied and enemy alike, felt the heat, felt the fury, felt the bottomless well of a younger brother's rage when the person he loved most in the world was cut down in front of him. Yao Lao manifested. He burst from the ring with a spectral form more solid than it had been in years, an old man's ghost burning with alchemist's fire and a fury that matched his students'. The decision to manifest fully cost him dearly, soul energy pouring away like water from a cracked vessel, but the calculation was simple. If Xiao Lei died, nothing else mattered. Yun Shan. Yao Lao's voice cracked across the battlefield, and even the old Misty Cloud patriarch flinched. Because Yao Lao had been Yun Shan's senior once, decades ago, before betrayal and soul collection and the Hall of Souls had poisoned everything. You've crossed every line there is. Ghost, Yun Shan spat, his boosted aura flickering. The forbidden pill's power was fading, burning too hot to last. But the flames it produced were still devastating. You should have stayed dead. They clashed. Spectral fire against corrupted wind. Two of the continent's former legends fighting with the desperation of men who'd both chosen their hills to die on. On the ground, Yun reached Xiao Lei's crater. He was ruined. Blood everywhere. Ribs visible through torn clothing. His guardian domain had collapsed, the golden light flickering like a candle in a hurricane. His breathing was shallow, wet, carrying the terrible gurgling sound of internal hemorrhage. No, Yun whispered, dropping to her knees beside him. She pressed her hands to his chest and poured Do Qi into him, wind-aspected energy that she'd learned to modulate for healing, a technique she'd developed specifically because she loved a man who threw himself in front of attacks meant for other people. Don't you dare die, she told him, her voice breaking. You promised me it was worth it, you don't get to make me believe that and then leave. Her chi flowed into his meridians, stabilizing what was failing, patching what was torn. But she wasn't a healer by training. She was a fighter trying to do a healer's work, and the damage was beyond anything she could fix alone. The healing factor, the ability Xiao Lei had earned in the early days, the passive regeneration that had saved him a dozen times, was fighting. Cells knitting. Blood vessels sealing. But the damage outpaced the healing, and the gap was closing the wrong way. Then Xiao Yu arrived. She'd felt it, not through any system ability, not through any technique. Through the bond that existed between her and Xiao Lei that predated systems and techniques and cultivation entirely. The bond of two people who'd built a world together from the rubble of the one that existed before. She'd abandoned her position at the northern front. Run. Flown. Pushed her to Doshi cultivation until her meridian screamed, covering 200 kilometers of battlefield in minutes that should have been hours. She skidded to a stop at the crater's edge, saw Xiao Lei's broken form, saw Yun's blood-stained hands, and for one terrible moment, the world went absolutely silent in her mind. Then she knelt on his other side and added her chi to Yun's. Two women. Rivals. Bound by the same impossible man. Pouring everything they had into keeping him alive. His heartbeat stabilizing, Yun gasped, sweat streaming down her face. But the internal damage, his organs are, I know, Xiao Yu cut her off, her hands glowing with Do Qi. Just keep the Qi flowing. Don't stop. Don't you dare stop. Their eyes met across Xiao Lei's broken body. In that look was everything, the jealousy, the rivalry, the grudging respect, the shared terror of losing the man who'd changed both their lives. And something else. Something new. Understanding. He'd better survive this, Xiao Yu whispered fiercely. I haven't finished being angry at him. Yun almost laughed. Almost. He will. He's too stubborn to die. Above them, Yao Lao and Yun Shan's battle reached its crescendo. The spectral alchemist was fading, his soul energy depleting with every exchange. But Yun Shan's forbidden power was fading too, the black pill's enhancement crumbling as his body rejected the impossible strain. And on the battlefield below, the allied forces held. Without Xiao Lei's guardian domain, without his tactical command, without the golden light that had told them they weren't alone, they held anyway. Because he'd taught them how. Because the courage he'd given them wasn't dependent on his presence. It lived in them now, planted by months of leadership and sacrifice, growing in soil he'd prepared with his own blood. The Xiao clan fighters pressed their lines forward. The Mu clan reinforcements arrived and shored up the gaps. Formation specialists maintained their arrays with steady hands and steadier nerves. Xiao Lei had built something that didn't collapse when he fell. And that, perhaps, was his greatest victory. Chapter 87. Deep in the darkness of unconsciousness, the system evolved. Xiao Lei floated in a void that was neither empty nor full, a space between spaces, where the golden light of the Elder Brother system was the only illumination. His body existed somewhere above him, broken and bleeding and being held together by two women's desperate chi. Down here, in the space where his soul met the system's architecture, something was changing. Guardian awakening, second stage initiated, the Elder Brother system recognizes your sacrifice, analysis, host has sustained fatal level damage in defense of family member, analysis, host's protective instinct exceeds system parameters, recalibrating, the golden light pulsed. Expanded. Contracted. Pulsed again, like a heartbeat finding a new rhythm. Second stage abilities unlocked, Guardian Resurrection, once per lifetime, survive a fatal blow by consuming 50,000 GP, current GP reserve, 52,147, minimum threshold met, Guardian Resurrection, activating, the cost was staggering. 50,000 Guardian points, the accumulated currency of every protective act he'd performed since arriving in this world. Every deflected attack, every shielded family member, every sacrifice and intervention and desperate last stand, distilled into a number and then spent in a single instant. His GP counter plummeted, 52,147. 2,147. Almost everything. Gone. But in its place, something filled him. Not just healing, transformation. His cells restructured. His meridians widened and reinforced. His cultivation base, which had been Do Wang 7-star and failing, stabilized and then, impossibly, climbed, the damage reversed. Ribs knitted together with cracks of bone finding bone. Organs repaired themselves with the wet, visceral sound of flesh remembering its proper shape. Blood vessels sealed, internal hemorrhaging stopped, and the terrible pressure in his chest cavity eased as everything that had been displaced shifted back where it belonged. And his cultivation climbed. Do Wang 7-star locked in. Permanent. No longer the desperate peak of a man burning borrowed power, but the solid foundation of someone who'd earned every fraction of his strength through sacrifice. Above, in the waking world, golden light erupted from Xiao Lei's body. Yun Yun and Xiao Yu were thrown backward as his aura exploded outward, not violent, not destructive, but overwhelming in its purity. A sphere of golden protection that expanded from his body in concentric waves, washing over the battlefield like sunrise. His eyes opened. They glowed. Not the red of combat fury or the white of transcendent power, but a deep, steady blue that carried the light of something that had looked at death and said not today. Xiao Lei, Yun Yun breathed. Your eyes. He sat up. His body didn't protest, it responded with a fluidity and strength that felt new, like wearing armor that had finally been properly fitted. How long was I out? He asked, his voice steady. Too steady for a man who'd been dying 30 seconds ago. Minutes, Xiao Yu said, staring at him with an expression that combined relief, fury, and something she'd never let him see before, naked, unshielded terror at how close she'd come to losing him. You were dead. Your heart stopped. I know. He looked at both of them. Thank you. Both of you. Then he stood, and the Guardian domain blazed back to life around him, wider and stronger than before. The golden light didn't just cover the compound or the immediate battlefield, it reached outward, impossibly far, touching Allied fighters across a radius that dwarfed anything he'd produced before. And the Allied forces felt it. Every single one of them. The golden warmth that whispered the Guardian is back. Fighters who'd been flagging, their morale crumbling under the sustained pressure of battling without the domain's protection, suddenly straightened. Wounds that had been bleeding freely began to slow. Techniques that had been faltering under exhaustion found new precision. A young Xiao clan warrior who'd been on the verge of routing, his formation broken, his squad leader down, his own courage failing, felt the golden light touch him and remembered why he'd picked up his sword in the first place. He turned around. Faced the enemy. And held. Across the battlefield, 100 similar stories played out, 100 moments of near failure transformed into resolve by the return of the golden light that said, you matter. You are protected. The Guardian stands. A cheer rose from 1,000 throats. Xiao Lei looked up at the sky, where Yun Shan fought a fading Yao Lao, and his blue eyes narrowed. My turn, he said quietly, and launched himself upward. Chapter 88. Yun Shan saw him coming and, for the first time in the battle, felt something he hadn't experienced in decades. Fear. Not the intellectual awareness of danger, Yun Shan had faced dangers his entire life. This was something more primal. The instinctive recognition that the thing approaching him was not the same creature he'd struck down minutes ago. Something had changed. Evolved. The golden light surrounding Xiao Lei moved differently now, with a weight and density that pressed against Yun Shan's wind aura like gravity itself had taken sides. Impossible, Yun Shan whispered. I killed you. You tried, Xiao Lei replied, hovering at eye level with the old man. His guardian domain pushed outward, meeting Yun Shan's wind field, and instead of being deflected or scattered, the way it had been throughout their earlier fight, it held. Pressed back. Advanced, Yun Shan's enhanced power was fading. The black pill's effect had a time limit, and that limit was approaching fast. His Do Huang 7-star was already sliding toward 6-star, and the cellular damage from the forced advancement was catching up. His muscles trembled, his breathing came hard, and dark veins had appeared on his temples where his body was failing to process the corruption. But he was still Do Huang. Still a realm beyond Xiao Lei's Do Wang 7-star. Still, by every metric of conventional cultivation, the stronger fighter. Xiao Lei attacked with something new. The technique materialized in his mind with the clarity of a system download, knowledge implanted directly into his combat instincts, as natural as breathing. Guardian's judgment. An attack that grew stronger based on a single variable, how many lives the target had threatened. Yun Shan had ordered the assault on the Xiao clan. Had attacked Xiao Yan at the 3-year battle. Had mobilized an entire army against a civilian compound. Had served as the Hall of Souls instrument for an invasion that threatened millions. The math was very, very simple. Xiao Lei's fist blazed with golden light that carried the weight of every life Yun Shan had endangered. Not just today. Every life, across every scheme and assault and act of aggression that the old man had committed in his desperate alliance with the Hall of Souls. The punch connected with Yun Shan's guard. The old man's barrier shattered like glass hit with a sledgehammer. His arms, raised to block, were driven backward into his chest. The impact sent him rocketing downward, creating a sonic boom that flattened trees and sent fighters on both sides diving for cover. Yun Shan hit the ground and kept going, through the surface, into the bedrock, carving a crater that sent shockwaves radiating outward like an earthquake signature. When the dust settled, the crater was 20 meters wide and 10 meters deep. At the bottom, Xiao lay broken. His borrowed power had shattered. His cultivation, already compromised by the forbidden pill's aftermath, flickered and dimmed like a flame losing its fuel. He wasn't dead. But his cultivation was ruined. The meridians that had been stressed beyond their natural limits by the hall's dark techniques had torn under Xiao Lei's final blow, and the Do Qi that had made Xiao one of the continent's most dangerous fighters was leaking away like water from a cracked vessel. Xiao looked up from the crater with eyes that had lost their madness and found something worse: clarity. The clarity of a man who understood, in the final reckoning, that he'd traded everything for nothing. You? He croaked. What are you? Xiao Lei hovered at the crater's edge, guardian domain blazing, blue eyes steady. I'm an elder brother, he said. And you attacked my family. Xiao closed his eyes. There was nothing left to say. The fall of Xiao broke the enemy's central force like a spine snapping. Chapter 89. The misty cloud disciples saw their patriarch fall and, for a long, suspended moment, the entire central front held its breath. Then the panic began. Without Xiao's overwhelming aura anchoring their formation, the misty cloud fighters lost cohesion. Some retreated immediately, disciples who'd followed Xiao out of loyalty rather than fanaticism, who saw the writing on the burning wall. Others fought harder, the desperation of trapped animals driving them to reckless aggression. And the Hall of Souls operatives, the dark-robed fighters who'd been interspersed through the misty cloud ranks, simply vanished. Shadow techniques and soulfire teleportation carried them away the moment the battle turned, leaving their misty cloud pawns to face the consequences alone. Xiao Lei could have pursued. Could have turned the rout into a massacre, chasing the retreating forces and ensuring they never threatened the Jia Empire again. The military tactician in him, the part that had survived a different life's wars, whispered that enemies left alive were enemies who'd return. But the guardian in him said something different. Hold positions, he ordered, his voice carrying across the battlefield with the authority of a commander whose guardian domain made the air itself obey. Medical teams to the wounded. All wounded, ours and theirs. And theirs? A Xiao clan elder repeated, incredulous. The misty cloud disciples are soldiers who followed orders. Most of them had no choice. The Hall of Souls is our enemy, not every kid who happened to join a sect before it was corrupted. He looked at the elder steadily. We're better than what we're fighting. Act like it. The elder swallowed, nodded, and relayed the orders. Xiao Lei turned his attention to the wider battlefield. His threat radar, enhanced by the second stage evolution, painted a picture across the empire. Northern front, Xiao Yu's position was holding, the enemy withdrawing now that news of Xiao's fall had reached them. Southern front, Medusa's guerrilla campaign had ground the Hall's army to a halt, and Hai Badong's ice techniques had neutralized their commander. The Hall of Souls' three-pronged invasion was collapsing. But Xiao Lei didn't celebrate. He was too exhausted for celebration, and too aware that the real enemy, the power behind the Hall, the shadow that moved through continental politics like a knife through silk, hadn't shown its face yet. He used the Guardian domain as a mass healing field instead of a weapon. The golden light shifted frequency, becoming something warm and gentle rather than sharp and protective. Wounded fighters, allied and enemy, felt their injuries stabilize, their pain dull, their blood stop flowing. It wasn't true healing, that required alchemist-level precision, but it was triage on a battlefield scale, and it saved dozens of lives that would otherwise have bled out in the dust. Yun stayed beside him throughout, her hand on his arm, her presence a steady warmth that anchored him when the exhaustion tried to pull him under. She'd stopped caring what anyone thought about their proximity. After watching him die and resurrect in the space of minutes, propriety felt laughably small. Your eyes are still blue, she murmured, studying his face. Side effect, he said, though he wasn't sure if that was true. They're beautiful, she said, and the directness of it made him smile despite everything. You're biased. Obviously, that doesn't make me wrong. Across the battlefield, the dying and the surviving sorted themselves out. Misty Cloud disciples surrendered in droves once it became clear that the Xiao Alliance was treating prisoners with dignity. Hall of Souls operatives who'd been too slow to flee were captured and bound with chi-suppressing chains. The Battle of Jiama was over. The Alliance had won. The cost was written in blood and rubble in the vacant expressions of fighters who'd survived but would never be quite the same. Xiao Lei looked at the devastation and felt the weight of every life lost settle onto his shoulders. He carried it. That was his job. That was what Guardians did, they carried the weight so others didn't have to. But carrying weight, he was learning, didn't mean carrying it alone. Chapter 90. Aftermath. The word didn't do justice to what followed. Aftermath implied a clean boundary between crisis and recovery. In reality, the transition was messy, overlapping, and filled with the kind of grinding, unglamorous work that no cultivation novel ever bothered to describe. Xiao Lei spent 3 days managing the cleanup personally. Not because he had to, Xiao Yan and the Alliance's leadership structure were more than capable, but because the fighters who'd bled for the Alliance needed to see their commander bleeding alongside them. Not literally, this time. Just putting in the work. Hauling rubble. Setting bones. Distributing rations. Walking through the medical stations and speaking to every wounded fighter who was conscious enough to hear. You held your position when the Eastern Formation collapsed, he told a young Xiao clan fighter whose arm was in a sling. That took guts. I thought I was going to die, the boy admitted, his voice small. So did I, Xiao Lei replied. But you didn't. And because you held, the people behind you lived. Remember that. He moved through the camp like that, one conversation at a time, one acknowledgement at a time, rebuilding morale from the individual up. It was leadership at its most granular, and it was exhausting, and it was necessary. On the third day, his body finally processed the GP from the battle. He was sitting in his quarters, a tent, since the compound's eastern wing was still rubble, reviewing casualty reports when the system notification cascaded across his awareness. Battle of Jiama GP processing complete, protection events logged, 847, total GP earned, 23,500, cumulative GP reserve, 25,647, advancement available, Do Huang 1 star, 20,000 GP, confirm? Xiao Lei closed his eyes. Do Huang. The realm of emperors. The level that separated ordinary cultivators from the powers that shaped continents. He confirmed. The breakthrough was quieter than he expected. No explosion of light, no shaking of the earth, no dramatic eruption of power. Just a deepening. A settling. Like a foundation finding bedrock after years of shifting soil. His Do Qi compressed, refined, and expanded simultaneously, becoming denser and more potent without becoming louder. His guardian domain didn't grow in visible size, but the power within it intensified, the protective energy becoming something more refined, more targeted, more precise. When it was done, he opened his eyes and felt the difference in every cell. Do Huang 1 star. Emperor-level cultivation. He'd arrived. Yun was the first to notice, her own Do Huang senses picking up the shift in his aura like a musician detecting a key change. She appeared at his tent entrance, her expression caught between pride and something softer. Do Huang, she said. Do Huang, he confirmed. That makes us equals, she observed. He stood, crossed the tent, and kissed her forehead. We were always equals. Now the cultivation just agrees. Chapter 91. Xiao Yan was alive. That was the first thing Xiao Lei confirmed after his breakthrough, racing to the inner compound where his father had held the gates during the battle. The patriarch sat on a bench in the courtyard, his sword across his knees, looking 20 years older than he had a week ago. The battle had cost him. Holding the inner gates against the fighters who'd breached the perimeter, pushing his failing cultivation to protect the non-combatants, it had taken everything he had. But he was alive. And when he saw Xiao Lei approaching with blue eyes and Do Huang aura, the old man smiled with a pride so fierce it made the air around him shimmer. My son, Xiao Yan said, and those two words carried more weight than any technique. Xiao Lei knelt before his father. Took his hands. Felt the tremors, the cultivation degradation that was slowly stealing Xiao Yan's strength. The system's threat radar whispered a diagnosis he didn't want to hear. His father's meridians were deteriorating. Without intervention, Xiao Yan would lose his cultivation entirely within months. He filed that away. Added it to the list of problems he needed to solve. Another weight for the guardian's shoulders. Rest, father. The battle's over. We won, I know we won, Xiao Yan replied, squeezing his son's hands with what strength remained. I could feel your golden light from here. The whole compound could. He paused, studying Xiao Lei's face. Your eyes have changed. They have. They look like your mother's. The old man's voice dropped to something barely above a whisper. She had eyes that saw the best in people. Even when it cost her. Xiao Lei had no memory of the original body's mother. She'd died when the original Xiao Lei was young, before his transmigration. But the grief in Xiao Yan's voice was real, and the comparison meant more than the old man would ever know. I'll make you proud, father. You already have. Every day since you came back to us. You already have. Xiao Yu arrived next, bloodied and victorious from the northern front. She walked into the compound under her own power, sword still in hand, her Dadoshi aura flickering with exhaustion. Behind her, the branch family fighters she'd led carried themselves with the straightened spines of people who'd held an impossible line and survived. She saw Xiao Lei and stopped. Their eyes met across the courtyard. His, blue and changed. Hers, dark and fierce and carrying something she'd stopped trying to hide. Then Yun appeared behind Xiao Lei, and the moment shifted. Xiao Yu's gaze moved from Xiao Lei to Yun and back. Her jaw tightened. But instead of the hostility or jealousy that had characterized their earlier dynamic, something different crossed her features. Something that looked remarkably like acceptance. She nodded at Yun. A small movement. Barely a centimeter of chin dipping downward. Yun nodded back. Same tiny gesture. Same enormous meaning. Somewhere between the terror of watching Xiao Lei die and the shared experience of holding him together with their combined qi, these two women had crossed a threshold. Not into friendship, that was too much to ask. But into mutual recognition. Mutual respect. The acknowledgement that they were both irreplaceable, and that comparing themselves was an exercise in missing the point. Xiao Lei watched the exchange and felt something loosen in his chest that had been tight for months. The love triangle hadn't resolved, might never resolve in any clean way, but it had transformed into something that didn't require resolution. Something honest and complicated and human. He walked to Xiao Yu and pulled her into a hug. She stiffened, habit, then melted into it, her face pressing against his shoulder, her sword arm going limp at her side. You held the pass, he said into her hair. I held the pass, she confirmed, and her voice cracked on the second word. I'm proud of you. She pulled back, wiped her eyes with the back of her sword hand, and gave him a look that combined exhaustion, love, and the particular exasperation of a woman who'd realized she'd follow this man into any battle and resent him for it for the rest of her life. Don't die again, she said flatly. I'll try. Don't try. Succeed. He smiled. It was the first real smile since the battle began, and it felt like sunrise. Chapter 92. The political restructuring of the Jiama Empire began before the rubble finished settling. Yun Shan's defeat, and his exposure as a Hall of Souls puppet, shattered the Misty Cloud Sect's political standing overnight. The sect that had stood atop the Empire's power structure for 3 centuries was suddenly adrift, its patriarch broken, its reputation in ashes, its disciples demoralized and divided. Yun stepped into the vacuum. She returned to the Misty Cloud Sect not as a fugitive but as its salvation. The elders who'd privately opposed Yun Shan's alliance with the Hall, a minority that had been silenced by his overwhelming power, now rallied behind her. They reinstated her as sect master in a ceremony that was more battlefield triage than formal investiture. The Misty Cloud Sect was built to protect the Jiama Empire, Yun declared from the sect's great hall, her voice carrying to the thousands of disciples assembled on the mountain. Somewhere along the way, we forgot that. We became conquerors instead of guardians. That ends now. The reforms were systematic. Hall of Souls sympathizers were identified and expelled. The sect's intelligence network was dismantled and rebuilt with transparency safeguards. Training curricula were overhauled to emphasize protection over domination. And at Yun's insistence, the sect formally entered the alliance that Xiao Lei had built, becoming the largest single contributor to the empire's collective defense. It was a political masterstroke, and Xiao Lei recognized the hand behind it. Yun had watched him build the alliance from scratch, had absorbed his philosophy of strength through connection, and was now implementing it on a scale he hadn't imagined. You've turned the Misty Cloud Sect into the Empire's shield, he told her, reviewing her reform plans in the quiet of her private study on the mountain. That's not a small thing. I learned from the best, she replied, looking up from her documents with eyes that softened when they found his. A certain guardian who keeps insisting that protecting people is stronger than dominating them. And is it working? She considered. The disciples are confused. They've spent generations being told that power justifies itself. Telling them that power exists to serve others is a cultural shift. She paused. But the ones who understand, the ones who get it, they fight harder than the old guard ever did. They fight harder because they're fighting for something, Xiao Lei said. People who fight for principles endure longer than people who fight for status. The alliance's political structure solidified in the weeks following the battle. Xiao Lei's coalition, Xiao Clan, Misty Cloud Sect, Mu Clan, Moderate Nalan Faction, Alchemist Guild, Snake People, became the de facto governing body of the Jiama Empire. Not officially, not through any formal declaration, but through the simple reality that these were the powers that had bled to protect the empire, and the empire knew it. The Jiama royal family, which had been conspicuously absent during the actual fighting, sent envoys to formally recognize the alliance's contribution. Xiao Lei received them with diplomatic courtesy and private contempt. The royals had hidden behind their palace walls while the alliance fought and died. Their recognition was a currency that had depreciated considerably. But politics was politics, and even depreciated currency had value. He accepted their recognition, negotiated access to the royal treasury's cultivation resources, and began the unglamorous work of turning a wartime alliance into a peacetime governing structure. It was boring. It was necessary. And it was exactly the kind of foundation building that would determine whether the empire survived what was coming next. Because something was coming next. The Hall of Souls invasion had been blunted, not defeated. The continental power that had orchestrated the assault was still out there, still plotting, still hungry. And its enforcers were about to make their presence known. Chapter 93. The Dozun arrived on a Tuesday. Xiao Lei would remember that detail later, the mundane specificity of it, the way cosmic-level threats seemed to prefer arriving on unremarkable days. He was reviewing supply manifests in his office when his threat radar didn't just activate, it nearly shattered. The pressure descended on the Jiama Empire like a mountain being placed on a table. Every cultivator in the capital felt it simultaneously, a weight in the air, a compression of reality itself, As if the sky had developed mass. Do J level fighters fainted. Do Shi fighters staggered. Even Do Ling warriors felt their cultivation waver under the pressure. Xiao Lei's enhanced threat radar painted the threat in colors he'd never seen before, not the red of danger but a deep violet that spoke of power so far beyond his current level that the system struggled to quantify it. Extreme threat detected, entity, Hun Shu, Hall of Souls Enforcer, Cultivation, Do Zun 1 star, Threat Assessment, Catastrophic, Guardian Domain Effectiveness at current level, 12%, Recommendation, Strategic Engagement. Direct Confrontation Inadvisable, Do Zun. The Realm of Ancestors. 3 full realms above Xiao Lei's new Do Huang 1 star. The gap between them was not a chasm, it was an ocean. A Do Zun could, theoretically, destroy every fighter in the Jiama Empire without breaking a sweat. The entity materialized over the capital city, a figure in dark robes with the Hall of Souls' distinctive soul flame insignia burning on his chest. He was tall, thin, and carried the particular stillness of someone who'd achieved power so overwhelming that urgency was a concept he'd abandoned centuries ago. Hun Shu. His voice carried without amplification, without Do Chi projection, without any technique at all. It simply filled the air because a Do Zun's words had weight that transcended ordinary physics. I am here for the anomaly called Xiao Lei. And for the fugitive called Yao Chen. Produce them, or I will remove this city from the map. You have 1 hour. 1 hour. A Do Zun giving an ultimatum to an entire empire, the way a man might give an ant colony notice before flooding it. Xiao Lei's alliance scrambled. Emergency councils. Evacuation preparations. Military mobilization. But everyone in the room knew the truth, no combination of their forces could match a Do Zun. Not even close. He found Xiao Yan first. He's here for you too, Xiao Lei said bluntly. Yao Lao is the primary target. You're the secondary. Xiao Yan's face was pale but set. I won't run. I'm not asking you to run. I'm asking you to be ready. He gripped his brother's shoulder. When the fighting starts, and it will, I need you to trust me completely. Can you do that? Always. Then trust me when I say, what I'm about to do is going to look insane. But it's the only play we have. He assembled the alliance's leadership. Yun Yun. Xiao Yu. Hai Badong. Medusa. Fa Ma. Every Do Huang and above fighter they had. We can't beat a Do Zun in a straight fight, Xiao Lei told them. So we won't fight straight. What's the alternative? Hai Badong asked, his old warrior's voice carrying the calm of a man who'd been outmatched before and survived. We changed the rules. Chapter 94. The month that followed Han Shu's ultimatum was the most intense cultivation period of Xiao Lei's life. The Do Zun had given them time, not out of mercy, but out of the particular arrogance of overwhelming power. He'd established himself in a Hall of Souls outpost east of the capital, his presence a constant pressure on the empire like a thumb pressing on a nerve. The message was clear, I could destroy you at any moment. I choose to wait because your resistance amuses me. Xiao Lei used every second. He pushed his cultivation with a single-minded intensity that alarmed even Yun Yun. The GP from the battle and its aftermath fueled breakthrough after breakthrough, Do Huang 1 star to 3 star in the first week, 3 star to 5 star in the second. The system's efficiency had increased with the second stage evolution, each GP converting to cultivation progress with a precision that bordered on surgical. But raw power wasn't the answer. Even at Do Huang 9 star, the highest he could realistically reach in a month, he'd still be 2 full realms below a Do Zun. The power gap was too wide for individual cultivation to bridge. So he built something else. Guardian's Constellation. The technique had been forming in his mind since the battle, a theoretical framework that Yao Lao helped him refine during long nights of collaborative analysis. If the Guardian domain was a sphere of protection centered on Xiao Lei, the constellation was a network. A web of golden connections linking every bonded ally into a shared defensive matrix, regardless of physical distance. The theory was elegant. Every ally connected to the network would contribute a fraction of their power to a collective pool. That pool could be directed, concentrated, redistributed. If one node was attacked, the entire network could surge to defend it. If one node needed power, the others could feed it. The practice was agonizing. Establishing each connection required a dual resonance, Xiao Lei's guardian energy linking with the allies' Do Chi through a bond of genuine trust. Not technique. Not forced synchronization. Trust. The real thing, built from shared experience and mutual commitment. He linked with Xiao Yan first. The connection snapped into place like 2 puzzle pieces finding each other, the brotherhood they'd forged through blood and sacrifice creating a channel so natural that the constellation barely required GP to establish. Yun Yun next. Her wind-aspected chi sang along the golden connection like harmonics on a string. The resonance between them was different from the brotherhood with Xiao Yan, deeper in some ways, more complex, carrying emotional frequencies that made both of them catch their breath. Xiao Yu. Her connection carried something fierce and sharp, a sword's edge translated into energy. Her feelings for Xiao Lei, complicated and painful and beautiful, gave the link a strength that surprised even the system. Hai Badong. Steady, cold, reliable. His ice chi anchored the network like a foundation stone. Medusa, reluctantly. The snake people queen allowed the connection with visible discomfort. Trust did not come naturally to her, but when the golden thread linked her to the constellation, her eyes widened fractionally. Interesting, she murmured. I can feel all of them. Their resolve. Their warmth. She said the last word like she wasn't sure what it meant. Xiao Zhan. Even diminished, even with his cultivation failing, the patriarch's connection to the network was powerful. Because the Guardian system's core was family, and Xiao Zhan was family's foundation. 6 links. 6 allies bound to him and to each other through a web of golden protective energy. The constellation activated, and every member felt it, a subtle increase in power, a sharpening of senses, a warmth in the chest that whispered you are not alone. The network amplified each member's power by 10%. Not enough to match a Do Zun individually, but collectively, channeled through the network's nexus, through Xiao Lei himself, the combined power became something else entirely. He reached Do Huang's 7-star by the month's end, the rapid advancement fueled by GP from the constellation's establishment and from the daily protective actions that his new role as Empire-wide Guardian generated. It still wasn't enough. Not for a straight fight with a Do Zun. But Xiao Lei had never planned for a straight fight. He'd planned for something much more desperate. And much more dangerous. Chapter 95. On the 23rd day of the Do Zun's deadline, Xiao Yan came to Xiao Lei with something that had been weighing on him for months. They were on the rebuilt compound wall, their default location for conversations that mattered. The night sky was clear, stars scattered across the darkness like cultivation stones on black velvet. The Do Zun's pressure was a constant background hum, like living next to a waterfall of killing intent. I need to tell you something about Shun, Xiao Yan said, his voice carrying the particular weight of a young man about to discuss the woman who occupied a separate chamber of his heart from everything else. Xiao Lei already knew. He'd known since the moment he'd transmigrated into this world, carrying the novel's entire plot in his memory. Shun, Gu Shun, was a member of the ancient Gu clan, one of the most powerful families on the continent. She'd hidden her identity at the Xiao clan as a child, building a bond with Xiao Yan that transcended clan politics and continental power games. But he couldn't say that. So he listened with the expression of a man hearing surprising news. She's from the Gu clan, Xiao Yan said. Ancient bloodline. Power that makes our clan look like a village guard post. She told me before she left, her family doesn't approve of our connection. They think the Xiao clan is beneath them. And what do you think? Xiao Yan's fire flickered around his clenched fist. I think I'll get strong enough that nobody looks down on us. On any of us. Xiao Lei studied his brother. The angry boy from the beginning of their journey was gone. In his place was a young man with Dadoshi 3-star cultivation, fire that burned with purpose rather than rage, and eyes that had seen enough of the world's darkness to understand that strength without direction was just violence with better range. The Gu clan is a problem for another day, Xiao Lei said carefully. But you should know, if it comes to a choice between their approval and your happiness, I'll back whatever you decide. You always do. That's what big brothers are for. Xiao Yan reached Do Ling 1-star 2 days later, a breakthrough that sent shockwaves of flame-aspected chi radiating through the compound and set 3 training dummies on fire simultaneously. The younger Xiao brother was growing at a pace that defied conventional cultivation theory, his talent combining with Yao Lao's guidance and the Guardian constellation's passive boost to produce advancement speeds that made the system itself take notice. Xiao Yan has reached Do Ling 1-star, family member approaching self-sufficiency, Guardian role assessment, evolving from shield to pillar, passive Guardian bonus, plus 2000 GP, shield to pillar. The system's assessment cut to the heart of something Xiao Lei had been feeling for weeks. His role wasn't just to stand between his family and danger anymore. It was to stand beside them. To be the foundation they built on, not the wall they hid behind. It was a subtle shift, but it changed everything. Chapter 96. Hun Shu came for him on the 30th day. Not with an army. Not with subordinates or soul collection operatives or any of the Hall of Souls' considerable infrastructure. He came alone, because a Do Zun fighting Do Huangs didn't need help. That was like a dragon seeking assistance to deal with sparrows. He appeared in the Xiao clan compound without warning, his Do Zun cultivation allowing him to bypass every formation, every barrier, every detection system except one. Xiao Lei's threat radar screamed a warning that nearly split his skull, and he was running before his conscious mind finished processing the alert. He found Hun Shu standing in the compound's central courtyard, hands clasped behind his back, his dark robes absolutely still despite the wind that buffeted everyone else in the vicinity. His aura was suppressed to the point of invisibility, a Do Zun's control was so absolute that he could choose exactly how much pressure to project. Right now, he projected nothing. Which was somehow more terrifying than full force. Xiao Lei, Hun Shu said, his voice conversational. The voice of a man ordering tea, not confronting a target. Your month is up. I'm aware. I expected you to run. Your kind usually does. The ones with people to protect always calculate the odds, realize they can't win, and flee with their precious cargo. He tilted his head, studying Xiao Lei with the detached curiosity of a scholar examining an insect. You're still here. I'm still here. Why? Because running teaches the people I love that they're not worth fighting for. Han Shu's suppression dropped. The full weight of a Do Zun's aura crashed down on the compound like a mountain dropped from orbit. Stone cracked. Walls buckled. Fighters throughout the compound were driven to their knees, their cultivation suppressed by the sheer density of power in the air. Xiao Lei remained standing. Barely. His Do Huang 7-star cultivation screamed in protest, his meridians vibrating like overstressed cables, but his legs didn't buckle. The Guardian domain, which should have been crushed like tissue paper under that pressure, held. Not intact, not easily, but it held. A golden sphere of defiance in the face of absolute power. Interesting, Han Shu murmured. You should be on your knees. Everyone else is. I have a stubborn streak. You have something more than that. Han Shu's eyes narrowed. That golden energy. It's not standard Do Qi. The hall has studied you from afar, but the reports don't capture it. It resists my suppression at a ratio that shouldn't be possible for your level. Maybe the reports need updating. Han Shu almost smiled. I'll give you a choice, Xiao Lei. A genuine one, which is more courtesy than the hall usually extends. Surrender Yao Chen and yourself for study. Your family and clan will be spared. The alliance you've built will be allowed to continue, minus you. Your brother, your father, the women you care about, all untouched. He paused. Or refuse, and I kill everyone. Starting with the ones you love most. I'll make you watch. The courtyard was silent. Even the wind had died, suppressed by Han Shu's aura. Xiao Lei looked at the Do Zun. Looked at the power gap between them, the two full realms that separated Do Huang from Do Zun, the ocean of difference that no amount of guardian domain or system abilities could bridge in a direct confrontation. And he said, you'll have to go through me. Han Shu's eyebrows rose. That wasn't one of the options. I'm adding a third option. You leave. Voluntarily. Because what happens if you stay will cost you more than it gains. Bold claim from a man 2 realms beneath me. Try me and find out. The silence stretched. 2 men measuring each other across a gap of power that should have made the conversation meaningless. Then Han Shu stepped back and let his aura recede. Not from fear, nothing in his demeanor suggested he was afraid. But something in his eyes had shifted. A calculation, running behind those dark irises, producing results that made him reconsider. 1 month, he said. I'll give you 1 more month. Not out of mercy, out of curiosity. I want to see what you become. He turned to leave, then paused. But when I return, the courtesy ends. Prepare your goodbyes. He vanished. The pressure lifted. Fighters throughout the compound gasped and staggered upright. Xiao Lei's legs gave out the moment Han Shu was gone. He sat down hard on the courtyard stones, his body trembling from the sustained effort of standing against a Do Zun's full aura. 1 month. He had 1 month to find a way to fight something that was, by every reasonable calculation, unbeatable. He was going to need every second. Chapter 97. The second month was not about cultivation alone. It was about architecture, building something that transcended individual power levels and created a weapon out of collective will. Xiao Lei pushed to Do Huang 7-star, then broke through to Do Huang 9-star. Each breakthrough came easier than the last, the system's second stage evolution converting GP to cultivation progress with increasing efficiency. But even at Do Huang 9-star, the peak of the Emperor realm, he was still a full major realm below Do Zun. So he focused on the constellation. The network had been passive, a shared boost, a communication web, a distributed defense system. Now he needed it to be active. Offensive. A weapon that could channel the combined power of every linked ally through a single point. Yao Lao was the key. The spectral alchemist, recovering from his manifestation during the battle, worked with Xiao Lei in sessions that stretched deep into every night. Their topic, the theoretical limits of power transfer. The constellation links your allies through bonds of trust, Yao Lao observed, his ghostly form hovering over diagrams and cultivation charts spread across Xiao Lei's desk. That's the foundation. But the framework can carry more than passive boosts. In theory, it can channel one ally's power directly through another. A controlled transfer. How much? Xiao Lei asked. That depends on the strength of the bonds. And on what you're willing to sacrifice. The technique took shape over weeks of grueling experimentation and refinement. They called it Guardian Sacrifice, not a system ability, but a manually crafted technique built on the constellation's architecture. It would allow Xiao Lei to transfer his entire cultivation to a single ally. Every star, every level, every ounce of Do Qi he'd accumulated. Channeled through the golden bonds of the constellation and poured into one person. The cost was absolute. Xiao Lei would be left at Do J 1-star, barely above immortal. His cultivation would be stripped to its foundation, leaving him defenseless for the technique's duration. 10 minutes. 600 seconds of being the weakest person on the battlefield. But the person he transferred to would gain everything he had. His Do Huang 9-star cultivation, added to their own. Plus the Guardian boost. Plus the Constellation amplification. If he transferred to Xiao Yan, already Do Ling 1-star, the combined power would push his brother to Do Zong level. Temporarily. For 10 minutes. Do Zong. One realm below Do Zun. Close enough to fight. It's insane, Yun said when he explained the plan. You'll be completely vulnerable. For 10 minutes. 10 minutes during a battle against a Do Zun. Anything could happen in 10 minutes. That's why I need you and Xiao Yu to protect me. He met her eyes. Can you do that? She stared at him for a long time. You're asking me to watch you become helpless and trust that I can keep you alive. I'm asking you to be the guardian for 10 minutes. While I can't be. She swallowed. Nodded. I'll protect you. I swear it. Xiao Yu's reaction was different. How long have you been planning this? She asked, her voice flat. Since Hun Shu gave us the first month. And you're just telling me now? I needed the technique to be viable before I told anyone. She drew her sword and examined the blade. Her reflection stared back at her, older, harder, more certain than the girl who'd first followed Xiao Lei into danger all those months ago. Do Ling 5-star, she said quietly. That's where I am. Strong enough to hold off most things for 10 minutes. She looked at him. I'll guard you. With everything I have. But you need to promise me something. Name it. Promise me you'll come back. Not just survive, come back. Whole. Complete. The same man she stopped. Swallowed the word she'd chosen not to say. The same man we need. I promise. She nodded, sheathed her sword, and left. At the door, she paused without turning around. I love the clan, she said, her voice carrying the cadence of something rehearsed. The cause. And you. In that order. Then she was gone, and Xiao Lei was alone with the weight of what he'd planned. The alliance forged itself in the remaining weeks. Xiao Lei used his connections to the Jiama royal family to access their ancestral treasure vault, cultivation resources that hadn't been touched in generations, hoarded against exactly the kind of existential threat that a Do Zun represented. He distributed the resources strategically. Do crystals for Hai Badong's final recovery push. Medicinal herbs for Yao Lao's soul stabilization. Formation stones for the defensive array he was constructing around the Xiao clan compound, not to stop a Do Zun, but to buy seconds. Every second mattered. The constellation hummed with 7 connections now, each one a thread of trust woven into a tapestry of collective power. When Xiao Lei closed his eyes and let his awareness flow through the network, he could feel all of them: Xiao Yan's burning determination, Yun's fierce tenderness, Xiao Yu's sharp resolve, Hai Badong's ice-calm steadiness, Medusa's grudging warmth, Xiao Zhan's fading but unbreakable pride. They were ready. As ready as they could be. The only question was whether ready would be enough. Chapter 98. On the night before Hun Shu's return, Xiao Yu found Xiao Lei on the compound wall. It was their place, the location where the most important conversations happened, where the walls between them thinned until honesty was the only option. The stars were out, the same stars that had witnessed their first honest conversation about the love triangle, and the night carried the particular weight of eve of battle stillness. She'd reached Do Ling 5-star. The advancement had come from weeks of grueling training fueled by something more powerful than cultivation resources, fueled by the determination to be strong enough to protect the man who protected everyone else. She was one of the strongest young fighters in the empire now, her sword arts refined to a lethal precision that made even Hai Badong nod with professional respect. Can't sleep? He asked as she settled beside him on the wall. Haven't tried. She looked out at the darkness. Seemed pointless. Tomorrow either works or it doesn't. It'll work. You can't know that. No. But I can believe it. And right now, belief is the only currency that matters. She was quiet for a while. When she spoke again, her voice carried something he hadn't heard from her before, not vulnerability, exactly, but a willingness to be seen without her armor. I've made peace with it, she said. The triangle. You and her. Me and. Whatever I am to you. Xiao Yu, let me finish. She turned to face him. I spent months being angry. At her, at you, at myself. Angry that I wasn't enough, that I wasn't what you needed, that I was always the one who came second. She paused. But I was wrong. I wasn't coming second. I was standing beside you. That's different. And it took me too long to see it. He waited. Listened. Gave her the space she needed. I'll always fight beside you, she said. That's enough for now. Maybe it's enough forever. I don't know, but I've stopped measuring my worth by whether you choose me, and started measuring it by who I become on my own. He took her hand. Didn't speak. Didn't need to. They sat like that for a while, 2 warriors on the eve of an impossible battle, sharing a silence that said more than words could manage. The stars wheeled overhead. The constellation hummed between them, their golden bond pulsing with something that transcended categories like romance and friendship and family. She leaned her head against his shoulder. He let her. Don't die tomorrow, she whispered. I already made that promise. Make it again. I won't die tomorrow. Good. She straightened, stood, and drew her sword. The blade caught starlight and turned it sharp. Because if you break that promise, I'll find a way to bring you back just so I can kill you myself, he laughed. Actually laughed, a real sound, warm and unguarded, the laugh of a man who'd found something worth laughing about on the edge of annihilation. I believe you, he said. You should. She walked away, sword in hand, toward the training ground. Because Xiao Yu processed everything through steel, and the night before battle was no exception, he watched her go and felt the old ache, the fault line in his heart that split between two women. But the ache was different now. Less sharp. More like the deep, settled pain of a bone that had healed slightly crooked, not perfect, but functional. Real. Something he could live with. Something worth fighting for. Chapter 99. Honshu returned at dawn. He arrived without fanfare, without armies, without the theatrical pressure drops that lesser cultivators use to announce their presence. He simply appeared above the Xiao clan compound, standing on air as casually as a man standing on stone, his dark robes motionless in a wind that didn't touch him. Your month is up, he said, and the words carried across the compound with the weight of a continent settling. Have you prepared your goodbyes? Xiao Lei stood at the compound's center, the constellation blazing around him, 7 golden threads connecting him to his bonded allies, each one positioned according to the battle plan they'd rehearsed until it was muscle memory. Yun Yun on his left. Xiao Yu on his right. Hai Badong behind, his ice domain creating a defensive perimeter. Medusa lurking at the edges, her serpentine aura ready to strike. Xiao Zhan inside the compound, with the non-combatants, his diminished cultivation still enough to anchor the inner defensive formations. And Xiao Yan directly in front, his fire aura burning with the steady, controlled intensity of a forge at full heat. I've prepared something, Xiao Lei replied. But it's not goodbyes. Honshu sighed, the genuine exasperation of a predator who'd given prey every opportunity to make the smart choice. Then we do this the hard way. I did warn you. He attacked. A Do Zun's casual strike destroyed the compound's outer wall. Not with fire or wind or any elemental technique, with pure pressure. The concentration of Do Qi was so dense that it warped space, creating a gravitational anomaly that crushed stone and steel and formation arrays into powder. Xiao Lei's guardian domain held for exactly 1.3 seconds, the time it took for the protective sphere to absorb the strike's initial energy, distribute it across the domain structure, and overload. Then it shattered. But 1.3 seconds was enough for Yun Yun's wind to redirect the fighters behind the domain to safety, and for Xiao Yu to grab 2 young Xiao clan warriors who'd frozen in terror and hurl them toward the evacuation routes. Constellation, active mode. Xiao Lei shouted, and the golden network blazed to full power. The allied forces engaged simultaneously. Hai Badong's ice domain clashed with Honshu's aura, a futile direct opposition, but one that created spatial distortions the other fighters could exploit. Medusa struck from the flanks, her Do Huang 5-star attacks finding gaps in Honshu's suppression field that a less experienced fighter would have missed. Yun Yun's wind techniques harassed his flight patterns, forcing him to expend attention on evasion that could otherwise have gone toward offense. They were gnats against a giant. Every one of them knew it. But gnats that coordinated, that covered each other, that fought with the desperate precision of people protecting everything they loved, those gnats could make a giant bleed. Honshu bled. Not literally. Not from damage, none of them could actually damage him. But they bled his attention. His patience. His casual certainty that this would be over in seconds. Each time he focused on one attacker, 2 others struck from unexpected angles. Each time he prepared a killing blow, the constellation's shared awareness telegraphed his intention, and the target moved before the blow landed. Enough, Honshu snarled after 3 minutes of this, his composure cracking. You're insects. He raised both hands and compressed the air itself into a sphere of annihilating pressure. The technique was continent class, the kind of attack that could level a city block and leave nothing but a crater. He aimed it at the compound, at the buildings where the non-combatants sheltered, at the heart of everything Xiao Lei had built. That was when Xiao Lei played his final card. Guardian's sacrifice. The golden light of the constellation converged on Xiao Lei like 7 rivers finding the sea. For one blinding moment, he was the nexus of everything, every bond, every trust, every ounce of power the network contained. His body blazed with light so intense that it turned the pre-dawn darkness into noon. And then he pushed. Every star of cultivation he'd earned. Every level he'd climbed. Every breakthrough from Do J to Do Huang 9-star, all of it, ripped from his meridians and channeled through the constellation's golden architecture into a single recipient. Xiao Yan. The transfer hit the younger Xiao brother like a tidal wave of liquid sun. His fire aura, already burning at Do Ling 1-star, erupted upward. Do Ling 3-star. 5-star. 7-star. 9-star. The ceiling of Do Ling shattered, and Do Wang poured in. Then to Do Shi. Then Do Huang. His body couldn't contain it, wouldn't contain it, but the constellation's framework held the power in place, a golden lattice that kept the energy structured even as it exceeded anything a single body should hold. Do Huang 9 star. Do Zong 1 star. Xiao Yan's eyes blazed white. Fire wreathed his entire body, not the orange-red of natural flame but a blue-white plasma that existed at the border between fire and light. Yao Lao's spectral form overlaid his own, adding the old alchemist's accumulated knowledge and techniques to the overwhelming power. And Xiao Lei fell. His cultivation plummeted. Do Huang to nothing. Do Wang to nothing. Do Ling to nothing. Every realm he'd painstakingly climbed stripped away in seconds, leaving him at Do J 1 star, barely above immortal. His guardian domain vanished. His threat radar dimmed to a whisper. His body, accustomed to the reinforcement of Emperor-level Do Qi, suddenly felt every bruise, every old injury, every ache and strain that cultivation had been masking. He crumpled to his knees. Couldn't stand. Could barely breathe. Yun Yun caught him before he hit the ground. "I've got you," she whispered, pulling him against her. Her wind aura wrapped around them both, a cocoon of protective energy that was, for the next 10 minutes, the only thing standing between Xiao Lei and death. Xiao Yu appeared on his other side, sword drawn, her Do Ling 5-star aura blazing with lethal intent. She placed herself between Xiao Lei's helpless form and the battlefield, her stance saying what her voice didn't need to: anything that wants him goes through me first. And above them, wreathed in blue-white fire and golden light, Xiao Yan faced Han Shu. Do Zong 1 star. Temporary. Borrowed. 10 minutes of power that wasn't his. But the fire was entirely his own. You wanted to see what the Xiao brothers could do? Xiao Yan's voice carried across the battlefield, amplified not by technique but by the sheer magnitude of the power coursing through him. Here's your answer. Chapter 100. The sky broke open. Xiao Yan versus Han Shu. Do Zong 1 star versus Do Zun 1 star. A gap of one full realm, enormous by any standard, but not the ocean it had been minutes ago. And Xiao Yan wasn't fighting with cultivation alone. He was fighting with Yao Lao's techniques, perfected over years of spectral instruction. With the Guardian Constellation's amplification, adding 10% to his already boosted power. With his own innate talent, the kind of genius that came along once in a generation and rewrote the rules for everyone else. And with rage, not the blind, unfocused fury of a child throwing tantrums. This was refined rage, the controlled, directed, devastatingly precise anger of a young man who'd watched his brother sacrifice everything to give him a chance. That kind of anger didn't make you sloppy. It made you surgical. Xiao Yan opened with flame-splitting tsunami, Yao Lao's signature technique, amplified to a scale that its creator had never achieved in life. A wave of blue-white fire 40 meters tall crashed toward Han Shu with the heat of a collapsing star. Han Shu deflected it with one hand. But his eyes widened. The force behind the technique was real. Not an annoyance. Not a gnat's sting. A real threat. Impossible, the Do Zun breathed. Your cultivation was Do Ling moments ago. What did your brother? He didn't finish the question. Xiao Yan was already there, inside his guard, fists burning with plasma temperature fire that scorched Han Shu's defensive aura. The Do Zun blocked, countered, and struck with a palm that should have ended the fight. Xiao Yan tanked it. The blow connected with his chest and launched him backward, but the guardian energy flowing through him absorbed the worst of the impact. He arrested his momentum in mid-air, rolled, and counterattacked with a technique that Yao Lao was feeding him in real time through their master-student bond. Heavenly Flame Fist, an attack that compressed fire Do Qi to the point of nuclear density and delivered it through a single point of contact. The fist connected with Han Shu's hastily raised forearm. The Do Zun's arm broke. Not shattered, the bone cracked, the meridians in the forearm disrupting, the defensive Qi field failing at the point of impact. It was a minor injury for someone at Han Shu's level, self-healing would repair it in minutes, but the psychological impact was immense. A Do Zun had been injured by a temporary Do Zong. The math didn't work. The rules said this couldn't happen. But the rules had been written by people who'd never encountered the elder brother system. You're burning your brother's cultivation, Han Shu snarled, cradling his arm. In 10 minutes, you'll be nothing again. And he'll be weaker than a child. Then I'd better finish this in 9, Xiao Yan replied, and attacked. Below, on the ground, Xiao Lei watched through fading consciousness. His body was failing. Do J 1 star couldn't sustain the damage he'd already taken, the energy expenditure of the sacrifice, the strain of maintaining even the fragment of constellation awareness that remained. Yun Yun held him upright, her chi supplementing his failing systems. Xiao Yu stood guard, her sword intercepting debris and deflected techniques that rained down from the battle above. He's winning, Yun Yun whispered, her eyes tracking the aerial battle with the expertise of a Do Huang who understood combat at the highest level. Your brother is actually winning. Of course he is, Xiao Lei murmured, his voice thread thin. He's Xiao Yan. He was always going to surpass me. I just needed to give him the chance. Stop talking, Xiao Yu ordered without turning around, deflecting a chunk of rubble with her blade. Save your strength. Yes, ma'am. Above, the battle reached its climax. Xiao Yan, feeling the borrowed power beginning to fade, the golden light dimming at the edges, his Dozong cultivation starting its inevitable slide back toward his natural level, made a choice that only a Xiao brother would make. He charged. Not with a technique. Not with a calculated strike designed for optimal damage. He charged with everything he had left, all of it compressed into one final attack. Twin Dragon Strike, the technique he and Xiao Lei had developed together, the joint art that combined defensive mastery with offensive genius. Except now, with Xiao Lei's power flowing through him, he could execute both halves simultaneously. The defensive component created a barrier around the attack itself, a golden shell that protected the fire core from Han Shu's defensive techniques. The offensive component was pure Xiao Yan, blue-white plasma compressed to a point of light smaller than a fist and brighter than a sun. He drove it into Han Shu's chest. The explosion threw both fighters in opposite directions. The shockwave leveled a square kilometer of landscape, turned the compound's remaining walls into gravel, and created a concussion blast that knocked fighters off their feet across the entire battlefield. When the light faded, Xiao Yan was falling. His borrowed power was gone, the 10 minutes were up, the golden light receding, his cultivation crashing back to Do Ling 1 star like a man tumbling down a staircase. He hit the ground hard, cratered it, and didn't get up. But he was alive. Breathing. His fire still flickering weakly around his body. Han Shu was alive too. But the Do Zun was ruined. The Twin Dragon Strike had torn through his chest defenses, shattered 3 ribs, ruptured his Do Chi storage meridian, and left a wound in his aura that would take months to heal. He hovered in the air, dark blood streaming from his mouth, his composure finally, completely, undone. You. He sputtered, staring at the fallen Xiao brothers, one barely conscious on the ground, the other cradled in 2 women's arms. You lunatics. You suicidal, impossible lunatics. He turned. He fled. A Do Zun, retreating from a battlefield where he should have been unstoppable, driven away by 2 brothers who'd found a way to weaponize love itself. The battle was over. Xiao Lei's consciousness faded as the Guardian's sacrifice completed its final cycle. The last thing the system showed him before darkness took him was a message he'd never seen before: Guardian's sacrifice complete, warning, cultivation must be rebuilt. All GP reset to 0, but, base potential increased. New ceiling unlocked, you protected them, elder brother. All of them, rest now. They'll be here when you wake, and in the east, in a palace built from the bones of an ancient power that predated human civilization, the Han clan patriarch sat on a throne of black jade and listened to the intelligence report with an expression that had been carved from something colder than stone. Forget the scout reports, he said, his voice carrying the weight of millennia. This elder brother is a threat to our 1,000-year plan. Send the elders. The shadow that had been moving beneath the surface of continental politics finally began to rise. And in the Xiao clan compound, surrounded by rubble and blood in the golden aftermath of impossible sacrifice, the Guardian slept. His cultivation was ash. His GP was 0, his body was broken and his defenses were gone. But the people he loved were alive. Every single one of them. And somewhere in the deepest architecture of the Elder Brother system, a golden light pulsed with something new. Something that hadn't existed before, a seed planted by sacrifice, watered by love, growing in soil that had been prepared by a lifetime of choosing others over self. The system was evolving again. And what it was becoming would change everything. Chapter 101. Xiao Lei woke to sunlight and the sound of someone crying. The sunlight was warm, afternoon light, filtered through silk curtains that moved in a breeze carrying the scent of medicinal herbs and jasmine. It fell across his face in golden bars that made him squint, and for a disoriented moment he thought the golden light was his guardian domain, still active, still protecting. Then the reality of his body hit him. Doshi 1 star, the cultivation he'd spent months building, every hard-won breakthrough, every star climbed through sacrifice and blood and the relentless accumulation of guardian points, was gone. Stripped to the foundation. His meridians felt hollow, like riverbanks after a drought. His muscles, accustomed to the reinforcement of Do Huang level Do Qi, ached with the particular weakness of a body that had been running on borrowed power and suddenly had to operate on its own meager reserves. He tried to sit up. Failed. Tried again, slower, and managed to prop himself against the headboard with the kind of effort that would have been laughable a week ago. The crying came from Yun Yun. She was in a chair beside his bed, asleep and crying simultaneously, the tears of someone whose body had been so overwhelmed by sustained stress that it processed grief even in unconsciousness. Her robes were wrinkled, her hair was loose and tangled, and there were dark crescents under her eyes that spoke of days without proper rest. Xiao Yu was on his other side. Not crying. Not sleeping. She was sitting on the floor with her back against the wall, sword across her knees, her eyes open and watching the door with the fixed intensity of someone who'd decided that nothing would enter this room without going through her first. She noticed his movement before he spoke. "You're awake," she said. Flat. Controlled. The voice of a woman who'd been keeping herself together through sheer force of will and wasn't about to crack now that the crisis was over. How long? He asked, his voice a rasp. 2 weeks. A pause. Yun stayed every night. I stayed every day. We worked in shifts. He absorbed that. 2 weeks of unconsciousness. 2 weeks of these two women, rivals, allies, bound by the same impossible man, taking turns watching over his helpless form. The battle? Won. Decisively. The Hall of Souls retreated from all three fronts after Hun Shu fled. The alliance holds. She paused again, and something cracked at the edge of her composure. You almost died. Again. I know. No, you don't know. She turned her head and looked at him directly. Her eyes were red-rimmed but dry. The crying, she'd done in private, or not at all. That was Xiao Yu, she'd carry her grief in steel until the steel broke or the grief transmuted into something harder. Your heart stopped 4 times in the first 3 days. Fa Ma and 2 Alchemist Guild healers worked in rotation to keep your organs functioning. Your meridians were so damaged from the sacrifice that Yao Lao said he'd never seen anything like it. You were a dead man being kept alive by medicine and stubbornness. Whose stubbornness? Mine or yours? Don't joke. He reached for her hand, she let him take it, and he felt the fine tremor in her fingers, the only outward sign of what the last 2 weeks had cost her. I'm sorry, he said. And meant it. Don't be sorry. Be smarter. She squeezed his hand once, hard, then released it. Your brother has been handling everything. Diplomacy, defense, reconstruction. He's grown. You'd be proud. Yun stirred at the sound of voices. Her eyes opened, cloudy with sleep, then sharpening with recognition. She saw Xiao Lei awake, upright, looking at her with blue eyes that still carried the guardian's mark. You, she started, then her composure dissolved. She was out of the chair and at his bedside in a heartbeat, her hands finding his face, his shoulders, his chest, checking, confirming, proving to herself through touch that he was real and present and alive. I'm here, he said. 2 weeks, she whispered, her forehead pressed against his. 2 weeks of not knowing if you'd wake up. I always wake up. You can't promise that. I just did. She pulled back enough to look at him, really look, the kind of examination that went deeper than physical damage and into the landscape of his soul. Whatever she found there made her eyes fill with a relief so profound it looked like grief's twin. Your cultivation, she said, her cultivator's senses reading his aura. Doshi 1 star. That's, I know. He looked down at his hands, hands that had deflected Do Huang attacks, that had generated barriers capable of stopping armies. Now they were just hands. Strong enough for a Doshi, which meant strong enough for most mortals, but laughably weak by the standards of the world he'd been operating in. The system, he said, turning his awareness inward. And there, in the space where the Elder Brother system had always resided, something new waited. Welcome back, Elder Brother, System Evolution, Stage 3 complete, Interface updated. Abilities recalibrated, Current Cultivation, Doshi 1 star, GP Reserve, 0, New Mechanic, Muscle Memory, Body retains imprint of higher realms. Breakthrough Speed increased 10x, New Mechanic, Legacy of Protection, Allies inspired by your example generate passive GP when they protect others, New Ceiling, Unlocked. Previous limit removed. Growth Potential, Unlimited, Assessment, you gave everything. The system acknowledges this with everything it has, Stage 3. The system hadn't just recovered, it had transformed. The interface was cleaner, more intuitive, the golden energy sharper and more refined. And the new mechanics changed the fundamental calculus of his path. Muscle memory meant his body remembered being Do Huang. Every breakthrough he'd achieved before would be easier to replicate, not effortless, but faster. The path he'd climbed once before was now a road instead of a cliff face. Legacy of protection was even more significant. His allies, the people he'd trained, inspired, protected, would generate GP for him passively when they chose to protect others. He didn't need to be present. Didn't need to be the one throwing himself in front of attacks. Every act of protection performed by someone he'd influenced would feed the system. The Guardian's reach had expanded beyond his own body. He'd planted seeds of protection across an empire, and those seeds were bearing fruit. I need to rebuild, Xiao Lei said, looking at both women. From the ground up. But it'll be faster this time. How fast? Xiao Yu asked. Fast enough. He spent the rest of that first day relearning his body. Walking across the room was an exercise in humility. His legs, accustomed to Do Qi reinforcement, trembled under his own weight. Lifting a teacup required conscious effort. Breathing without the passive enhancement of cultivation felt like sucking air through a straw. But the system was alive. Different. And when he closed his eyes and reached for the constellation, the golden threads were still there, dimmed, weakened, but intact. His bonds with his allies had survived the sacrifice. The network that connected him to everyone he loved still functioned, even at its lowest ebb. That meant everything. Yun brought him broth. Xiao Yu brought him intelligence reports. Between the two of them, They kept him fed and informed, though he suspected they were coordinating without admitting it. The logistics of their shared vigil over his unconscious body had apparently created working protocols that survived his awakening. He ate. He read. He processed the reality of his situation with the systematic thoroughness of a military commander assessing damage after a battle. Cultivation, devastated. Body, functional but weak. System, evolved and ready. Allies, strong and operational. Enemy, retreated but not defeated. The math was bad. But the math had been bad before. And he was still here. One more thing, Xiao Yu said from the doorway as she left for the evening. Xiao Yan wanted to see you tomorrow. He said. She paused, and something that might have been amusement flickered across her face. He said to tell you that big brothers aren't allowed to be unconscious for 2 weeks. It sets a bad example. Xiao Lei laughed. It hurt his ribs. He laughed anyway. Chapter 102. The empire had changed while he slept. Xiao Lei discovered this when Xiao Yan came to visit on his 3rd day of consciousness. The younger Xiao brother walked into the room carrying the particular aura of a man who'd been running an empire's defense for 2 weeks and had aged 5 years in the process. Xiao Yan had grown. Not just in cultivation, he'd reached Doling 3-star during the post-battle period, his own advancement accelerating in the wake of the sacrifice's temporary boost, but in presence. The angry boy, the talented prodigy, the younger brother who'd always operated in Xiao Lei's shadow by choice, that person was gone. In his place stood something harder, more composed, more certain. A leader. You look terrible, Xiao Yan said, settling into the chair Yun had vacated. You look tired, Xiao Lei replied. I am tired. Running an alliance is exhausting. How did you do this for months? Coffee and denial. Xiao Yan didn't laugh. The news of Han Chu's defeat has spread. Everywhere. Across the continent. The Xiao clan, our Xiao clan, the one that was a mid-tier family in a second-rate empire, is now the most talked about power in the eastern continent. That's not necessarily a good thing. No. It's not. Xiao Yan leaned forward, his fire aura flickering with a particular pattern that Xiao Lei had learned to read as stress. We're getting attention from powers that ignored us before. The Gu clan sent a formal inquiry. The Pill Tower wants to open diplomatic channels. 3 different empires have proposed alliance treaties. He paused. And the Han clan has declared us enemies of their lineage. The weight of that statement settled over the room like a physical thing. The Han clan, one of the ancient clans, powers that operated on a scale that made empires look like villages. Being declared their enemy was like being marked by a natural disaster. I've been handling the diplomacy, Xiao Yan continued. Accepting the non-threatening overtures, deflecting the ones that come with strings, and stonewalling the Han clan's provocations. Yun has been invaluable, her understanding of continental politics is years ahead of mine. And Xiao Yu? She's been handling internal security. There have been assassination attempts, 3 in the first week alone. Hall of Souls operatives trying to finish what Han Chu started. She caught all 3. Killed 2, the 3rd is in custody and providing useful intelligence. Xiao Lei felt a surge of pride so intense it almost hurt. Both of them. Both the people he loved most in this world, stepping up, becoming the leaders they were always capable of being. You gave me your power to save us all, Xiao Yan said, his voice dropping. Now let me protect you while you recover. The role reversal was complete. The protected had become the protector. The shield had become the person standing behind someone else's shield. And it felt right. Not comfortable, Xiao Lei's instinct screamed against vulnerability, against dependence, against being the one who needed protection instead of the one providing it. But right. Because this was what growth looked like. Not just his growth, their growth. He'd protected them long enough for them to learn to protect themselves. And now they were protecting him. That was the legacy. Not the cultivation level, not the system abilities, not the golden domain. The legacy was the people who'd learned that protection was strength, and were applying that lesson while their teacher recovered. Thank you, Xiao Lei said. 2 words that carried the weight of everything. Xiao Yan nodded. Then stood. Get stronger, brother. The empire needs its guardian. But take your time. We'll hold the line until you're ready. He left, and Xiao Lei was alone with the echo of words he might have spoken to Xiao Yan months ago, now returned to him in his own language. Later that evening, a message arrived through the constellation, faint, flickering, but unmistakable. Medusa. The Snake People Queen had sensed his awakening through the network's shared awareness, and her communication carried the particular flatness of someone who would rather eat glass than admit concern. The human is alive. Good. The alliance requires his brain, if not his cultivation. Xiao Lei smiled. Coming from Medusa, that was practically a love letter. The messages continued through the night, each bonded ally checking in through the constellation as they sensed his consciousness returning. Hai Badong's contact was crisp and military: status report, threat assessment, resource inventory. Fa Ma's was scholarly and concerned: diagnostic questions about his meridian state, recommendations for recovery supplements. Even Xiao Zhan, diminished and bedridden, sent a pulse of pure emotion through the network, wordless, carrying nothing but paternal relief so profound it made Xiao Lei's eyes sting. He was back. Broken, weakened, starting from nearly nothing. But back. And the people he'd fought for were waiting. Chapter 103. Recovery became training. Training became obsession. Xiao Lei threw himself into recultivation with the single-minded intensity of a man who'd seen the consequences of not being strong enough and refused to experience them again. The muscle memory mechanic turned what should have been months of rebuilding into weeks. His body remembered the pathways, the meridian configurations, the Do-Chi circulation patterns of every realm he'd previously achieved. Do-Chi 3-star by the 3rd day. Do-Chi 5-star by the 5th. Do-Chi 9-star by the end of the first week. The speed was staggering. Breakthroughs that had originally taken weeks happened in hours. His meridians, having been stretched to accommodate Do Huang level energy, accepted lower level Do-Chi like an ocean accepting rainwater, endlessly, effortlessly, with capacity to spare. And the GP was flowing again. The legacy of protection mechanic was generating points at a rate that defied the old system's economics. Across the empire, the Alliance's fighters, trained in Xiao Lei's philosophy, inspired by his example, were performing acts of protection that the system recognized and rewarded. A Xiao clan junior who shielded a civilian from a bandit attack, plus 50 GP. A Misty Cloud disciple who used her wind techniques to protect a village from a cultivation beast, plus 100 GP. Xiao Yu, catching an assassination attempt and saving a diplomat's life, plus 500 GP. Xiao Yan, negotiating a peace treaty that prevented a border conflict and protected thousands, plus 2000 GP. The GP flowed into Xiao Lei's reserve in a constant stream, not the dramatic spikes of his own direct protection events, but a steady, sustaining current that never stopped. Legacy protection. The compound interest of kindness, paying dividends across an empire. By the end of the second week, he was Do-Chi 9-star with a GP reserve of 8,000. He spent 5,000 to push through to Do-Chi, and the breakthrough felt like coming home, his body sliding into a familiar configuration with the ease of a key finding its lock. Do-Chi 5-star by the 3rd week. His speed was making alchemists and cultivation scholars across the empire take notice. Fa Ma came to examine him personally, the elderly guildmaster's hands probing Xiao Lei's meridians with diagnostic precision. Impossible, Fa Ma murmured, his eyebrows climbing toward his hairline. Your meridians are wider than they should be at this level. They retain the capacity of your previous advancement. It's as if your body is a vessel that was stretched to hold an ocean, and now filling it back up is simply easier. That's essentially what happened. This isn't natural cultivation. This is reconstruction. And the speed. Fa Ma shook his head. I've studied advancement patterns for 60 years. Nothing in my experience explains this rate of growth. I have a unique situation. That's an understatement of continental proportions. The system's stage 3 evolution had another benefit that Xiao Lei didn't discover until the 3rd week of recovery. The GP rewards had changed. In addition to legacy of protection's passive generation, the system now rewarded depth of protection, not just the act of protecting, but the quality of the protection provided. Teaching someone to protect themselves earned more GP than shielding them. Building systems that protected communities earned more than protecting individuals. It was a philosophical evolution. The system was no longer rewarding Xiao Lei for being a shield. It was rewarding him for being a teacher. And that changed everything about how he approached the recovery period. Chapter 104. On the 25th day of his recovery, Xiao Lei visited the Misty Cloud Sect. Yun had extended the invitation weeks ago, and he'd been delaying, partly because his cultivation was still rebuilding, partly because visiting the seat of the sect that had tried to destroy his family felt like walking into a wolf's den wearing meat armor. But the Misty Cloud Sect wasn't the same sect anymore. Yun had seen to that. He arrived at the mountain's base and felt the difference immediately. The sect's aura, which had once been aggressive, territorial, a wall of wind-aspected Do-Chi that pushed visitors away, was now something else entirely. Welcoming wasn't the right word. Aware was closer. The sect's formation arrays detected his approach, identified him, and adjusted, not lowering defenses, but reconfiguring them to include him within their protection rather than excluding him from it. Yun met him at the outer gate. She'd changed since the battle, or rather, she'd become more fully the person she'd always been capable of being. The conflicted sect master, torn between loyalty to her teacher and her own moral compass, was gone. In her place stood a woman who'd made her choice and was living its consequences with a directness that Xiao Lei found breathtaking. "Welcome to the Misty Cloud Sect," she said, and the formal greeting carried a warmth that made formality feel like a love letter. Again. Feels different this time. It is different. She led him through the sect's grounds, and he saw the changes written in stone and steel and the behavior of the disciples who populated the mountain's terraces. Training sessions had been restructured, the emphasis had shifted from competitive ranking and offensive supremacy to coordination, protection formations, and defensive technique mastery. Disciples trained in pairs, practicing shielding each other from attacks instead of overwhelming each other with them. You restructured the entire curriculum, Xiao Lei observed, watching a group of senior disciples practice a wind barrier technique that looks suspiciously similar to his guardian domain's architecture. I modeled it after your philosophy, Yun admitted. The sect was built on dominance. I'm rebuilding it on guardianship. She paused, looking out over the mountain's misty valleys. You changed me, Xiao Lei. Not just how I feel, how I think. About power, about responsibility, about what a sect should be. I didn't change you. I just gave you permission to become what you already were. She turned to face him, and the look in her eyes was the kind that made continents feel small. You always say the right thing. I'm working from a good script. That night, they sat together on Misty Cloud Mountain's highest peak. The stars were closer up here, or seemed to be, the mountain's elevation and the thin air creating the illusion of proximity to the cosmos. The wind that gave the sect its name swirled around them, but Yun's control kept it gentle, a whisper instead of a howl. I've been thinking about what comes next, she said, leaning against his shoulder. The Hall of Souls won't stop. The Han clan is mobilizing. And there are things stirring that even my intelligence network can't identify, deep disturbances in the continent's chi patterns, corruption in places where corruption shouldn't exist. I know. I've felt them through what's left of the threat radar. Even at Dadoshi, his enhanced system sensitivities could detect macro-level threats. Something is waking up underground. Something old. Should I be scared? You should be prepared. There's a difference. She was quiet for a while. Then, stay tonight. He stayed. They watched the stars until the stars gave way to dawn, and in the pre-morning darkness they held each other with the particular intensity of two people who'd almost lost each other and were still processing the mathematics of that near miss. It wasn't a night of passion, it was a night of presence. Of being together in a space where the masks they wore for the world could be set aside, and the people beneath could simply exist. Two cultivators at the edge of something enormous, holding each other against the approaching storm. When dawn broke over Misty Cloud Mountain, Xiao Lei felt something settle in his chest that had been restless for months. Not certainty, the future was too uncertain for that. But commitment. The unshakable knowledge that whatever came next, he would face it with this woman at his side. He held her tighter. She let him. The dawn was golden. Chapter 105. Xiao Lei hit Dadoshi 5-star on the walk down from the mountain, the GP from Legacy of Protection tipping him over the threshold mid-stride. The breakthrough was seamless, a ripple of expansion through his meridians that his muscle memory accommodated without resistance. The good news lasted approximately 4 hours. He was reviewing intelligence reports in his newly established command post, a proper building now, not a tent, the Xiao clan compound's reconstruction progressing with allied labor and alchemist-enhanced construction techniques, when the threat radar screamed. Not the single-entity alarm he'd felt with Han Shu. This was triple. 3 signatures, 3 Dozun-level presences approaching the Jiama Empire from the northeast. Moving in formation. Moving fast. Extreme threat detected, multiple, entities, 3 Dozun-level signatures, affiliation, Han Clan Elder Council, approach vector, northeast, formation deployment, estimated arrival, 72 hours, threat assessment, extinction level, 3 Dozuns, Xiao Lei breathed, and the blood left his face. 1 Dozun had nearly destroyed them. 1 had required the Guardian's sacrifice, a technique that couldn't be repeated, not without months of rebuilding. 3 was beyond impossible. 3 was a death sentence written in celestial ink. But they weren't coming to fight. Not immediately. The threat radar's analysis provided more detail as the signatures came within range. Their formation wasn't offensive. It was diplomatic. The Han clan's version of diplomatic, which included enough firepower to destroy a continent as leverage, but diplomatic nonetheless. They're coming to negotiate, Xiao Lei told the hastily assembled war council. Or what the Han clan considers negotiation. Which means what, exactly? Hai Badong asked, his ice aura crackling with tension. It means they'll make an offer they consider generous and expect us to accept. And if we don't, the diplomatic formation becomes an assault formation. The negotiation is the warning shot. Can we fight 3 Dozuns? Xiao Yan asked, his voice steady despite the mathematics of the question. No, Xiao Lei said simply. We can't. Not even with everything we have. Not even close. He looked around the room, at the faces of the people who had bled and sacrificed to build what they had. Xiao Yan, whose fire had grown from a spark into a bonfire. Xiao Yu, whose sword and her intelligence network were worth more than 100 ordinary fighters. Hai Badong, whose ice mastery had held together the alliance's defense during the darkest hours. Yun, whose wind-aspected spiritual projection attended via communication crystal, her expression controlled but her eyes sharp with calculation. So we don't fight. We think. He spread a tactical map across the war table. The Han clan's diplomatic formation has a weakness, it's designed for intimidation, not sustained combat. They're bringing overwhelming power to cow us into submission. That means their supply lines are short, their patience is limited, and their expectation is that this will be resolved quickly. We use that. How? Xiao Yan pressed. By giving them something to negotiate over. Something they want badly enough to talk instead of destroy. Xiao Lei tapped the map. And by having an exit strategy they don't see coming. Chapter 106. The Han clan elders arrived with the pageantry of an ancient power condescending to notice something beneath its dignity. 3 of them. Old men with the particular agelessness that extreme cultivation produced, faces that could have been 40 or 4,000, eyes that held the accumulated weight of lifetimes, auras suppressed to near invisibility but leaking enough pressure to make the city's defensive formations groan. They established themselves in the capital's diplomatic quarter, requisitioning the finest estate with the casual assumption that refusal wasn't a concept that applied to them. Around them, a retinue of 50 fighters, all Do Huang or above, formed a perimeter that was as much a statement as a defensive measure. The message was clear: we could destroy everything here. We choose not to. Be grateful. Xiao Lei attended the negotiation as the Xiao clan's representative. He brought Xiao Yan, Yun, and Hai Badong, power, diplomacy, experience, and the unstated message that the alliance stood united regardless of the threat. The lead Han elder was a man called Han Qing. He had the distinguished features and refined bearing of a scholar who'd spent millennia in libraries and could still kill you with a thought. His smile was the kind that reached his eyes but stopped at his soul. Xiao Lei, Han Qing said, as if greeting an interesting specimen at a scholarly exhibition. The anomaly. The elder brother with the impossible system. We've studied your file extensively. Flattered. You shouldn't be. When the Han clan studies something, it's usually a precursor to acquiring it. The offer was presented with the elegance of a silk glove over an iron fist. The Xiao clan would formally ally with the Han clan. In exchange, the Han clan would provide protection, resources, and cultivation support that would elevate the Xiao clan from a regional power to a continental one. The price, research cooperation. Meaning Xiao Lei would submit to study. His system, his guardian energy, his unique cultivation method, all of it would be examined, catalogued, and potentially replicated. Additionally, the Han clan wanted individuals of unique potential, their euphemism for Xiao Yan and anyone else whose abilities might prove useful for the Han clan's mysterious long-term objectives. Xiao Lei listened to the full proposal with the patience of a man who knew the answer before the question was finished. Then he asked, and if we decline? Han Qing's smile didn't change, but something behind it hardened. Declining would be inadvisable. The continental landscape is shifting, young man. Powers are aligning. The Hall of Souls is merely our outer hand, our inner capabilities would make Han Shu look like a disciple. Refusing the Han clan's friendship means accepting its enmity. I understand the mathematics, Xiao Lei said. 3 dozuns in your delegation alone. Forces at home that dwarf what you've brought here. A heritage that spans millennia and a grudge that spans generations. Then you understand your position. I understand your position, Xiao Lei corrected, and the shift in emphasis changed the entire conversation's center of gravity. You're here because a Doshi-level cultivator and his little brother drove your enforcer off a battlefield. A Dozun, your Dozun, retreated from 2 boys and a borrowed technique. That doesn't happen to the Han clan. Not in a millennium. Not ever. So instead of sending another enforcer, you sent scholars. You sent analysts. You sent old men with keen eyes and measuring tools, because you're not here to threaten us, you're here to understand us. And you can't understand something you've destroyed. The room went very still. Han Qing's smile remained fixed, but his eyes sharpened with the particular interest of a predator encountering prey that didn't behave according to the established script. You're perceptive, the elder admitted. I'm also declining. Respectfully, firmly, and with full awareness of the consequences. Xiao Lei stood. The Xiao clan doesn't sell its people. Not to you, not to the Hall of Souls, not to anyone. That's not a negotiating position. It's a statement of identity. The 3 Han elders exchanged looks. Not surprised, Dozun-level beings had spent too many centuries alive to be easily surprised. But recalculating. Adjusting their models. You may come to regret this, Han Qing said mildly. I regret many things. Standing up for my family will never be one of them. The other 2 Han elders stirred. 1. A woman whose face carried the preserved beauty of an ancient sculpture, frozen at the moment of perfection, spoke for the first time. The boy has conviction. Conviction can be useful or terminal, depending on circumstances. It can also be contagious, the 3rd elder added, his voice carrying the dry rasp of extreme age poorly concealed by cultivation. Which is why it concerns us. The Xiao clan's philosophy of protection is spreading through this empire like a doctrine. Doctrines are harder to kill than individuals. Then perhaps you should stop trying to kill individuals, Xiao Lei suggested. The silence that followed was the kind that preceded either diplomacy or violence. The Han elders chose diplomacy, for now, and the meeting dissolved with the careful, measured hostility of 2 powers acknowledging that the conversation had ended but the conflict hadn't. The negotiation ended. The Han elders withdrew to their estate. And Xiao Lei, walking back to the Xiao compound with his allies, felt the particular weight of a man who just refused an ancient power to its face and was now waiting to see if the sky would fall. That was either incredibly brave or incredibly stupid, Hai Badong observed. In my experience, the difference between the two is usually determined by the outcome, Xiao Lei replied. And if the outcome is them killing us all? Then it was incredibly stupid. But at least we'll die with our principles intact. Hai Badong considered this, then shrugged with the equanimity of a man who'd lived long enough to recognize the futility of arguing with idealists who happen to be right. I've fought for worse causes. Chapter 107. The Han clan elders struck at midnight, 3 days after the negotiations' failure. But they didn't strike with their own power. They struck with something far more insidious. Xiao Lei's threat radar erupted with alerts, not the concentrated signatures of powerful entities, but hundreds of small, scattered activations spread across the entire GMA empire. Soul anchors. Devices that the Han elders had been secretly planning throughout the empire during the negotiation period, their diplomatic envoys had been agents, and every social engagement had been an opportunity to seed the continent with remote activation soul control weapons. The soul anchors activated simultaneously. The scale was staggering. Xiao Lei's threat radar painted the empire in a web of red, hundreds of activation points, each one representing a soul anchor that had been dormant until the signal was given. The Han elders hadn't been negotiating. They'd been planting. Every handshake, every diplomatic visit, every social function had been an opportunity to seed the empire with remote-controlled weapons. The anchors had been placed with surgical precision, in government buildings, military barracks, merchant guild halls, alchemist workshops. The Han clan had mapped the empire's power structure and placed a bomb at every node. Across a dozen cities, hundreds of people, soldiers, officials, merchants, scholars, suddenly went rigid as dark chi flooded their meridians. Their eyes turned black. Their wills vanished, replaced by the singular directive implanted by the Han clan's soul techniques: destroy everything the Xiao Alliance has built. It was a continent-wide coordinated assault launched from within. Every city, every outpost, every alliance position suddenly had enemies materializing from inside its own ranks. Guards attacked the people they were guarding. Officials issued contradictory orders designed to create chaos. Merchants set fire to warehouses containing critical supplies. The constellation saved them. Xiao Lei's network, 7 golden threads connecting him to his bonded allies across the empire, detected every attack simultaneously. The shared awareness that linked the network's nodes together meant that the moment Xiao Yu felt the soul anchors activate in the capital, Xiao Yan felt it in the eastern territories, Yun felt it at Misty Cloud Mountain, and Hai Badong felt it in the southern defensive line. Guardians Constellation, full alert. Xiao Lei shouted, and the golden network blazed with information. Attack patterns. Anchor locations. Threat vectors. Every piece of intelligence flowing through the constellation in real time, faster than any conventional communication system. Xiao Yan, eastern cities, now. The garrison there has been compromised. Already moving. His brother's voice echoed through the constellation, carried by golden light. Yun, northern defense line. The Misty Cloud disciples stationed there are under soul control attack. I see them. Deploying counter techniques. Her wind carried the constellation's warning to her Sect disciples faster than sound. Xiao Yu, the capital. The anchor network's densest here. Find them and destroy them. Xiao Yu didn't respond verbally. She didn't need to. Through the constellation, Xiao Lei felt her acknowledgement as a pulse of sharp, focused intent, a sword being drawn in the language of shared consciousness. Then she was moving, blazing through the capital's streets with her Douling cultivation at full power, her sword cutting through soul-controlled attackers with the precise, non-lethal strikes of someone who understood that these were innocent victims being used as weapons. She found the first soul anchor buried beneath a marketplace fountain, a crystalline device pulsing with dark chi, projecting control signals to everyone within a 3-block radius. Her sword shattered it. The soul-controlled people in the area staggered, blinked, and collapsed as the Han clan's influence released its grip on their minds. One down, she reported through the constellation. Design is consistent, crystalline matrix, buried in high traffic areas. I can find the rest. Do it, Xiao Lei said. I'll coordinate from here. He was coordinating a continent-wide defense from a command post in the Xiao compound, his Dadoshi 5-star cultivation laughably inadequate for the physical threats involved but his constellation and tactical mind more than compensating. He was a general without personal combat power, directing forces that exceeded his own strength by realms. It was the purest expression of his pillar role, not the shield in front of the charge, but the foundation beneath the defense. The battle raged across the empire for 6 hours. 6 hours of coordinated chaos, of soul anchors activating and being destroyed, of innocent people being freed from Hun clan control, one agonizing cluster at a time. And at the center of it all, Xiao Lei's constellation held the defense together. Without the network's shared awareness, the dispersed attacks would have overwhelmed the alliance's individual nodes. With it, every defender fought with the knowledge and support of every other defender, creating a unified response to a distributed threat. By dawn, the last soul anchor was destroyed. The last controlled civilian was freed. The Han clan's infiltration, months of preparation, hundreds of planet agents, a strategy designed to destroy the alliance from within, had been dismantled in a single night. The 3 Hun elders departed before sunrise. Not in retreat, their personal power was never at risk, but in recognition that their subtlest weapon had failed. They left behind no explanation, no threat, no parting words. Just absence, and the implicit promise that they would return. Chapter 108. The aftermath of the Soul Anchor attack was measured not in rubble but in trust. Cities that had felt safe within the Alliance's protection now questioned that safety. Officials who'd been soul-controlled couldn't remember their actions and lived in terror of what they might have done. Soldiers who'd turned on their comrades, even involuntarily, carried guilt that no amount of explanation could fully absolve. The reports arrived at Xiao Lei's desk in a steady stream, each one a document of human suffering rendered in bureaucratic language. Incident summaries. Casualty reports. Psychological assessments written by healers who had never encountered soul damage before and were learning its vocabulary through exposure. One report described a grandmother in Hefei City who had been forced to attack her own grandson while under soul control. The grandson survived. The grandmother refused to eat for 3 days afterward, convinced she had become a monster. These were not problems that cultivation could solve. No amount of Do Qi, no advancement in the elder brother system, no GP accumulation would heal a grandmother who could not look at her grandson without seeing the memory of her hands around his throat. This required something older and simpler than any system: human presence. The willingness to sit with suffering and not look away. Xiao Lei addressed it directly. He traveled to every affected city, despite his reduced cultivation, despite the personal risk, despite Yun Yun and Xiao Yu both arguing that he was too valuable and too vulnerable to be touring a compromised empire. That's exactly why I need to go, he told them. If the Guardian hides when people are afraid, they stop believing in Guardians. He visited 12 cities in 2 weeks. In each one, he met with the people who'd been soul-controlled. Sat with them. Listened to their terror and their shame. Told them the truth, that they'd been victims, not collaborators. That the Hun clan had used them as weapons without their consent, and that using someone as a weapon didn't make them responsible for the damage. You didn't fail, he told a city guard captain in Qingshan City, a man who'd attacked his own subordinates while under soul control and couldn't look anyone in the eye afterward. You were ambushed by a power that could overwhelm Do Huangs. The fact that you survived and came back to yourself is proof of your strength, not evidence of your weakness. The captain wept. Xiao Lei led him. He had learned, in his old life and in this one, that there were moments when the strongest thing a leader could do was sit still and let someone else's pain exist without trying to fix it. Some wounds needed witness, not medicine. Xiao Yu traveled with him for the first 5 cities, then split off to handle the intelligence side, tracking down the last remnants of the Soul Anchor network, identifying nodes that might still be active, coordinating with Yun Yun's Misty Cloud Sect operatives to ensure no dormant anchors remained. She was better at the analytical work than he was, and they both knew it. He handled the human cost. She handled the tactical aftermath. In the 7th city, a child, no older than 6, tugged on his sleeve and asked if the bad shadows would come back. Xiao Lei knelt to the child's eye level and told her that he was working very hard to make sure they didn't. The child considered this with the fierce pragmatism of the very young and told him he should work harder. I will, he said. And meant it. This was the work that didn't generate system notifications or GP spikes. This was the slow, grinding, unglamorous work of leadership, rebuilding trust one conversation at a time, one city at a time, one traumatized person at a time. It wasn't flashy. It wasn't the kind of thing that cultivation novels immortalized in song. But it was necessary. And it was right. And the system noticed anyway. Legacy of protection, extended, healing emotional wounds of protected population, GP generation, passive, sustained, total accumulated, plus 4,500 GP. The GP flowed not from a single dramatic act but from the cumulative impact of dozens of small ones. The system was learning that protection didn't always look like barriers and shields. Sometimes it looked like a man sitting in a chair, listening to someone cry, and telling them it wasn't their fault. Chapter 109. Xiao Lei hit Do Ling 7-star during the Continental Defense Coordination. The breakthrough came during a strategy session. His GP reserve, fed by the constant stream of legacy protection events across the empire, had accumulated enough to push through 3 sub-realms in rapid succession. His meridians expanded with the familiar ease of muscle memory, and his guardian domain, which had been slowly rebuilding alongside his cultivation, snapped back into existence at a radius that made Yun Yun raise her eyebrows. 60 meters, she said, measuring the domain's extent with her wind senses. At Do Ling 7-star, you had 50 meters before. Your foundations really are different this time. The system said the sacrifice stripped away impurities. My new foundation is cleaner. He flexed his hands, feeling the Do Qi flow through restored meridians. Stronger base means bigger domain at every level. The improvement wasn't just theoretical. 3 days later, it was tested. One of the 3 Hun elders, the youngest, a Do Zun 1-star who'd been tasked with monitoring the empire after the failed Soul Anchor operation, decided to probe the alliance's defenses personally. He appeared outside the Xiao clan compound at noon, his suppressed aura leaking enough pressure to crack the courtyard stones. Xiao Lei met him at the gate. Alone. Do Ling 7-star against Do Zun 1-star. The gap was staggering, 4 full realms, an abyss of power that made direct combat laughable. But Xiao Lei didn't activate combat techniques. He activated the Guardian Domain. The golden sphere expanded outward, encompassing the compound and the space between the two cultivators. The elder stepped into the domain and paused. Interesting, the Hun elder murmured. Your protective field has a quality I haven't encountered. It doesn't resist my power directly, it redirects it. Converts hostile energy into protective reinforcement. That's the general idea. At your level, it shouldn't affect me at all. And yet. The elder tilted his head, the gesture of a scientist encountering an anomaly. My suppression is reduced by 18% within your field. At Do Ling. That ratio shouldn't be possible. A lot of things about me shouldn't be possible. The elder studied him for a long moment. Then, without another word, he turned and left. The probe was over. The data was collected. Xiao Lei watched him go and felt the cold certainty that the data would be reported. Analyzed. And used. How does someone at your level resist me? The elder's question echoed in Xiao Lei's mind. It was the same question Han Shu had asked, the same confusion that Yun Shan had expressed, the same fundamental disconnect between what the cultivation world expected and what the elder brother system delivered. The answer was simple, and it was the one thing that the Han clan, with all their millennia of accumulated knowledge and power, couldn't understand. Individual strength had a ceiling. Love didn't. Chapter 110. Xiao Yan reached Do Wang 3-star on the 43rd day of Xiao Lei's recovery. The breakthrough happened during a joint operation against the second Han elder, a Do Zun who'd been establishing surveillance formations along the empire's eastern border. Xiao Yan, leading a strike team of Do Huang-level alliance fighters, encountered the elder's defensive constructs and dismantled them with a combination of Yao Lao's fire techniques and his own growing tactical brilliance. The elder retaliated personally. And Xiao Yan, drawing on the depth of experience he'd gained from the Guardian's sacrifice, those 10 minutes of Dozong power had left a permanent imprint on his combat instincts, fought him to a standstill. Not defeat. Not victory. A standstill. Do Wang 3-star holding off a Do Zun through technique, talent, and the absolute refusal to stay down. The breakthrough came mid-battle, as breakthroughs often did for Xiao Yan. The boy was a combat cultivator in the purest sense, someone whose potential unlocked under pressure the way diamonds formed under compression. His fire erupted, his cultivation consolidated, and the elder, reassessing the threat level, withdrew. The third Han elder, the youngest, retreated as well when news of his colleagues' withdrawal reached him. 3 Do Zuns had come to the Jiama Empire to study and subdue the anomaly. All 3 left having learned more than they'd taught. Xiao Lei received the battle report through the constellation and sat for a long time in the quiet of his recovery chamber, letting the information settle. His little brother had faced a Do Zun and survived. Not through the elder brother system's protection. Not through Xiao Lei's guardian domain or strategic planning or threat radar intelligence. Through his own fire, his own will, and the combat instincts he had forged through years of training and battle. The feeling that washed through Xiao Lei was not pride, though pride was part of it. It was something closer to completion, the deep, bone-level satisfaction of a guardian who realizes that the person he has been protecting no longer needs his shield. Not because the threats had diminished, but because the one he protected had grown strong enough to face them. Xiao Yu found him in the chamber an hour later, still sitting with the report in his hands. She read his expression with the accuracy of someone who had spent years learning his silences. He did it, she said. He did it. She sat beside him, and for a while they simply existed in the shared knowledge that everything they had built, every sacrifice, every sleepless night, every wound taken so that Xiao Yan could grow in safety, had worked. The investment had paid off in the only currency that mattered. The system agreed. Xiao Yan has independently confronted a Do Zun level threat, family member has surpassed the shield paradigm, legacy guardian assessment, your protection taught him to protect himself, GP award, plus 3,000, the alliance celebrated the Han clan's withdrawal. But Xiao Lei didn't celebrate. He knew, from the novel's plot, from his threat radar's nagging background readings, from the system's increasingly urgent alerts about subterranean disturbances, that the Han clan was the visible threat. The real danger was deeper. Older. Something that the Hall of Souls itself was merely a tool for, something that had been waiting beneath the continent's surface since before human cultivation existed. The Void Sovereign. He didn't have a name for it yet. The system's alerts were cryptic, references to primordial darkness, broken seals, corruption vectors. But the pattern was clear. Something was waking up. Something that fed on the opposite of everything the Elder Brother system represented. And it was stirring faster. Chapter 111. Xiao Lei reached Do Wang 5-star on a quiet Tuesday morning, the kind of unremarkable day that cosmic revelations seemed to prefer. The breakthrough was smooth, muscle memory guiding his cultivation through familiar territory, GP accumulation from legacy events providing the fuel. His guardian domain expanded to 90 meters, his threat radar sharpened to empire-wide resolution, and his body settled into Do Wang power with the comfortable fit of an old jacket. But the real revelation came when the system spoke to him directly. Not through notifications. Not through text boxes or GP calculations. A voice. Clear, measured, resonant with an age that made Do Zun seem like children. "You've grown beyond expectations," the voice said. Xiao Lei was alone in his cultivation chamber, a reinforced room beneath the Xiao compound, warded against external detection. He opened his eyes and found a figure standing before him. Spectral. Golden. Humanoid but not human, the features were too perfect, too symmetrical, carrying the idealized proportions of a sculptor's vision rather than nature's randomness. An ancient guardian deity. Or the memory of one, preserved in the system's deepest architecture. "What are you?" Xiao Lei asked, his voice steady despite the unreality of the moment. "I am the template. The original, the first guardian, encoded into the system that chose you." The figure's eyes, golden, without pupils, fixed on him with a weight that transcended cultivation levels. "You've exceeded every projection. Most hosts fail at stage 1. Those who reach stage 2 rarely survive the sacrifice. You've reached stage 3 and rebuilt. You are unexpected. What's the Void Sovereign?" The figure's expression, if something so ethereal could be said to have an expression, shifted. "You've detected it. Good. That means the seals are weakening faster than projected. Answer the question." The Void Sovereign is the antithesis of guardianship. A primordial entity that feeds on broken bonds, betrayed trust, abandoned responsibility. It was sealed beneath this continent millennia ago by the original guardians, my kin. 7 seals, powered by the collective will of those who chose protection over power. And the Elder Brother system? Was created as a countermeasure. A weapon, if you prefer. The sovereign cannot be contained by force alone, it requires a guardian of sufficient power and sufficient commitment to reinforce the seals. You were chosen because your soul resonated with protection before you ever arrived in this world. The building. The child. Your choice to sacrifice yourself, the memory of his death, the previous one, in the previous life, surfaced with startling clarity. The collapsing building. The child trapped under debris. The choice to go in, knowing he wouldn't come out. The ceiling falling. "I didn't transmigrate by accident," Xiao Lei said slowly. "I was recruited. Selected. Evaluated. Prepared." The figure's voice carried no apology. The system needed someone whose instinct to protect wasn't learned but innate. Someone who would choose others over self not because a system rewarded it, but because that was simply who they were. And the system rewards? Accelerants. Tools to help you reach the power level necessary to confront the sovereign. But the power itself comes from you. From your bonds. From the love you've built and the trust you've earned. The system merely translates that into cultivation terms. Why tell me this now? The figure looked upward, toward the surface, toward the sky, toward something Xiao Lei couldn't see but could feel. Because the sovereign stirs. The seals weaken. And the true test approaches. A pause. You are both its key and its cage, Xiao Lei. The guardian energy that flows through you is the only force that can reseal the sovereign. But the sovereign is drawn to that energy. By growing stronger, you draw it closer. By existing, you accelerate the very crisis you must resolve. So I'm the problem and the solution. You're the guardian. That's always been both. The figure faded. The golden light dimmed. Xiao Lei sat alone in his cultivation chamber, processing a revelation that reframed everything he'd experienced since waking up in this world. He wasn't a random transmigrator who'd gotten lucky with a cheat system. He was a purpose-built weapon, designed to fight a primordial entity that fed on the opposite of everything he represented. The question wasn't whether the fight was coming. The question was whether he'd be ready when it arrived. Chapter 112. Research became urgent. Xiao Lei spent 3 days in Fa Ma's private library, the Alchemist Guild's most restricted archive, containing texts that predated the current continental civilization by millennia. He wasn't looking for cultivation techniques or recipe formulas. He was looking for history. He found it buried in a scroll that hadn't been opened in 800 years, its preservation formation barely functioning, its ink faded to the point where only alchemist-enhanced vision could read it. The primordial sealing record. The text described an era before the current cultivation system existed, a time when the continent was threatened by entities from the void, beings that existed in the spaces between dimensions and fed on the emotional energy of living creatures. Bonds, specifically, the love between parent and child. The trust between teacher and student. The loyalty between siblings. The void entities consumed these connections, leaving emptiness and madness in their wake. The strongest of these entities was the Void Sovereign, a being of such power that it could consume an entire continent's bonds in a single feeding cycle. It had been sealed by a conclave of guardians who'd sacrificed their individual power to create a prison of woven protective energy. 7 seal points, arranged in a pattern that corresponded to the 7 fundamental bonds: parent-child, sibling, romantic, friendship, teacher-student, leader-follower, and self. The Elder Brother system was the Conclave's failsafe. A tool designed to find and empower a new guardian when the seals inevitably weakened. The system would seek out a soul with maximum guardian resonance, someone whose instinct to protect was so fundamental that it defined their very identity, and provide them with the power necessary to reinforce the seals. Or, if the seals failed completely, to replace them. The implications are staggering, Fa Ma murmured, reading over Xiao Lei's shoulder. The old alchemist's hands trembled, not from age, but from the magnitude of what they were learning. If this text is accurate, the entire foundation of our continent's stability isn't geological or magical. It's emotional. The seals are made of bonds. And if those bonds weaken, the seals weaken, Xiao Lei finished. And looking at the state of the continent, the Han clan's manipulations, the Hall of Souls collecting spirits, the wars and betrayals and broken trust, the bonds have been weakening for centuries. The Hall of Souls, Fa Ma breathed, the color draining from his face. Their soul collection. They're not just harvesting power. They're consuming bonds. Every soul they take is a connection severed, a relationship destroyed. They've been weakening the seals without even knowing it. Or knowing it exactly, Xiao Lei said grimly. The Han clan serves the Void Sovereign. They've been told it's ancestor worship, or ancient tradition, or whatever story justifies their actions. But the end goal has always been the same: break enough bonds, weaken enough seals, and the Sovereign wakes. He looked at the ancient text and felt the familiar weight of impossible responsibility settle onto his shoulders. But this time, the weight came with something else: clarity. He understood his purpose now. Not in the vague, aspirational sense of protect my family. In the concrete, specific, actionable sense of reseal a primordial entity before it consumes every bond on the continent. The scope was terrifying. The task was impossible. And it was his. I need to get stronger, he said. Much stronger. And faster than fast. Chapter 113. Xiao Yu reached Do Wang 1-star on a battlefield, because that was the only place she seemed capable of achieving breakthroughs. The battle was a relatively minor engagement, a Hall of Souls remnant force attempting to re-establish surveillance operations along the Empire's southern border. Xiao Yu had taken a strike team of 30 Alliance fighters to clean out the outpost, expecting moderate resistance. She found something else instead. The outpost was a trap. 200 Hull fighters, backed by 3 Do Wang-level commanders, waiting in concealment. The ambush triggered the moment Xiao Yu's team entered the kill zone, attacks from 3 sides, suppression formations limiting retreat, and coordinated Do Chi bombardment designed to overwhelm. Xiao Yu didn't retreat. She couldn't, her 30 fighters were scattered across the kill zone, and retreating would mean leaving the exposed ones behind. So she attacked. Her sword arts had evolved beyond anything recognizable from her academy training. The foundation remained, disciplined, precise, technically perfect, but layered atop it was something new. Something that carried the golden undertone of guardian energy, transmitted through the constellation's bond with Xiao Lei. She cut through the first wave of attackers like a harvesting blade through wheat. Her sword described arcs of controlled violence that created safe zones for her scattered fighters to regroup within. She wasn't just fighting, she was protecting. Every strike was positioned to create space for someone behind her. Every defensive movement shielded a teammate. Every counterattack was aimed at the threats that endangered others, not the ones that endangered her. The breakthrough came mid-battle, triggered by a moment that would have been invisible to anyone who didn't understand what was happening. A young Xiao clan fighter, barely Do Jie, 17 years old, on his first real combat mission, was caught in the open by a Do Wang commander's area effect technique. The blast would have killed him. Xiao Yu threw herself between the boy and the attack, taking the full force on her sword guard. The impact drove her back 10 meters, her boots carving trenches in the stone. Her arms shook. Her meridian screamed. The Do Wang's attack was 4 sub-realms above her current level, and blocking it should have shattered her guard and her arms with it. But something held. Something golden and fierce and connected to a man she loved standing hundreds of kilometers away. Her sword blazed with golden light. The breakthrough ripped through her like a wildfire finding dry fuel. De Doshi 9-star to Do Ling 7-star, passing through the barrier into the Do Ling realm without stopping, climbing 3 sub-realms in a single explosion of advancement. Then higher. Do Ling 9-star. Then the impossible happened, the cultivation she'd been building, compressed by months of battle and training and emotional refinement, broke through again. Do Wang 1-star. The realm of kings. Xiao Yu's sword aura erupted outward. The golden tint that had been subtle before was now unmistakable. She was channeling guardian energy through her blade, not because the system had given her the ability, but because she'd cultivated it naturally. Her bond with Xiao Lei, transmitted through the constellation, had seeded something in her own cultivation. A guardian's instinct, expressed through steel. She called it Guardian Blade. And when she brought it down on the Do Wang commander who'd tried to kill the boy behind her, the technique cut through his defenses like they were made of paper. The battle ended in minutes after that. Xiao Yu, radiating Do Wang power and golden light, carved through the remaining Hull forces with an efficiency that bordered on surgical. Her strike team, inspired by her display, fought with a ferocity that exceeded their individual capabilities. When it was over, when the last hall operative was down and the young Doge boy was staring at Xiao Yu with the awestruck expression of someone who'd just witnessed their savior transcend mortality, she stood amid the carnage and felt the golden light settle into her sword like sunlight finding glass. She opened the constellation link and spoke to Xiao Lei directly. "Do Wang 1 star, she said. "And something new. Something from you." She felt his surprise through the bond. Then his pride, a wave of golden warmth that made her chest ache in the way that only genuine recognition from someone you loved could produce. "Guardian Blade," he said, having read the nature of her new ability through the constellation. "You've internalized guardian energy into your own cultivation. That shouldn't be possible. And yet, I'm proud of you. More than I can say." She smiled, a private expression that nobody on the battlefield saw. "I know, I can feel it." Later, back at the Xiao compound, they trained together for the first time since his recovery. Their coordination was flawless, years of fighting side by side had created a shared combat language that transcended words. His guardian domain complemented her guardian blade, the protective energy flowing between them like two instruments playing the same melody in different octaves. "I've stopped waiting for you to choose," she told him during a break, her voice carrying the calm certainty of a woman who'd made her peace. "I'm just going to be the strongest person by your side. And if that means forging a new path of cultivation that nobody's ever walked before, one that takes your guardian energy and turns it into a sword, then that's what I'll do." He respected her resolve. Admired it. And felt, in the complicated geography of his heart, that the relationship between them had transcended the categories that had constrained it. Not romance. Not friendship. Not family. Something that included elements of all three but was ultimately its own thing, a warrior's partnership, forged in blood and trust, tempered by love that had learned to express itself through combat instead of words. It was honest. It was real. And it was enough. That evening, they sparred one final round. Xiao Lei's guardian domain against her guardian blade, gold meeting gold, the same energy expressed through two different philosophies. His was encompassing, protective, designed to shelter. Hers was focused, piercing, designed to cut down threats before they reached the sheltered. Shield and sword. The oldest partnership in warfare, reimagined through cultivation. When the sparring ended, they stood together in the fading light, both breathing hard, both glowing with the golden energy that connected them through the constellation. "We're going to win," Xiao Yu said. "Not a hope. A declaration." "Yes," he replied. "We are." She sheathed her sword and walked away. Her silhouette against the sunset was sharp, defined, the posture of a warrior who'd found her purpose and would never lose it again. Chapter 114. The conversation happened in the courtyard of the rebuilt Xiao compound, on an afternoon warm enough to coax jasmine into bloom. Yun and Xiao Yu. Facing each other across a stone table, tea cooling between them, the particular tension of two women who'd decided that the elephant in the room had gotten too large to ignore any longer. Xiao Lei wasn't present. This conversation didn't require him, and both women knew that his presence would change its character in ways that would make honesty harder. Yun spoke first. She'd always been the more verbally direct of the two, a quality of leadership that came from years of commanding a sect. "I love him," she said. "I won't apologize for it." Xiao Yu's hand rested on the table near her teacup, her fingers loose. Not on her sword, a conscious choice, a deliberate posture of non-aggression. "I know," she replied. "I watched you hold him together when he was dying. I saw what you gave to keep him breathing. That's not something you can fake. Neither is what you do," Yun said. "I've seen you fight beside him. The way you move, the way you read his patterns before he expresses them. That's not training. That's intimacy." The word hung between them, loaded, complex, carrying meanings that extended far beyond its romantic connotation. "I love him differently now," Xiao Yu said, and the admission came with a steadiness that surprised even her. "For months I loved him the way a girl loves, wanting to be chosen, wanting to be first, wanting him to look at me the way he looks at you." She paused. "I don't want that anymore." "What do you want?" "I want to be the strongest person by his side. I want to fight beside him, protect what he protects, build what he builds. I love the clan. I love the cause. And I love him, in that order." Yun studied her for a long time. The wind around Misty Cloud Mountain's summit, they'd chosen neutral territory for this conversation, swirled gently, carrying the scent of pine and cloud moisture. "That order matters," Yun said finally. "You've put something bigger than your feelings first. That takes a kind of strength I'm not sure I have. You have it. You left your sect for him. You defied your master, abandoned your position, risked everything, not because he asked, but because you chose. That's the same strength. Just expressed differently." Another silence. Longer. Filled with the particular weight of two proud women recognizing each other's worth across the gap of a shared love. "We're not going to be friends," Xiao Yu said matter-of-factly. "No," Yun agreed. "We're not. But we don't need to be enemies." "No. We don't." Xiao Yu picked up her tea. Sipped. "Set it down. He needs both of us. In different ways, for different things. I've accepted that. Can you? Yun's answer was careful, honest, and stripped of any diplomatic veneer. I can accept that you're essential to him. I can accept that what you share is real and valuable and irreplaceable. I can accept that his heart is complex enough to hold more than one person. She paused. What I can't do is pretend it doesn't hurt sometimes. It hurts me too, Xiao Yu said quietly. Every day. But I've decided the hurt is worth it. Because the alternative, a world without him in it, or a world where I walked away from him, is worse. Then we understand each other. We understand each other. They finished their tea in silence. When they stood to leave, Xiao Yu extended her hand. Not for a shake, for a warrior's grip, forearm to forearm, the gesture of two fighters acknowledging each other as equals. Yun took it. Her grip was strong, her wind chi humming against Xiao Yu's guardian-enhanced aura. Two powers meeting, measuring, and finding balance. Take care of him when I'm not there, Yun said. I always do, Xiao Yu replied. Take care of him when I can't. Always. They released each other and went their separate ways. The jasmine continued to bloom, indifferent to the quiet revolution that had just occurred beneath its branches. Chapter 115. Do Huang 1 star. The breakthrough came on the 52nd day of Xiao Lei's recovery, a period that, by any reasonable standard of cultivation, should have taken years. He'd crossed from Do Jie to Do Huang in less than 2 months, a feat that made every cultivation theory he'd ever encountered weep with inadequacy. The rebuilt cultivation felt different from the first time. The system's spectral guardian had been right, the sacrifice had stripped away impurities, and the new foundation was fundamentally stronger. His meridians were wider, his Do Qi denser, his domain more refined. At Do Huang 1 star rebuilt, he was objectively stronger than he'd been at Do Huang 3 star before the sacrifice. Diamond, not stone, the system's assessment had said. He understood now. The guardian domain expanded to 120 meters, 30 meters wider than it had been at the same level before. The threat radar's resolution sharpened to the point where he could detect individual cultivators across the entire Jiama Empire. The constellation's connections hummed with a clarity that made the previous version feel like communicating through fog. And the GP reserve sat at 45,000, accumulated from weeks of legacy protection events, from Xiao Yu's battles, from Xiao Yan's diplomatic victories, from Yun's reforms of the Misty Cloud Sect, from 100,000 small acts of protection performed by people he'd inspired across an empire. The breakthrough drew visitors. Fa Ma arrived within the hour, his diagnostic hands probing Xiao Lei's meridians with the tender precision of a surgeon examining his finest work. Extraordinary, the old alchemist breathed. Your meridians at Do Huang 1 star are wider than most cultivators at Do Huang 5 star. The sacrifice didn't just reset your cultivation, it rebuilt your channels from the ground up. Wider. More efficient. More purposeful. The system called it purification, Xiao Lei said. Burning away everything that wasn't essential. It's more than that. Your Do Qi has a resonance I've never seen. It vibrates at a frequency that complements protective formations. Any barrier or shield you empower will be inherently stronger than one powered by standard Do Qi of the same level. Fa Ma looked at him with the particular gleam of a scholar who'd stumbled onto something that could rewrite textbooks. You're not just a guardian, Xiao Lei. You're becoming something the cultivation world doesn't have a category for. Then we'll make a new category. Fa Ma laughed, a genuine sound, rare from the normally reserved guildmaster. I suspect the world won't give you a choice. He began developing his ultimate technique, Eternal Bastion. The concept was simple in theory and staggering in ambition. A guardian domain that could protect an entire city. Not just the area within Xiao Lei's immediate radius, but a sustained, stable, self-reinforcing protective field anchored to a geographic location and powered by the bonds of the people within it. The theory required a foundation that only Stage 3 could provide. The guardian domain had always been an extension of Xiao Lei's personal power. It moved when he moved, centered on his body, dependent on his consciousness. Eternal Bastion would be different. It would be anchored to a location and powered by a community, self-sustaining even if Xiao Lei was unconscious or absent. It was, in essence, a seal. A protective barrier that drew strength from bonds. Just like the seals that held the Void Sovereign. The parallel wasn't coincidental. Xiao Lei was building toward the technique he'd need to confront the Sovereign, one step at a time. Chapter 116. The corruption started at the edges. The first reports came from rural settlements on the Jiama Empire's periphery, farmlands where the soil turned black overnight, forests where trees twisted into shapes that hurt to look at, streams where the water ran dark and killed anything that drank from it. Xiao Lei's threat radar confirmed what the reports suggested. The Void Sovereign's influence was leaking through weakened seals, contaminating the continent's natural qi in patches that grew larger and more frequent with each passing day. He mobilized the alliance. Containment teams deployed to every corruption site, using a combination of purification techniques, formation arrays, and raw protective energy to clean the tainted areas. It was firefighting, suppressing symptoms without addressing the cause, but it bought time. and every containment event earned GP. Suppressing void corruption in Sector 7, plus 300 GP, purifying contaminated water source, plus 200 GP, protecting civilian population from corruption exposure, plus 500 GP. The GP flowed steadily, but each containment event also drew the sovereign's attention. Xiao Lei could feel it, a vast, cold awareness turning toward him whenever he used guardian energy to suppress corruption. Like a sleeping dragon stirring at the touch of warmth. It knows you, the system warned through its new direct communication channel. It hates you. Everything you represent, bonds, trust, love, sacrifice, is antithetical to its nature. By growing stronger, you draw its attention. By using guardian energy to suppress its corruption, you identify yourself as a threat. I can't just let the corruption spread. No. You can't. That's the paradox of guardianship. The act of protection draws the very threats you protect against. The corruption worsened. Cracks appeared in the earth, not geological faults but chi structural fractures, places where the sealed sovereign's influence pressed upward against weakened barriers. Dark chi erupted from the cracks like steam from a volcanic vent, corrupting everything in its path. Weak cultivators, doje and below, who were exposed to the dark chi went mad. Not violent madness, but despairing madness. The corruption attacked their bonds first, making them forget why they love the people in their lives, eroding trust, inserting doubt. Parents forgot their children's names. Lovers looked at each other with the blank incomprehension of strangers. Friends became suspicious enemies. It was devastating. And it was spreading. Xiao Lei drove himself harder. Pushed to Do Huang 3-star, using GP to fuel breakthroughs that normally would have required years of cultivation. Each level made his suppression techniques more effective, his guardian domain more resistant to corruption. But the sovereign's influence expanded faster than he could purify it. He needed the seals reinforced. He needed to go underground. But first, he needed to be stronger. Much stronger. The urgency manifested in practical terms. Xiao Lei established containment protocols across the empire, standardized procedures for identifying, isolating, and purifying corruption zones. He trained specialized teams from each alliance faction, Misty Cloud Wind cultivators who could create clean air barriers around contaminated areas, Snake People Earth specialists who could seal ground-level fissures, Xiao Clan formation experts who could deploy purification arrays at scale. Each team trained earned legacy GP. Each corruption zone contained earned direct GP. The system's dual-track generation pushed his reserves upward even as he spent points on cultivation advancement. Yun proposed establishing permanent guardian stations at each of the empire's major cities, outposts where trained defenders would maintain continuous purification fields. It was a brilliant logistical solution, and it multiplied the legacy GP generation by orders of magnitude. You're weaponizing the bureaucracy, Xiao Lei told her, impressed despite his exhaustion. I'm institutionalizing guardianship, she corrected. One person can't protect a continent. But an institution can. And institutions outlast individuals. She was right. And the system agreed. The GP generation from her institutional framework exceeded what Xiao Lei could have generated alone by a factor of 50. You should have your own system, he told her. Half joking. Half not. I have something better, she replied. I have you. Chapter 117. Xiao Yan reached Do Huang 1-star on the same day that Xiao Lei reached Do Huang 3-star. The younger brother was catching up, his natural talent, combined with Yao Lao's guidance and the constellation's passive boost, producing advancement speeds that matched his elder brother's system-enhanced pace. They trained together for the first time as equals in realm, if not in stars. The training was held on the open plains east of the Xiao compound. The area they'd used before was too damaged by previous battles to serve, and the plains offered both space and a corruption vent that needed sealing. 2 birds, 1 stone, Xiao Lei said, studying the corruption vent, a 3-meter crack in the earth from which dark chi seeped like smoke from a dying fire. We train combat coordination while sealing the vent. How do we seal it? Xiao Yan asked, his fire aura flickering as it sensed the dark chi and recoiled instinctively. The vent is a weakness in the underground seal structure. Guardian energy can reinforce it, think of it as patching a hole in a wall. But the sovereign will resist. It'll send corrupted constructs, physical manifestations of dark chi, to stop us. So we fight the constructs while you seal the vent. While we seal the vent, your fire has a purifying quality that complements guardian energy. Together, we can reinforce the seal faster and more thoroughly than either of us alone. They worked in tandem, and the result was something that transcended the sum of its parts. Xiao Lei's guardian domain established a perimeter around the vent, suppressing the corruption and creating a clean zone within which the sealing work could proceed. Xiao Yan's flames poured into the crack, burning away dark chi and creating channels through which guardian energy could flow into the damaged seal structure. The constructs came. Dark shapes rising from the corrupted earth, humanoid but wrong, proportions stretched and twisted, faces that were negative impressions of faces, all shadow and hunger in the absence of everything warm. They moved in silence, which was somehow worse than screaming. Twin Dragon Strike. The brothers executed their joint technique for the first time at full power, both at Do Huang level, both channeling their respective energies through the constellation's golden framework. Xiao Lei's defensive wave created a barrier that compressed the constructs into a killing zone. Xiao Yan's offensive wave ignited them. The detonation was spectacular. Blue-white fire and golden light merged into a phenomenon that made the air itself sing. The constructs dissolved. The vent sealed. And both brothers stood in the aftermath, breathing hard, grinning at each other with the shared elation of two fighters who discovered that they were stronger together than they'd ever imagined. "We're getting good at this," Xiao Yan said. "We were always good. We're just getting coordinated." They sealed 3 more vents that week, perfecting the twin dragon strike technique with each application. The sealed vents generated massive GP, the system recognizing seal reinforcement as protection on a continental scale, and Xiao Lei's reserve climbed toward the threshold he'd need for the next phase of his plan. On the 5th day of joint operations, during a rest period between vent sealings, Xiao Yan asked the question that had been building behind his eyes. "You knew, didn't you? About the Void Sovereign. About the seals. You knew before the system told you." Xiao Lei considered lying. Considered deflecting. Then looked at his brother, Do Huang 1 star, battle-hardened, emotionally mature, standing as an equal in every way that mattered, and decided that Xiao Yan had earned the truth. "I suspected. The novel, the story I know, from my previous life, didn't include anything about the Void Sovereign directly. But it included the Hun clan's obsession with soul collection, the ancient seals referenced in the Gu clan's archives, and the patterns of bond destruction that the Hall of Souls practiced. The pieces were always there. The system's revelation just assembled them. And your system? The elder brother system. It was designed to fight this thing." "Yes. Which means you were designed to fight this thing." "Yes." Xiao Yan was quiet for a long moment. His fire flickered around his hands, the contemplative pattern, not the combat pattern. Xiao Lei had learned to read his brother's fire the way a sailor read the wind. "Then you're not just a transmigrator who got lucky," Xiao Yan said slowly. "You're a weapon. Created for a purpose. Selected and deployed. That's one way to look at it. What's another? That I'm a brother who loves his family and happens to have the tools necessary to protect them from something very, very old and very, very angry." Xiao Yan looked at him for a long time. Then he smiled, the genuine, unguarded smile that had become rarer as the boy had grown into a man but hadn't disappeared entirely. "I like the second way better," he said. "So do I." Chapter 118. Hunshu returned. Healed, hungry, and targeting the one person Xiao Lei couldn't sacrifice. The attack came without warning, a direct assault on the Xiao clan compound's inner quarters, where Xiao Zhan rested under the Guardian's restoration technique. The Do Zun had learned from his previous defeat. Instead of confronting the brothers directly, he struck where they were weakest, at the patriarch whose failing body was slowly being healed by the system's restorative energy. Xiao Lei's threat radar screamed, and he was running before the notification finished rendering. He found Hunshu in his father's room, standing over Xiao Zhan's bed with one hand raised, dark qi coalescing around his fingers like a blade being forged from shadow. "You've been too difficult to kill directly," Hunshu said, not looking up. His voice carried the particular calm of a man who'd moved past anger into something colder, methodical cruelty, applied with surgical precision. "So I'll kill what matters to you instead." Starting with the old man. Xiao Lei didn't speak. Didn't threaten. Didn't negotiate. He activated the Guardian domain at full power and threw himself at a Do Zun, Do Huang 3 star versus Do Zun 1 star. The gap was 3 full realms, an impossible distance. But this wasn't a battlefield. This was a small room, and Xiao Lei's father was in it, and the mathematics of power levels became irrelevant when the equation included a guardian defending his family in the space where they slept. His guardian domain didn't try to overpower Hunshu's aura. It infiltrated it. The protective energy found cracks in the Do Zun's hastily erected offensive, worming through gaps that a broader attack would never have reached. Golden light wrapped around Hunshu's killing hand, not stopping it but slowing it, buying seconds that felt like centuries. "Interesting technique," Hunshu muttered, shaking his hand to disperse the golden energy. But ultimately futile. He struck. The blow was aimed at Xiao Lei's chest, a repeat of the attack that had nearly killed him in the first battle. But this time, Xiao Lei didn't try to tank it. He deflected it, using Guardian Domain as a curved surface that redirected the force rather than absorbing it. The technique was new, developed during his recovery specifically for situations where the power gap was too wide for direct opposition. The deflected blow tore a section of wall away. Xiao Lei was pushed back but not broken. He pressed forward, his smaller stature and the room's confined dimensions working in his favor for the first time in any fight against a Do Zun. Then Xiao Zhan stood up. The patriarch, cultivation burned out, body failing, immortal in everything but spirit, rose from his bed and drew his sword. The blade that had once channeled Do Huang level qi was now just steel. But the hand that held it was steady, and the eyes above it burned with something that transcended cultivation. "You will not touch my son," Xiao Yan said, and his voice carried an authority that had nothing to do with power and everything to do with will. He activated the Xiao clan's ancestral technique, the hidden art that Xiao Lei had never seen, the technique passed down through the patriarch's line for generations, so old that its origins were lost even to the clan's own historians. It wasn't a combat technique. It was a transfer technique. The ancestral art drew on the deepest reserves of the user's life force, not do-qi, not cultivation, but the fundamental vitality that separated living beings from dead matter, and channeled it into a chosen recipient. Xiao Yan's remaining life force, the fragile thread that Guardian's restoration had been carefully rebuilding, flowed into Xiao Lei like a river of liquid gold. Not power. Something more fundamental. A father's will, expressed as energy, carrying the weight of every sacrifice a parent makes for a child. Xiao Lei's guardian domain exploded outward. The golden light doubled in intensity, tripled, the protective energy taking on qualities it had never possessed before, a warmth, a depth, a rootedness that came from something older and more fundamental than any system ability. He hit Honshu with everything he had. Guardian's judgment, the attack that grew stronger based on the lives threatened by the target, amplified by a father's sacrifice and a guardian domain running at twice its normal output. The combined force struck Honshu square in the chest and launched the Do Zun through the compound wall, through the courtyard wall, and into the sky beyond. Honshu stabilized 100 meters in the air, dark blood streaming from his mouth. The wound in his aura, the one Xiao Yan's twin dragon strike had left, the one that should have healed by now, tore open again, wider and deeper. His cultivation flickered. He fled. Again. Driven away by an impossible combination of power levels and emotional force that the Hall of Souls tactical models couldn't account for. Because the Hall of Souls didn't factor love into their equations. And that was their fundamental error. Chapter 119. Xiao Yan collapsed the moment Honshu was gone. Xiao Lei caught him. Carried him to the bed. Felt, through hands that had broken Do Huang barriers and deflected Do Zun strikes, the terrible lightness of his father's body, a body that had given everything it had left. The ancestral technique had burned through the last of Xiao Yan's cultivation. Not just reduced it, obliterated it. Every meridian was empty. Every Do-Qi reservoir was dry. The careful work of Guardian's restoration, weeks of slow, patient healing, was undone in a single act of sacrificial love. Xiao Yan was immortal. Completely, irrevocably, immortal. And his life force, the vitality that the ancestral technique had drawn upon, was guttering like a candle in a hurricane. Xiao Lei knelt beside his father's bed and wept. Not silently. Not with the controlled, dignified tears of a warrior processing loss. He wept with the raw, ugly grief of a son watching his father die, his body shaking, his guardian composure shattered by the one thing that had always been able to break it, the suffering of the people he loved. "You protected me," Xiao Yan whispered, his voice barely audible. His hand, trembling, found Xiao Lei's face and cupped his cheek. "From the moment you woke up different, from the moment you became the son I didn't recognize but came to love more than I thought possible, you protected me. Protected the clan. Protected everyone. Don't talk. Save your strength. I can heal you. The system, let me finish." The old man's eyes were clear. Clearer than they'd been in months, as if the removal of all cultivation had stripped away fog that had been accumulating for years. "Now let me rest knowing my sons are strong. That's all a father needs, Xiao Lei. The knowledge that his children will survive him. That they'll be better than he was. You're not going to die. We'll see." A smile, small, tired, genuine. "But if I do, know that I'm proud. Of both of you. Of who you are. Of what you've built." Xiao Lei held his father's hand and poured guardian energy into the old man's failing body. Not Guardian's restoration, there was nothing left to restore. This was something more fundamental, pure protective energy, the golden light of his system sustaining life force that was trying to fade. It held. Barely. Like cupping water in cracked hands, the life force leaked, but not fast enough to overcome the guardian energy's sustaining effect. Xiao Yan would live. But he would need months of care, constant guardian energy supplementation, and eventually the full activation of a restoration ability that Xiao Lei didn't yet have the GP to afford. The system's notification appeared through his tears. Maximum emotional bond event detected, father-son bond, transcendent level achieved, GP award, plus 15,000, new ability unlocked, Guardian's restoration, advanced, can slowly restore a bonded person's complete cultivation over time, activation cost, 20,000 GP, current GP reserve, 37,500. He had enough. More than enough. He activated Guardian's restoration, advanced immediately. Golden light seeped from his hands into his father's body, beginning the slow, patient work of rebuilding what had been destroyed. It would take months. Xiao Yan would need constant proximity to Xiao Lei's guardian energy, regular treatments, careful monitoring. But he would recover. His cultivation would return. His meridians would rebuild. The father would be healed by the son he'd sacrificed everything to protect. The cycle of guardianship, spinning forward. The son healing the father who'd sacrificed for the son who'd been sacrificing for everyone. Xiao Yan arrived at some point during the night, Xiao Lei didn't notice exactly when. He found his younger brother sitting silently by the door, fire aura suppressed to near invisibility, just present. Watching. Sharing the weight of the vigil without being asked. He used the ancestral technique, Xiao Yan said quietly. I've read about it in the clan archives. No patriarch has activated it in 4 generations. The cost is supposed to be fatal. It nearly was. But Guardian's restoration can fix it? It can. It will. But it'll take months, and he'll need me nearby for the treatments. Xiao Lei looked at his brother. Which means the external operations, the alliance management, the diplomatic channels, the military coordination, that falls on you. I can handle it. I know you can. That's not reassurance. It's fact. Xiao Yan nodded. Then, after a moment, he's our father. He's done more for us than we'll ever fully understand. And he did this, burned everything he had left, because he couldn't stand watching his son face a Dozun alone. That's what parents do, Xiao Lei said softly. That's what we fight to protect. Xiao Lei stayed at his father's bedside until dawn, holding the old man's hand, pouring golden light into a body that had given everything for him. And when dawn came, and Xiao Zhan's breathing steadied, and the restoration's gentle work began to show its first results, Xiao Lei closed his eyes and felt the system process the massive GP expenditure and the equally massive GP influx. GP expenditure, 20,000, Guardian's restoration, advanced, remaining GP, 17,500, incoming GP from emotional bond event, processing, breakthrough threshold detected, his cultivation surged. The accumulated GP from the battle with Hun Shu, the emotional bond event, and the ongoing legacy protection streams combined into a tidal wave of advancement fuel. Do Huang 5-star. Then 7-star. The breakthroughs came like waves, relentless, powerful, each one building on the last. His guardian domain expanded. His threat radar sharpened. His body strengthened, refined, compressed. Then the final threshold. Dozong 1-star. The breakthrough was seismic, not in its external effects, but in what it represented. Dozong. The realm of ancestors. A power level that most cultivators in the Jiama Empire would never reach in their entire lifetimes. And beneath the surge of power, beneath the expansion of domain and the sharpening of senses, Xiao Lei felt something else. The seals. The 7 ancient barriers holding the Void Sovereign, he could feel them now, scattered across the continent like heartbeats, pulsing weakly against the darkness they contained. They were failing. All of them. And the Void Sovereign knew. Chapter 120. The ground split open. Not in one place, across the entire Jiama Empire. Fractures racing through stone and soil, dark chi erupting from underground like geysers of corrupted energy. The seals weren't just weakening, they were breaking, the cumulative damage of centuries of bond erosion finally exceeding their structural tolerance. In the Xiao compound, the ground cracked in a line that bisected the courtyard. Dark energy pulsed from the fissure, carrying with it a pressure that made Xiao Lei's guardian domain flicker, not from power, but from the sheer wrongness of what it was opposing. This wasn't hostile chi or aggressive cultivation. This was anti-bond energy, the fundamental opposite of everything the Guardian system represented. And then the voice came. Not through the air. Not through sound. Through the bonds themselves, every connection in the constellation, every link between Xiao Lei and his bonded allies, vibrated with a frequency that carried meaning. Little Guardian. The voice was vast. Old. Not angry or threatening, hungry. The hunger of something that had been sealed in darkness for millennia and had finally tasted the light. I am the end of all bonds. And I am awake. Xiao Lei stood in the center of the compound, Dozong 1-star, guardian domain blazing against the encroaching darkness, and felt the full weight of what was coming settle onto his shoulders. The Void Sovereign. Awake. Aware. And focused on him with the singular attention of an apex predator that had identified the one creature in the ecosystem capable of opposing it. The system confirmed what he already knew. The Void Sovereign has broken 3 of 7 seals: seal integrity, critical, corruption expansion rate, accelerating, time remaining before full emergence, approximately 20 chapters of action, Guardian's response required, immediate, assessment, you must reach the seal points and reinforce them. All 7. Before the Sovereign breaks free, 20 chapters. The system's estimation used narrative units, which Xiao Lei found simultaneously absurd and oddly appropriate. He looked around the compound. At the fighters assembling in response to the seismic activity. At Xiao Yan, his fire blazing with protective fury. At Yun Yun, arriving via wind step from Misty Cloud Mountain, her face set with determination. At Xiao Yu, sword drawn, golden guardian energy shimmering along the blade. At Xiao Zhan, propped in a doorway, too weak to fight but too stubborn to hide. His family. His cause. His reason. I need to go underground, Xiao Lei said. The seals are failing, and I'm the only one who can reinforce them. The system, my system, Was designed for exactly this. I was designed for exactly this. You're not going alone, Xiao Yan said immediately. No. I'm not. But this fight is going to be different from anything we've faced. The sovereign doesn't fight with Do Qi. It fights with bonds. It attacks the connections between people, tries to sever them, corrupt them, turn love into suspicion and trust into paranoia. Every relationship we have is a weapon and a vulnerability simultaneously. Then we hold our bonds tighter, Yun said, and the simplicity of it was its own kind of perfection. We hold our bonds tighter, Xiao Lei agreed. And we go down together. The ground trembled. The cracks widened. And from somewhere deep beneath the Jiama continent, something ancient and patient and infinitely hungry pressed upward against barriers that were running out of time. The final battle was approaching. Not a battle of cultivation levels or technique mastery or strategic brilliance, a battle of bonds. The Void Sovereign versus the Guardian and everyone he'd ever loved. The Guardian reached Dozong. The seals were failing. The darkness was rising. And somewhere in the architecture of the Elder Brother system, in the golden light that had grown from a simple cheat ability into something that could challenge primordial entities, a final message pulsed. Guardian. The path to sovereign rank begins here, are you ready? Xiao Lei looked at his family. At the people who'd followed him, fought for him, bled beside him, at the bonds that connected them, golden threads of trust and love and sacrifice, visible only to his guardian's eyes, strong as steel and fragile as glass simultaneously. Ready, he said. The descent began. Chapter 121. The continent screamed. Xiao Lei felt it through the constellation, not a sound, but a vibration that ran through every bond he'd forged, every golden thread connecting him to the people he'd sworn to protect. The Void Sovereign's awakening wasn't a single event. It was a cascade. 3 seals shattered simultaneously, and the corruption that poured through those gaps spread across the Jiama Empire like ink dropped into clear water, darkening everything it touched. Reports flooded in within the hour. The war room, the same hall where, months ago, clan elders had debated whether to strip Xiao Yan of his resources, was now a command center bristling with communication talismans, hastily drawn maps, and the barely contained panic of people who'd been fighting political battles and were suddenly staring at an existential one. Northern provinces, dark chi eruptions in 6 locations, Yun reported, her communication talisman crackling with interference that made her voice sharp and intermittent. The misty cloud Sect's barrier formations are holding, but the corruption is eating through the foundation stones. At current erosion rates, we lose the northern barriers in 48 hours. Eastern border, the snake people are retreating from 3 settlements. Medusa's voice was cold as ever, but Xiao Lei's threat radar caught the edge of genuine concern beneath the frost. The corruption targets cold-blooded cultivators differently. It's making my warriors hallucinate betrayal. 2 of my commanders turned on each other this morning. I had to intervene personally. Western front, nothing yet, Xiao Yan said, his flame aura burning so hot the air around him shimmered and rippled like a mirage. But I can feel it coming. Yao Lao says the Western seal is the weakest of the remaining 4. When it breaks, it'll break fast. Xiao Lei absorbed the information the way he'd absorbed battlefield reports in his previous life, sorting urgency from importance, separating what could wait from what would kill people if he hesitated. His fingers traced the map's marked positions, calculating distances, travel times, the strengths and weaknesses of every unit in the alliance. We split, he said. 4 teams, 4 directions. Yun, take the Misty Cloud Sect north. Your wind techniques can purify corruption better than any formation array. Medusa, hold the east. Your bloodline gives you natural resistance to bond manipulation, use that advantage. Xiao Yan, west with Yao Lao. When that seal breaks, your heavenly flame is the only thing that can cauterize the wound before it spreads. And the center? Xiao Yan asked, already knowing the answer, asking anyway because he wanted his brother to say it out loud and hear how insane it sounded. I take the center. The deepest corruption zone. That's where the sovereign is pushing hardest, and that's where the seals need a guardian to reinforce them. Hai Badong, leaning against the doorframe with his arms crossed over his chest, spoke into the silence that followed. Your Dozong 1 star. The corruption down there will be Dozun level at minimum. The constructs the sovereign manifests at that depth could challenge peak Dozong cultivators. You're walking into a meat grinder. I'm walking into exactly what I was designed for. Xiao Lei met the old warrior's gaze without wavering. The system didn't give me guardian abilities so I could fight fair. It gave them to me so I could protect what matters against things that should be impossible to stop. Hai Badong shook his head but didn't argue further. He'd fought alongside Xiao Lei long enough to know that arguing with the man's sense of duty was like arguing with the tides, technically possible, functionally pointless. Move out in 2 hours, Xiao Lei ordered. Everyone eats, sleeps if they can, and says whatever needs saying to whoever needs to hear it. Because once we're deployed, we don't stop until the seals are restored or we run out of people to protect. The room emptied in small groups, allies who'd become comrades who'd become family, all of them moving with the quiet efficiency of people who understood that the next 2 hours might be the last peaceful ones they'd ever have. Xiao Lei remained, staring at the map. 7 seal locations marked in red. Corruption zone spreading in black. Alliance positions in gold. The geometry of survival, laid out in pigment and desperation. The system pulsed in the corner of his awareness, seal integrity declining at 3.2% per hour, estimated time to total seal failure, 72 hours, recommendation, move faster than you think possible, helpful as always, he muttered, and went to say goodbye to his father. Xiao Yan was sitting up in bed, still weak from the Guardian's restoration treatments, but alert enough to read the situation in his eldest son's face the moment Xiao Lei walked through the door. "You're going underground," the patriarch said. "Not a question. The Central Seals need me." "I know." Xiao Yan reached for his son's hand with fingers that trembled but gripped with surprising strength. "I also know you won't be talked out of it, so I won't waste my breath. Just tell me one thing. Are you coming back?" "I'm coming back. Promise me." "I promise." His father held his gaze for a long moment, searching for doubt, for hesitation, for the particular lie that soldiers tell their families before battles they don't expect to survive. Whatever he found must have satisfied him, because he released Xiao Lei's hand and nodded once. "Then go save the world, son. I'll be here when you're done." Chapter 122. Xiao Yu found him at the compound gate, armored and armed, her guardian blade radiating golden light that turned the pre-dawn darkness into warm amber. Her stance said she was ready. Her eyes said she wasn't interested in being told otherwise. "No," Xiao Lei said before she opened her mouth. "I wasn't asking permission. The corruption down their target's bonds. It'll use our connection against us, amplify doubts, manufacture betrayal scenarios, exploit every vulnerability in our relationship. So it'll try to make us fight each other. That's what it does to everyone. The difference is that I've been fighting beside you for over a year and the Sovereign hasn't managed to break a single one of your bonds yet." She adjusted her sword belt with the practiced economy of a woman who'd prepared for this argument before she'd walked over. "I'm coming." He studied her, not her cultivation level, which he already knew, Do Wang 3-star, formidable but not exceptional by the standards of what waited below, but the thing behind her cultivation. The quality that power levels couldn't measure. She stood in front of him with the absolute, immovable certainty of someone who had examined what she was willing to die for and found it standing right in front of her. "The 4th and 5th seals are the ones I need to reach. The corruption at that depth will be thick enough to breathe. My guardian domain can extend to cover you, but it'll drain my GP faster than if I went alone. And without me, you'll have no one watching your back while you're channeling GP into the seal pillars. You'll be stationary, vulnerable, and completely focused on the restoration process while corruption constructs attack from every direction." She tilted her head. "Unless you plan to seal ancient barriers and fight Do Zun level manifestations simultaneously?" He didn't have a counterargument that wasn't rooted in fear rather than logic. And Xiao Yu had never responded well to fear-based reasoning. "Stay within my guardian domain at all times," he said. "Not a request." "Understood." They descended together through a tunnel entrance hidden beneath the oldest section of the Xiao clan compound, a passage that predated the clan by millennia, carved into bedrock by hands that understood stone the way poets understood language. The walls narrowed as they went deeper, the temperature dropping, the ambient chi shifting from the neutral energy of the surface to something heavier, older, tinged with the faintest whisper of corruption. Xiao Lei's guardian domain pulsed outward in a steady golden sphere, pushing back the encroaching darkness. Within its radius, the air was clean, the stone was solid, and the corruption was held at bay. Beyond it, shadows moved with the deliberate patience of predators waiting for the shield to falter. 3 kilometers down, they reached the first seal site. The chamber was a vast underground cathedral, its ceiling lost in darkness, its floor covered in corruption like black frost that crunched under their boots. At the center stood the seal itself, a pillar of light so faded it was barely visible, flickering like a candle guttering in its final moments before extinction. Ancient guardian inscriptions covered every wall. They glowed in response to Xiao Lei's approach, recognizing him, responding to the system's signature in his cultivation base the way a lock responds to its key. He could read them instinctively, the meaning flowing directly into comprehension without passing through translation. "These were carved by the original guardians," he said, running his fingers along the symbols. Golden light sparked where his skin touched stone. "The ones who sealed the sovereign the first time. Thousands of years ago. Your predecessors," Xiao Yu said quietly. The words settled onto his shoulders with unexpected weight. Predecessors. A line of guardians stretching back through millennia, each one chosen because they were already protectors before the system found them. He wasn't an anomaly. He was a continuation. He placed his hands on the seal pillar and felt the system engage. Seal restoration protocol initiated. Cost, 3,000 GP, sealing the void sovereign is protecting your family. The whole world is your family now. Golden light erupted from his palms, flooding the pillar, burning away corruption like dawn burning away fog. The pillar strengthened, solidified, its light shifting from dying ember to steady flame. The GP cost was steep, 3,000 points consumed in the span of minutes. But the act of sealing generated its own reward. Seal 1 restored, GP Award, plus 4,500, World Scale Protection Act, breakthrough threshold reached, his cultivation surged. Dozong 1 star became 2 star, then 3 star, the advancement fueled by an act of protection so vast in scope that the system treated it as the equivalent of saving thousands of lives simultaneously. Beside him, Xiao Yu gasped. The guardian inscriptions on the walls were glowing in response to the seal's restoration, and their light was flowing not toward Xiao Lei, but toward her. It sank into her sword, her arms, her cultivation base, drawn there by something in her that resonated with the ancient guardian frequency. Her blade transformed. The steel took on a golden sheen that wasn't a coating but a fundamental alteration, as if the metal itself had awakened to a purpose it had been waiting centuries to fulfill. "What is this?" she whispered, holding the sword before her. It hummed with energy that felt like Xiao Lei's guardian domain but sharper, more focused, the difference between a shield wall and a surgeon's scalpel. "Guardian blade," Xiao Lei said, reading the inscription that had activated beside her on the wall. The ancient guardians didn't all fight the same way. Some were shields. Some were swords. The inscriptions recognized what you already are, a blade that protects by cutting away what threatens. She swung experimentally. A crescent of golden energy arced through the air and struck a patch of corruption clinging to the far wall. The dark chi didn't dissipate, it was severed. Cut clean, like a surgeon excising diseased tissue from healthy flesh, leaving bare stone where moments ago corruption had been rooted. Xiao Yu stared at the clean patch of wall. Then she looked at Xiao Lei with an expression he'd never seen on her face, wonder and gratitude braided together with something fiercer underneath both. "2 more seals before we surface," she said, and her voice carried new steel. "Lead the way." Chapter 123. They reached the second seal site 4 hours later, fighting through corridors thick with corruption constructs, shambling things made of dark chi that wore the shapes of people but moved like marionettes with half their strings cut. Each one was a fragment of the sovereign's will-given form, and each one dissolved into dark chi when struck hard enough, only to reform minutes later from the ambient corruption. Xiao Lei's guardian domain held them at bay. Xiao Yu's guardian blade cut apart any that penetrated the perimeter. They worked well together, better than well. His broad defensive coverage created openings that her precise offensive strikes exploited with mechanical efficiency. Where his domain was a wall, her blade was the arrow slit that let destruction through without compromising the fortification. The second seal was in worse condition than the first. The pillar was barely visible, more shadow than light, its golden glow so faint that the corruption had crept to within inches of the core. 1 more day, maybe 2, and it would have gone out entirely. "This one's going to cost more," Xiao Lei said, assessing the damage with the clinical eye of someone who'd restored enough seals to recognize the gradations of decay. "Seal Restoration Protocol, Seal 2, cost, 4,500 GP, warning, corruption density at this site will resist restoration, estimated time, 2 hours of sustained contact, 2 hours. Hands on the pillar, pouring GP into the seal while corruption pushed back with the weight of centuries behind it. 2 hours of absolute vulnerability in a chamber surrounded by hostile territory, with the sovereign's attention increasingly focused on the guardian who was rebuilding its prison. "I'll hold the perimeter," Xiao Yu said without hesitation. She planted herself between Xiao Lei and the chamber's entrance, guardian blade drawn, and set her stance with the rigid focus of someone who intended to be an immovable object. He began the restoration. The corruption fought back. Not passively, actively, with intelligence and malice. Dark chi surged against his golden light, probing for weaknesses, testing different frequencies and angles of attack, trying to infiltrate his guardian domain and reach the seal pillar through him. He felt the void sovereign's attention behind the assault, distant but directed, like a hand pushing through miles of stone to press against his barrier. The first hour was endurance. Steady output, steady resistance, the grinding discipline of maintaining maximum effort without the adrenaline of combat to sustain it. The second hour was agony. His GP drained at an accelerating rate, 4,500 for the restoration itself, plus another 1,200 for maintaining the domain against constant assault. His meridians burned from sustained channeling. His muscles cramped from holding the same position. Sweat carved tracks through the corruption dust on his face. Behind him, Xiao Yu fought. The ring of her guardian blade against corruption constructs became a rhythm: strike, sever, reposition, strike again. She didn't call for help. Not once. Even when the constructs came in waves of 5 and 6, even when her breathing grew ragged and her footwork slowed from accumulated fatigue, she held the line with a stubbornness that would have impressed a mountain. The seal restored with a sound like a temple bell being struck, a pure tone that rang through the underground and shattered every corruption construct in the chamber simultaneously, their dark chi forms unraveling like smoke in a sudden wind. Seal 2 restored, GP award, plus 5,000, current GP, 14,300, Xiao Yu slumped against the wall, blood from a dozen small cuts streaking her armor in thin red lines. Her guardian blade's golden glow dimmed as her focus relaxed, the energy receding like a tide going out. Xiao Lei crossed to her and pressed his palm to her shoulder, channeling guardian energy into her wounds. The golden light sank through her armor, finding each cut, each bruise, each strained muscle, and easing them with the gentle persistence of water wearing down stone. "You could have called me," he said. "You were busy saving the world. I was busy making sure you could." She winced as a deeper cut on her forearm knit closed under the healing light. "Don't make it weird." He almost laughed. "The third seal is northwest, about 6 hours through the tunnels. We should rest first." 30 minutes, she said. "Then we move. The seals won't wait for us to be comfortable." They rested with their backs against the restored seal pillar, golden light washing over them like warmth from a hearth fire. For 30 minutes, in a cathedral of ancient stone miles beneath the surface of the world, they sat in silence and let their bodies recover what their wills demanded they keep spending. Xiao Yu broke the silence. "When this is over, the seals, the sovereign, all of it, what happens to you?" "What do you mean?" "The system chose you for this. Once the job is done, does it just release you? Let you be normal?" He hadn't thought about it. Hadn't allowed himself to think about it, the way soldiers in active combat don't think about what comes after because the thinking itself is a distraction that gets people killed. "I don't know. Maybe. And if it doesn't? If being the guardian is permanent? Then I'll be the guardian permanently. There are worse fates than spending your life protecting the people you love." She was quiet for a moment. "Then, there are worse fates. But there are better ones, too. You deserve both, the duty and the life." Before he could respond, she stood, sheathed her blade, and extended her hand to pull him to his feet. 30 minutes is over. Let's go." The third seal fell into place 3 hours ahead of schedule, Xiao Lei's growing proficiency with the restoration protocol and Xiao Yu's guardian blade cutting through corruption resistance like it was paper. The GP cost was 4,000, and the reward was 5,500. Seal 3 restored, Central Zone, 3 of 3 seals secured, Guardian Cultivation advancing, Dozong 5-star achieved. They surfaced to find the world in better shape than they'd left it, and worse shape than they'd hoped. Chapter 124. The news came via Constellation Pulse, the bond network that connected Xiao Lei to everyone he'd sworn to protect, carrying information through emotional resonance faster than any communication talisman could transmit. Xiao Yan was in trouble. Not minor trouble. Not the manageable danger of a young Do Huang testing his limits against worthy opponents. This was the bright, sharp flare of mortal peril, the constellation equivalent of a distress beacon broadcast at maximum intensity, drowning out every other signal. The Western Front had been hit. Not by corruption. By the Hun clan. 3 Do Zun elders. A small army of Do Wang and Do Huang warriors marching under banners of Dark Qi. Their timing was surgical. They'd waited until the alliance split to address the seals on 4 fronts, then struck the weakest position with overwhelming force. The Void Sovereign's chaos wasn't their ally. It was their smokescreen. The target wasn't territory. Wasn't resources. Wasn't even strategic advantage. The target was Yao Lao. And through Yao Lao, Xiao Yan. "They're using the Sovereign's awakening as cover," Xiao Lei said, reading the tactical situation through the constellation's data with the speed of a man who'd spent 2 lifetimes processing combat intelligence. He stood on the surface, mud-covered and exhausted from the seal restorations, and felt his younger brother fighting for his life 400 kilometers away. The Han clan doesn't care about the seals or the corruption. They care about eliminating the Xiao bloodline while we're too scattered to concentrate our forces. Xiao Yu gripped her sword. "We need to go to him. He's 400 kilometers west. Even at full speed, that's hours we don't have. And I can't leave, the deeper seals still need me. If I abandon them now, everything we've restored starts degrading again within days. Then what? We sit here and hope?" Xiao Lei closed his eyes and focused on the constellation linked to Xiao Yan. Through the bond, he could feel his brother's condition, not just physical state but emotional architecture. Fear, yes, cold and sharp against his ribs. Pain, certainly, the dull heat of wounds accumulating faster than adrenaline could mask. But underneath both, burning like a coal that refused to die even when the fire around it collapsed, determination. The stubborn, impossible, infuriating Xiao Yan determination that had turned a boy everyone mocked into a force that made empires take notice. Xiao Yan was losing. But he hadn't lost yet. And Xiao Lei had spent enough time studying his brother to know the difference between a fighter being overwhelmed and a fighter being cornered. Cornered Xiao Yan was a different creature entirely, more dangerous, more creative, more willing to burn everything including himself to find a path through. He made a decision. Guardian Pulse, Constellation-wide emergency transmission, range, continental, cost, 5,000 GP, effect, sends a burst of Guardian energy through all Constellation bonds, temporarily boosting the cultivation of all bonded allies by 1 full star, 5,000 GP. A massive expenditure for a single pulse of energy that would last maybe 20 minutes before dissipating. But 20 minutes in the hands of someone like Xiao Yan could rewrite the outcome of a battle. "Come on, little brother," Xiao Lei whispered, and activated the pulse. Golden light erupted from his chest and raced outward through the constellation, a wave of pure Guardian energy that followed every bond, flooded every connection, reached every ally in the network regardless of distance. Yun Yun felt it in the north, a warmth that sharpened her wind techniques. Medusa felt it in the east, a surge that reinforced her already formidable power. And Xiao Yan felt it most of all. Because the pulse carried more than power. Embedded in the golden light, readable only through the fraternal bond, was a message: you don't need me for this one. Chapter 125. 400 kilometers west, Xiao Yan was on one knee in scorched earth. Blood ran from a gash across his forehead, painting half his vision red. His left arm hung at an angle that said the shoulder was dislocated. 3 Dozun elders circled him in a formation that left no blind spots, moving with the patient, unhurried coordination of predators who'd cornered their prey and were savoring the inevitability. The Xiao bloodline ends here, the eldest said. His name was Hun Feng, not the scout Xiao Lei had fought before, but a true elder, Dozun 3-star, his dark chi carrying the particular cruelty of someone who'd spent centuries perfecting the art of destruction. Your brother can't save you. He's underground playing hero with ancient relics. And old Yao Chen behind that barrier? Once you fall, we'll tear through his protection like wet paper. Xiao Yan spat blood onto the cracked ground and rose to his feet. His legs shook. His vision blurred. His heavenly flame guttered in his dantian like a candle in a gale. But his voice was steady. My brother, he said, already saved me. He saved me years ago, back when everyone, including me, thought I was finished. Every flame I throw, every technique I execute, every time I refuse to stay down, he built that. You're not fighting me. You're fighting everything he taught me to be. Han Feng laughed, a cold, dismissive sound that belonged in a throne room, not a battlefield. Sentimental nonsense. Power is the guardian pulse hit. Golden light flooded through Xiao Yan's constellation bond, and his cultivation erupted like a volcano throwing off its cap. Do Huang 3-star became 4-star, then 5-star, the temporary boost stacking on top of a breakthrough that had been building for days under the pressure of sustained combat. His heavenly flame surged, fed by the guardian energy, its temperature tripling in the span of a single heartbeat. But it wasn't just the power that transformed him. It was the message woven into the golden light, readable only through the bond between brothers: you don't need me for this one. Trust. Not a command to retreat or a plea to survive. Trust. His brother, hundreds of kilometers away, telling him in 6 words that the training was complete. That the shield had done its job. That the person it had been protecting was ready to stand alone. Xiao Yan burned. His heavenly flame surged past every limit he'd ever accepted, the combination of guardian pulse and emotional breakthrough creating a feedback loop that the 3 Hun elders hadn't planned for and couldn't counter. The temperature in a 50-meter radius tripled. The ground began to melt, stone turning to slag turning to glass. Flame-splitting tsunami, 7th form. He'd never managed the 7th form before. It required Do Huang 5-star minimum and a clarity of purpose that combat typically shattered into fragments. But with his brother's trust burning in his chest like a second flame, the technique crystallized with the perfection of something that had always existed and was simply waiting for the right moment to emerge. 7 waves of fire, each hotter than the last, each targeting a different spatial angle to prevent the Do Zuns from evading information. The flames didn't just burn, they purified, stripping away the dark chi that empowered Hun clan techniques and leaving the elders fighting with raw cultivation alone. Han Feng blocked the first 4 waves with soul barriers. Deflected the 5th with a spatial technique. Tanked the 6th with visible damage, his dark armor cracking, his skin beneath scorching black. The 7th wave caught all 3 of them in a convergence zone where the fire compressed rather than expanding, creating a point of heat so intense that the air itself ignited. The explosion was visible from 30 kilometers away, a pillar of fire that turned the western plains into a temporary desert of glass and ash, the shockwave flattening trees for a kilometer in every direction. When the flames cleared, 2 of the 3 Dozun elders were down, their dark chi shattered, their cultivation crippled by the purifying properties of the heavenly flame. Han Feng survived. Barely, he staggered through the scorched earth, blood streaming from every pore, his aura guttering like a torch in a rainstorm. And then reinforcements descended from the sky. Shuner dropped through the smoke with the Gu clan's elite guard, 30 warriors in golden armor, each one Do Huang or above. She'd defied her clan's neutrality order. Crossed half the continent in secret. Arrived at the exact moment the battle's outcome balanced on a knife's edge. You look terrible, she said, landing beside Xiao Yan with the impossible grace of someone whose training began before she could walk. You look like reinforcements, Xiao Yan replied, grinning through the blood and soot. My favorite look on anyone. Han Feng assessed the new arrivals, calculated his odds with the cold arithmetic of a man who'd survived centuries by knowing when to retreat, and gathered his surviving forces. He withdrew, leaving 2 crippled Dozun prisoners behind. The western front held. Far to the east, Xiao Lei felt the shift through the constellation, Xiao Yan's danger signal dimming from crimson to gold, from mortal peril to hard-won victory. He exhaled for what felt like the first time in hours, and the system confirmed what his heart already knew. Family member independently overcame major threat, legacy guardian bonus, plus 8,000 GP, your protection taught him to protect himself, The best kind of victory. The kind where the Guardian wasn't needed, because the Guardian had already done his job. Chapter 126. Xiao Yan's victory rippled through the alliance like a stone dropped into still water. The news spread through communication talismans, shouted across barricades, passed between soldiers like a torch in darkness. The young Xiao brother had faced 3 Dozun elders and won. The Han clan's ambush had been broken. The Western Front was not just held but reinforced by the Gu clan's unexpected arrival. Morale, which had been hemorrhaging since the Void Sovereign's awakening, surged with the kind of desperate energy that only good news during desperate times can generate. Xiao Lei received the reports while preparing for the deeper descent. The central seals were secured, but 4 more remained across the continent, and beyond them, far below anything his allies could reach, waited the 7th seal. The Sovereign's prison. The place where this war would be decided. Yun Yun? He called through the constellation. Northern seals, 2 of 3 restored. Her voice through the bond was tired but carried the particular clarity of accomplishment. The Misty Cloud Sect performed beyond expectations. My elder martial sister held the 3rd seal point alone for 6 hours while I worked on the other 2. We lost 4 disciples to corruption poisoning, but the healers are managing it. 1 more seal to go. I'll have it by tomorrow. Medusa? Eastern Front stable. The Snake Queen's response was clipped and efficient, each word stripped to its bare minimum. The corruption targets emotional bonds. My warriors are cold-blooded in more ways than one. We're naturally resistant. Both Eastern seals holding. I'll begin restoration protocols at dawn. Good. All of you, good. He meant it. The alliance he'd built from former enemies and reluctant partners and genuine friends was functioning exactly as designed. Each piece supporting the others, each strength compensating for another's weakness. I'm heading deeper, he continued. There are seals below the ones I've already restored, the 4th and 5th, closer to where the Sovereign is pressing hardest. After those, there's the 6th. And below that. The 7th, Yun Yun finished. The one directly above its prison. Yes. A pause that lasted 2 heartbeats too long. Be careful. Always. He cut the connection and turned to Xiao Yu, who was seated cross-legged beside a tunnel wall, sharpening her guardian blade against a whetstone she'd carved from sealstone pried from the 2nd chamber's wall. The act was part maintenance, part meditation, the rhythmic scraping grounding her focus after hours of combat. The 4th and 5th seals are deeper, he said. Much deeper. The corruption will be denser. The constructs will be stronger and more coordinated. The Sovereign is directing them personally now, not just spawning them randomly. And I can feel its attention concentrating on this area. It knows what we're doing, and it's focusing its resistance. So we fight harder. She tested the blade's edge against her thumb and nodded at the result. We fight smarter. Your guardian blade can cut corruption that my domain can only contain. Down there, you're not my backup, you're essential. The seals can't be restored without someone holding the line, and you're the only person in this alliance who can cut corruption rather than just pushing it away. She looked up from her sharpening. Something shifted behind her eyes, the recognition that he wasn't protecting her by keeping her close. He was admitting that he needed her. That the Guardian needed guarding. Then let's stop wasting time, she said, and led the way into the dark. Chapter 127. The 4th seal was a nightmare-given architecture, not figuratively. The corruption at this depth had achieved a density that affected perception itself, rewriting the brain's interpretation of sensory input. Walls breathed, slow, rhythmic expansions and contractions that could be felt through the stone underfoot. Shadows whispered in languages that resolved into meaning just below the threshold of comprehension. The darkness between patches of guardian light moved with deliberate patience, watching, waiting, testing the edges of the golden sphere for the slightest gap. Xiao Lei's domain held it at bay, but the effort was constant and exhausting, like holding an umbrella against a typhoon that never weakened, never relented, just pressed and pressed with the infinite patience of something that had been doing this for longer than human civilization had existed. His do-chi burned through reserves faster than meditation could replenish them. Every step deeper required more energy to maintain the protective sphere. Every minute spent in this place cost him GP that he couldn't afford to waste. The constructs are different down here, Xiao Yu observed, her blade carving through a corruption entity that wore the form of a giant centipede made of solidified dark chi. The creature dissolved under her golden edge, and the purified remnants evaporated before they could reform. They're not just dark chi puppets. They're thinking. Anticipating. She was right. The constructs at this depth moved with coordination that simple corruption shouldn't possess. They flanked. They feinted. They tested the domain's boundary at multiple points simultaneously, probing for the weakest section with the methodical patience of a siege engineer looking for a structural flaw. The Sovereign was directing them personally, each construct an extension of an intelligence that had been honing combat instincts for millennia. They reached the 4th seal chamber after 12 hours of continuous fighting through corridors that twisted and branched and occasionally rearranged themselves when the corruption pulsed, the Sovereign reshaping the tunnel system in real time, trying to separate them, trying to funnel them into dead ends where the constructs could concentrate. Xiao Lei was running on determination and system buffs. Xiao Yu was running on something harder to quantify but possibly more durable. The seal restoration took 3 hours. 3 hours of stationary channeling while the constructs attacked in waves that grew larger and more sophisticated with each iteration. Cost: 5,000 GP. Xiao Yu held the perimeter alone, her guardian blade carving golden arcs through air that was more corruption than atmosphere, each swing severing constructs that reformed almost as fast as she could destroy them. She fought like the sword master she was becoming, economical, precise, every movement serving a purpose, no energy wasted on display or excess. Her footwork adapted to the uneven ground. Her blade found the structural weaknesses in each construct before it fully formed. She was, in the terminology of the ancient guardians whose inscriptions had awakened her blade, the cutting edge, the part of the guardian's arsenal that didn't defend but removed threats with surgical precision. She took injuries. Real ones. A corruption strike that penetrated her armor and left a black wound on her left side that hissed like acid on skin, the dark chi trying to burrow deeper, trying to reach her meridians. She pressed her elbow against the wound to staunch it and kept fighting with her offhand, never missing a beat, never calling for help. The seal restored with a pure tone that shattered every construct in the chamber. Xiao Lei released the pillar and crossed to Xiao Yu in 3 strides, pressing his hands against her wound and pouring guardian energy into the corruption with a ferocity that burned the dark chi from her flesh in seconds. That was reckless, he said, holding her steady as the healing took effect. That was necessary. She gripped his wrist, not to pull away, but to anchor herself while the golden light worked through her. Her eyes met his, and in them he saw pain and exhaustion layered over something that made his chest tight. You save the world. I save you. That's how this works. The moment stretched between them, 2 battered people underground, holding onto each other in golden light. Then she released his wrist and tested her healed side with a careful twist. 5th seal. How far? 2 kilometers down. Then move. The 5th seal restoration was faster. Xiao Lei was mastering the pattern, his guardian abilities adapting to the ancient protocols with increasing fluency. The GP expenditure was steep but the rewards balanced the ledger. Seal 4 restored, plus 6,000 GP, Seal 5 restored, plus 6,500 GP, total GP, 24,800, breakthrough threshold reached, Dozong 7-star achieved, power course through him, Dozong 7-star, a level that most cultivators on the continent would consider the boundary of legend. But against what waited below the 5th seal, he knew it wasn't enough. The 7th seal, the deepest one, the one closest to the sovereign's prison, that would require something beyond cultivation advancement. That would require something the system called Guardian Sovereign. And the system had been very clear about what Guardian Sovereign cost. Chapter 128. They surfaced from the 5th seal site to find Yun Yun waiting. She stood at the tunnel entrance, wind chi swirling around her ankles, her robes torn and stained from days of her own battles in the north. But her posture was straight and her eyes were bright with the particular satisfaction of someone who'd accomplished something that mattered. Northern seals, all 3 restored, she reported. Medusas finished the eastern pair. That's 6 of 7 secured. 6 of 7, Xiao Lei repeated. 1 remaining. The deepest. The one that held the sovereign itself. Yun Yun studied him the way she always studied him, looking past the armor and the cultivation aura and the system-enhanced composure to the human being underneath all of it. Whatever she found made her close the distance between them and pull him into an embrace that surprised them both with its intensity. She stiffened for half a second, old habits of control and self-containment, then melted into it, her arms wrapping around him with the desperation of someone who'd spent 3 days fighting corruption alone while imagining 100 different ways the man she loved could die underground. Don't do that again, she murmured into his shoulder. Don't disappear into the earth and leave me guessing whether you're alive. I'll try. Don't try, promise. He pressed his face against her hair and breathed in the scent of wind and battle and something uniquely her. I promise. They held each other for 10 seconds. 15. Long enough for Xiao Yu to look away with an expression that was composed of equal parts respect for their privacy and something she kept carefully contained behind her eyes. Then they separated, and the moment ended, and the war continued. The 6th seal is deeper than anything we've encountered, Xiao Lei said, his voice shifting back to the clinical register of a commander planning a descent into the last circle of hell. Corruption density at that depth approaches critical, the sovereign's influence is so concentrated that the air itself will be toxic to anyone without specific resistance. My guardian domain can protect me. Extending it to cover others will drain my GP faster than the seals can replenish it. You're going alone, Yun Yun said. Not a question. For the 6th seal, yes. I need everyone here, rested and recovered, for the 7th. That one. He trailed off, pulling up the system's preliminary assessment that he'd reviewed 7 times already and found no comfort in. 7th seal assessment, Void Sovereign partially emerged. Direct confrontation unavoidable. Guardian Sovereign rank required for permanent resealing. Current rank insufficient, that one will require everyone, he finished. Xiao Yu's jaw tightened. Yun Yun's wind chi flickered with suppressed emotion. Neither of them argued, not because they agreed, but because they trusted his tactical judgment even when it terrified them. "Come back," Xiao Yu said. "Come back quickly," Yun added. He descended alone. Chapter 129. The sixth seal's chamber was hell made physical. Corruption didn't just coat the walls, it was the walls. The original stone had been consumed, replaced by solidified dark qi that pulsed with the sovereign's heartbeat, a slow rhythm that Xiao Lei felt through his boots, through his bones, through the guardian domain that flickered and strained against pressure it had never been designed to withstand alone. The seal pillar was barely a filament of light, so thin and faint that Xiao Lei nearly walked past it before the system flagged its position. A thread of gold in an ocean of black. The last ember of a fire that had been burning for thousands of years and was finally, desperately, almost out. The constructs down here weren't constructs at all. They were manifestations, fragments of the void sovereign's consciousness given form. Each one radiated Do Zun level pressure. Each one moved with the intelligence and purpose of the ancient entity that controlled it. And they came in waves that built on each other, each iteration learning from the failures of the last. Xiao Lei fought with everything his Do Zong 7-star cultivation could produce. Guardian domain at maximum extension. Guardian's judgment striking with the accumulated weight of every protective act he'd ever performed. His body moving with the precision of a military veteran and the power of a peak realm cultivator who'd earned every star through sacrifice rather than selfish accumulation. Between waves, he sealed. Hands on the filament pillar. GP flowing out. Corruption pushing back like a river against a dam, relentless and heavy and ancient. Between sealing sessions, he fought. The manifestations reformed faster at this depth, the sovereign's proximity giving them near-instant regeneration. Destroying them was pointless, he could only drive them back, by seconds of breathing room, pour more GP into the seal before the next wave crashed against his domain. His past life surfaced during the quiet moments between waves. Not as memories but as understanding. The burning building. The child screaming on the third floor. The calculation, not a decision, because decisions involve deliberation, and there hadn't been time for that, just the recognition that the child would die if he didn't act, and the acceptance that acting meant he probably would. He'd climbed 3 flights of stairs through smoke so thick it had weight. Found the girl huddled under a desk, her small body shaking with sobs she was too terrified to voice. Picked her up. Carried her down 2 flights before the floor gave out. He'd thrown the child toward the firefighter on the landing below. The firefighter caught her. Xiao Lei fell through 3 floors of collapsing structure and never felt the impact because consciousness left before gravity finished its work. He understood now, in a way he hadn't before, why the system had chosen him. Not because he was strong or smart or virtuous. Because he was someone who ran into burning buildings without doing the math first. Because protection wasn't a choice for him, it was a reflex. The system didn't create guardians. It found people who were already guardians and gave them the tools to be better ones. I didn't transmigrate by accident, he said to the empty chamber, to the corruption pressing against his domain, to the ancient entity whose prison he was rebuilding with his own life force. I was recruited, the sixth seal restored with a sound that wasn't sound, a vibration that ran through the earth itself, a frequency that the planet recognized and responded to. The corruption in the chamber retracted by inches, pushed back by the restored seal's golden light. Seal 6 restored, GP award, plus 8,000, breakthrough threshold reached, Do Zun 1 star achieved. The breakthrough was different from every one before it. Not just stronger, different in kind. His guardian domain didn't just expand, it evolved. The golden light took on depth and texture and complexity that his previous cultivation levels couldn't have supported. He could see bonds now, not as metaphorical threads but as actual structures, visible to his awakened perception. Architectural things, built from shared experience and reinforced by trust. He could also see the void sovereign's nature for what it truly was. Not darkness. Not corruption. Absence. The void between connections. The emptiness that existed in every gap between every relationship. The silence that filled the spaces where bonds hadn't yet been built. The system's notification appeared as he staggered upward through tunnels that felt less oppressive now, his Do Zun domain pushing back the corruption with authority that his Do Zong level had lacked. Only the 7th seal remains, the sovereign awaits, gather your allies, guardian. This battle was never meant to be fought alone, chapter 130. He emerged to find them all waiting. Not just Yun and Xiao Yu. Everyone. The alliance had gathered at the surface entrance to the central tunnel system, assembled in the organized chaos of an army preparing for its final engagement. Xiao Yan stood at the front, his heavenly flame burning with a clean, steady heat that pushed back the ambient corruption for 50 meters in every direction. Behind him, Shun and the Gu clan guard. Hai Badong and the Jia Ma Empire's veteran fighters. Medusa and her snake people elites, their cold eyes sharp with purpose. Fa Ma and a contingent of combat alchemists carrying purification supplies. Nalan Shuang, her face set with the particular determination of someone fighting to prove something to herself. The Misty Cloud Sect disciples, wind chi swirling around their formations. The Mu clan warriors. The Xiao clan's remaining fighters, young and old, armed with everything from ancestral weapons to kitchen knives. An army assembled not for conquest but for survival. Not under a banner or a cause but under a web of golden threads that connected every person to the guardian who'd built those connections through months of sacrifice. Xiao Yan broke from the formation and crossed to his brother. He looked older than his years. The Western battle had carved lines around his eyes that hadn't been there a week ago. But his flame burned with a confidence that hadn't existed either. "You look like you've been fighting underground for 3 days," he said. "Because I have." "Well, you're not going down there alone this time." He gestured at the assembled force behind him. "None of us are letting you face that thing with just your stubbornness for company." Xiao Lei looked at the army his brother had gathered. At the faces, scared, determined, resolved, each one carrying the weight of understanding what they were about to face and choosing to face it anyway. "The 7th seal chamber is 15 kilometers straight down," he said, raising his voice so the entire force could hear. "The Void Sovereign has partially emerged through the cracks in the seal. It attacks bonds, the connections between people. It will try to turn us against each other. Make us doubt. Make us fear. Make us believe that the person beside us is an enemy wearing a friend's face." He paused, letting the silence carry the weight of what he was asking them to do. "Our bonds are our greatest weapon and our greatest vulnerability. Every relationship in this army is something the Sovereign can attack. But every relationship is also something it can't understand. Because the Void knows about absence. It knows about emptiness and isolation and the cold space between stars. What it doesn't know, what it has never understood, is what it feels like to trust someone so completely that their survival matters more than your own." His guardian domain pulsed outward, golden light touching every person in the assembled force. Through the constellation, he felt each bond respond, brightening, strengthening, resonating with the others like strings tuning to the same note. "We go down together. We fight together. And when the Sovereign tries to break us apart, we hold tighter. That's the strategy. That's the plan. That's all we need." Xiao Yan's flame flared in response. Yun Yun's wind surged. Xiao Yu's guardian blade blazed. And through the assembled army, 100 smaller responses, flickers of Do Qi, whispered affirmations, the sound of weapons being drawn, created a chorus of intent that needed no words. The descent began. Chapter 131. The final sealed chamber dwarfed everything above it. Not a chamber, a cavern, miles across, its ceiling so high that the upper reaches disappeared into darkness. The walls bore guardian inscriptions that were older and larger than any Xiao Lei had found in the tunnel system, the foundational wards, the original architecture that had contained the Sovereign for millennia. Half of them were obscured by corruption that clung to the stone like living shadow, pulsing with slow malice. At the center, the 7th seal. Or what remained of it. The pillar was fractured, cracked down its entire length, golden light bleeding from the fissures like blood from a wound that wouldn't close. And behind those cracks, pressing against the failing barrier with the infinite patience of something that had waited millennia and could taste freedom on the other side. The Void Sovereign. It was vast. Not in a physical sense, the entity didn't possess a body the way humans or spirit beasts did. It was a presence. A weight. A darkness that existed in the spaces between things. Between atoms, between thoughts, between bonds. It filled the gaps with itself, and where it filled, connections died. "Little guardian," the voice said, and every person in the cavern felt it, not heard, felt, vibrating through their bonds, testing the links between them like fingers probing a net for loose threads. "You've been busy. 6 seals restored. Impressive, for a mortal playing with borrowed tools." "I'm here to restore the 7th, Xiao Lei replied, his voice steady despite the pressure of the Sovereign's attention pressing against his domain like a mountain leaning on a wall. "You can surrender to the seal willingly, or I can force you back." Laughter. Not sound, the absence of sound, a void where laughter should exist that the brain interpreted as amusement because it lacked a better category for that particular flavor of emptiness. "Force me? You? A Dozun insect standing before an entity that predates your species? I was ancient when the first guardian sealed me. I will be ancient when the last guardian falls." It attacked. Not physically. The Sovereign didn't need physical force, not when it could reach through the cracks and touch the bonds between every person in the cavern. Xiao Yan suddenly saw his brother turning away from him. Choosing others over family. The abandonment fantasy that every younger sibling carries in the quiet hours when trust feels fragile. Hai Badong saw his kingdom falling again, allies revealing themselves as traitors, every trust he'd rebuilt crumbling into betrayal. Yun Yun saw Xiao Lei choosing Xiao Yu, the jealousy she'd never voiced amplified into roaring certainty, second choice, always second, looking in from the outside of a love she could never fully claim. And Xiao Yu saw herself as she feared she truly was. Not the proud warrior. The desperate cousin, clinging to a man who would never choose her, whose affection was pity dressed in kindness. The illusions were devastating because they were built from truth, from real fears and real insecurities that existed in every heart. The whispered doubts that even the strongest bonds couldn't fully silence. Xiao Lei's guardian domain blazed. Golden light flooded the cavern, washing through every bond, reinforcing every connection. Not by erasing the doubts, you couldn't erase truth, even uncomfortable truth, but by placing those doubts in context. By reminding every person in the chamber of everything that existed alongside the fear. The full architecture of each bond, not just the cracks. Xiao Yan saw the abandonment, and then saw every time his brother had turned toward him. Every sacrifice. Every lesson. Every moment of absolute trust. The fear dissolved against the accumulated evidence of years of guardianship. Yun saw her jealousy, and then felt the warmth of genuine love that wasn't diminished by its breadth but deepened by it. A heart capable of protecting the world had room enough for her. Xiao Yu saw her insecurity, and then felt the bond pulse with something that wasn't consolation. It was recognition. Respect. Admiration that had grown so quietly neither of them had noticed until it was rooted too deep to question. The illusions broke. Every one of them. The alliance held. The sovereign recoiled. Interesting, it said, and for the first time, something besides hunger colored its voice. Surprise. Your bonds are reinforced. That's new. That's what I do, Xiao Lei said. I'm the elder brother. Reinforcing bonds is literally my entire function. Chapter 132. The battle for the seventh seal was not a single fight. It was a war compressed into a cavern. The sovereign couldn't attack physically, not yet, not while the seventh seal still partially contained it. But it could send manifestations, and at this depth, this close to the source, each one carried enough power to challenge Dozun cultivators. The alliance formed up without verbal orders. Months of shared combat had created instincts that transcended language, the tactical equivalent of muscle memory applied to group coordination. Xiao Yan anchored the forward line. His heavenly flame created a zone of purified air in the center of the cavern, a safe space where corrupted chi couldn't exist. Within that perimeter, the alliance's less powerful members could fight without risking corruption infection. Medusa and her snake people elites held the left flank. Their cold-blooded cultivation, naturally resistant to the sovereign's emotional bond attacks, made them the ideal choice for the positions farthest from Xiao Lei's guardian domain. They fought without passion and without hesitation, each movement calculated for maximum efficiency and minimum exposure. Haibadong and the Jiama Empire forces held the right. The old ice warrior fought like a man who'd remembered what his power was for, his Do Huang aura creating frost barriers that slowed the manifestations long enough for the soldiers behind him to coordinate strikes. Yun commanded the air. Her wind technique swept the cavern ceiling, preventing corruption from flanking the alliance from above. She'd reached Do Huang 5-star during the Northern Seal restorations, and the advancement showed in everything she did. Her control was fluid, instinctive, beautiful the way that mastery always is regardless of the discipline. And Xiao Yu stood beside Xiao Lei, guardian blade drawn, as he pushed toward the fractured seal pillar through waves of manifestations that broke against his domain like dark water against a golden shore. They reached the pillar. Xiao Lei placed his hands on the fractured stone and felt the system engage, not with the clinical precision of the previous restorations, but with urgency that bordered on desperation. The seventh seal was damaged beyond anything the others had endured. This wasn't a guttering candle. This was a dam with a river pressing through the cracks, and every second brought the river closer to breaking through. Seventh seal restoration protocol, status, critical, standard restoration insufficient. Seal structural integrity below 12%, required, guardian sovereign rank for permanent seal reconstruction, current rank, Dozun 1-star, insufficient, he poured GP into the seal anyway. Not to restore it, that was impossible at his current rank, but to reinforce it. To shore up the dam. To hold back the river with his bare hands while the alliance fought the flood. The sovereign felt his intent and raged. The pressure in the cavern tripled. Manifestations surged from every shadow and every crack, from the gaps between stones and the spaces where light couldn't reach. The alliance buckled, not breaking but bending under the weight of an assault designed to overwhelm through sheer volume. And in the midst of the chaos, his hands burning against the seal pillar, his GP draining in a torrent, Xiao Lei felt it. Not the breakthrough itself. The understanding that preceded it. The Dozun threshold hadn't been about GP or power accumulation. It had been about recognizing that the system was a tool, not a source. And this next threshold, the one hovering at the edge of his awareness like a word on the tip of his tongue, wasn't about understanding the tool. It was about understanding the wielder. The system didn't create guardians. It found them. He was a guardian before the system. Before the transmigration. Before this life or the last one. He was a guardian because protection was the fundamental frequency of his soul, and everything else, the cultivation, the GP, the techniques, the domain, was amplification. The breakthrough hit him like sunrise after a long night. Guardian awakening achieved, Dozun 3-star, chapter 133. His guardian domain evolved. The golden light took on depth and complexity that made his previous domain look like a sketch compared to a painting. He could see the bonds between his allies as physical structures, bridges of light spanning the darkness, each one a different color and weight and texture depending on the relationship it represented. The constellation wasn't a metaphor anymore. It was architecture. Visible, tangible, real. And the sovereign's attacks became transparent. Each tendril of corruption, each manifestation, each psychic probe, he could see them for what they were. Not darkness or malice but the absence of connection. Void, given purpose. The hungry emptiness that existed between every bond, trying to widen the gaps, trying to separate the connected, trying to return everything to the isolation it understood. You're stronger, the sovereign observed, and its voice carried the first note of genuine caution. But strength is insufficient. I am the void between all things. The silence between heartbeats. The doubt between lovers. You cannot seal what exists in every gap in every relationship in existence. Maybe not, Xiao Lei said, pushing GP into the pillar with hands that now blazed with Dozun power. But I can fill those gaps. That's what bonds are, bridges across the void. You exist in the spaces between people. I exist to make those spaces smaller. He burned through GP at a rate that would have panicked him a week ago. 5,000. 8,000. 12,000. The seal pillar thickened, brightened, the cracks narrowing under the sustained pressure of guardian energy. But the sovereign pushed back with equal force, its manifestations growing more desperate, throwing everything it had against the alliance in a frenzy that spoke of genuine fear. Then the sovereign changed tactics. It stopped attacking the group and focused everything, every tendril, every manifestation, every ounce of its ancient, terrible power, directly at Xiao Lei. Corruption poured through the seal cracks, targeting his hands, his domain, his cultivation base, trying to overwhelm a Dozun level guardian through concentration rather than breadth. And then it found Yun Yun's bond. Not by accident. By design. The sovereign had been probing the constellation for vulnerabilities, testing every connection with the patience of a locksmith working through a ring of keys. It found its target in the bond between Xiao Lei and Yun Yun, not because the bond was weak, but because it was so strong that disrupting it would cause maximum damage to the guardian who depended on it. Yun Yun screamed. Corruption hit her through the bond itself, bypassing her cultivation entirely, striking at the emotional core of her connection to Xiao Lei. Dark chi flooded through the golden thread between them, trying to sever it at both ends simultaneously. Xiao Lei felt it like a blade through his sternum. The bond, the one he'd built through months of honesty and vulnerability and the terrifying choice to let someone past every defense he'd constructed, was being cut. Guardian's judgment. Full power. Dozun 3-star. 3,000 GP compressed into a single strike aimed at the point where the sovereign's corruption intersected with Yun Yun's bond. The impact staggered the sovereign. The corruption withdrew from Yun Yun's bond, severed by the force of the guardian's response. She gasped, stumbling in midair, but her cultivation held and her connection to Xiao Lei blazed brighter than before, tempered by the attack like steel tempered by flame. But the sovereign wasn't finished. It shifted targets. Faster. Closer. Not Yun Yun this time. Xiao Yu. The corruption beam struck before Xiao Lei could redirect his domain. It hit Xiao Yu's center mass, bypassing her guardian blade's defense, because the blade was designed to cut external corruption, not corruption that traveled through the bond network itself, arriving from inside rather than out. Chapter 134. Black chi flooded through Xiao Yu's body. She dropped her sword. The guardian blade clattered against stone, its golden glow extinguishing as the corruption severed her connection to its power. Her knees hit the ground. Her hands pressed flat against the cavern floor, fingers splaying as her body fought to contain what was being poured into it. The corruption wasn't killing her, it was rewriting her. Turning bonds inside out, transforming every protective instinct into aggression, every loyal impulse into paranoid suspicion. It was the sovereign's most insidious attack, not destruction but corruption of purpose. Taking what made Xiao Yu who she was and inverting it. Her eyes flickered. Golden to black. Back to golden. Black again. Each shift faster than the last, the two forces warring for control of the battlefield that was her consciousness. Xiao Yu. Xiao Lei released the seal pillar, a decision that cost him everything tactically and nothing emotionally, because no seal, no world, no cosmic obligation was worth more than the woman in front of him. He reached her in 2 strides. Grabbed her shoulders. Poured guardian energy into her body with the desperate intensity of a man trying to bail water from a ship that was sinking faster than his hands could move. The corruption fought him. Inside Xiao Yu's body, the sovereign's dark chi and Xiao Lei's golden light waged a war that she was the battlefield for. Her cultivation surged and crashed in wild oscillations, her do chi spiking and collapsing as 2 cosmic forces pulled at the foundation of who she was. Stay with me, he said, holding her face between his palms. Xiao Yu. Stay with me. Her eyes, black, flickering, fighting, focused on him. Her mouth opened. Closed. The corruption was trying to speak through her, trying to use her voice to say things calculated to damage the bond beyond repair. Words designed to cut. Accusations calibrated to wound. She bit her own tongue. Hard enough to draw blood. Hard enough to fill her mouth with copper and prevent the corrupted words from forming. And then she fought. Not with her sword. Not with cultivation techniques. With will. Xiao Yu, the woman who'd been underestimated by everyone who'd ever measured her by power level alone, who'd been called branch family and steady but unremarkable and every other dismissal that people used when they couldn't see past numbers to the person behind them, reached into the core of her being and grabbed the corruption with both hands and tore. Her guardian blade resonance activated without the blade. The golden light that the ancient inscriptions had bestowed upon her, the guardian sword art that lived in her muscles, her spirit, her absolute refusal to be weaponized against the people she loved, manifested as an internal edge. It cut the corruption from her body thread by thread, severing each tendril of dark chi with a precision that external combat couldn't replicate because this wasn't external combat. This was surgery. Self-surgery, performed by a woman whose hands were steady because she refused to let them shake. I will. Always. Fight beside you, she gasped, and the last of the black drained from her eyes like ink dissolving in clear water. The purge was complete. The corruption was gone. And in its wake, something had crystallized, a bond between Xiao Lei and Xiao Yu that was no longer complicated by unspoken feelings and undefined edges. It was clear. Honest. Unbreakable. Not because it had been tested and survived, but because Xiao Yu had chosen it. Actively. In the moment where the sovereign offered her the option of severance, she had grabbed the bond with both hands and refused to let go. Xiao Lei felt it through the constellation, a connection as strong as his bond to Xiao Yan but fundamentally different in quality. Not fraternal, something that had been growing in the spaces between their shared battles, their traded barbs, their quiet moments of mutual recognition. Bond crystallization event detected, Xiao Yu bond, transcendent level, GP award, plus 10,000, breakthrough, Do Zun 5-star, he pulled her to her feet. She retrieved her guardian blade, and the golden glow reignited the moment her fingers closed around the hilt, brighter than before, fed by a resonance that had deepened along with the bond. Their eyes met for a single, charged second. Later, she said, and the word contained everything that needed to be said and everything that could wait until they weren't fighting for the survival of the world. Later, he agreed, and turned back to the seal. Chapter 135. Xiao Yan and Xiao Lei fought the sovereign side by side. It was the first time in the battle the brothers had operated as a single unit, and the effect was immediate and devastating. They moved with a coordination that went beyond the constellation bond, beyond training, into something instinctive, the particular synchronization that exists between siblings who've spent enough time together that they can read each other's intentions through body language alone. Fire and gold. Destruction and protection. Xiao Yan's apocalyptic flames creating openings that Xiao Lei's domain exploited with surgical precision. Where the younger brother burned, the elder brother built. Where fire cleared corruption, golden light filled the gap, preventing the sovereign from reclaiming lost ground. Twin Dragon Strike. Xiao Yan called, and the technique manifested with Do Huang's 7-star power, two serpents of flame spiraling around each other in a double helix of destruction that struck the sovereign's manifested form with enough force to crack the cavern floor. Xiao Lei wrapped the flames in guardian energy, amplifying the purifying properties of the heavenly flame and channeling the combined attack directly at the sovereign's regeneration capacity. The entity didn't just take damage, it was prevented from healing, forced to expend energy on reconstruction that it couldn't afford to spare. Your flames burn well, little dragon, the sovereign snarled, and for the first time, pain threaded through the arrogance. But fire dies. Cold conquers. Every flame is temporary. Maybe, Xiao Yan said, already gathering more fire, his aura burning so hot that the stone beneath his feet began to flow. But I'm not done burning yet. The alliance pressed forward on all fronts. Manifestations fell and reformed with decreasing speed as the sovereign diverted energy to defend its core. Medusa's snake people cut through the left flank with cold precision. Hai Badong's ice barriers held the right. Yun Yun's wind technique scoured the ceiling, preventing aerial flanking. And Xiao Lei pushed toward the seal pillar, domain blazing, GP burning, searching for the key to the final breakthrough while the sovereign threw everything it had left at him. Then Yao Lao stepped forward. The old alchemist's soul form flickered as he moved through the battlefield, more transparent than Xiao Lei had ever seen him, his edges fraying like old cloth left too long in sunlight. He'd been sustaining a barrier around the alliance's rear for hours, and the strain was visible in every waver of his spectral body. There's a technique, he said, stopping beside Xiao Lei. A Tier 9 alchemical formula I've spent decades perfecting in theory but never had reason to execute. It targets entities sustained by dark chi, disrupts the fundamental binding energy that holds their consciousness together. Against the sovereign, it would shatter its ability to regenerate for minutes, possibly longer. What's the cost? My soul disperses entirely. The technique uses the alchemist's accumulated spiritual energy as a catalyst. Once activated, there's nothing left to reform. He smiled, the gentle, complicated smile of a teacher who'd watched his student outgrow the classroom. I've lived long enough, Lei-er. Longer than most. And I've seen things in these final years that make the extra centuries worthwhile. No. The word came from both brothers simultaneously. Xiao Lei and Xiao Yan, speaking in unison, refusing the same sacrifice with the same absolute conviction. It's not your choice, Yao Lao said gently. The hell it isn't, Xiao Yan snapped, his flame surging with the particular ferocity of suppressed grief. You don't get to die for us. Not after everything. Not after you spent 3 years in a ring teaching me not to be a waste. Not after. I'm not dying for you. The old alchemist's gaze was steady. I'm dying for everyone. There's a difference. He turned to Xiao Lei. You understand. You've been making this calculation your whole life, both lives. The one versus the many. The sacrifice that makes everything else possible. Xiao Lei understood. He understood with a precision that he hated. Do it, he said, and the words tasted like ashes on his tongue. But give me 3 seconds after you activate. 3 seconds. That's all I need. Yao Lao nodded once. Then he placed his spectral hands together, gathered the entirety of his soul's energy, centuries of accumulated knowledge and power and wisdom and the quiet, stubborn love of an old man who'd found sons when he'd stopped looking, and released it. Chapter 136. The technique hit the Void Sovereign like a sun-going supernova. Yao Lao's accumulated spiritual energy, compressed and channeled through a formula that only a Tier 9 alchemist could execute, struck the entity's consciousness at the fundamental level where thought became structure. The Sovereign's regeneration capacity shattered like glass hit by a resonant frequency. Its manifestations dissolved across the cavern, hundreds of constructs unraveling simultaneously as the consciousness directing them spasmed and fragmented. The entity contracted to a single point, struggling to maintain coherence, its voice reduced from cosmic pronouncement to desperate whisper. And Yao Lao's soul began to fade. Xiao Lei had 3 seconds. He used them. Guardian's restoration, advanced. Not aimed at a living body. Not aimed at damaged cultivation or broken meridians. Aimed at a dispersing soul, the most delicate, most complex, most impossible application of a technique designed for physical healing. He caught Yao Lao's soul like a man catching a handful of smoke, desperately, precisely, every fragment precious, every lost wisp irreplaceable. Golden light wrapped around the fading consciousness, containing it, compressing it, refusing to let the dispersal continue. The GP cost was staggering. 8,000 points vanished in the space of a heartbeat. For a technique he was improvising in real time, bending an ability meant for bodies to serve a purpose its original creators had never imagined and probably never intended. No one dies today, Xiao Lei said through gritted teeth, his hands glowing so bright that everyone in the cavern had to shield their eyes. Not on my watch. Yao Lao's soul stabilized. Diminished, weaker than before, his spectral form so faint it was barely visible, a candle flame where a bonfire had been. But present. Conscious. Alive in every way that mattered. The old man's eyes opened, cloudy with confusion and something that looked like wonder. You caught me. That's what I do. The cost was worth it. Is always worth it. Will always be worth it. He guided the stabilized soul toward Xiao Yan, who received his master with hands that shook and eyes that burned with something brighter than his heavenly flame. The sovereign, reeling from Yao Lao's technique, was exposed and vulnerable for the first time in the entire battle. Its consciousness was fragmented. Its regeneration was broken. Its hold on the seventh seal had loosened to the point where golden light was leaking through cracks that had previously bled only darkness. But it was still the Void Sovereign. Still ancient. Still vast. Still possessing enough power to destroy everything in this cavern if it burned through the last of its reserves in a final, suicidal assault. If I am sealed again, it hissed, its voice thin and desperate and stripped of all pretense of superiority, I will take you with me. All of you. I will drag your bonds into the void and feed on them for the next millennium. You're welcome to try, Xiao Lei said, and reached for the seal pillar with hands that still burned gold from catching a dying soul. Chapter 137. The system presented the choice, Guardian Sovereign Protocol, Final Activation, Requirement, the willingness to sacrifice everything to protect everyone. If you activate Guardian Sovereign, your cultivation will transform. You will become a living seal. Part of you will exist in the mortal realm. Part of you will exist in the Guardian dimension, woven into the seal architecture that contains the Void Sovereign. You will retain your mortal form. You will retain your bonds. You will retain your identity, but your cultivation path will be fixed. No further advancement. No regression. Permanent, this cannot be undone, do you accept? Xiao Lei stood with his hands on the fractured seal pillar, the sovereign's weakened presence pressing against his palms, and looked around the cavern at the people he'd built his second life around. Xiao Yan. His little brother. The boy he'd guided, protected, trained, and loved into a man worthy of his own legend. Standing with fire in his hands and tears he'd deny later on his face, Do Huang's 7-star and climbing, his ceiling so high it might not have a limit. Yun Yun. The woman who'd challenged him, surprised him, chosen him with a directness that his strategic mind never learned to anticipate. Wind chi swirling around her like living air, her eyes on him with an understanding that went deeper than language could carry. Xiao Yu. The warrior who'd fought beside him in the dark, who'd been the blade to his shield, who'd purged corruption through sheer will because she refused to be turned against the people she loved. Guardian blade blazing, blood on her armor, standing where she always stood, at his shoulder. His father. Far above, in a bed, cultivation slowly returning under Guardian's restoration. The man who'd given everything for his sons and would do it again without calculation. Every person in the cavern. The Alliance. The unlikely, impossible, magnificent collection of former enemies and reluctant partners and genuine friends who had followed him 15 kilometers into the earth to fight something that should have been beyond any of them. His family. All of them. I was always going to make this choice, he said, and his voice was quiet but carried in the cavern's silence like a bell. I made it the moment I woke up in this world and heard my little brother arguing with a servant about breakfast. I made it when I stepped between Xiao Yan and Nalan Yanren. When I threw myself in front of assassins. When I burned everything I had to save people I'd just met. I made it in my first life when I ran into a burning building for a child I'd never seen before. He looked at the system's notification, its cold blue text asking a question it already knew the answer to. I accept. The transformation was instantaneous and eternal, not painful, not pleasurable. Change, pure and fundamental, as irreversible as a river choosing the sea. Chapter 138. Guardian Sovereign. The cultivation rank didn't have a number. Didn't fit on any conventional scale. It wasn't Dodi, it was something parallel to Dodi, a different axis of power entirely. Where Dodi cultivators ascended by accumulating personal power until they transcended mortal limits, Guardian Sovereign ascended by accumulating bonds until the Guardian transcended individual existence. Xiao Lei's consciousness expanded without leaving his body. He was still himself, still the military veteran, the transmigrator, the elder brother, the man who loved too many people and refused to apologize for a single one. But he was also more. He could feel the 7 seals as extensions of his own body, the way a person feels their fingers or their heartbeat. Could feel the Void Sovereign pressing against them as pressure against his skin, real, present, manageable. His power, in this moment, was beyond anything he'd experienced. Every GP he'd ever earned. Every protective act he'd ever performed. Every bond he'd ever forged. The accumulated weight of a lifetime of guardianship, 2 lifetimes, compressed and refined and channeled through a rank that converted sacrifice into strength at a ratio that made conventional cultivation look like counting pennies. The golden light that erupted from him wasn't just bright. It was fundamental. The light of connection itself. The force that kept the universe from fragmenting into isolated, meaningless particles. The light that existed between stars, between atoms, between hearts. No, the Sovereign said. And for the first time in the entirety of its ancient, patient, hungry existence, it sounded afraid. This isn't possible. You're one mortal. One insignificant, I'm not one mortal. Xiao Lei's voice carried harmonics that vibrated through the stone of the cavern, through the bones of every person present, through the fabric of the seals themselves. I'm every bond I've ever formed. I'm every person I've ever protected. I'm the link between a father and his sons, between brothers who die for each other, between lovers who chose each other despite every reason not to. I'm the elder brother. And you are going back in your cage. He sealed the Void Sovereign. Not with force. Not with combat. With connection. Golden light poured from his hands into the 7th seal pillar, and the pillar didn't just restore, it reconstructed. New architecture, stronger than the original, woven from the bonds of every person fighting together in a cavern at the bottom of the world. Each relationship became a strand in the seal. Each trust a lock. Each love a bolt. The Sovereign screamed, not in anger but in terror. The void, which defined itself by absence, was being surrounded by connection so dense that it left no gaps. No spaces to exist in. No emptiness to fill. No silence between heartbeats. The 7 seals locked together. One by one, resonating across the continent like a circuit completing, 7 pillars of golden light connecting through the earth in a network that spanned the entire GMA empire. The corruption retracted, pulled back into the containment field. The dark chi geysers died. The cracks in the ground sealed. And the Void Sovereign, screaming, diminishing, unable to find a single gap in the web of bonds that now constituted its prison, was sealed. Completely. Permanently. Void Sovereign, sealed, all 7 seals, maximum integrity, seal architecture, Guardian bond reinforced. Estimated duration, 10,000 plus years, Guardian Sovereign Protocol, complete, Chapter 139. The cost came after, not during the sealing. During the sealing, he'd been too full of purpose and power and the blazing certainty of someone doing exactly what they were designed to do. But when the golden light faded and the cavern fell quiet and the last echoes of the Sovereign screaming dissolved into the silence of stone, Xiao Lei felt the system finalize its terms. His cultivation settled. The vast, temporary power of Guardian Sovereign receded like a tide after a storm, leaving behind a waterline that would never change. Dozun levels dropped away. The transcendent energy dissipated. The feeling of being connected to every seal and every bond across the continent narrowed to something sustainable, permanent, manageable. Dosheng 1 star. Not the reality warping power he'd channeled during the sealing. Something quieter. Steadier. A cultivation rank that he would hold forever, never advancing, never declining. The Eternal Guardian's permanent frequency, fixed like a tuning fork that would ring the same note until the end of time. It was more than enough. And less than he'd briefly wielded. And exactly what was necessary. Cultivation permanently fixed, Do Sheng 1 star, Guardian Domain, permanent. Continental range at full extension, Threat radar, permanent. No range limitations, Guardian's restoration, permanent. No GP cost, he sank to his knees. Not from weakness, from relief. The particular, overwhelming relief of someone who'd been carrying something impossibly heavy for so long that setting it down felt like floating. His muscles shook. His vision blurred. His body, pushed past every limit the system had been compensating for, finally registered the accumulated debt of days of combat and channeling and sacrifice. Lei. Yun Yun reached him first, wind carrying her across the cavern in a heartbeat. She caught him before he folded, her arms wrapping around him, her fingers threading through his sweat-matted hair as he pressed his forehead against her shoulder and let himself, for just a moment, stop being the guardian and be the man. Is it done? She asked. It's done. The sovereign is sealed. All 7 seals are locked. And you? What happened to your cultivation? I felt something shift, fixed. Permanently. Do Sheng 1 star. Can't go higher. Can't go lower. The seal needs me as an anchor, my life force woven into the architecture. As long as I live, it holds. She was quiet for 3 breaths, processing. Then she pulled back, took his face in her hands, and looked him directly in the eye. You're alive. You're here. The world is saved. Everything else is detail we'll figure out together. He almost laughed. Almost cried. Did something that was neither and both, pressing his face into her palms and letting the warmth of her touch remind him that he was, despite everything, still human. Xiao Yan arrived next. His flames were extinguished, his face streaked with soot and tears he'd categorically deny later. He didn't speak. Just grabbed his brother and held on with the ferocity of a young man who'd spent the last hour watching his brother possibly sacrifice his existence and was processing the near loss through physical contact because language wasn't equipped for emotions this large. I'm okay, Xiao Lei said. Shut up. I'm hugging you. Don't ruin it. He didn't ruin it. Xiao Yu was last. She waited, patient, composed, watching from 2 steps away with her guardian blade sheathed and her expression carrying the layered mixture of relief and emotion that she'd spent a lifetime learning to manage. She waited for Yun Yun to give space. Waited for Xiao Yan to release his grip. Waited with the particular discipline of a woman who understood timing and respected it even when every part of her wanted to close the distance. When the others stepped back, Xiao Yu stepped forward and did something she'd never done before. She took his hand, in front of everyone. Without explanation, without qualification, without the careful ambiguity that had characterized their dynamic for months. Later is now, she said quietly. He laced his fingers through hers and held on. Yeah. It is. Chapter 140. 3 months after the sealing, the Xiao clan held a festival. Not a formal ceremony, the clan had endured enough of those to last several lifetimes. This was simpler, warmer, more honest. Tables arranged in the main courtyard, laden with food prepared by people who'd been eating military rations for months and remembered what real cooking tasted like. Lanterns strung between buildings that were still being repaired, their light catching the dust of reconstruction and turning it golden. Music from instruments slightly out of tune, played by musicians slightly out of practice, creating a sound that was imperfect and real and alive in a way that perfection never manages to be. Xiao Lei walked through it with Yun Yun at his side, their fingers interlaced, no longer caring who noticed or what conclusions they drew. The Misty Cloud Sect had accepted their relationship with the grudging grace of an organization that recognized it couldn't dictate its sect leader's heart. Yun Yun had been characteristically direct in addressing the matter. He saved the world. I'm keeping him. Any objections can be submitted in writing and used as kindling. There had been no objections. They passed Xiao Zhan sitting in a cushioned chair by the garden, his cultivation slowly rebuilding under the permanent warmth of Guardian's restoration. The patriarch's hair was whiter than it had been, his movements measured, but his eyes carried a peace that had been absent for years, the look of a man who'd spent decades worrying about his sons and finally, unequivocally, had reason to stop. He watched his eldest walk past with a woman who loved him, and the smile on his face communicated everything that words, in their clumsy inadequacy, never could. He looks better every day, Yun Yun observed. He does. Another 3 months and he'll be back to Doshi. Not what he was at his peak, but enough. Enough to train, to lead the clan through the rebuilding, to terrify young disciples with his lectures about discipline. Xiao Lei paused. To be dad. They found Xiao Yu in the training courtyard, running a group of young disciples through sword forms with the firm patience of a born teacher. She'd taken over as the clan's sword master, a position that had been vacant for years and one that her guardian blade art made her uniquely qualified for. The golden sheen of her blade flashed in the afternoon light as she adjusted a student's grip, her voice carrying the precise balance of encouragement and expectation that turned raw talent into real skill. She caught Xiao Lei's eye as he passed. The look they exchanged was brief, warm, and layered with the particular understanding of 2 people who'd fought through hell together and emerged knowing exactly where they stood. The bond that had crystallized in the seal chamber hadn't ignited into a dramatic resolution. Xiao Yu was too proud and too self-aware for that. But it was present, acknowledged, accepted. A warmth that existed alongside her independence and her refusal to be anything other than exactly who she was. She smiled at him, quick, real, reaching her eyes, and turned back to her students. Hai Badong held court at the drinks table, entertaining a cluster of young warriors with stories that grew more embellished with each telling but never lost their essential truth. The old ice warrior had settled in Wutan City rather than returning to the capital, claiming the climate suited his joints. Everyone knew the real reason. He'd found a family worth being part of, and at his age, you didn't walk away from that. Medusa had returned to the Snake People territories but sent an emissary carrying a gift, a scale from her own transformation, set in gold, accompanied by a note in her precise handwriting, for the guardian who proved that cold blood and warm hearts are not mutually exclusive. It sat on Xiao Lei's desk, next to a communication talisman tuned to the Snake People's frequency that glowed faintly with the constellation bond's golden light. Fa Ma had published a treatise on anti-corruption alchemy that the academic world was calling the most significant alchemical contribution in a century. He dedicated it to Yao Lao, who was recovering in a specially constructed soul preservation chamber, diminished but alive, his consciousness slowly rebuilding. His first words upon regaining awareness being, "Did those idiots remember to recalibrate the eastern seal formations? The gradient needs adjustment every 6 months." They had not remembered. Xiao Lei had handled it personally. As evening settled and the lanterns flickered to life, casting warm circles of light across the courtyard, Xiao Yan found his brother on the compound's eastern wall, looking out over Wutan City. The city was rebuilding too, scaffolding on damaged buildings, new construction where the corruption had leveled entire blocks. But lights were on in windows. Smoke rose from chimneys. The sounds of people living their lives, arguing, laughing, calling children in for dinner, drifted up through the evening air. "I'm leaving tomorrow," Xiao Yan said, leaning on the wall beside his brother. His heavenly flame burned in his palm like a small sun, casting orange light across both their faces. "Shun Er's father has agreed to let her train with the Gu clan's ancestral techniques, but she wants me there. Something about the central continent needing a good heavenly flame wielder." He grinned. "I think she just wants an excuse to keep me within arm's reach." The central continent. Xiao Lei studied his younger brother, taller than he remembered, broader, the boyish features sharpened by warfare into something that looked like the hero the world was going to need. Do Huang's 7-star and still climbing. You'll find the flame of life there. The purifying demonic lotus flame. And a dozen other things that will try to kill you before breakfast. Probably. You'll handle them. Probably. Xiao Yan's grin softened. He turned to face his brother fully, and the firelight caught something in his expression that was too serious for grinning and too warm for solemnity. "I spent years resenting you. Then years needing you. Then you spent months making sure I'd never need you again, not because you didn't want to be needed, but because you wanted me to be able to stand on my own." He paused. "I'm leaving tomorrow, and for the first time in my life, I'm not afraid of what's out there. I'm excited. That's because of you. All of it. Every piece. It's because of you," Xiao Lei corrected. "I built the shield. You built the fire. Both were necessary." "Both were necessary," Xiao Yan agreed. He extended his hand. Xiao Lei clasped it. Then pulled his brother into a hug that lasted longer than either of them would admit to anyone who asked. "Come back," Xiao Lei said. "Whenever you need to. No matter how far you go or how strong you get. This is always home." "I know." Xiao Yan pulled back and smiled. "That's why I can leave." He departed the next morning with Shun and a small escort, riding west toward the central continent and the destiny that waited for him there. The constellation bond between the brothers stretched across the growing distance but didn't weaken. If anything, it grew more resilient, the golden thread gaining strength from the space it spanned, the way a bridge proves its engineering not by standing still but by bearing weight. Xiao Lei watched him go from the compound gate. Yun Yun stood on his left, her hand in his. Xiao Yu stood on his right, close enough that their shoulders touched. His father sat behind them, wrapped in a blanket, watching his younger son ride toward a horizon that promised everything. The system, which had been quiet since the sealing, pulsed one final time. Guardian protocol, complete, all seals, stable, all bonds, active, all threats, contained. "Thank you, elder brother," Xiao Lei smiled. Not the tactical smile he wore in war rooms. Not the reassuring smile he gave to allies who needed steadying. The real one, the one that belonged to the man behind the guardian, the person who'd died saving a child in another world and woken up in this one with the chance to save everyone. "Thank you for choosing me," he said softly. The golden light in his chest, the guardian's mark, the elder brother's burden and privilege and joy, pulsed once, warm and steady, and settled into the permanent rhythm it would carry for the rest of his life. A heartbeat within a heartbeat. A seal within a soul. Above the compound, the sun broke through clouds and bathed everything in ordinary, honest, unmagical light. It fell on the festival preparations in the courtyard, on Xiao Yu's students practicing sword forms, on Hai Badong's gesturing hands, on Yun Yun's hair, on the road stretching west where Xiao Yan was already a speck on the horizon. It was enough. It had always been enough. The guardian stood at the gate of his home, surrounded by the people he loved, watching the future ride toward the horizon, and felt, for the first time since he'd opened his eyes in a world that wasn't his, complete. And so the Tao continues. If this journey moved you, leave a like and share your thoughts in the comments below. Subscribe and ring the bell, more stories await on the path ahead. Until next time, fellow cultivators.